Rebirth. My lady, the third young master has sent 2 exquisite pieces of shoe brocade. Do you find them to your liking? The maid, Amon, entered with the silk, her tone filled with delight. Murong Yu stared blankly at Amon. She recalled that she had been taking medicine, and Ji Chengxian, desiring a child yet unwilling to seek another for this purpose, insisted on troubling her. She had only just confirmed her rebirth, and she remembered that Ji Chengxian had likely entered the residence around this time. Why, lady, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Amon, noticing her demeanor, promptly set down the fabric and came closer to check her forehead. These habits had accompanied her throughout her life, even after her nation fell, and she became the favored concubine of the northern king. She maintained them. If you are feeling unwell, please tell me, and I shall immediately summon the imperial doctor. I am fine, Murong Yu replied, casually. Has there been any excitement in the residence of late? Actually, there has been no excitement. Amon shook her head. None at all? Murong Yu murmured. Perplexed, could it be that she had misremembered? After her nation's downfall, she had directly fallen into the status of a concubine to the northern king, Ji Chengxian. All matters concerning Ji Chengxian during her time in her father's ministerial residence replayed in her mind repeatedly. Yet, who could have imagined that within her family's courtyard lay a hidden dragon, awaiting the tempestuous moment to ascend and transform? Assuming her mistress desired to recruit new attendants, Amon obediently inquired. Murong Yu, of course, wished to meet them. Not only did she want to meet them, but she also intended to bring them into her own courtyard. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt a tinge of fear at the thought of encountering him. During the years spent with him, she could only find respite when he was absent from the household otherwise. Unless she was menstruating, she was obliged to attend to him. It was only later that she realized he desired a child. However, her body was irreparably damaged, and when she timidly suggested he seek another woman, he responded with a furious outburst, after which she found herself compelled to obediently take her medicine, in his presence. She could scarcely utter a word, for at that moment within the household, she was not merely a lowly servant of the canine race, but also a victim of considerable mistreatment. Perhaps due to the prolonged oppression under his tyrannical rule, she had developed a certain fear of him. Having steeled herself mentally, Murong Yu resolutely brought Amon along. Amon looked at her mistress in confusion. She had never seen her so tense, even when entering the palace to meet the empresses. Upon emerging, Murong Yu immediately noticed the new slave standing there, and her heart skipped a beat. Yet, she soon furrowed her brow and questioned, is it just them? Is that so? Murong Yu pursed her lips, wondering if she had misremembered. Mistress, what is the matter? Amon asked with a hint of concern. Chapter 2. Ji Chengxian, however, what one fears often comes to pass. Murong Yu, accompanied by a man, ventured into the back garden to admire the chrysanthemums and seek solace. When she overheard 2 guards at the gate engaged in conversation, that canine roan slave is likely nearing his end, SNT. Indeed, he must be on the brink. It was a heart-piercing arrow. Murong Yu felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing, but a man, with quick reflexes, steadied her, concern evident in her voice. Miss, what ails you? Please do not frighten your servant. Murong Yu herself was on the verge of tears. What did you just say? What was it? With great effort, she leaned on a man, her complexion pale, pressing for answers. What has happened to the canine roan slave? She inquired urgently. He is likely to perish soon. He was struck by an arrow in the hunting grounds, replied the guard. It pierced his left atrium. Murong Yu's legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed against a man. So that arrow, it was at this very moment. She recalled seeing that scar when she had become his concubine, yet she had remained ignorant of its origin. A bitter reminder he had cruelly thrust upon her. After nearly losing his life while hunting alongside her brother, he had miraculously survived, his robust spirit prevailing. Following their conversation about the angering incidents, he had unleashed upon her all the torment he had endured in her Murong residence. Where is he? Take me to him. He is in the stable, said the guard, clearly taken aback. It is filthy there. Do you truly wish to go, miss? What purpose would that serve? A man interjected hastily. I have just made a vow to the Bodhisattva to practice vegetarianism and recite sutras for a month, and now such calamities befall my household. Are you all intent on causing me to lose my integrity before the Bodhisattva? Murong Yu's heart raced with anxiety, and she scolded aloud. Upon arriving at the stable, she found Ji Chengxian lying amidst the straw like a lifeless creature. She hurriedly approached to check for his breath, and upon confirming he still had a pulse, she let out a sigh of relief. The stable was cramped, filthy, and the stench was far from pleasant. A man followed closely behind, nearly choking on the foul air. Yet Murong Yu seemed oblivious to it. She examined Ji Chengxian's injuries, her heart tightening, and immediately commanded, a man, swiftly take my token to summon Dr. Wang. I shall wait here for you. Be quick. Murong Yu waved her hand dismissively. A man hesitated, wanting to persuade her further, but Murong Yu's expression darkened. What? Am I now unable to command you? This servant shall go at once. A man departed, and Murong Yu turned her attention to the two guards. You, go fetch a basin of clean water and a clean cloth. Clean this place thoroughly, remove all the manure. Understanding the young lady's intent to perform a good deed, the guards did not delay. Soon, the cramped stable was tidied up and the water was brought in. I can manage from here, Murong Yu said as she took the cloth from the guard and began to wipe the grime from Ji Qingshuan's face. After cleaning his face, she continued to wipe his upper body, noticing the protruding ribs and the whip marks, as well as the festering arrow wound on his chest, her eyes reddening with sorrow. Chapter 3. The servant's worthless life. Having followed him for 5 years in her previous life, how could she not understand him? Seeing the young lady in tears, the two guards were somewhat moved. The young lady truly possessed a heart of unparalleled kindness. A man soon returned with Dr. Wang. After exchanging formalities, Murong Yu implored, Dr. Wang, please attend to his injuries with haste. With a sharp intake of breath, Dr. Wang was taken aback, fearing that there was no hope left. Not necessarily. Murong Yu hurriedly interjected. I just observed that his heart is on the right side, not the left. This revelation was something he had confided in her during a previous life, teasing that it was precisely because of this peculiarity that he had managed to survive. Upon hearing this, Dr. Wang examined him with curiosity and confirmed its truth. Recognizing there was still a chance, Dr. Wang refrained from further comment and opened his medicinal box, promptly beginning to tend to Ji Qingshuan's wounds. The application of medicine was undoubtedly painful, and as the guards assisted in binding the bandages, the tugging on his injuries caused Ji Qingshuan to awaken with a start. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a celestial maiden, who compassionately gazed upon him and said, Do not move. Allow Dr. Wang to treat your wounds properly. You shall recover swiftly. Her gentle voice led Ji Qingshuan to ponder whether he was merely dreaming. Surely, if he were indeed dead, how could he be graced with the presence of a heavenly being? Yet, he considered himself too unworthy. Death would surely lead him to hell to confront a harrowing fate. A sharp pain from the tightening bandage jolted him into reality, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In that moment, he realized this was no dream. As clarity returned, he recognized that this was not a celestial maiden at all, but the esteemed young lady of the Prime Minister's residence, whom he had glimpsed from afar, radiant as the moon in the heavens. You must apply medicine to your wounds, otherwise, your life will be in jeopardy. Be grateful to the young lady of your household, Dr. Wang remarked after finishing the bandaging. Murong Yu turned her gaze toward Ji Qingshuan, who appeared pale as paper, yet the wildness in his eyes remained unchanged. He averted his gaze to her skirt, lowering his eyes in deference. A mere servant's life is of little consequence. It is truly not worth the young lady's efforts. Murong Yu could only see his slightly trembling eyelashes, long and thick, which concealed his expression and chilled her heart. She was acutely aware of the brutality that lay within him. This arrow wound was inflicted by a jinn. I shall certainly teach him a lesson. My Murong family has never treated anyone this harshly, Murong Yu declared resolutely. Ji Qingshuan's thin lips parted slightly. Miss, you exaggerate. It is my honor to serve the young master with utmost dedication. Such is the duty of a servant. Murong Yu swallowed hard, at a loss for words. A man, unafraid and naive, interjected, You dog slave. Do you not know that it was the young lady herself who tended to you? You are as filthy as a beggar. Yet the young lady did not disdain you. Upon witnessing the dog slave's newfound cleanliness, she had inquired, only to learn from the guards that it was indeed the young lady who had personally taken care of him. Murong Yu could not help but glance at Ji Qingshuan, hoping to catch a glimpse of a different expression. Yet, he still kept his head lowered, repeating his words, A servant's life is of little worth. Resigned, Murong Yu turned her attention to Physician Wang. I appreciate your assistance, Physician Wang. I will require your expertise once again to change his bandages. No need for this, old man, Physician Wang replied, retrieving medicine from his box. This dog slave appears as thin as a bamboo pole, yet possesses remarkable vitality. For an ordinary person, such injuries would likely have sent them to the underworld, yet he has awakened so swiftly. These medicinal dressings should be changed every 3 days. Though he may experience a fever, that is something to monitor. In addition to the external remedy, Physician Wang also prescribed an internal potion. What is his condition? Murong Yu inquired anxiously. Miss need not worry. This dog slave has merely succumbed to a faint, Physician Wang assured her. The remaining guard spoke. Murong Yu, upon observing his steady breathing, felt a sense of relief wash over her, yet she still crouched down to touch his forehead, checking for fever. A man was taken aback. It seemed the young lady was particularly concerned for this canine servant. The guard, however, was well aware that this was indeed the place where the young lady resided. Murong Yu paused momentarily, incredulous. How could this be? The residence was not devoid of side rooms. He was merely a servant within the household. He ranked even below the servants, and thus had no designated space in the side rooms. The guard explained. Murong Yu's gaze shifted to Ji Chengxian, who lay unconscious. He never mentioned this to her subsequently. He probably harbored a deep resentment for the Murong family, which was why he was reluctant to aid her family. Ultimately, it was her tears that vexed him into reluctantly intervening. Murong Yu suppressed her bitterness, instructing a man to arrange for a single room for him, once his injuries improved. He was to move there, and no one was permitted to bully him. Yes, a man quickly replied. Rest assured, young lady, this canine servant is quite fearsome. No one dares to provoke him, the guard remarked. Murong Yu fixed her gaze upon him, stating, for the time being, I entrust his care to you. Ensure he is looked after properly, or you shall no longer remain in the residence. I shall obey. The guard, not daring to slacken his duty, promptly acquiesced. I had just made a vow to the Bodhisattva for my grandmother's health during her illness, and now such matters arise in the household. How can I acquiesce? How much my grandmother dotes on me in my childhood. Murong Yu said, pursing her lips. A man dared not speak further. Upon entering, I offered incense to the Bodhisattva, seeking forgiveness for my transgression of the verbal precept. I vow to embrace a vegetarian diet for half a year as atonement, humbly requesting the Bodhisattva to bless my maternal grandmother with good health, and to ensure that Ji Qingxian can safely navigate this current tribulation. Have the guards been instructed to take good care of him? Murong Yu, engrossed in crafting a medicinal formula, did not lift her head. The maidservant has already conveyed the message. A man leaned in for a glance, exclaiming in astonishment, Miss, you can formulate prescriptions? 2 tails of ginseng, 4 tails of rasher, 5 tails of dried Rehmannia, and half a tail of licorice. It was evident that this was a prescription. Murong Yu remained silent. This formula was intended for Ji Qingxian, specifically to treat his long-standing ailments. In her previous life, Ji Qingxian harbored deep resentment towards the Murong residents, primarily because he was plagued by severe injuries at that time. He had been dispatched to the hunting grounds too soon, only to be struck by an arrow. Though he endured the ordeal, the combination of new wounds and old ailments does not heal easily. While he appears well on the surface, he bears irreversible internal consequences. Rumors abound of the Northern King's erratic and violent nature, leaving a trail of bloodshed. The prescription Murong Yu penned was bequeathed by a renowned physician, who lamented that had this formula been employed earlier, the Northern King's afflictions could have been wholly cured. Alas, it was now too late, and only relief could be offered. Inform the kitchen that I shall adhere to a vegetarian diet for the next 6 months, avoiding all meat and fish, Murong Yu declared after finalizing the prescription. Chapter 5. The Zhou family tragedy. A man emerged from the Buddhist hall, whispering, the eldest young master. The young lady is currently collecting Buddhist beans before the Bodhisattva. She cast a glance at the adorable little ferret in its cage. What a charming little creature. Thank you, eldest young master. The young lady will surely cherish it. Murong Jin entrusted her with the task, pondering how it was that his sister was collecting Buddhist beans in broad daylight. The young lady is offering prayers for the venerable matriarch, Lady Li, as a man stated. Lady Li is their maternal grandmother, who dotes on them more than any biological grandchild. Murong Jin nodded in acknowledgement, appreciating his sister's thoughtfulness. After a quarter of an hour, Murong Yu finally emerged, while Murong Jin had already devoured a plate of cloud pine cakes. Sister, when will you partake in your meal? Murong Jin inquired. The siblings, being fraternal twins, exhibited different appetites. The boy, more active than the girl, still felt hungry after consuming a plate of delicacies. Murong Yu first handed the gathered Buddhist beans to a man, instructing that they be cooked by tomorrow for a longevity ceremony at the intersection. Understood, a man replied, taking the basket away. Only then did Murong Yu turn her gaze toward her brother, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance. Murong Jin, puzzled, asked sister, why are you looking at me like that? What do you think? Murong Yu retorted, taking a seat with an air of irritation. In that moment, her brother remained carefree and spirited, unlike the imprisoned souls of the future, burdened by chains and overseers. Are you aware of the hunting grounds? Murong Yu glared at him. Murong Jin, confused, responded, "Sister, why do you seem so strange today? I ask you, do you know about the arrow wound sustained by the dog slave near the stables?" Murong Yu pressed on. "I do," he replied. "And you choose to disregard it? That is a human life." Murong Yu scolded him vehemently. "You say he isn't dead? I summoned Dr. Wang to treat his injuries." She continued, her frustration palpable. "Not dead. Then he must possess quite the resilience," Murong Jin remarked. Having witnessed the severity of the injury, feeling rather astonished, Murong Yu merely glared at him in exasperation. "Sister, why are you so angry?" Murong Jin shook her head and said, "That arrow was not shot by me. It was the work of Zhou Laosan. I scolded him thoroughly for it." Zhou Laosan? Zhou Qiguang? Murong Yu paused momentarily. Indeed, he even remarked that it was merely a dog of the Rong tribe. If it died, so be it. That infuriated me. I can manage my own slaves as I please. Who is he to meddle? Murong Yu recalled the tragic events that befell the Zhou family in her previous life. She was unaware of the exact transgressions that led Ji Qingxian to exterminate the Zhou family, leaving no one alive. The most wretched fate was reserved for Zhou Qiguang, who was turned into a human pig and placed near the servants' latrines. Ji Qingxian even appointed someone to care for him, forbidding his death. It was truly a torment of existence, neither able to live nor die. It all stemmed from that grudge over the arrow. By the way, how do you know about that dog of the Rong tribe? Murong Jin inquired. Chapter 6. Let me dissect one for you, Murong Jin chuckled. So it was this that angered you, dear sister. How can you still be smiling? Murong Yu glared at him, thinking, do you not realize that even when I pleaded with Ji Qingxian later, after he had vented his fury upon me, he still disregarded you, leaving you to suffer the beatings in the mines? All of this is a consequence of your actions at this moment. It wasn't my doing. Murong Yu interrupted, stating, I just made amends with the Bodhisattva, and for the next 6 months, I shall adhere to a vegetarian diet. That dog of the Rong tribe will also come to my courtyard to serve as my groom. I forbid you from enslaving him any longer. Elevating the dog of the Rong tribe to the status of a groom is a trivial matter. Murong Jin quickly responded, Sister, you intend to eat vegetarian for 6 months? That cannot be. You are still growing. Upon noticing his lack of opposition, Murong Yu softened her tone. Her grandmother had aged considerably, and as long as her health improved, she was willing to endure anything, even a year, if necessary. Murong Jin interjected, but a duration of 6 months seems excessive. How about 3 months instead? Was there truly room for negotiation? The essence of sincerity was paramount. Murong Yu shot him a glance. Although she adhered to a vegetarian diet, meat dishes were still served at dinner for her brother's enjoyment. Sated after his meal, Murong Jin mused, at the hunting grounds, it was nothing but barbecues. And I have grown weary of it. Nothing compares to the flavors of home-cooked meals. Consuming so much won't lead to indigestion, will it? Murong Yu inquired. From now on, be kind to the servants in our household, she instructed. He replied, am I not already treating them well? The incident with the Xiongnu servant was unforeseen. With that, her brother departed with an air of nonchalance. Yet Murong Yu felt a surge of joy within. Even when Ji Qingxian, unable to withstand her pleas, retrieved her brother with a stern countenance, she seldom witnessed her brother's smiles, more often met with silence instead. Casting a glance, Murong Yu declared, tomorrow, we shall visit Hongda Temple to offer incense and contribute to the temple funds, and we shall also release this Martin. A man felt a twinge of regret, but understood the significance her grandmother held in Miss S.'s heart, particularly after witnessing how she personally tended to the Xiongnu servantess' disheveled appearance today. That night, Murong Yu tossed and turned, unable to find peace as thoughts of Ji Qingxuan's injuries plagued her mind. In the latter part of the night, a nightmare shattered her rest, jolting her awake in terror. In her dream, Ji Qingxian approached her, cradling a bloodied infant, his eyes gleaming with a horrifying mirth. Behold, this is the child we have born together. However, Murong Yu was acutely aware that this child was not of her own flesh. She was incapable of bearing offspring. This was a child forcibly extracted from some unsuspecting mother's womb. He had once jested, suggesting that it would be preferable to have a child. If that were not possible, he would procure one from another woman. Ever since that moment, his gaze upon the pregnant women had taken on a somewhat terrifying quality. His subordinates discreetly arranged the celebrations for the child's first month, fearful of drawing attention. For who did not know that the prince of Northern Town held a disdain for children and an even greater aversion to the festivities celebrating their birth? Yet, Only she was privy to the depths of his yearning for her to bear a child, a desire that drove him nearly to madness. Occasionally, if her monthly cycle was delayed by even a day, he would be jubilant, rewarding the servants generously. If she experienced nausea, he would similarly express delight, bestowing gifts upon the kitchen staff. However, following such moments of hope, a storm of disappointment would inevitably arise, rendering the atmosphere so tense that no one dared to breathe. Thus, the prince of Northern Town was not only capricious and cruel, but also tempestuous in his moods. Chapter 7. The concubine. Did I hear correctly that Miss had a nightmare yesterday? A man inquired anxiously as she attended to the mistress early in the morning, noticing her less than favorable demeanor. It is of no consequence, Murong Yu replied, shaking her head. After freshening up and having breakfast, she made her way to the stables. How did he fare last night? Murong Yu gently touched Ji Qingshuan's forehead and inquired. Man, please inform the accountant to increase this month's allowance by 30%. Murong Yu instructed. Yes, of course, man replied, filled with gratitude. The guards were also somewhat pleased, having already arranged for the kitchen to send over food shortly. Murong Yu then addressed the guards. Continue your watch, and when he awakens, inform him that he has safely weathered this ordeal and will henceforth serve as my groom. The guards expressed a hint of envy, remarking on how fortunate he was to have caught the eye of the young lady. Take good care of your injuries. Once healed, you may serve as her charioteer. Ji Qingshuan remained silent, having awakened the moment the young lady pressed her forehead against his. Her hand, warm as jade, against his brow made his heart race, yet he quickly turned to mockery. What game were these siblings playing? One sought his demise, while the other, with a heart full of compassion, wished to save him, only to suggest he become a charioteer. Perhaps his survival despite such grievous wounds intrigued her. After all, a delicate person like her had likely never encountered a resilient creature like him, a tenacious survivor akin to a gutter rat. As he accepted the medicine from the guard, Ji Qingshuan drank it slowly, ensuring not a drop was wasted. Since the young lady found him amusing, he would serve her, waiting for the moment she deemed him uninteresting. Ji Qingshuan pressed his lips together, pushing away further thoughts. Murong Yu and a man had arrived at Hongda Temple. After lighting incense and offering money for the oil, Murong Yu led a man to the back courtyard's pine grove to release a marten. Let us take a stroll. After reaching the temple, Murong Yu felt considerably more at ease. A man agreed that a walk was pleasant, noting that since yesterday, the young lady had appeared distracted and lost in thought. She intended to visit the stables to see Ji Qingshuan, but instead passed the back courtyard, where she spotted two women enjoying chrysanthemums in the garden, laughing and chatting. Murong Yu, irritated by their presence, had no desire to engage. She was the only illegitimate daughter of the household. The woman beside her, named Huahong Yu, held her chin high, exuding pride. Murong Yu cast a glance at the two but chose not to linger, walking past them without a word. Sister, will you not join us in admiring the blossoms? Murong Rue inquired, her curiosity piqued. Murong Yu chose to disregard her. What is the matter with her? Murong Rue pondered, momentarily taken aback, a hint of disappointment gracing her delicate features. I visited earlier, and they mentioned that sister had gone to Hongda Temple to pay her respects. Yet, she appears to be in rather low spirits. Murong Rue, as enchanting as a flower in full bloom, possessed a fragile, alluring demeanor that evoked affection. Chapter 8. The dishonorable man and the indifferent woman. Huahong Yu's finely arched brows knitted tightly. It was not merely Murong Rue's words that troubled her, but rather the indifference displayed by Murong Yu. Previously, Murong Yu had maintained an air of superiority over others, yet she had always been exceptionally fond of Murong Rue. The reason was simple. Murong Yu harbored feelings for her elder brother. Huahong Yu scoffed. She is of legitimate birth while you are but a concubine's daughter. Does she even need to choose a particular day to show you disdain? Only a fool would believe she genuinely cares for you. Murong Rue's countenance grew increasingly somber, yet she endeavored to uphold her sister's image. Hong Yu, that is not true. Sister has always treated me well. I simply do not understand what has come over her today. Her thoughts drifted to the handwriting she had seen yesterday. Huahong Yu let out a derisive snort. Even now, you still defend her. With a wistful sigh, Murong Rue remarked, it is one thing for sister to be distant with me, but why is she so cold towards you as well? Huahong Yu answered without hesitation. I do not require her warmth. I came here specifically to see you today. As for Murong Yu, I have no interest in her. She then turned her gaze back to Murong Rue, adding, if my brother truly intends to marry, I would much prefer you, Rue, as his bride. Murong Rue's face flushed, and she reproached, Hong Yu, if you continue like this, I shall cease to pay you any heed. Her tone was tinged with melancholy, as she lamented her status as a mere illegitimate daughter, unworthy of someone as exalted as Brother Yuan, who shone like a resplendent moon. Please refrain from such remarks, Hong Yu. Today, Hong Yu had come to deliver something for her brother. She glanced around, produced a letter, and thrust it into Murong Yu's hands, insisting, "Do not belittle yourself. Look, this is what my brother entrusted me with. Take it quickly. I was compensated for running this errand. Do you wish for me to fail in my task?" Hong Yu asserted imperiously. Murong Yu shot her a playful glare before accepting the letter, then deftly shifted the conversation to the recent success of their joint cosmetics business. The two engaged in lively discourse. As for Murong Yu, at that moment, she too felt a ripple of emotions, for these two were her adversaries from a previous life. She had often sought to curry favor with Hong Yu, the sister of Hui Yuan. However, that was in the past. Now, Murong Yu felt no inclination whatsoever. In her previous existence, Murong Yu had recounted to her, with the confidence of a victor, the tale of her romantic entanglement with Hui Yuan. Thus, Murong Yu was acutely aware that every visit from Hong Yu was merely to deliver love letters to Murong Yu. Internally mocking, she said aloud, "Yesterday, I observed Rueer practicing Hui Yuan's calligraphy. It seems she harbors feelings for him. Oh man, you are aware of the close bond one share with Rueer. Since she is fond of him, I have no desire to contest for his affections. After much contemplation, I have resolved to relinquish Hui Yuan." The signs of Murong Yu's involvement with Hui Yuan had long been apparent, yet in her previous life, Murong Yu had been too carefree to delve deeper into the matter. Now she intends to facilitate this pair of scoundrels, wishing them a swift union in love. A man was left speechless. Master Hua is not just any ordinary individual. Even if you care for the second Miss dearly, you cannot simply bestow Master Hua upon her. Chapter 9. To fulfill you. Could it be that the Mrs. drastic transformation today is solely due to this? Murong Yu did not wish to elaborate further. Enough. I have made up my mind regarding this matter, so please refrain from any more discussion. A man was utterly astonished. It is worth noting that Master Hui Yuan, hailing from a marquisate, is a veritable paragon of excellence, handsome beyond compare and exceptionally talented, even receiving praise directly from the emperor. The Miss has always regarded him as her foremost choice for a husband. Did she not once declare that everything could be compromised, except for her happiness with Master Hua? Furthermore, the Miss is indeed bound by a marriage contract with him. A man hurriedly interjected. Murong Yu mimicked Murong Yu's tone, but what of Rueer? I wish for my sister's happiness. After marrying into the family, she overcame Hui Yuan's cousin, yet she paid an immense price, becoming unable to bear children. Even without being drugged, who could believe she entered the Hua household as a virgin? At that time, the Murong residence and her maternal grandfather's Li State Duke's residence were both in peril. Otherwise, how could her mother have permitted Murong Yu to marry in order to solidify their status? Subsequently, both the Murong and Li Duke families fell from grace. And with nothing left to fear, Murong Yu discarded her facade. It was then that Murong Yu realized her half-sister was merely a fox clad in a rabbit's skin. Elder sister, please allow me to explain. Upon seeing Murong Yu pursed her lips and said, I understand that my imitation of young Master Hua's handwriting yesterday caused my elder sister to misunderstand. However, I swear to the heavens that I merely admire beautiful calligraphy. I had already explained this to you when you saw it yesterday. Listen, it seems they are on the verge of a romantic entanglement. Yet she dares to swear their innocence to the heavens. Moreover, that piece of writing is clearly crafted with great care, the sentiments expressed in the heavens. I wish to be a pair of flying birds. On earth, I long to be intertwined branches, are imbued with affection. What does it signify that Hui Yuan delivered it to Murong Yu? How blind must she have been in her past life? Rueer, you are well aware of how much I care for you. Over the years, I have acted with a clear conscience towards you. Yet, I never anticipated that you would harbor feelings for young Master Hua. Murong Yu shook her head. Indeed, they were not born of the same womb. She truly is an ungrateful wretch, coveting whatever her sister desires. Sister, I truly do not. Murong Yu hurriedly attempted to clarify, but her words were interrupted by Murong Yu. There is no need for further explanation. I spent the entire night pondering this matter and have ultimately decided to support you. What? Murong Yu was momentarily taken aback. What else could there be? Murong Yu looked at her and said, Am I to compete with you? Ever since childhood, I have yielded to you in every aspect. I am willing to concede to you in matters of lifelong significance as well. Since you are enamored with young Master Hua, I shall grant you this wish. Let it be known what kind of perilous realm the Hua family inhabits. Despite her relentless efforts in her previous life, it was only at a tremendous cost that she managed to rid herself of that cousin, Hua Yuan. Yet, now you wish to reap the benefits without any toil. In this life, you shall face the consequences alone. Chapter 10. A priceless treasure. Murong Yu had meticulously prepared her words, but they were swiftly disrupted. She never anticipated that Murong Yu would relinquish Hua Yuan. She would never forsake him for anything. Was this merely a test of her resolve? As her thoughts spiraled, Murong Yu spoke. Elder sister, your words instill great trepidation in me. How could I ever dare to contend with you for the affections of young Master Hua? I am acutely aware of my own station. You and young Master Hua are truly a match made in heaven. Please, sister, do not speak this way. We are still good sisters, and you have always been the one to care for me the most. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Murong Yu, witnessing the tears that flowed so easily from her sister, felt a flicker of sympathy for her past self. It was not that she had been foolish, rather. Murong Yu was a masterful actress. Her mother hailed from the esteemed Li Guogong family, and her father's accomplishments were largely due to the elevation from his maternal lineage. In her early years, her mother had even endured an arrow for her father. Thus, unlike other commoners who favored concubines over wives, her father shared a profound bond with her mother. Concubine Shui had been a gift from the emperor during a palace banquet. She bore Murong Yu shortly after entering the household and was fully aware of her lowly status, choosing to remain compliant. Although Murong Yu was born out of wedlock, she grew up alongside the two siblings. As the legitimate eldest daughter, she received ample care, even if she was merely a few months younger than Murong Yu. Yet, who could have foreseen that the cunning Murong Yu, who had been shrewd since childhood, would ultimately use her as a stepping stone? She became Lady Ho, while I was sent from the courtyard of Hua Yuan to the tent of the Prince of the North, reduced to a maid without dignity. Naturally, we remained good sisters. Murong Yu displayed no hint of her true feelings, her face a mask of sincerity. Elder sister has watched you grow. Do you think I do not understand you? Since you have affections for Hua Yuan, I shall harbor no feelings for him. I did not greet you today because I had a restless night. So please do not take it to heart. Murong Yu was taken aback, bewildered by Murong Yu's intentions. Elder sister. Yet, Murong Yu was impatient to listen to her theatrics. My mind is made up. Do not speak further on this matter. If you do not like Hua Yuan, then let it be, but I shall not harbor feelings for him either. Murong Yu felt a tumult of emotions within her. She could not comprehend why Murong Yu had suddenly become so unyielding. In the past, whenever she had shown weakness, Murong Yu would adopt her hypocritical, magnanimous elder sister persona. Miss, could it be that the eldest sister truly means what she says? Her maid Xiao'er asked, her curiosity piqued. Murong Yu wore a puzzled expression. Today, Hua Hongyu came, and she did not even acknowledge her. Could it be that Murong Yu truly intends to give up on Hua Yuan? I refuse to believe it. I must seek another opportunity to probe further. Xiao'er observed her mistress's troubled countenance and remarked, regardless of the circumstances, young Master Hua favors the second miss. What does that matter? He is already betrothed to Murong Yu. Murong Yu sighed, her brow furrowed with despair. Why am I not the legitimate daughter? Why must I always stand in Murong Yu's shadow? Sooner or later, she will trample Murong Yu beneath her feet. After dispatching Murong Yu began to compose prescriptions, one after another, allowing them to dry on the side. A man, bringing in the desserts, looked on with concern and noticed the prescriptions. Miss, what are these? Murong Yu, having nearly finished writing, set down her brush with satisfaction, saying, these are invaluable secret formulas. Chapter 11. Opening a shop. Your own ointment? A man set down the dessert and approached to examine a sheet, puzzled. Miss, what is this your own ointment? It is used to eliminate scars. Is it similar to the scar cream available outside? A man inquired. Indeed, but its efficacy far surpasses those so-called scar creams on the market, Murong Yu acknowledged. In her previous life, it was this Yurong ointment that had healed Ji Qingshuan's numerous scars. Lotus rouge, peach blossom rouge, snow plum rouge, cherry rouge, osmanthus rouge. A man, glancing at the other meticulously written secret formulas, expressed her confusion. Miss, why have you written so many types of rouge? Moreover, I have never even heard of these. A trace of pride graced Murong Yu's exquisite face. You naturally haven't heard of them. These are all concocted by me. They were the fruits of her labor during her idle days after becoming a mere concubine of Ji Qingxian. He had once looked down upon her. questioning whether the esteemed king of the north could not afford to support a lowly concubine like her, thus necessitating her own business endeavors. While he spoke thus, he did not impede her pursuits, only stipulating that she must not neglect her duties to attend to him. Otherwise, she would be forbidden from engaging in such activities. Once, Murong Yu exhausted herself to the point of illness, prompting a furious outburst from him, who chastised her for failing to cherish her own health, attributing their delayed parenthood to her negligence. Murong Yu dared not retort, accepting his scolding in silence, yet inwardly she pondered. How could he always link everything to the matter of children? Even when she felt perfectly well, conceiving was beyond her grasp. However, should she utter even a hint of dissent, he would render her powerless to act. Thus, she endured his reprimands. Turning away, she resumed her own pursuits, all the while igniting his ire, as he glared at her with bloodshot eyes. I wish to open a rouge shop, Murong Yu declared. Amon was taken aback. Miss, are you serious? Murong Yu had already chosen a location, affirming her intentions without a hint of doubt. It will be on Xihua Street, and my rouge shop shall become the most sought-after establishment in the capital. She aimed to undermine the water powder shop co-owned by Murong Rue and Huahong Yu, wishing for their financial ruin. Miss, managing a shop can be quite troublesome, and are you certain these cosmetics will be viable? Amon hesitated. Murong Yu replied with unwavering confidence. My formulas are flawless. Her cosmetics would become renowned in later generations, adored by noble women for their exquisite texture and skin-friendly properties. Unlike the harsh alternatives that often caused allergic reactions, her products were particularly gentle, ensuring their remarkable popularity. Initially, she had harbored doubts about the overwhelming success of her business, wondering if Ji Qingxian had covertly manipulated circumstances to coerce purchases of her rouge. However, she soon realized that her prosperity was earned through her own merit. Moreover, no one is aware that the cosmetics shop belongs to her. They only know that it is under someone's protection, and thus, no one dares to covet it. Do not underestimate such a seemingly insignificant cosmetics shop. It generates substantial daily profits. Wealth brings confidence, and on one occasion, while she was counting her earnings, Ji Qingxian happened to arrive. She offered him a box of gold ingots she had exchanged, claiming it was a gift for him. Simultaneously, she expressed her disinterest in serving him that evening, having been thoroughly used by him. She lost both her dignity and her wealth. This is what it means to suffer a double loss. Since she intended to open a shop, it was only natural to seek assistance. There was no need to look far. Murong Yu summoned her seemingly inept cousin, Li Mu. Chapter 12. Cousin Li Mu is the son of her maternal uncle, hailing from the illustrious Duke of Longxi's family, which initially prospered through coal mining. Her grandfather, through a fortuitous event, saved a member of the royal family and was subsequently granted nobility. Prior to this, the Li family was merely a nouveau riche clan in Longxi. However, through the diligent management of her grandfather and uncle over 2 generations, the Duke of Li's household experienced rapid growth, particularly in this generation. Her eldest and second cousins have made significant contributions both at the border and in the court. Li Mu, being the third cousin, does not have a penchant for literature or martial arts. Rather, he is drawn to commerce, often facing rebuke from his elders. In her previous life, the once Grand Duke of Li's household was left with only this business-minded cousin. Despite his own struggles, he frequently sent money to the northern king, hoping that she could enjoy a better life in his courtyard. Cousin, I am quite fond of those 2 pieces of shoe brocade. Thank you. Dear cousin, Murong Yu smiled. Li Mu chuckled. As long as you like it, cousin. Murong Yu engaged in small talk with him for a moment before getting to the main topic. Upon hearing it, Li Mu chuckled. All right, just hand me the prescription, and I will take care of the rest. I have been yearning for an opportunity to showcase my abilities. Is my cousin so confident in my prescription? Murong Yu smiled. Li Mu nodded. The prescription you provide, cousin, is undoubtedly reliable. Given your disposition, you would not entrust me with anything inferior. With a soft smile, Murong Yu handed him the meticulously written prescriptions one by one. Cousin, manage these well, but ensure that no one discovers my involvement. Understood, Li Mu replied, fully aware that daughters from esteemed families could not engage in business themselves. If word got out, it would be a source of ridicule. After conversing with Li Mu for a while, Murong Yu instructed a man to escort him out. However, I have written prescriptions for all 4 of us. Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu. Even A Zhu and Az have theirs. Why has Ali not been included? A man remarked as she reviewed the list. Since they all serve in the courtyard, it would only make sense for them to be included together. Murong Yu's expression remained unchanged. It was only in her previous life, when Murong Yu eventually took Ailey away, that she became aware of the oversight. From now on, I shall have Mei, Lan Ju, and Ju take turns keeping watch for me, while Ailey attends to the flowers and plants in the outer courtyard, she stated while writing the list. A-man paused for a moment and asked, Miss, has Ailey committed some fault? She is a traitor, Murong Yu replied coldly. A-man's expression changed. But her mother serves by the madam's side. How could she dare to act in such a manner? Miss, could there be a misunderstanding? Had it not been for the young lady's favor, A-man would have been supplanted long ago by the well-connected Ailey. There exists competition among the maids. Yet after years of working together, a bond inevitably forms. It is understandable that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. However, to kick the owner while departing is an act of sheer malice. Witnessing the young lady dismiss even Mama Fong, A-man chose to remain silent. Murong Yu composed a list, comprising individuals from her own courtyard, all of whom she knew well. From this selection, she chose 4 suitable candidates, summoning Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Ju to her presence. The 4 maids greeted the young lady in unison. All 4 held the rank of second-class maids, while A-man was first class, and Ailey was a quasi-first-class maid. Chapter 13. Adultery. Murong Yu explained the night watch duties to the 4 maids, who understood that the young lady's trust was a privilege. Who could refuse such an honor? Not only did their status reflect their qualifications for this responsibility, but the accompanying treatment also fostered an atmosphere of joy within the courtyard. The residents of the courtyard sensed Ailey's declining favor, particularly as she had been reassigned to tend to the flowers and plants. And those who harbored grievances against her eagerly seized the opportunity. Soon, Murong Yu became aware of a scandalous rumor. It appeared Ailey had developed a close rapport with Qiao, the second young lady's confidant. A-man was incensed. What troubled Murong Yu more was the subsequent revelation. Had she misheard? Ailey had connections with Qiao's brother. She recalled that in her previous life, Ailey had indeed married that very brother, but that had transpired within the confines of the Hua family estate. This is what I have witnessed. What about that which remains unseen? I never anticipated such a turn of events. Murong Yu shook her head. In her previous life, due to her reliance on her, no one dared to offend Ali. In this life, she seized the opportunity presented by Ali's absence today, due to her discomfort to send out such a signal, resulting in this serious offense against her in the courtyard. Moreover, she could never comprehend why Ali chose to align herself with Murong Yu, seeking wealth. The treatment here was undoubtedly the most favorable. Little did she expect it to be for the allure of romance. A man gritted her teeth, finding her audacity utterly outrageous. If this were to spread, the outside world would surely tarnish the young lady's reputation. Was her discomfort genuine or feigned? Murong Yu inquired once more. It is likely that she is using her alleged ailment as an excuse to sleep during the day and rendezvous with Qiao's brother at night, Murong Yu speculated. The fact that she was still consuming medicinal concoctions led one to believe her discomfort was authentic, without raising any suspicions. However, upon reflection, could it not be a contraceptive elixir? Murong Yu narrowed her eyes and instructed, "Fetch Mama Su from my mother's courtyard." A man promptly complied. Before long, Mama Su arrived. It was quite a burden to call upon Mama Su at this hour, Murong Yu remarked as she regarded her. She was the foremost attendant by her mother's side, having recently refrained from accompanying her to the Duke of Li's residence due to her own health issues. "Miss, you flatter me. I wonder what you wish to convey by summoning this old servant?" Mama Su inquired with a smile. "There is another matter I must trouble you with." "As I am not suited to handle it myself," Murong Yu finally stated. "Please, miss, go on." Murong Yu remarked, "You are acquainted with Ali from my courtyard. Someone has seen her engaging in a clandestine affair with one of the young servants from the manor." Of course, Mama Su recognized Ali, as she was the daughter of the housekeeper with whom she shared a cordial but superficial relationship, both serving in close proximity to Madame Li. Upon hearing this, Mama Su's expression darkened. Could she truly commit such an indiscretion? Chapter 14. Caught in the act. Murong Yu continued, "Although it is an act of her own doing, she is still a maid in my household. If this were to spread, my reputation would suffer, so I implore you, Mama Su, to handle this matter discreetly. Rest assured, my lady, I fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. I shall ensure that such a lowly servant does not tarnish the esteemed reputation of the young mistress." Mama Su was determined not to allow such a maid to jeopardize the standing of the young lady. Murong Yu felt reassured in trusting the matter to Mama Su. Perhaps it was the spiritual ambience from the incense at Honda Temple, Or perhaps the circumstances with Ji Qingxian were favorable. That night, Murong Yu enjoyed an unusually restful sleep. Upon rising the next morning, the matter had reached a resolution. A man, while preparing her attire, recounted the events of the previous night. When Mama Su and her companions barged in, the two were engaged in their illicit activities, quite literally caught in the act. Before dawn, they were swiftly dispatched. With not a whisper of the incident escaping, Murong Yu stated, "Let the positions in the courtyard remain as adjusted yesterday. Please assess if there are any other worthy candidates for promotion." "Understood." A man responded cheerfully, "Miss, this hairpin is exquisite. Why not wear it? There's no need for such elaborate arrangements. Simply use this jade hairpin to style my hair," Murong Yu said, before inquiring, "Could you send someone to the stable to take a look?" The maid dispatched a servant named Xuanzi to check, and reported that the canine servant had recovered quite well. In the courtyard of Murong Yu, Xiao knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably. "Enough, cease your tears," Murong Yu said, somewhat exasperated. "Miss Second, my brother only faced misfortune while trying to aid you. You must help him," Xiao cried. "Initially, that may have been the case. But whether this remains true is something you ought to inquire of your brother," Murong Yu replied, her irritation palpable. "What manner of place is the Prime Minister's residence? They rendezvous 3 or 4 times a month, as if they fear no one will catch them. The watchful eye I had placed has yet to serve its purpose, and already it has been rendered blind. I had previously instructed you to warn your brother to remain discreet, and yet, in such a short span, they have been discovered. Their frequent interactions are certainly to blame." Murong Yu's anger was evident. As for her concern, she felt none. Xiao remained by her side to serve. And with the brother's fate sealed, there was no way he could also drag his sister into the mire. "It is not solely my brother's fault. I informed him, and he stated that Ali insisted on visiting. He advised her against taking leave every month, as it would lead to trouble. But Ali claimed there was nothing amiss." At this moment, Xiao also resented Ali for her reckless behavior that endangered her brother. "Miss Second," Xiao lamented, feeling justified in her grievances, as she finally rose to her feet. "Upon reflection, this matter still seems awry," Murong Yu mused, her brow furrowed. How could Ali be discovered in such a straightforward manner? Xiao wiped away her tears and, feeling ashamed, said, "Miss, there is no need to overthink. I have inquired thoroughly, and this incident is indeed an accident. That shameless Ali, ever since she became involved with my brother, has been utterly unwilling to part from him, practically glued to his side. Moreover, she takes pride in her mother serving beside the old lady and has often treated others with disdain, which has earned her quite a poor reputation. It is only natural that someone would report her actions to Mama Su, and thus Mama Su seized this opportunity. The eldest lady must have known of this matter long before." Murmuring these thoughts, Murong Yu chose not to dwell further. Previously, Murong Yu had placed considerable trust in Ali. "Today marked the day when Brother Yuan and I had arranged to meet. Please fetch my wide-sleeved dress." After Murong Yu adorned herself, she stepped out, dismissing Murong Yu's prior words as if she had not heard them. She could not believe that Murong Yu would so easily relinquish her feelings for Hui Yuan. Unbeknownst to Murong Yu, the love letters had arrived sooner than anticipated. As the second young lady departed, the maidservant finally had her chance. Wan knelt on the ground. "You have done well. How is your mother's health?" Murong Yu inquired. "Thank you, miss, for the ginseng. My mother received timely treatment, and her high fever subsided last night," Wan replied. "That is a relief." Murong Yu responded, instructing a man to open the love letters. She was reluctant to sully her own eyes with their contents. A man, of course, obliged without hesitation. But with each letter read, her anger intensified. The second young lady truly has the audacity to betray the eldest lady in such a manner. How could she be so heartless? Amon's face flushed with indignation. The young lady and young Master Hua are recognized by both families. It would not be an exaggeration to say that young Master Hua is the young lady's fiancé. Once his period of filial piety concludes, he will surely come to propose. How could the second young lady act in such a manner? Wanner, aware of the second young lady's impending doom, felt no fear. After all, she was acting on behalf of the young lady. What is the young lady's plan? This evidence is irrefutable. How will she deal with the second young lady? Amon gritted her teeth. Murong Yu smiled lightly, saying, "Why should I deal with her? I wish to facilitate her." Amon was taken aback. Could it be that her young lady was so incensed that she had lost her senses? Murong Yu savored a sip of tea and added, "Not only do I wish to facilitate her, but I also intend for her to marry Hui Yuan with all propriety." Young lady, have you truly lost your mind? How can you still speak such nonsense? The second young lady has committed such an act, and yet you wish to facilitate her and have her marry young Master Hua with legitimacy? What will you do then? Amon still had not fully accepted that her mistress intended to sever ties with young Master Hua. After all, the young lady had been so fond of him. To feign mutual affection in public while secretly penning such love letters to Murong Yu, what kind of person is this? Amon, do you still expect me to harbor hope? Murong Yu gazed at Amon. Realizing the truth, Amon hastily shook her head. I had no such thoughts, young Master Hua. That surname Hua is unworthy of the young lady. After a pause, she continued, however, since the young lady is already aware, why still speak of facilitating the second young lady? Her actions are utterly ungrateful. Both the madam and the young lady have treated her with such kindness. They are both ungrateful wretches. Murong Yu spoke coldly. How can we allow her to marry someone else, or let Hui Yuan take another bride? It would be best to unite the two of them. Yet, this would be too advantageous for the second miss. It would fulfill her desires. A man still expressed her discontent. Fulfill her desires? How could that possibly be the case? Murong Yu scoffed. Without her marrying as a buffer, Murong Yu, a mere illegitimate daughter, would gain nothing but disadvantage for the Hua family in their current predicament. The noble title of the Hua family would culminate with Hui Yuan's generation, and they were desperately seeking a beneficial marriage alliance. In her previous life, she had been the unfortunate one chosen for such a fate. In this life, she would ensure Murong Yu smoothly wed into the family. An illegitimate daughter usurping the position of the future mistress of the marquisate would be akin to a mere trifle, and one could only imagine the disdain of the current lady of the Hua family towards her. Chapter 16. Hear me out. And then there was that cousin, who bore a striking resemblance to Murong Yu, seemingly delicate and fragile. Even in her past life, she had exerted every effort, only to pay a hefty price to eliminate her rival, allowing Murong Yu to reap the rewards. This time around, Murong Yu would have to face the challenges on her own. There would still be plenty of drama to witness, Murong Yu thought with satisfaction. A man, recognizing her mistress's keen intellect, felt a sense of relief as she observed Murong Yu's strategic prowess. Miss, how should we deal with these love letters? Today's rendezvous had left Murong Yu thoroughly pleased. Hui Yuan, unable to restrain himself, had ensnared her in his embrace before leaving, leaning down to capture her lips. An act of force that sent her heart into disarray. Yet, she managed to maintain her composure. Though her body felt weak from the kiss, she ultimately pushed him away, uttering, "Brother Yuan, please, do not do this." He only allowed her a taste of sweetness, then withheld everything else. As they parted, the unmistakable possessiveness in Hui Yuan's gaze made her resemble a startled little squirrel, hastily lowering the car curtain, which drew a chuckle from him. "Rayer, bear with it a little longer," he said to her with deep affection. Naturally, Murong Yu was pleased with his words laced with guilt, and she was unafraid of waiting. The more she waited, the deeper his remorse for her grew. Murong Yu would never be able to penetrate Hui Yuan's heart, even if she were to marry first. Ultimately, it would be herself who garnered his favor. As she passed by Xihua Street and observed the bustling activity in her rouge and powder shop, Murong Yu felt a sense of satisfaction swell within her. The notion of achieving success in both love and career was merely a reflection of this sentiment. Indeed, joy brings forth a buoyant spirit. Upon returning home and hearing the servants convey a message, she promptly made her way over without hesitation. Before she even set eyes on her, a jubilant voice reached her ears. "Elder sister, you finally wished to see me." The words were a mixture of reproach and playful affection, as if she had entirely forgotten the earlier incident when Murong Yu stumbled upon her written words. Amon, with a frosty expression, intercepted her, stating, "Miss, the eldest lady has instructed the second lady to wait here." "And where is my elder sister?" Murong Yu inquired with a smile. "The eldest lady is currently transcribing scriptures before the Buddha and has yet to finish. Then I shall wait for her inside," she replied. Did the second lady not comprehend the servant's words? Amon fixed her with a stern look. "The eldest lady has asked the second lady to wait outside." Murong Yu paused, finally turning her gaze to Amon's expression. "Are you certain my elder sister wants me to wait here? What? Does the eldest lady lack the authority to request the second lady to wait?" Amon mocked her. Murong Yu gritted her teeth internally. How dare a mere servant show her disdain? Yet, she feigned humility and replied, "I wouldn't dare." A certain possibility crossed her mind, causing her heart to skip a beat. However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. Murong Yu would never know of her visit to Hui Yuan today. All correspondence with Hui Yuan had passed through the hands of Murong Yu, and only her close maid, Chower, was privy to this matter. No one else knew, and she trusted no one. How could Murong Yu possibly be aware? It was an impossibility. Yet, when Murong Yu emerged, tossing those love letters before her, Murong Rui's complexion drained of color. Elder sister, allow me to explain. Before she could finish, Murong Yu interrupted. Is this what you spoke of, Re? Have I misunderstood? Murong Rui, feeling guilty like a thief, found her legs trembling. Elder sister, please, let me explain. It is not as you think. What do you mean it is not as I think? Murong Yu scrutinized her. Murong Rui found herself at a loss for words. Her thoughts were in disarray. She had never anticipated that Murong Yu would take the opportunity to unearth these letters in her absence. When had Murong Yu discovered them? It was precisely because of this knowledge that her demeanor had grown so cold toward her and even Murong Yu since yesterday. But who was it? Who had betrayed her? Murong Rui cast a fierce glance at Xiaoer, who, upon meeting her mistress's gaze, instinctively shook her head in fear. Murong Rui understood that Xiaoer would never betray her. I and Hui Yuan are two families acknowledged by our elders. Had it not been for his grandfather's period of filial piety, I would have long since entered into a formal engagement. Ruier, are you not aware of this? Murong Yu spoke softly. Murong Rui forced a stiff smile, elder sister. I am aware, but there has been a misunderstanding. How could I dare to compete with you for young Master Hua? Is that so? Murong Yu interrupted her. Murong Rui could only muster the courage to say, elder sister, the one young Master Hua wishes to marry has always been you. Hui Yuan and I have a verbal engagement, yet it remains merely verbal and lacks formal recognition. Murong Yu, disinterested in hearing such distasteful words, sighed, There is no need for this. If you harbor feelings for him, you need only to express it to me. Have I ever been unkind to you? Why must you conceal this from me? In doing so, what place do you leave for me? If you love Hui Yuan, simply say the word. Murong Rui was momentarily taken aback. Was it possible that Murong Yu no longer wished to marry? But how could that be? If Murong Yu did not marry, how would the Duke of Li's residence support the Hua family? Could they rely solely on the Xiang residence? Indeed, the Xiang residence is not to be underestimated. Yet our father is a man of integrity and would be the first to avoid any semblance of favoritism, never overtly assisting the Hua family. The true support for the Hua family must come from the Duke of Li's residence. Elder sister, I shall no longer contact young Master Hua. You and he are the perfect match. How could I dare to interfere? Murong Rui, adept at yielding and bending, knelt down to admit her fault. She was all too aware of the circumstances surrounding the Hua family. Without the backing of the Duke of Li's residence, relying solely on the Xiang residence would be futile. Murong Yu shook her head with a sigh and personally assisted Murong Rui to her feet. Ruier, there is no need for such distress. A forcibly twisted melon is never sweet. Since you and Hui Yuan share mutual affections, how could I, your elder sister, possibly intervene? At this moment, Murong Rui could hardly suppress her irritation at Murong Yu's perennial benevolence. You would even relinquish your fiancé. Have you lost your senses? How can these letters possibly remain in your possession? Murong Yu disapproved, asserting, it is sufficient that they stay with me. Murong Rui's complexion turned pale as she realized she had entrusted her most significant leverage to Murong Yu. Chapter 18. Hui Yuan's second miss. This is truly wonderful. The eldest miss is genuinely willing to facilitate your union with young Master Hua. Chower exclaimed joyfully. Wonderful? It is utterly disastrous. Murong Rui's expression darkened. What troubles you? Chower asked, taken aback. Murong Rui replied with a scowl. Am I not aware of my father's temperament? It will not be easy for him to assist the Hua family. Thus, they particularly require the support of the Li family. Murong Yu is the best candidate for marriage. How could I possibly wed into that family? As a mere illegitimate daughter, how could the Hua family ever consider me? Therefore, it is imperative that Murong Yu marries into their household while I focus on stabilizing Hui Yuan's affections. Once everything is settled, I shall find a way to become his concubine. After securing my position, I will gradually eliminate Murong Yu. But certainly not now, for the time is not yet ripe. Yet, here we are, with our plans exposed. Murong Yu sent a message to her mother. This engagement must be retracted. There is no point in holding on to it for the new year. However, it cannot truly be considered a retraction, as it was merely a verbal agreement without any formalities, thus allowing for a direct exchange of marriage partners. Replace the intended bride with Murong Rui. The news quickly reached the Li Guogong's residence. Lady Li, the head of the Murong family, received a letter from her natal home. Instead of being enraged, Her furrowed brow relaxed instantly. She held little regard for the idea of Ho Yuan becoming her son-in-law. However, she could not dismiss her daughter's affection, considering the esteemed status of the Ho family. Could they dare to mistreat her daughter? Had they even consulted the Murong family and the Li Guogong's residence? Little did she know that Ho Yuan had inadvertently revealed his true self, daring to dream of basking in the glory of the fair ladies. Nevertheless, Lady Li chose to remain composed, viewing this as a valuable experience for her daughter. Unbeknownst to Ho Yuan, his veil of modesty had been torn away by Murong Yu directly. After their meeting, he went to a gathering with friends. While dining at a tavern, he unexpectedly encountered Murong Jin. "Brother-in-law, you are here as well?" Murong Jin exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Ho Yuan maintained a dignified demeanor, but inquired, "I am inside with Zhou Qiguang. Would you care to join us?" Although it was Murong Yu who was betrothed to him, he found himself drawn more to the delicate, seemingly fragile Murong Rue, who appeared utterly dependent on him. It was precisely because Murong Rue loved him so intensely that he felt more at ease in her presence, revealing his true nature. During their carriage ride, he nearly succumbed to his desires. "Brother-in-law, why are you dining with Zhou Qiguang? He is far from a decent fellow," Murong Jin remarked pointedly. "What do you mean?" Ho Yuan responded, curious. "What do I mean?" Murong Jin scoffed. "Just the other day at the hunting grounds, my canine companion was nearly shot by him. I initially thought it to be a matter of great significance. Yet it turns out to be merely a servant of the canines. Shall we enter together?" "No, I have prior arrangements." Ho Yuan then addressed the attendant. "Please charge it to the account of the esteemed Murong young master." "Certainly," the attendant replied. "I am grateful to you, brother-in-law," Murong Jin said with a smile, clasping his fists in a gesture of thanks. "What did you bring?" Murong Yu, engrossed in her medical texts, did not lift her gaze. Chapter 19. If you wish to pick it up, then do so. Upon hearing the name, Murong Yu immediately discerned the identity, Ho Yuan. "Sister, you truly hit the nail on the head," Murong Jin laughed. "If you had accepted my invitation to lunch, you might have encountered brother-in-law at the tavern. Do you now regret your decision?" "Ajin, it is impossible for Ho Yuan and me. Please refrain from making such comments in the future," Murong Yu said, directing her gaze at him. Murong Jin was taken aback. Why would her sister utter such words? "Ajin, Rue has feelings for Ho Yuan," Murong Yu sighed. Murong Jin was stunned, believing she had misheard. "Sister, what did you just say?" "I discovered yesterday that there were traces of Ho Yuan in Rue's room, and she was practicing his calligraphy. However, Rue explained that it was merely an appreciation for fine handwriting, and I took it at face value. Yet, upon reflection, I felt it was inappropriate for his handwriting to reside in Rue's quarters, so I sent someone to retrieve it, only to find." Murong Yu sighed once more. "What did you find?" Murong Jin's expression grew tense. "I found that Ho Yuan had penned numerous love letters to Rue," Murong Yu said, shaking her head. Murong Jin's countenance shifted dramatically. "Ajin, I have grown up alongside Rue since childhood. I have never contested with her over her preferences, whether it be clothing or jewelry in our youth, and now I willingly yield to her regarding Hui Yuan," murmured Murong Yu softly. "How can she act so recklessly?" gasped Murong Jin in astonishment. "Do not blame Rue. Matters of the heart are beyond our control," Murong Yu replied, shaking her head. Murong Jin was infuriated, feeling as though this illegitimate daughter was rebelling against the heavens. She was about to confront Murong Rue to settle the score when Murong Yu intervened, saying, "Ajin, my cousin and I plan to open a shop together. Will you not join us?" "Sister, how can you still think of starting a business with our cousin at such a time? Your fiancé is on the verge of being taken from you," Murong Jin exclaimed, her anger boiling over. "You have always had what she desires, that is one thing, but now she dares to compete with you for the son of the Hua family. How can you allow this? Are you foolish? Let her be. I hope she finds happiness in the future," Murong Yu said, pressing her fingers to the corners of her eyes, her tone composed. Murong Jin, filled with frustration, retorted, "Sister, you are the legitimate daughter, born of the main wife. What is she? How can she presume to compare herself with you? You must not indulge her. How do the illegitimate daughters of other families live? Our family's illegitimate daughter lives more grandly than many legitimate daughters. Moreover, your relationship with the son of the Hua family is sanctioned by our elders. She seeks to overshadow you, the rightful daughter." Observing her brother's face reddening with indignation, Murong Yu could not suppress a smile. "The sensation of being cherished by my younger brother is indeed delightful, warm, and comforting. Sister, have you not been driven to madness by anger? How can you still smile?" Murong Jin inquired, unable to suppress his concern as he touched her forehead. Murong Yu replied, "If a man can be taken away, then he is not truly mine. I shall not contend for him." Murong Jin paused for a moment, for they were fraternal twins, often possessing a unique telepathic bond. He sensed that his sister had perhaps discovered something, leading her to relinquish her claim. A smile broke upon his face. "Indeed, as my sister asserts, what use is an unworthy fiancé who can be easily snatched away? Let her take the illegitimate daughter if she wishes." He clumsily redirected the conversation, hastily picking up on his sister's previous statement. "Sister, did you say you were partnering with Cousin San to open a shop?" "Yes," Murong Yu nodded. "How did you come to collaborate with Cousin San on this venture?" "Uncle and aunt will surely intervene if they find out," Murong Jin remarked. "Our shop is destined to prosper immensely," Murong Yu replied, wishing to keep him occupied rather than idling about. "If you are willing, you could assist me with errands, and I shall grant you a share of the profits." Murong Jin chuckled at his sister's words. "Sister, when did you become so miserly?" "A mere 1%, barely enough for a meal. Even if I do not give you a share, you are still obliged to help me," Murong Yu stated nonchalantly. Observing his sister's proud demeanor, Murong Jin grinned. "Very well, a share it shall be. Something is better than nothing. Acquiring my share is not a trivial matter." "You must also contribute financially," Murong Yu remarked, sipping her floral tea. "Sister, you are truly exploiting me," he retorted. Murong Jin poured himself a glass, chuckling. "I must exert effort for a mere 10% profit, and yet I must spend money as well." Murong Yu cast a sidelong glance at him. "Is it that you have run out of funds?" "Well, I find myself somewhat strapped," Murong Jin admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "Li Laoxi owes 500. Chen Laoqi owes 600 taels." Murong Jin began to tally on his fingers, and then there's Zhou Laosan and Wang Laolu, who owe at most 800 taels. Once they repay. Before he could finish, he was silenced by the piercing gaze of his sister. "Repayment is a necessity. It must be done." All right, sister, please refrain from looking at me in such a manner," Murong Jin hastily replied, eager to procure the funds. Amon sighed in relief, remarking, "When I heard the eldest master refer to that Mr. Hua as brother-in-law repeatedly, I nearly suffocated with frustration." Murong Yu let out a soft laugh, returning her attention to her medical texts. Amon leaned in, astonished. "Miss, where did you acquire such medical books? Can you comprehend them?" "I had a maid procure them for me. They seem manageable enough," Murong Yu responded. "Truly, you are the epitome of a young lady. There is nothing in this world that our esteemed eldest daughter cannot master," Amon exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Murong Yu could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia at the compliment. In this lifetime, she indeed lacked understanding of medical texts. Having never engaged with anything of the sort, such knowledge was gleaned from her previous life. In this current existence, she had only studied the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, needlework, and household management. Yet in these tumultuous times, these skills seemed of little utility. When she was initially sent to the Wangfu of the Prince of Northern Town, she was utterly unprepared to serve Ji Qingxian. Despite having experienced marriage once before, she remained untouched until her arrival at the Northern Town Wangfu as Ji Qingxuan's concubine. In the previous life, when he possessed her, his expression was one of utter surprise upon discovering that she remained a virgin. Overwhelmed with excitement, he held her tightly in his embrace, treating her like a rare and precious treasure. However, at that moment, Murong Yu was engulfed by fear, for this man wielded a lethal weapon that could claim lives. Unable to bear the situation, she wept inconsolably, and he likely found her service unsatisfactory, leading him to summon an old madam to instruct her in the matters of the bedchamber. This filled Murong Yu with an overwhelming sense of shame and rage, to the point where she wished to remove her hairpin and end her own life, thus sparing herself from such humiliation. Yet, she could not bring herself to do so. For what would become of her family if she were to perish? Chapter 21. Ji Chengxian runs a high fever therefore. She could only endure the humiliation and allow the old madam to teach her. Forsaking thoughts of her past life, Murong Yu inquired, "Have you visited that canine slave again?" When Zhuangzi came to see Ji Chengxian, he was in the midst of changing his bandages. "But the young lady sent you?" asked Lin, the guard attending to Ji Chengxian. "Indeed," Zhuangzi nodded and turned to Ji Chengxian, asking, "How is your injury?" Ji Chengxian cast his gaze downward in silence. Lin, aware that Ji Chengxian rarely spoke, remarked, "His condition is improving significantly. One would not have guessed he possessed such resilience." "That is reassuring." However, in the dead of night, Ji Chengxian once again succumbed to a high fever. Murong Yu did not sleep as soundly as the previous night. Instead, she was plagued by nightmares, not of Ji Qingxian seizing another's child, but rather of her past life wedding to Hui Yuan, which jolted her awake in terror. In this lifetime, she would never marry Hui Yuan again. Upon awakening, sleep eluded her. When the news from the stable arrived, Murong Yu was in the Buddhist hall, reciting scriptures. It was not customary to report such matters, yet with the young lady's high fever persisting, Lin Shuwei, fearing retribution from the young lady later, felt compelled to inform her. Upon hearing the news, Murong Yu's complexion paled. "Miss, put on your cloak." Aimei, who was on night watch, saw the young lady rushing out without a word and hurriedly advised her, "The autumn night is quite chilly." After donning the cloak, Murong Yu hastened to the room, only to find Ji Qingxian in a delirious state, his forehead alarmingly hot to the touch. Murong Yu exclaimed in anger, "Wasn't he fine? How could it suddenly worsen so drastically?" Lin Hui hastily replied, "He was well, but I cannot fathom how the fever returned so abruptly." Murong Yu, disregarding any reproach, instructed for water to be boiled and medicine prepared. "Miss, shall I fetch 2 blankets to keep him warm?" Aimei inquired. "One cannot cover someone with a fever." Murong Yu replied, while replacing the cold compress on Ji Qingxuan's forehead. In her previous life, she too had once suffered from a fever, and Ji Qingxian had covered her up, only to be chastised by a divine physician who declared that such actions could be fatal. Ji Qingxian had immediately slapped himself several times, adhering to the physician's instructions, and tended to her throughout the night until her fever subsided. She learned of this from Aimei later. Subsequently, while accumulating merit at the charity hall, Murong Yu applied the same method to treat several feverish children, thus becoming well-versed in the art of fever reduction. Covering Ji Qingxuan's abdomen with a blanket, she placed cold compresses on his forehead, wrists, and calves. It was not until the temperature of these compresses nearly matched his body heat that Murong Yu replaced them, repeating this process diligently. As the night deepened and approached dawn, Ji Qingxuan's high fever gradually subsided. "Miss, the fever has broken," Aimei exclaimed joyfully. She had not anticipated that the eldest young lady possessed such knowledge of fever reduction methods she had never before heard of. After such labor, Murong Yu wore a weary expression but chose not to speak further. Her gaze fell upon Ji Qingxuan's gaunt face, and a pang of sorrow swelled within her heart. Chapter 22. Nourishing pills. In this lifetime, she was aware of his injuries, thus she tended to his wounds, administered medicine, and ensured he was well fed. Yet, despite her efforts, he remained perilously close to danger. What of the previous life? How had he endured alone in that cramped stable? He must have suffered greatly, feeling utterly helpless. She could hardly recall a dog slave. But it was Murong Yu who reminded her of the origins of the Northern Town King and the trials he had faced in the Prime Minister's residence. With clarity, Murong Yu began to form a memory, recalling that indeed, there was such a dog slave by Murong Jin's side. At that time, the Northern Town King already bore the fearsome title of a merciless demon, known for his brutality and bloodshed. Thus, when she was sent to serve as his concubine, her heart was filled with dread. Yet, despite his cruel treatment behind closed doors that often left her in tears, outside, who dared to show her a disapproving glance? Despite having endured such hardships at her ministerial residence, he resolutely forbade anyone from mistreating her in the slightest. Ji Qingxian originally believed he would not survive. Yet in the depths of slumber, he heard a woman weeping. Possessing an exceptional memory, he recalled the voice belonged to the esteemed lady of the Murong family, a celestial beauty. What could possibly cause her to weep? Who could bring tears to such a noble woman? As these thoughts lingered, he heard a soft, sorrowful plea laced with tears. "Ji Qingxian, could you please awaken?" Days swiftly passed. After a period of recuperation, Ji Qingxuan's injuries had significantly improved. The wounds began to heal and scab over, prompting his relocation to a single accommodation arranged for him. Xuanzi, who had escorted him, observed the taciturn canine slave, finding him utterly inscrutable. If it were anyone else receiving such regard from the lady, they would surely be overjoyed, yet his face bore no expression, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. "Take good care of yourself. The kitchen will deliver meals to you regularly. With the lady by your side, no one will dare look down upon you," Xuanzi remarked before departing. Left alone in the dimly lit room, Ji Qingxian surveyed his new surroundings with a vigilant gaze, ensuring no threats lingered before finally succumbing to slumber and silence. In recent days, Murong Yu had been exceptionally busy, tirelessly crafting medicinal pills. A man diligently collected each box of pills, pondering the remarkable efficacy of these nourishing elixirs. Where had the lady acquired such knowledge? The servant was left in wonderment. The scar-removing Yuyong ointment and the various blush powders were entrusted to cousin Li Mu for handling. However, Murong Yu did not recall the nourishing pills at that moment, and thus decided to keep the recipe to herself for crafting the pills. The nourishing pills possess the remarkable ability to consolidate the foundation and enhance vitality, making them an excellent health supplement, especially for the elderly. Days passed, and a considerable stock had been accumulated. A man was perplexed, wondering how her young mistress had suddenly acquired the skill to produce pills. Take these 2 boxes to that dog-like servant, Murong Yu instructed. He should consume 2 pills daily. Given his frail constitution, a man hesitated, feeling reluctant. Mistress, the ingredients for these nourishing pills are so precious. Isn't it a waste to give them to him? Proceed as instructed, Murong Yu replied, then added, also, send a few boxes to my grandmother. After these days, her health should have improved, and she should take 1 pill daily, swallowing it with warm water. A man quickly interjected, Mistress, these nourishing pills haven't been examined by the imperial physician yet. Can the old lady consume them? Why not? With these nourishing pills, my grandmother's health will undoubtedly improve, Murong Yu confidently asserted. In her previous life, the most popular items in the shop were the Yuyong ointment and the nourishing pills, frequently selling out. Are these nourishing pills truly so effective? A man pondered, still unsure when her mistress had mastered such skills. Oh, and the Yuyong ointment that the mistress instructed her to send to Princess Anyang. There had been no news from the princess in recent days. News is expected to arrive in the next few days. Murong Yu is entirely unconcerned, whether it is the Yurong ointment or the Yangrong pills. Both are prescriptions penned by a renowned physician. The esteemed healer has promised that if she becomes his apprentice, he will not only teach her the ointment and pills, but also numerous other secret remedies. Murong Yu finds the study of medicine immensely practical, far more useful than the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting she had previously pursued, and thus desires to become his disciple. However, Ji Chengxian vehemently opposes her ambition, arguing that the study of medicine would consume too much of their time together, something he cannot abide. Nevertheless, Murong Yu discreetly and earnestly paid her respects to the physician, bowing her head and offering tea, which delighted him greatly. In addition, to ensure her health is restored, he has diligently scoured ancient medical texts and traveled to various locales in search of effective remedies. At this moment, she wonders where her venerable master might be. She finds herself missing her mischievous old mentor. She has also sent 2 prescriptions for the Yangrong pills to her third cousin. Murong Yu instructed him to ensure that the task is handled with utmost care, emphasizing that the prescriptions differ between genders. The servant understands, a man replied dutifully. While she dismissed the external applications, these were medicinal pills specifically designed for the esteemed elite, prompting Li Mu to personally visit his cousin to inquire about them. Should we take the prescription for the Yangrong pills to the Imperial Hospital's chief physician? Li Mu asked. If you are concerned, you may present it to Chief Qin for his review. His medical expertise is unparalleled, and his character is above reproach, Murong Yu replied, not surprised by her cousin's visit. Li Mu sighed with relief. Very well. I shall seek out Chief Qin for his opinion. Go find Master Qin and say that these 2 prescriptions were an unexpected acquisition of yours. If there is merit in them, let the Li Guogong mansion take the credit, murmured Murong Yu. Li Mu was taken aback. Merit? However, he did not hesitate for long before seeking out Master Qin. As the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, Qin was momentarily stunned upon seeing the 2 prescriptions. His expression shifted as he scrutinized Li Mu, inquiring, Young Li, from whom did you obtain these prescriptions? I procured them at a great cost from some individuals in the Jianghu. I specifically came to see Master Qin to ascertain their efficacy and whether I had been deceived. Li Mu replied, choosing not to divulge the truth, smiling instead. These 2 prescriptions are indeed excellent. Qin regarded him intently. And from whom did you acquire them? I do not know. They were presented as repayment of a debt at the gambling house, and the individual is now untraceable, Li Mu responded. Observing the seriousness in the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, he felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that his cousin's prescriptions had significant origins? This prescription for Yangrong pills is suitable for the Emperor, and the formula for the Yangrong pills in this one is also appropriate for Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. Master Qin remarked, stroking his beard. Li Mu stood there, stupefied. What kind of origins did his cousin's prescriptions possess? They could be used for both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager? Young Li, will you not claim this merit? Master Qin smiled. Recalling his cousin's words, Li Mu laughed. Master Qin, you jest. This is merely an unexpected acquisition of mine, and I intended to use it for profit. As you know, I have no other pursuits. I am neither accomplished in the arts nor in martial affairs. I simply enjoy making money. You rascal. Master Qin laughed heartily. The esteemed Qin Jinyuan shared a profound bond with Li Mu's late grandfather, the venerable Duke of the State, having once fought side by side on the battlefield. Naturally, he regarded the younger generation of the Li family as his own kin, thus comprehending Li Mu's character quite well. Grandfather Qin, might it be possible? Li Mu began to articulate his intentions. While these two prescriptions were indeed suitable for the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, he also aspired to concoct the medicine for sale in his own shop, ensuring that his financial pursuits would not be hindered. Though he expressed it in such a manner, Qin Jingyuan was well aware that this posed no issue. Upon presenting the prescriptions to the palace, the Emperor expressed no objections. Rather, he rewarded the Li family and publicly commended the Duke for his exemplary upbringing of his son. The Duke was momentarily taken aback. Your servant is overwhelmed. He immediately knelt, fearing that some misdeed had been committed by an unfilial child. With a smile, Qin Jingyuan reassured his nephew, rise. For your third son has presented 2 prescriptions, which I have reviewed. Both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager may benefit greatly from them. Consider it a commendable achievement. The Duke finally comprehended the situation, unsure of what remarkable prescriptions his seemingly inept son had delivered, but knowing that receiving praise from Qin Jingyuan, his esteemed uncle, could only signify their worth. He promptly expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Upon returning to the Duke's residence, the imperial gifts bestowed by the Emperor had also arrived. My lord, quickly see how it is that the Emperor has graciously bestowed such treasures upon us. Have the eldest and second sons achieved any notable feats lately? Lady Li urged. Meanwhile, Madame Murong, of the Li family, furrowed her brow and remarked, no merit, no reward. It is not without merit. That rascal of a third son has indeed accomplished something. The Duke chuckled. Madame Li was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, Moore? What merits could he possibly have? Hasn't he caused any trouble, has he? Lady Li also glanced towards her elder brother. The Duke of Li briefly recounted the situation to his wife and sister before summoning his third son. Lady Li, occupied with attending to her elderly mother, did not come over. Is this nourishing pill what you presented to the Emperor and Empress? The Duke of Li inquired, inspecting a pill that emitted a medicinal aroma, pleasantly fragrant. Indeed, did the Emperor not commend my father? Li Mu replied with a smile. From where did you acquire this recipe? The Duke of Li scrutinized him. Precisely. Where did you obtain such a formula? Surely, it cannot have any adverse effects? Lady Li interjected hastily. There are certainly no side effects. Otherwise, how could Grandpa Qin have administered it to the Emperor and Empress? Li Mu asserted, revealing that the recipe was provided by his cousin Yue. Yue? The Duke of Li responded promptly. Indeed, my cousin, Li Mu nodded. How did Yue come by such a recipe? Lady Li inquired, perplexed. I am uncertain, but my cousin mentioned that if Dean Qin deemed this formula suitable for the Emperor, I should take the credit, Li Mu explained. Chapter 25. Concubine Shui. The Duke of Li and Lady Li exchanged astonished glances. Their niece could indeed have allowed Murong Yu, her father, to take the credit. Yet it was unexpected that she had attributed the merit to the Duke's household. Lady Li approached her sister-in-law to share this revelation. Lady Li was equally astonished, realizing that the nourishing pill had originated from her daughter's hands. When had her daughter acquired such a recipe? Such a proposal ought to be presented to the Empress Dowager by the Prime Minister, as Lady Li remarked. It is of little consequence. Han and you require momentum now, and presenting it to the Prime Minister's residence would merely be a flourish, while offering it to the Li Duke's estate would be of substantial benefit to both Han and you. Lady Li maintained a broad perspective, knowing that with the Li Duke's estate backing them, her daughter would not suffer losses. If time permits, you must also disseminate a message stating that the engagement between you and the young heir of the He family is hereby annulled. Lady Li was already aware of the young heir's intention to bask in the glory of the fair maidens, and she snorted disdainfully. This is only natural, Lady Li nodded, intending to observe her daughter's attitude first, to see if she has truly given up hope. Naturally, Murong Yu was unaware of these matters. Yet she had faith that her mother and the Li Duke's estate would advocate for her. Furthermore, she had received a letter from her cousin, which recounted the day's events in detail. Upon hearing that the Emperor had rewarded the Li Duke's estate, Murong Yu's expression remained largely unchanged. The Tianqing dynasty is on the verge of collapse. Concubine Shui existed in the estate like a transparent figure, exceedingly compliant and unambitious. What is concubine Shui up to? Murong Yu observed her. The prostrated concubine Shui said, Miss, I did not anticipate that Ruer would commit such an act. I truly feel unworthy before you and beg for your punishment. Concubine Shui, I knew you would bring this matter up. But you are well aware of how I have treated Ruer since childhood. If Ruer has taken a liking to the young Master Hua, why would I contend with her? Let us not dwell further on this matter, Murong Yu replied, shaking her head, until Aunt Shui directly knelt and admitted her fault, without even a hint of defense. She only then came to a startling realization. Murong Yu was not innately gifted in the art of deception, able to fool everyone around her. Rather, it was Aunt Shui, her guiding presence, who provided her with wisdom from the shadows. This seemingly unremarkable Aunt Shui was in fact the mastermind behind Murong Yu's cunning. After all, how could a woman devoid of guile give birth to such an exceptional daughter as Murong Yu? Surely, the mother must possess some merit. However, the household remained tranquil until its downfall. Thus no one perceived Aunt Shui's profound depths. Had it not been for the current turmoil, Murong Yu would never have suspected that Aunt Shui was the one providing guidance and strategy for Murong Yu. Truly, she had been exceedingly discreet. Chapter 26. Has he taken her? Murong Yu, with a face full of disapproval, declared, if Aunt Shui intends to punish her, I absolutely cannot consent. What is a mere man, after all? It is not a matter of great consequence. I would yield, but Aunt, you must not blame Ruer. She has suffered enough these past few days. Aunt Shui's lips twitched, and she could not help but raise her gaze towards the young lady. She could not discern whether this young lady spoke with sincerity or deceit. What did she mean by a mere man? That was, after all, your betrothed. Murong Yu insisted that Murong Yu was not born with the talent for performance, but had inherited it from her mother. Aunt Shui then offered her apologies once more, meekly adding, my lady, those letters. I shall keep them safe for Ruer. Such correspondence should not remain in the hands of a young girl. Murong Yu regarded her thoughtfully. Aunt Shui dared not speak further, and simply remarked that she would not disturb the young lady's rest before withdrawing. Murong Yu had already received the news and was waiting in the courtyard. Upon seeing her aunt, she hurriedly approached. Mother. Noticing the injury on her mother's forehead, she exclaimed, Aunt, what happened? Murong Yu was well aware of the fear that lingered, and she quickly followed her into the room, where she learned from the maid that her mother had bowed before Murong Yu. Mother, you must have knocked your head too hard. Murong Yu chided while applying medicine, privately addressing her as mother rather than aunt. If you hadn't bowed so forcefully, how could we explain it to them over there? Aunt Shui, unable to restrain herself, pinched her lightly. How could you be so careless? Such matters should not be exposed. Do you know how frantic your mother was upon hearing the news? Murong Yu cried out in pain. This time it was indeed my oversight. I never anticipated that she would seize the opportunity to send someone to search the house while I was away. Search the house? Aunt Shui narrowed her eyes. Murong Yu was uncertain whether Murong Yu's actions were deliberate or accidental, so she briefly recounted the incident regarding the handwriting. How have I instructed you in the past? Aunt Shui's expression soured. Such things should remain known only to Qiaoer. I have warned you before. How could you allow her to catch you in the act of imitating handwriting? It is no wonder she grew suspicious. Murong Yu reiterated her account. Aunt Shui's eyes narrowed further. The young lady is quite formidable. I never realized it before. Murong Yu paused, contemplating whether her mother suggested that this incident was not merely a coincidence. Shui Yinyang could not help but poke her daughter's forehead, exclaiming, How can you be so naive? Accidents? Where do so many accidents come from? Murong Yu's expression shifted. Does this imply that Murong Yu was already aware that Ali was someone close to her? If she had known all along, why hadn't she exposed me sooner? Murong Yu gritted her teeth and said, Let us not dwell on these trivial matters. Shui Yinyang, lacking patience, retorted, Speak honestly to your mother. What is the nature of your relationship with young Master Hua? Murong Yu's face flushed. Shui Yinyang scrutinized her daughter. Could it be that he has taken advantage of you? There is nothing of the sort. Murong Yu hurriedly shook her head. Mother, am I really that foolish? That is good to hear. Shui Yinyang finally sighed in relief. If you were to be taken by young Master Hua now, you would be finished. Murong Yu was still a young maiden, her cheeks aflame. Mother, I truly haven tea. It's just letting him have a taste of sweetness. Being a wife is inferior to being a concubine. A concubine is inferior to a courtesan, and a courtesan is inferior to a thief. while a thief is inferior to one who cannot be stolen. Shui Yinyang was pleased. For men, the most lethal aspect is to be able to see but not possess. Murong Yu wholeheartedly agreed. In the past few days, when sneaking away with Hui Yuan, their time together in the carriage was naturally filled with intimacy. She allowed Hui Yuan to do as he pleased, yet always refrained at the critical moment. This left Hui Yuan in a state of frustration, as several times he attempted to seize her against her will, only to have her cry out in fear, claiming she was scared he would abandon her. Hui Yuan dared not proceed further, instead opting to soothe her, sighing, "You have truly captivated me, you little tormentor." Shui Yinyang gazed at her daughter, whose heart was aflutter with budding emotions. "Have you spoken to him about a formal betrothal? I would rather not bring this up with him just yet." Murong Yu replied, pursing her lips. "Hui Yuan has affections for me, and I have indeed captured a place in his heart. However, it is Murong Yu who is bound to him by contract. She is the legitimate daughter. Moreover, the alliance with the Duke of Li's household greatly benefits his prospects. It is she who ought to marry him, not I." Murong Yu was unwilling to become a pawn in this game. "Mother, what am I to do now? Am I truly meant to marry him? I suspect the eldest lady is genuinely reluctant to wed. Therefore, it must be you who goes forth," Shui Yinyang remarked. "How can that be? If I marry him now, won't Madame Hui devour me alive? And as for the lady, she knows I have usurped Murong Yu's engagement. Do I still dare to hope for a splendid marriage?" Murong Yu's complexion turned pale. Shui Yinyang too was troubled. Why not have a heartfelt conversation with young Master Hua? Encourage him to sincerely apologize and soften his stance towards Murong Yu. Very well. Murong Yu gritted her teeth in agreement. It was imperative that Hui Yuan approach Murong Yu with humility. The timing for her own marriage was decidedly unpropitious. The mother and daughter schemed, but Murong Yu held no interest in their machinations. That evening, she enjoyed a restful sleep. The following day, Princess Anyang of the Chung Wangfu came to pay a visit. Princess Anyang was a vision of unparalleled grace, exuding an innate nobility. It was said that in the capital, there existed two illustrious ladies. One was Murong Yu, the esteemed daughter of the Prime Minister, and the other was Princess Anyang of the Chung Wangfu. The two were the dearest of confidants. Murong Yu led her into the courtyard and instructed Amon to prepare some refreshments. Turning to Anyang, she exclaimed, "Anyang, it has been far too long." Princess Anyang surveyed her with astonishment and remarked, "Pray tell, have you not been possessed by some unclean spirit? What do you mean by long time no see? We met merely 7 days ago. Is it not permissible for me to feel as though a day apart is akin to a separation of 3 autumns?" Murong Yu cast her a sidelong glance, then embraced her, saying, "My beautiful Chu. The Chu surname is indeed imperial, and the Chungwang residence is a veritable bastion of royal lineage." Princess Anyang allowed the embrace, then smiled at her with a hint of playful reproach before the celestial Murong. "Who dares to claim the title of beauty? May I inquire, Murong, does one so exquisite as yourself not find oneself utterly captivated by one's own reflection each day?" Chapter 28. Not a suitable match. Murong Yu found herself in a state of amused disbelief. If she were to liken herself to a magnificent peony, then Anyang would undoubtedly be a resplendent red rose, strikingly beautiful, yet possessing a thorny edge. Both women were breathtakingly beautiful, but many a beauty remains blissfully unaware of her own allure. Princess Anyang believed her dear friend to be unparalleled, possessing a beauty that was simply beyond reproach, the kind that invokes an irresistible urge to cradle her gently in one's hands and cherish her. Yet, her friend was neither feeble nor delicate. Rather, she inspired a longing to present the world's finest offerings at her feet, all to elicit a smile from the enchanting beauty. Such was the charm of Miss Murong. To see a celestial being such as Murong wed to that fellow, Hui Yuan, seemed a grievous injustice. It was as though a heavenly being had descended to tread upon a pile of dung. Princess Anyang took a seat and spoke candidly. Murong Yu, pouring her tea, could not help but chuckle. Anyang had always held Hui Yuan in disdain, and though she was fond of her friend, her opinions were unchangeable. Matters of the heart are such that the one involved is often bewildered while the observer sees clearly. Is he truly so devoid of merit, given your disdain for him? Murong Yu gestured for her to sip her tea and chuckled. Anyang lifted her floral tea. "I am not jesting. Hui Yuan is clearly a flirtatious and capricious individual. Such a person is unworthy of marriage. If Hui Yuan is unsuitable for matrimony, then can someone like Su Hai be deemed a worthy match?" Murong Yu inquired. Su Chang'an has already inherited the title of Earl and is known as Su Hao, and Yang's former husband from her past life. Naturally, if one must marry, it ought to be someone of Su Chang'an's caliber, and Yang raised an eyebrow. Observing her friend's exuberance, Murong Yu felt a twinge of nostalgia. In truth, Su Chang'an genuinely cared for Yang, did he not? After their divorce in her previous life, it seemed he never remarried. Yet, subjected to Yang's jibes, who was he now pining for? Had he not left her so utterly disappointed during their marriage, perhaps they would not have arrived at such an impasse. And Yang held no regrets regarding their separation, nor did she harbor any lingering affection. Such is her nature. When in love, she invests wholeheartedly, but when that love wanes, she withdraws without hesitation, leaving no trace. Murong Yu sighed softly. What troubles you? Do you still deem him inadequate? And Yang laughed. Murong Yu, wishing to spare her from repeating the mistakes of her past life, spoke candidly. And Yang, both of us have chosen poorly, whether it be Hui Yuan or Su Chang'an. Neither is a suitable match. In her previous life, and Yang had divorced shortly after marrying, for it was then that she discovered her widowed mother-in-law, long in mourning, was indeed quite unwell, unable to bear her son's affection towards his wife. She sought every possible means to arrange a concubine for her son, and her two sisters-in-law were equally unscrupulous. However, the true catalyst for the separation between Yang and her husband was the tragic loss of her child, pushed away by her sister-in-law, while her husband stood by in defense of the latter. Merely 3 days after their divorce, a marshal general, who had harbored feelings for her over many years, came to propose. Yet, Yang was reluctant to remarry. The general employed every conceivable connection, exerting immense effort, until he finally won her heart. This time, Yang did not err in her choice of spouse and found herself enveloped in genuine happiness. These events were recounted by Yang during her visit to the Huahou residence, at a time when her companion was nearly rendered a shell of her former self, oblivious to the machinations surrounding her. Upon learning of her circumstances, Yang felt compelled to encourage her to seek a divorce. However, by then, the Murong household had already fallen into disarray, and the Li Duke's family was entirely absent, leaving her with no standing to demand a divorce. Moreover, she had hoped to enlist the aid of Hui Yuan to rescue her family, for he was adept at navigating the court's intrigues and held the favor of the new emperor. Ultimately, she was treated as a mere object and given to Ji Chengxian. Understanding her temperament, Yang went to great lengths to send her a letter, urging her to persevere, for only by living could there be hope. This was driven by a fear that her friend might contemplate ending her own life. In this cycle of rebirth, Hui Yuan was undoubtedly struck out, and Yang wished to spare her friend from enduring the same suffering she had faced in her previous life. After marrying Su Chang'an, Yang had lost 2 children, leaving her with severe repercussions. Their bond, forged through both lives, made it impossible for Murong Yu to allow Yang to traverse the same tribulations of the past once more. Upon hearing her dismiss Su Chang'an as an unsuitable match, Yang felt it was one thing, but to hear her declare that Hui Yuan was unworthy of her Murong Tianxian was truly astonishing. Murong Yu had long entertained the notion that Su Chang'an was not a fitting partner for her beloved Chu Dami. Yet, to discover that she also deemed Hui Yuan unworthy was indeed a revelation. Murong Yu's affections for Hui Yuan were well known to her, as a blossoming maiden. Even the most reserved would confide their unplaceable feelings to a close confidant. Yang was the chosen recipient of Murong Yu's heartfelt disclosures. Yang, I had a dream. Murong Yu murmured softly, her gaze lowered. A dream? Yang regarded her, awaiting further elaboration. In the dream, we both achieved our wishes and married our desired partners. Murong Yu said, pursing her lips. Yet ultimately, whether it was I or you, Yang, we both met with failure. Yang was taken aback. It's merely a dream. Have you ever encountered a dream that unfolded exactly as in reality? Murong Yu inquired, fixing her gaze upon Yang. Does the young lady know of the second young lady's affairs? Was it a vision in the dream? Amon, who had been attentively standing by, interjected. Indeed. Otherwise, how would I know of Murong Rui's correspondence with Hui Yuan? Their actions were so clandestine, Murong Yu replied, no longer concealing her thoughts. Murong Rui, your family's illegitimate daughter, is involved with Hui Yuan. Anyang's expression turned grave. In my dream, she ultimately became the wife of a marquis. While I was left as the sacrificial pawn, Murong Yu revealed to her dear friend, speaking slowly. Initially, I found it absurd, but upon waking, I enlisted the help of Wanner, who desperately needed ginseng to survive, to investigate. The outcome confirmed what I had foreseen. In her past life, Wana remained utterly loyal to Murong Yu, never once betraying her. This unwavering loyalty stemmed from the moment Murong Yu sought her assistance in borrowing ginseng to save Wana's ailing mother, with whom she shared an inseparable bond. It was only after the fact that Wana learned of this and chose not to take the ginseng, nor did she summon Wana, a mere maid, for a meeting. Naturally, such kindness was owed to Murong Yu. In this lifetime, Wana has become her eyes and ears embedded within Murong Yu's circle, fiercely loyal due to the life-saving grace she owes to her mother. I remarked, "How could you know that Wana's mother was ill? She is not from our side." Even the maidservants are unaware. Man suddenly grasped the situation. Chapter 30. Late affection is worth less than weeds. Murong Yu disregarded these matters, focusing solely on Yang. I cannot fathom how I dreamt such a dream, yet everything within it has come to fruition. The two of them have been secretly communicating behind my back for quite some time. These hypocrites who play both sides. It is one thing to be oblivious, but now that I am aware, I would have to be insane to marry him. There is no longer any possibility between us. A chill ran down Yang's spine as she replied, "Your dream is quite mysterious. Not only does it pertain to me, but it also involves you. I must share this with you." Murong Yu fixed her gaze upon her. "Speak, Yu." Although Yang felt a shiver, her expression grew serious. She could tell that Murong Yu was not jesting, nor was she the type to make light of such matters. Su Chang'an is indeed a good person, and he harbors feelings for you. I do not dispute either of these facts. Murong Yu regarded her and said, "However, he is indecisive and lacks conviction." And Yang, do you believe that someone with such a disposition can navigate the complexities between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? He does not understand. He merely advises you to be magnanimous, urging you to consider the hardships faced by his mother throughout her life, and to treat her with filial piety. You have indeed been dutiful, yet you cannot withstand the distorted mindset of his mother. A distorted mindset? And Yang paused in contemplation. Indeed. Murong Yu nodded. His mother cannot bear to see you harmonizing with Su Chang'an and thus seeks to interject others into his life. And Yang furrowed her brow. How could this be possible? Would the Earl's household dare to offend my Prince Cheng's residence? And what of your maternal family's Duke Li's estate? In my dreams, both the Duke Li's estate and the Murong Manor have ceased to exist, and the Prince Cheng's residence has been demoted to the status of Duke Chu's, now a mere title without any true authority. Murong Yu spoke candidly. The existence of Duke Chu's is merely a facade, a ploy by the new emperor to showcase benevolence, while everything else has been stripped away. And Yang stood in shock. How could this be? A man's complexion also turned pale. The Murong Manor and the Duke Li's estate have vanished? I do not recall the reasons in my dreams. Yet it has become an established fate. Murong Yu sighed. As for the impending downfall of the Tianqing dynasty, she dared not speak of it. Such topics are fraught with taboo. And Yang found herself at a loss, unable to fathom how the currently flourishing Duke Li's estate and her own rising Prince Cheng's residence could possibly decline. It is precisely because Duke Chu's is of no substantial use that the old crone dares to treat you with such disdain, Murong Yu scoffed. Yet you have endured. What truly led you to coldly resolve to part ways with Su Chang'an was the tragic loss of the second child you had so painstakingly conceived, taken away by his sister Su Rui, while Su Chang'an still shielded her, claiming it was unintentional. In your dreams, have I and Su Chang'an parted ways? The incredulous expression on Anyang's radiant face speaks volumes. Indeed, Anyang finds this utterly astonishing. I understand that such a reality seems absurd. However, Anyang, you must contemplate your relationship with Su Chang'an seriously. Murong Yu remarked, part of my vision has already come to fruition. Anyang's countenance reflected a hint of melancholy, as she pondered whether Murong Yu's dream might have allowed her to glimpse some celestial truths. Little did she anticipate that her relationship with Su Chang'an would culminate in separation. How profoundly disappointing must it have been for her to reach such an outcome. After his divorce from you, he is not remarried. I ask if you have anything to convey. Murong Yu replied, you once said that belated affection is more worthless than grass. Chapter 31. Sweetness after bitterness. Anyang slumped onto the table, for indeed, these were words she would utter. Murong Yu was not surprised by this reaction. She would have fared no better in similar circumstances. Both had pursued a lifetime of happiness, only to find the outcome starkly contrary. In truth, compared to her own fate of being offered to Ji Chengxian as a concubine by Hui Yuan, Anyang's separation from Su Chang'an could be deemed fortunate, as she still retained her dignity. In her previous life, although Anyang endured numerous trials, she ultimately experienced sweetness following hardship. Conversely, she had irrevocably damaged her health, sacrificing herself to bear a child for Ji Qingxian, consuming potions that obscured her from the light of day. Originally, Anyang intended to discuss the matter of the Yuyong ointment today, but after this incident, she found herself lacking any interest. It was only when Murong Yu shifted the topic that Anyang finally remarked, "Yes, the Yuyong ointment is indeed quite effective." Murong Yu instructed a man to fetch some rouge and powder, stating that just half a box of Yuru cream would suffice for the scar on her elbow, and that a man should also give the cosmetics a try. In her childhood, Anyang had climbed trees out of sheer playfulness. This incident was unknown to outsiders. Yet Murong Yu had been there, waiting beneath the tree, witnessing her fall. Surprisingly, Anyang did not cry after the tumble. But Murong Yu was so startled that she covered her face and wept. Of course, these were merely reminiscences of their youth. In this lifetime, with Yuru cream having made its early appearance, how could she refrain from sending some to Anyang? Anyang's spirits lifted a bit. "I cannot allow you to spend without reason. How much is a box of Yuru cream? I shan't take yours, but I intend to sell it for 50 taels of silver." Murong Yu chuckled. "You plan to sell it?" Anyang exclaimed in surprise. "What do you mean?" "I made it myself." Murong Yu was candid. "You made it yourself? How did you learn to do this?" "I learned in a dream," Murong Yu replied. Anyang was taken aback. A man, standing nearby, suddenly understood. "I knew it. Miss, how did you suddenly become adept at making Yuru cream and all these various cosmetics? I have never seen you engage in such activities before, which left me quite worried." A man finally expressed her true feelings. "Were you concerned that your mistress had been possessed by something unclean?" Murong Yu asked, amused by her reaction. "Not quite." A man shook her head. "I can still recognize that you are indeed my mistress, not someone else. However, you are different from before, though I cannot pinpoint how. There is no difference. Merely a dream that evoked a sense of melancholy." Murong Yu let out a sigh, and Yang then asked, Did you truly create all of this yourself?" "My cousin and I are in the process of opening a rouge and powder shop," she replied. Murong Yu nodded and said, "You have tried this jade cream. Now, take a look at these blushes." And Yang picked up the blushes, and upon opening them, a delightful fragrance wafted forth. Examining the texture, Yang was pleasantly surprised. The blush was a rich hue, fragrant, and reminiscent of peach blossoms. Indeed, a rare and superior quality. Murong Yu smiled. Naturally, Yang wished to try it as well. And upon doing so, she was exceedingly pleased. How much do you intend to sell this blush for?" "In a box, it will be 5 taels of silver." Murong Yu replied. "That is not expensive at all," and Yang remarked. "I have used quite a bit of jade cream myself, yet the results were minimal, far inferior to yours. The blush available outside at this price point cannot compare. Since I, Chu Mei, am so satisfied, I shall take all the blush and powder you have in the future." Murong Yu chuckled lightly, and Yang raised an eyebrow. "That is your promise, is it? I shall hold you to it. The shop will be located on Xihua Street. Whenever you need it, just send Qing'er to handle it," Murong Yu said. Then recalled something and whispered, "Find an opportunity to replace Sang Shun by your side." And Yang was momentarily taken aback. Sang Shun and Qing'er were both her capable maidservants. Today, Sang Shun had not accompanied her, leaving only Qing'er by her side. A man whispered urgently, "Princess, you should heed my young lady's advice. She just replaced the treacherous A. Li in the courtyard. In Anyang, Ali is known primarily due to her close relationship with Murong Yu, which naturally extends to the recognition of the maidservants around her. It is understood that you must have encountered the matter of the treacherous lord in her dreams. Hence, Anyang said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The thought of how her future with Su Chang'an might unfold truly fills her with sorrow. A man interjected, "Miss, there is also Ali's brother, Chen Hong. Indeed, the situation regarding Ali has nearly reached a boiling point. Those with wit should discern my intentions by now." Murong Yu suggested, "Inquire with a maid from the outer courtyard named Xiao Wan, and ascertain whether she willingly associated with Chen Hong or was coerced by him." A man paused, her expression darkening. "This servant shall go at once." Mama Fong, being a confidant of the lady, would undoubtedly face repercussions for her daughter's actions that nearly tarnished the young lady's reputation. Now, as a man approached with her inquiry, the maid Xiao Wan grasped the underlying implications. It seemed the young lady intended to uproot Mama Fong's entire family. No longer concealing her distress, Xiaowan tearfully recounted an incident from half a year prior. On a day when she was off duty, Chenhong had come to deliver some pastries. And as the others were occupied, she allowed him to enter the side room without much thought. However, once inside, he forcefully restrained her upon the bed. Being but a mere woman, she found herself unable to resist the brute strength of Chenhong. Wiping her tears, Xiaowan lamented, "Since that day, he has repeatedly taken advantage of my rest time to come here and torment me. At times, when he is off duty, he even summons me to his quarters. Are you certain this is not a mutual affection between you two?" A man's expression darkened considerably upon hearing this. Chapter 33. The pest. As the topic turned to sorrow, Xiaowan was truly engulfed by grief, evoking deep sympathy from onlookers. Yet, the reality was quite different. Xiaowan observed the promising future of Chenhong's family of four. His mother served alongside the lady of the house. His father was the steward of an estate. His sister resided in the courtyard of the young lady. And he himself assisted in the kitchen, where he often reaped substantial benefits. It was no wonder he had become quite plump. Thus, he deliberately sought to seduce Chenhong. Chenhong, presented with such an opportunity, adopted the mentality of seizing the moment, and 6 months prior, had been lured into Xiaowan's quarters for tea, where, through her subtle coaxing, a significant bond was formed. Their relationship persisted thereafter. However, Xiaowan indeed aspired to elevate her status through her pregnancy, while Chenhong had no intention of marrying her. Other claims may have been fabricated, but the fact that she bore him 2 children was indisputable. Chenhong merely wished to indulge in her without commitment. As the old adage goes, birds of a feather flock together, but when calamity strikes, they scatter. They were not even truly a couple, and given that Chenhong had no desire to wed her, with the young lady now intent on dealing with their family, she could not afford to be implicated. Murong Yu remarked, "She is quite perceptive. She has discerned her intentions, hence providing the most advantageous leverage." Naturally, she would not hold back. Previously, the affair involving Ali and Xiao Er's brother was handled discreetly, as Ali was part of her household. This time, however, the circumstances are different. Moreover, it is essential to eliminate the entire Fong family. There is no room for leniency. Therefore, Murong Yu resolved to set an example, employing a harsh measure to deter others. Chenhong was bound tightly, with a cloth stuffed in his mouth, listening with barely contained rage as a small bull recounted, under the scrutiny of many eyes, the tragic tale of how he had forced himself upon her 6 months prior, resulting in the loss of 2 children. The occurrence of such a scandal within the Murong residence was utterly unexpected. Murong Yu remarked coldly, "Miss, I too could never have imagined that there existed such a treacherous servant in our Murong household." Su Mama, who had a poor relationship with Mama Fong, immediately stepped forward to add her voice. Mama Fong was not well liked within the household, and once the first dissenting voice was raised, others quickly followed suit. It wasn't long before a cacophony of denunciations ensued. Even the misconduct of Mama Fong's husband, Chun Guanshi, who had been sent outside to manage the estate, was brought to light. "Is there such a thing?" Murong Yu squinted. "Miss, you may send someone to thoroughly investigate the matter concerning Chun Guanshi. If there is even a hint of falsehood in what I have said, I am willing to accept any punishment." Su Mama's husband, Manager Hu, declared boldly, "I had initially thought that since Mama Fong had served my mother for many years, some leniency would be warranted. Although Ali and Chenhong had erred, I believed that their misdeeds would not extend to Mama Fong or Manager Chun. However, I never anticipated this turn of events." Murong Yu sighed deeply, expressing her disappointment. "Mama Fong and her family have truly let me down." Chapter 34. The bag of hemp. With a heavy sigh, Murong Yu addressed Manager Hu. "You must take people to thoroughly investigate the matter regarding Manager Chun, ensuring that he is not wrongfully accused. I still hope to hear that this is all a misunderstanding and that Manager Chun is innocent. I shall obey your command." Manager Hu replied immediately. Others praised the young lady Gu Nian for her enduring affections, admiring her remarkable generosity. However, following recent events, the household became acutely aware that the family of housekeeper Fong and Manager Chun was on the brink of ruin. Consequently, the positions of housekeeper Fong, Manager Chun, and Chenhong were destined to be vacated. They must strive for their own advantage, and how could they achieve this? Naturally, through meritorious deeds. Thus, Murong Yu received a plethora of information, a true testament to the adage that when the walls crumble, the crowd will push. Murong Yu was gratified, and once all the information was neatly compiled, she entrusted it to her mother for review and management, recognizing that housekeeper Fong had served for many years. This matter was resolved from beginning to end, leading to the complete dismissal of housekeeper Fong's family from the estate. Concubine Shui observed with vigilance. The young lady was indeed decisive and acted without hesitation. Had her previous demeanor of gentle fragility merely been a fade? Murong Yu could not help but comment. No wonder you failed to see through it. Concubine Shui shook her head, letting out a sigh. Even mother was deceived by her. After all, she is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Murong family and the niece of the Duke of Li. She is certainly no ordinary person. Murong Yu was genuinely taken aback by the depth of Murong Yu's scheming. She had been playing a role in front of Murong Yu, only to find herself the fool in the end. How could Murong Yu not find amusement in her predicament? Murong Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Nevertheless, she resolved to seek out Hui Yuan and clarify matters urgently, filled with indignation. Why did you not collect the money? What have you been doing these past few days? Murong Yu narrowed her eyes at him, but without his words, would she remain in the dark? Just as he was about to speak, he heard her voice first. The Fong family truly has no worthy members. Where are they now? My sister is indeed capable. She can manage the parlor, handle the kitchen, run a shop, and contend with difficult servants. Murong Jin smiled. Instead of attending to serious matters, you spend your days wandering outside. It's no wonder father wishes to send you to the frontier with cousin. Murong Yu shot him a glance. Sister, I have completed my tasks. Starting tomorrow, I shall run errands for you. Murong Jin replied with a smile. Once he departed, Murong Yu took out a letter from her sleeve. A letter from Hui Yuan. In this new life, as long as she wished for it, there were still people by Hui Yuan's side who were loyal to her. This was a copied backup. Miss, what is this? A man was momentarily taken aback. A love letter from Hui Yuan to Murong Yu. Murong Yu raised an eyebrow, opening it to see what he had written. A man bit her lip and reluctantly opened the letter, nearly feeling nauseous. Read it to me, Murong Yu instructed. A man, suppressing her discomfort, began to read, starting with, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. How have you been of late? Chapter 35, The Hidden Hand. After reading that line, a man could hardly bear it. Miss, how can he write such tender letters to the second miss while being engaged to the eldest miss? Is there truly someone capable of such divided affections in this world? Divided affections? Murong Yu chuckled. That is indeed an accurate observation. Whether towards Murong Yu or his cousin, Hui Yuan was always tender and considerate. Not wishing to torment a man's eyes any further, she took the letter to read for herself. The letter conveyed a deep sense of longing for Murong Yu. For instance, upon encountering the mountains, waters, and stones, he could not help but think of her. And upon calculating the days, it had indeed been quite a while since they last met. He pondered when she might be free to share a meal together, eagerly anticipating her gracious acceptance. Though not articulated in such a manner, this was the essence of his sentiments. He had never penned such a letter to a lady before. Amon angrily remarked, "What a shameless person." Murong Yu found herself at a loss for words. It was no surprise that those who served her had adopted a similar tone when addressing others. In a previous life, she had been compelled by Ji Qingxian to assume some utterly humiliating postures, all in the name of intimacy, yet he took great delight in it, hence the scolding, truly shameless. This made him chuckle, to which he replied, "Your insults sound more like playful teasing." This only infuriated her further, as she retorted that he was indeed shameless. Amused, he embraced her, and they tumbled playfully on the bed. Murong Yu was unsure which of her words had struck his funny bone, but he was unpredictably whimsical, oscillating between stormy rage and sunny disposition, which justified the outside world's perception of his capricious nature. "Miss, how should we handle this letter?" Amon inquired. "Let us put it away," Murong Yu replied. Amon then tossed the letters into a sealed box, muttering, "It's no wonder you wish to support the second miss. She has indeed achieved something." Achieved something? Murong Yu raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. Given such a character, you are fortunate not to have married into that family. What would have become of you otherwise? Although I have encountered shamelessness and hypocrisy before, the act of feigning humility is the most repugnant of all. He and the second young lady are indeed a match made in heaven. The second young lady has made significant contributions and rightfully deserves her rewards." A man expressed her heartfelt relief. Murong Yu smiled. At this moment, Hui Yuan of the Huaho residence was recuperating at home. "If only I knew who dared to lay their hands on me, I would not rest until he was destroyed," Hui Yuan declared fiercely. Who would have thought that there existed someone in the capital bold enough to ensnare him? Not only was he beaten to a pulp, But he also bore injuries all over his body, leading Hui Yuan to question whom he had offended. Could it have been the prince's subordinates? Was this a warning? Hui Yuan pursed his lips. Recently, he had been in contact with His Highness the Ming Prince under the guise of the Li Duke's residence. However, prior to that, he had considered aligning himself with the prince's faction, only to be ridiculed as a mere hindrance, of no use to the crown prince. Thus, Hui Yuan coldly huffed, "Where I am not welcomed, there shall be a place for me elsewhere." Yet, it was hardly long before he fell victim to such treachery. Leaving him with a sense of suspicion, Murong Yu came to visit her elder brother. "Brother, Ruer wishes to see you." Upon hearing that name, Hui Yuan's expression softened. "I am not quite presentable to meet Ruer now. I need to tend to these injuries on my face." He recalled how Murong Yu nestled in his arms like a timid rabbit. Her fragile demeanor truly captivated him. Chapter 36. Take care of yourself. Moreover, having been preoccupied with external matters these past few days, he had not seen her, and he felt a tinge of longing. However, given the current circumstances, it was indeed not an appropriate time for a meeting. Murong Yu said nothing further and simply nodded in understanding. Today, the Zhou family is hosting a grand banquet, and Murong Yu is also attending. She has hinted to Murong Yu to remind Hui Yuan that she must speak to him about this matter today. While waiting for the Hua family's carriage at the entrance of the Zhou residence, she hoped to enter together with Murong Yu, but only Murong Yu arrived, without Hui Yuan. Murong Yu's expression immediately darkened slightly, which did not escape Murong Yu's notice. In a low voice, she remarked, "Rare, it's not that my brother is unwilling to come. He is unable to attend due to his injuries." With a fierce tone, Murong Yu added, "I wonder which scoundrel had the audacity to ambush my brother, beating him and leaving him to recuperate at home." Upon hearing this, Murong Yu instantly deduced the culprit. There could be no other than Murong Jin. Murong Jin had previously visited her quarters, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and merely uttered, "Take care of yourself in the future," before departing in haste. "Well, if you are going, my elder brother will surely be delighted," Murong Yu remarked with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the fact that another person had an engagement with her elder brother. "This banquet is exclusively for young ladies," with Miss Zhou Wu having invited numerous distinguished maidens to enhance her reputation. The large turnout certainly brought her considerable prestige. After the banquet concluded, the hour was still early, so Murong Yu accompanied Murong Yu to the Hua residence. Murong Yu led her to her brother's courtyard before retreating to a side room for tea. Elder brother Yuan. Upon seeing Hui Yuan resting on the bed, Murong Yu was taken aback. Hui Yuan, surprised by her visit, joyfully pulled her into his embrace, asking, "What brings you here?" "I heard that elder brother Yuan was injured, so I came to see you." Murong Yu softly inquired, "Brother Yuan, are you seriously injured?" "Indeed, it hurts quite a bit." "Ruru, could you please massage it for me?" he replied. Naturally, Murong Yu expressed her concern, which moved Hui Yuan deeply. He lifted her chin and captured her lips, leaving her with only the faint utterance of Brother Yuan before she could say anything further. After the kiss, Hui Yuan felt an overwhelming heat surging within him as he pressed Murong Yu onto his bed, yearning to possess her within the confines of his room. Murong Yu, however, was resolute in her refusal. With gentle coaxing, she hesitated before saying, "Brother Yuan, I came today to confess something to you. If Ruru desires my life, then she may take it. What do other matters signify?" Hui Yuan embraced her tenderly, content with her own allure. Murong Yu began to recount the incident of the discovered love letters. Hui Yuan paused momentarily before gritting his teeth in realization. "I wondered who had the audacity to ensnare me. It turns out to be that scoundrel, Murong Jin." He continued with a hint of derision. "The one I cherish is you, Ruru, and that has never changed. What is Murong Yu to me? If she chooses not to marry, then so be it." Murong Yu quickly responded, "Brother Yuan, I am well aware of your affections for me. However, you must heed my words. You and my elder sister are truly a perfect match. My feelings for you must remain buried within my heart. Does Ruru not realize that you are, in fact, the softest spot in my heart?" Hui Yuan gazed at her with profound emotion. Murong Yu was naturally quite pleased with this notion, yet she remained insistent that Hui Yuan should bow to Murong Yu. With the assistance of the Duke of Li's household, her elder brother's future endeavors would undoubtedly be more fruitful. Although Hui Yuan furrowed his brow, he ultimately did not dismiss Murong Yu's goodwill. As for the letters that had been disclosed to Murong Yu, Hui Yuan paid them no mind. Madame Hua's countenance was already dark, and upon learning that Murong Yu had visited just moments ago, Her expression grew even more tempestuous. "Mother, what troubles you?" Hui Yuan inquired. "How dare you ask what troubles me?" Madame Ho retorted with ire. "Do you have any idea what whispers have circulated from the Duke of Li's household today?" Madame Li declared that the marriage of her niece is merely a jest among the elders, not to be taken seriously. The Duke of Li's household had but one niece, the legitimate daughter of the Murong family, Murong Yu. Hui Yuan had already gleaned this information from Murong Yu and understood that it was undoubtedly the intent of Madame Murong. And Ili. Yet what of it? "Mother, this is fortuitous. I intend to propose a change of betrothal to Hui Yuan declared. "Do not let your anger affect your health, mother," he added, observing her fury with concern. "If you do not act soon, I shall truly be driven to the brink by your inaction." Madame Hua exclaimed. What was the current state of the Hua household? It was precariously balanced, in such times. With the support of illustrious families like the Duke of Li's and the Murongs, alongside her son's ambition, how could they not rise again? Yet now, a base-born daughter had emerged, inciting Madame Hua's ire to the point of wishing to devour her rival whole. "I shall pen a letter to her, requesting a meeting outside tomorrow." Hui Yuan could only respond. Madame Hua was aware that time was of the essence and chose not to linger on unnecessary words. Indeed, Murong Yu had received a letter from Hui Yuan. What a shameless fellow, daring to write to the young lady. Aman scolded. Murong Yu chuckled softly. Perhaps this time there will be some gain. The following day, she ventured out to meet him, curious about what Hui Yuan had to say. Yet, she underestimated his audacity. Perhaps it was due to his habitual arrogance in her presence, even when caught red-handed with the love letter in her possession. He could only offer a feeble explanation. "My relationship with Reborn is not as you perceive." Aman was the first to express her disdain for his condescending attitude, immediately retorting, "Miss, today I have truly broadened my horizons. I have seen shamelessness before, but never to this extent. To be entangled with the second young lady, yet still dare to show his face before the eldest." Aimee, aware of the situation, felt indignant on behalf of her mistress and seized the opportunity to interject. "Why has young Master Hua come to visit our esteemed young lady? Shouldn't he be with the second young lady instead?" Chapter 38. Wang Gu Jihan of Hedong. 1. Aman continued. There is a saying, one fails to recognize a gem in their midst, mistaking a precious pearl for mere fish eyes. To disregard a treasure like our young lady and instead pursue something utterly worthless. Hui Yuan could not bear such disparagement directed at him and Murong Yu, casting a fierce glare at the two of them. Yet, Aman and Aimee were undeterred. He was not their master, so what was there to fear? Hui Yuan cast a direct glance towards Murong Yu, yet she merely sat there, seemingly oblivious to his presence, dismissing the insults hurled at him by her maidservants. In the past, Murong Yu would never have treated him with such indifference. This behavior incensed Hui Yuan, who rebuked her in a thunderous voice. A true pearl or mere imitation, it depends on the beholder. In my eyes, Reborn is the singular gem of this world, while some, despite their lofty beauty, are no more than worthless trinkets. With that, he swept away in a huff. "Miss, look at this. This scoundrel." A man and a maid trembled with rage. Murong Yu, however, merely smiled faintly. With their family in such disarray, could they truly forsake the revival of their lineage for mere beauty? Was this not the epitome of a reckless fury for a fair face? Yet, what had she truly found appealing in Hui Yuan in her past life? He was indeed handsome and possessed considerable talent, behaving as a courteous and aloof gentleman before her. However, amidst their journey, a man abruptly burst into their carriage. A man and a maid turned pale with fright, instinctively positioning themselves in front of their mistress. "Do not move," the man commanded sharply. A man and a maid looked at the dagger poised against their mistress's throat, their faces drained of color. Murong Yu turned to regard the newcomer. His features were as if meticulously chiseled, with sharp angles and a striking countenance that rendered women envious. Most importantly, Murong Yu recognized him. He was none other than the future king of Hedong, Gu Jihan, destined to be known as the Northern Protector. Alongside the other three kings, the Southern Protector, the Western Protector, and the Eastern Protector. It is a presence that can stand toe-to-toe with Ji Chengxian. At this moment, with Gu Jihan's blade poised at her throat, the dagger emanated a chilling sharpness, causing goosebumps to rise on Murong Yu's neck. Though fear coursed through her, she maintained her composure and addressed him. "I am merely a delicate lady of the boudoir, and I believe we have no enmity between us. If you seek to evade someone, I shall facilitate your escape." The Gu family held sway in the territory of Hedong, and at this juncture, She remained unaware of his true identity. Let us find a secure place. Gu Jihan's gaze flickered with surprise, taken aback that a lady could remain so unflappable in such a dire situation. I have a secluded courtyard on Zhongfeng Street, where I indulge in the pleasures of admiring flowers and tending to birds. You may recuperate there, Murong Yu suggested. What do you mean? Gu Jihan narrowed his dangerous eyes, pressing the dagger closer to her delicate, fair neck. No. Amon and Ame gasped in fear, their cries echoing in the tense atmosphere. Silence, Gu Jihan commanded, and both women instantly fell mute, as if their throats were gripped by an unseen force. Chapter 39, The King of Hedong. Gu Jihan, too. I possess an innate sensitivity to scents, and the stench of blood upon you is quite overwhelming, Murong Yu remarked. Gu Jihan scrutinized her for a moment, then ceased his discourse. Move. Zhuangzi, head to the courtyard on Zhongfeng Street, Murong Yu instructed the coachman outside. Zhuangzi, who had just been kicked aside by Gu Jihan, was momentarily stunned, yet upon hearing her command, he swiftly mounted the carriage to drive the horses. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the secluded courtyard. Your Excellency May. As Murong Yu spoke, she suddenly noticed Gu Jihan collapsing beside her. Miss. The anxious A-man and A-May immediately rushed forward, shielding their mistress from the man with intense vigilance. Murong Yu sensed that Gu Jihan harbored no intention of harming her, thus she remained remarkably composed. Witnessing his fainting did not incite fear within her, and she approached to inspect his condition. Turning his face, she recalled being astounded by his extraordinary beauty at a previous banquet. She had not anticipated that a man could possess such striking handsomeness, notably without a trace of femininity. However, he was a sworn enemy of Ji Qingxian, both driven by ambitious aspirations to conquer one another. A-man and A-May were oblivious to these complexities, their faces pale with anxiety as they urged their mistress to dismount the carriage. Miss, why are you still looking at him? We must leave the carriage at once. After a brief examination, Murong Yu was assisted down from the carriage, stating, he has already lost consciousness. Zhuangzi, go inside and call for old Huang. We must carry him inside. Miss, do you still wish to concern yourself with him? A-man interjected hastily. This is a life at stake. Saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-story pagoda. If I had not seen him, it would be one matter, but having seen him, how can I stand idly by? Murong Yu commanded. In her previous life, he must have endured a similar plight. She had simply been unaware of it. Yet, in the end, Gu Jihan ascended to become the revered king of Hedong. Now that fate had brought her to this moment, how could she refrain from offering timely assistance? Once Zhuangzi and the others had carried him into the house, Murong Yu ensured that no one was watching before leading the trembling A-man and A-May into the courtyard. This is her quaint little courtyard, a refuge she visits to unwind during her idle moments. It is adorned with a plethora of exquisite flowers and plants, as well as rare birds, and even houses 2 cats and a dog. However, at present, her concerns lie elsewhere. She must enter the house to assess Gu Jihan's injuries. Indeed, my lady, this individual is far from ordinary. It would be wise for us to avoid provoking such matters. May, too, was exceedingly anxious. Although he had just taken me hostage, he had not harmed me. Even before losing consciousness, he had first removed the dagger from my neck. Without heeding their words, Murong Yu stepped inside. Ji Qingxian, the king of the north, is the most fearsome among the 4 kings, yet the king of Hedong remains the most enigmatic. Regardless of his unpredictable disposition, she had saved him this time, and thus he owed her a debt of gratitude. Chapter 40. Diagnosing and prescribing upon entering. Murong Yu instructed Zhuangzi to remove Gu Jihan's clothing. How can you, my lady, gaze upon the form of a man? A man exclaimed hastily. His injuries are dire. How can I treat him if I do not examine him? Murong Yu replied firmly, undress him. Zhuangzi complied, and as the garments were removed, a ghastly wound, exposing bone beneath the ribs, drew a sharp intake of breath from him. My lady, could he possibly be saved? A man and a May gasped, taken aback by the severity of his injuries. Murong Yu had already surmised the gravity of the situation. Gu Jihan was indeed a formidable character, capable of taking her hostage despite his grievous wounds. Without hesitation, she settled down to examine Gu Jihan's pulse, and subsequently emerged to compose a prescription. Mississippi. May was taken aback. The young lady could not only take pulses, but also prescribe remedies. A man had somewhat grasped the young lady's circumstances, undoubtedly learned in dreams. Yet, she was not an unworthy disciple. After 2 years of tutelage, she absorbed knowledge swiftly, and although her time was brief, she had indeed acquired a considerable amount of wisdom. Had it not been for her master's departure in search of rare medicines, she could have continued her studies. A man nodded, took the list, and set off to carry out her duties. Murong Yu retained the list and sent both a man and a Mei on their way. Before commencing the treatment of Gu Jihan's injuries, the process of healing left Zhuangzi in a state of astonishment. He had no inkling the young lady possessed such skills. Whether it was using a dagger to disinfect and excise necrotic tissue, applying medicine and suturing wounds, or finally binding them with gauze, each action flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. To an observer unaware of her background, one might assume she had been a physician for years. Indeed, Murong Yu's experience was substantial, as her master had once taken her to Ji Qingshuan's military camp, where she disguised herself as a male to treat soldiers. This endeavor nearly caused a rift between Ji Qingshuan and her master. Ultimately, Murong Yu had to soften her tone, assuring him that all her efforts were for his sake, persuading him that she did not wish to be merely a caged canary but desired to be of assistance. Should she master the art of healing, she could tend to more of his soldiers, and if he ever found himself wounded, she would tirelessly care for him. Such sweet words poured forth, compelling him to relent. Thus, Murong Yu continued to heal soldiers, gaining invaluable experience in the process. Currently, as Murong Yu tends to Gu Jihan's injuries, her deafness is evident. At that moment, the voice of a man can be heard from outside, announcing that the medicine has been prepared and is now warm. Murong Yu instructs for it to be brought in, allowing Xuanzi to administer the medicine to Gu Jihan slowly. "Miss, is he better?" a Mei inquires. On the journey back to the estate, Murong Yu cannot help but ponder how Gu Jihan, the eldest son of the Gu family, came to find himself in the capital, and why he endured such grave injuries here. Chapter 41. A jade pendant. The Gu family is a prominent clan from Hedong, and it was later that Gu Jihan was bestowed the title of King of Hedong. Presently, the esteemed concubine Gu, who hails from the Gu family, is the mother of the Ming Emperor, and she finds herself embroiled in intense rivalry with the Empress and the Crown Prince. Gu Jihan's injuries are severe. It is not until the following morning that he regains consciousness. He quickly becomes alert, first glancing at his bandaged wounds, then scrutinizing his unfamiliar surroundings with a pair of wary eyes. At that moment, an elderly man enters, carrying medicine. Ah, this man is the mute Huang Bo, whom Murong Yu mentioned. He has been granted the task of tending to the flowers, trees, and the cats and dogs in this small courtyard. A form of retirement for him. What is this place? Gu Jihan questions, fixing his gaze upon him. Huang Bo sets down the medicine and gestures toward Gu Jihan's chest. Understanding dawns upon Gu Jihan. This must be the small courtyard the woman spoke of yesterday. He consumes the medicine without lingering and, before departing, leaves behind a jade pendant. This pendant, inscribed with the character Gu, is delivered into Murong Yu's hands, bringing her considerable satisfaction. "Miss, may we keep the pendant left by that man?" a man asks. Murong Yu remarked, "Of course, I shall keep it in my treasure chest." How could one not cherish a favor from the future king of Hedong? Her spirits were notably elevated. However, Murong Rue's disposition was far less buoyant. After being cast aside by Hui Yuan the previous day, she had spent the night brooding outside, and today he sought out Murong Rue. Understanding that he had indeed visited Murong Yu, she inquired upon their meeting, "Brother Yuan, has my elder sister forgiven you?" Murong Rue was utterly unprepared for this outcome, and her heart swelled with urgency and frustration. She harbored a genuine desire to wed Hui Yuan, recognizing his capabilities, yet she believed such matters required patience. The notion of a legitimate marriage had never crossed her mind, for she lacked a reliable maternal family within the Murong household. Her mother was merely a concubine, and as a born daughter of lesser status, how could she dare to usurp her elder sister as fiancée, the esteemed Murong Yu? She yearned for a splendid marriage, yet the stark reality loomed before her. Most critically, she understood Hui's mother all too well. She had inadvertently jeopardized her son's promising match. If she were to marry into their family at this juncture, would her life be one of ease? Even if she were to tread carefully around the Prime Minister's residence, her situation would hardly improve. "Brother Yuan, it is all my fault. Had I been more prudent, my elder sister would have remained oblivious. You can blame me." As her thoughts spiraled, tears began to well in her eyes. "This matter does not concern you," Hui Yuan assured her gently. Murong Rue choked with emotion as she expressed, "The letters that Brother Yuan wrote to me are ones I often take out to read. Even though I cannot see him, it is comforting to gaze upon his words. Who would have thought that my elder sister would seize the opportunity, in my absence, to have them searched for? This has indeed disrupted your fated connection, Brother Yuan. Hui Yuan scoffed. Such despicable actions. How could I possibly hold any regard for a woman of such low character? The fleeting sense of disappointment he felt after being coldly treated by Murong Yu had vanished without a trace. Brother Yuan possesses remarkable abilities and an illustrious future ahead. Even relying solely on his own efforts, he is destined for brilliance. However, with assistance, he could certainly avoid many unnecessary detours, Murong Yu remarked, reflecting on the unforeseen upheaval that had caught her off guard. Chapter 42. Disrupting my son's future. It matters not, even if it requires some hardship. It is of little consequence, Hui Yuan replied. What of Aunt Hua? Surely she would be furious if she learned of this matter? Murong Yu asked, her brow furrowed with concern. This unrequited affection did not bring her solace. Although she enjoyed Hui Yuan's favor, she knew that Madame Hua would harbor resentment toward her. Yet, she need not fear too greatly, for the Murong family still held considerable prestige. Brother Yuan, please speak kindly to Aunt and ensure she does not become angry. Murong Yu gently urged, her thoughts swirling. If Aunt should choose to blame me, it would be understandable, after all. I am the one who caused you to miss a promising match. Hui Yuan embraced her tenderly, offering comfort. Hui Yuan did not hesitate for long and stated directly, Mother, you need not dwell on Murong Yu any longer. I have fully clarified matters with her. Please make the necessary arrangements. For I wish to hasten the marriage of Ruer into our household. How can you speak in such a manner? How has Ruer become mere dross? Hui Yuan retorted coldly. In my eyes, Ruer is a precious gem, while Murong Yu is but a counterfeit, a mere illegitimate daughter. Madame Hua was infuriated. Have you forgotten that your grandfather was resolute in securing the engagement with Miss Murong? Could his judgment possibly be flawed? Upon the mention of his grandfather, Hui Yuan fell silent for a moment. Foolishness, utter foolishness. Madame Hua fumed. She lamented the lack of ambition in her husband. Otherwise, the Hua family would not have found itself in such a predicament. Fortunately, her son was astute and capable of bearing responsibilities. Initially, Madame Hua had high hopes for her son. She had exerted considerable effort to arrange a promising match with the Chancellor's family, especially with the advantageous connections of Miss Murong, who hailed from the esteemed Li Guogong family. If her son were to marry her, what would hinder his ascent to greatness in the future? Yet, who could have predicted the sudden emergence of Murong Yu? This wretched maid threatens my son's prospects. Madame Hua gritted her teeth in frustration. What has come over you, Aunt? Who has provoked your ire so? A delicate young woman was gently assisted into the room, speaking softly. Cousin has arrived. Cousin, please persuade Mother, for she is quite upset with the air. The maid quickly interjected. Cousin is the most filial. How could he possibly anger Aunt? The young woman, named Lianer, smiled and added, I have never encountered a son more dutiful than Cousin. Indeed, the young master has always been filial. The old woman's eyes darted as she continued her line of thought. Lady Hua certainly would not blame her son. All her ire was directed towards Murong Yu. It was that concubine's daughter, with her beguiling charm, who had ensnared her son's very soul, leaving him utterly bewitched. Chapter 43. A mother and daughter reunited. Let us set aside the affairs of the Ho family for now. This time, without the company of Mama Fong, the Li family had dealt with her. Ultimately, out of consideration for their long-standing relationship, they did not sell them off disgracefully, allowing them to leave the capital with what belongings they could carry. Upon hearing the servant's greeting, Murong Yu hastily set down her bowl and looked outside. There she beheld her mother, surrounded by servants, exuding unparalleled grace. Tears welled up in Murong Yu's eyes instantly. After the fall of their nation and the ruin of their family, how could her mother endure such turmoil? By not yet reaching 40, she had already succumbed to illness. In her previous life, unable to resist her mother's pleas, Ji Qingxian had quietly taken her to see her parents in exile. There, her father's figure was stooped and dim, while her mother's features bore the marks of hardship. No longer the embodiment of elegance and grace from her youth. Just a distant glance had shattered her heart. Mother, mother! Murong Yu collapsed into her mother's embrace, weeping with profound sorrow. You are here, you are here. The daughter, who had always been self-assured and resilient, had not shed tears since the age of 2, let alone cried to the point of becoming a weeping mess. In that moment, her heart ached with a mix of love and pain. Beside her, a man joined in the lamentation, sharing in her mistress's grief. What depths of sorrow must be hidden within her heart. Indeed, having cherished the man bearing the surname Hua for so many years, only to discover in the end that he was such a person, how could her heart not ache from such a misplaced devotion? Yet, it seems only the strong-hearted young lady could shed tears upon encountering her husband. After a considerable moment, Lady Li supported her daughter to sit down. Where, I am fully aware of the situation. I shall take matters into my own hands. Do not let sorrow overwhelm you. For I will ensure that the mother and daughter duo pay for their transgressions. Having dealt with the housekeeper, Lady Li was acutely aware of Shui Yinyang's treacherous ambitions over the years. Mother, it is nothing. I simply miss you, murmured Murong Yu, her voice trembling. A man interjected. Madam is the one who cherishes the young lady the most. You needn't put on a brave face in her presence. She pointed out that even A man refrained from swallowing her grief in silence. Lady Li consoled her daughter, and as Murong Yu observed her mother's concerned expression, she realized that her excessive sorrow had indeed caused her mother distress. Mother, I truly am well. It was just a fleeting dream. As if I had not seen you in ages, Murong Yu gradually composed herself and spoke. What fleeting dream? Lady Li, having been away from home for only a few days, found herself struggling to comprehend her daughter's words, which only deepened her concern. I dreamt that our Murong residence had vanished entirely. This present reality feels so much better. Murong Yu leaned against her mother, savoring the comforting scent enveloping her. Lady Li could not help but glance at A man, who advised, Miss, perhaps you should share the details of that dream with Madam, so as not to cause her any further worry. Please retrieve those letters from the room. With newfound vigor, A man responded, At once, I shall fetch them. Lady Li comforted her daughter. Yu, I understand your heart is heavy, but since the events have transpired, we must confront them with composure and grace. Remember, do not oscillate between great sorrow and great joy. Do you understand? Li spoke. You are still young, and the journey of life stretches ahead. You will encounter many more experiences, and this love affair is but a trivial matter. Chapter 44. The daughter of a guilty minister. Mother, I understand. The mother and daughter had concealed their secrets for many years. It was only upon your reminder that mother realized it when she tidied up the room. Li scoffed. But do they think they can succeed this way? They are sorely mistaken. Murong Yu shook her head. No, I wish to support Hui Yuan and Murong Rue. Li was taken aback, about to respond when A man emerged with some letters. Mother, please take a look at these letters first, after reading them. You will understand why I wish to facilitate Murong Rue and Hui Yuan. In a previous letter to her mother, Murong Yu had only briefly mentioned obtaining correspondence between the two, without elaborating further. Li, still skeptical, picked up the letters and her expression turned to one of disgust. Are these letters truly written by Hui Yuan? Initially, she merely disliked Hui Yuan, but now her feelings had escalated to aversion. Madam, it is absolutely certain. These are indeed penned by that Hua. A man declared with righteous indignation, meeting her mother's gaze. Murong Yu slowly nodded. The Hua family truly possesses remarkable talent. They have raised a fine son. Li cast aside the letters, her countenance frosty. Previously, her disdain was simple. After all, he and her daughter always maintained a tenuous distance. As someone with experience, Li could hardly fail to recognize the subtle allure he crafted, projecting an air of aloof gentility while intentionally drawing her daughter in. The daughter, enamored by the other party's facade, turned a blind eye, unaware of the insidious nature lurking beneath, a deceitful visage of the utmost hypocrisy. Fortunately, the other party vowed to observe filial piety. Had she married into that family, it would have plunged her into an abyss of despair. Indeed, dear lady, you remain oblivious to the tribulations your daughter has endured these past few days. A man remarked. Lady Li turned to her daughter and said, Yu, your aunt and I have already spread the word that you and Hui Yuan are no longer a possibility. Thank you. Mother, Murong Yu replied with a smile, her lips pressed together. Yu, how did you come across such a clandestine letter? Lady Li, astute as ever, quickly identified the crux of the matter. Surely, Murong Rue would not dare let you see it. The two of them are likely engaged in some nefarious scheme, undoubtedly with significant aims, and this letter must be well concealed. My lady, it is all due to the divine intervention that the young lady was forewarned through a prophetic dream. Otherwise, how could she have known that the surname Hu was colluding with the second young lady behind the scenes? A man interjected. A prophetic dream? Lady Li inquired, her gaze fixed on her daughter. Murong Yu's eyes reflected a hint of melancholy as she recounted the dream wherein she was used as a stepping stone by Murong Yu. Lady Li was taken aback, exclaiming, "How could this be? With the Murong family intact and the Li Duke's household still standing." At that time, both the Murong family and the Li Duke's household had ceased to exist. I went from being the daughter of a prime minister to the daughter of a traitor. What worth has a traitor's daughter to assume the position of a marquise? Thus, I was cast aside by Hui Yuan and Murong Yu, relegated to a mere concubine, one who could only seek to please others. Even now, the mere recollection of that feeling ignites a profound indignation within me, Murong Yu confessed. She told everyone it was merely a dream, yet she alone knew that it was far from a dream. It was a harrowing ordeal she had personally endured in the inferno of her existence. Married to Hui Yuan for several years, the relentless rumors nearly drowned her in despair. But who could fathom that she remained a maiden, and who could comprehend that her health had been irrevocably compromised, rendering her unable to bear children? Later, she encountered the madman, Ji Qingxian. As the esteemed eldest daughter of the prime minister's residence, she found herself reduced to seeking a man's favor solely in the bedroom. In her desperate quest to please him and conceive a child, she resorted to consuming medicines that plunged her into darkness. Aware of her own limitations, he refused to seek solace elsewhere, insisting on tormenting her instead. Could he not just let her be, in front of her mother? The overwhelming sense of injustice surged within her, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Chapter 45. Reluctance to marry. Lady Li had not anticipated that her daughter would dream such a dream. Observing her daughter ensnared in a nightmarish plight, she hastily grasped her hand. "Yuan, these are but dreams, mere illusions. Do not be afraid." Murong Yuan, summoning her strength, wiped away her tears, for weeping would not resolve the predicament. "Mother, you are aware that the Duke of Li's estate has received a reward for the prescription, correct?" Lady Li nodded. "I heard from your aunt that the 2 prescriptions in Mu'er's possession originated from you." "Indeed," Murong Yuan affirmed. "But as a secluded young lady, have you ever considered how I could possess such remarkable prescriptions?" Lady Li was genuinely unaware. "Mother, whether it pertains to the nourishing essence pills formula, the matter of Murong Yu, or the entire Fong family, all of these were revealed to me in my dreams," Murong Yuan stated earnestly. She needed to instill her mother with belief, for there were many more matters yet to be addressed. Such matters are beyond the capabilities of a frail woman, particularly when it comes to her cousin Li Yu, who is engaged in politics. It is imperative for her mother to inform the Duke Li Guogong's residence, ensuring that her cousin can avoid calamity. Naturally, Li Shi is taken aback. Could it be that her daughter has truly glimpsed certain celestial truths? What might the future hold for the Murong family and the Duke Li Guogong's household? The very thought is too overwhelming for Li Shi to entertain. For how could this possibly be? Her husband is a loyal minister, and the emperor holds him in high esteem. This time, the ceremony at Hulong Temple is to be presided over by her husband, accompanied by the crown prince and the Ming Wang. The Murong family is aligned with the emperor, unwavering in their loyalty. They do not choose sides between the crown prince and the Ming Wang, nor does the Duke Li Guogong's household. Regardless of who ascends to power, both the Murong and Li Guogong families will ultimately be treated with kindness. Yet, her daughter's prophetic dreams have already come to fruition. As these thoughts cross her mind, Murong Yu, understanding her mother's concern, shakes her head, imploring, "Mother, you must not mention this to father. You know his temperament. If you reveal this, I may very well find myself imprisoned by the royal family." Li Shi, ever astute, feels her heart race at her daughter's words, for the implications are profound. To the royal family, loyal subjects like the Murong and Li Guogong households must not be disturbed. The fate of such families, should they fall from grace, would be dire, suggesting that the Tianqing dynasty is on the brink of. Li Shi dares not contemplate further, merely assuring, "I will not speak of this to your father." She then turns her gaze toward a man. Amon busily exclaimed, "Madam, I am at a loss for words." "Mother, Amon has grown up alongside me." Murong Yu remarked that in her previous life, Amon had steadfastly accompanied her from beginning to end, a bond profound enough for her to regard Amon as family. Li Shi remained silent, merely comforting her daughter. "In our Tianqing, there are many fine young men. There is no shortage of good suitors. I will ensure to carefully select one for you this time, leaving no stone unturned." "Mother, I have no intention of marrying." Murong Yu shook her head. She wished to rely on Ji Qingxian, that sturdy tree, to find solace, and to live happily with her parents and younger brother as a united family. Upon hearing this, Li Shi became anxious and indignant. You must not entertain such thoughts. My dear, you must not despair. On, do not hang your hopes on that crooked tree of the Ho family. You ought to seek a worthy husband and bear a multitude of clever and delightful children, ensuring that the Ho family is left envious. You must lead a joyful life, compelling him to regret his choices. That is the right path. Chapter 46. The punishment of Li Shi summoned that mother and daughter. Li Shi commanded with a stern expression. How could she let them off the hook after subjecting her daughter to such torment? Murong Yu reiterated, Mother, I want to see Murong Yu married off. Li Shi, observing her daughter's expression, sensed the desire for vengeance within her, and it stirred a pang of sorrow in her heart. Her once carefree daughter had ultimately endured the betrayals and hardships of this world. Very well, whatever you decide to do, your mother will support you. Li caressed her daughter's long hair. Mother, in this lifetime, our Murong household and the Li Duke's residence will undoubtedly stand firm. No one shall dare to bully us, murmured Murong Yu, nestled in her mother's embrace. After comforting her daughter, Li led her entourage to the courtyard of concubine Shui. There, she beheld concubine Shui kneeling on the ground, being ruthlessly struck by a robust matron. To one side, Murong Yu knelt in icy silence, trembling as she yearned to plead for her mother, yet the words faltered on her lips. Concubine Shui's cheeks were swollen from the slaps, blood oozing from her nose. And after enduring the final blow, she was left prostrate on the ground. Dazed and disoriented, she struggled to rise again, bowing deeply and imploring. Every fault lies with this humble servant. It is my insatiable greed that has led to this. I suggested the idea to the second miss. All is my fault. The second miss knows nothing. She has been misled by me. I beseech you, madam, to punish me and spare the second Mississippi. Li regarded her coldly. For so many years, you have feigned the meekness of a lamb, yet you are nothing more than a bloodthirsty she-wolf, concubine Shui. I truly underestimated you. Years ago, when her son Murong Yu fell from a tree while playing, Li witnessed concubine Shui recklessly throw herself beneath him to shield him from harm. At that time, he was merely 5 or 6 years old, climbing not too high, and the fall was not severe. Yet, after concubine Shui entered the household, she had consistently behaved herself and had protected her son. Thus, Li had bestowed upon her all that was due, without any hesitation. The concubine, ungrateful and willing to endure all punishments, pleaded for the lady to spare the second young miss. And Shui continued to bow her head fervently. Li coldly snorted and glanced at Murong Yu. You truly possess remarkable abilities. Not only did she treat Aunt Shui favorably, but she also took great care in educating Murong Yu, the illegitimate daughter. Any tutor invited to instruct her daughter in the proprieties of the inner chamber would also attend to Murong Yu. According to Li, whether one sheep was released or two made little difference. If one were to scrutinize, Murong Yu's upbringing was hardly inferior to that of a legitimate daughter. Yet, who could have anticipated such a conclusion? To think her daughter was scheming behind her back. Murong Yu understood that the two of them were doomed. Remaining silent and prostrate on the ground. Had I adhered to my usual methods, I would have undoubtedly sent you to the temple to keep company with the flickering lamp. Li remarked coldly. However, your daughter insisted, claiming she had grown up alongside you and did not wish to compete, wanting to facilitate your union with Hui Yuan. Both Aunt Shui and Murong Yu felt their hearts race, sighing in relief only after Li's final statement. Yet, while the death penalty could be evaded, the living punishment was inescapable. Li declared, Aunt Shui had already endured a beating, yet that was insufficient. Her provisions had been halved as well. Murong Yu was punished to transcribe the Book of Women and Woman's Precepts 50 times each. Furthermore, all the staff in their courtyard, aside from those who were indispensable, had been completely replaced. Chapter 47. The young lady Chun Lianer. After Li and her entourage departed, Aunt Shui collapsed onto the ground. It was over. This time, it was truly finished. Murong Yu, at this moment, found herself collapsed on the ground, overwhelmed with an immense sense of regret. Mother, all the blame lies with me. It is my fault for being careless that has led to our current predicament, she declared through gritted teeth. At that moment, Murong Yu truly comprehended the meaning of a single misstep can lead to eternal remorse. The plan had previously unfolded so smoothly. Aunt Shui understood that discussing this matter now would serve no purpose, so she simply said, though we, as mother and daughter, find ourselves in this dire situation, it is not without hope. Ruer, we must rely on you now. Murong Yu reassured her, do not worry, mother. I shall not let you down. Once I secure my marriage and establish stability, I will bring you over to enjoy a life of comfort. The turmoil within the second lady's courtyard inevitably spread throughout the estate and beyond. Naturally, Hui Yuan soon caught wind of this news and was filled with anxiety. He recognized that Aunt Shui, being of humble origins, would have faced dire consequences had it not been for the emperor's favor. His attendants had already received the intimate garments crafted by Chao for him. Young master, the most prudent course of action is to hasten the marriage proposal for the second lady. Otherwise, remaining in the Murong residence could lead to unforeseen tribulations. This statement struck a chord with Hui Yuan. He promptly approached his mother to discuss the matter of the marriage proposal. In 2 months, my mourning period will conclude, and I wish to marry Ru'er. I kindly ask you to arrange for the formal proposal to be made. Madame Hua has completely lost hope in the prospect of an alliance with the Li Guogong mansion. Just yesterday, she summoned her son's confidants to inquire and discovered that all correspondence between her son and that wretched Murong Yu had fallen into the hands of Murong Yu. How could this engagement possibly proceed? Given the current state of affairs, the marriage could only be regarded as a consolation prize. Although she is merely a concubine's daughter, she is still affiliated with the Prime Minister's household. With a weary gesture, Madame Hua dismissed her son, her heart seething with resentment at how a promising match had been so easily exchanged for another. What use is a concubine's daughter, after all? Does she have the backing of the Li Guogong mansion? If her cousin had the support of the Li Guogong mansion, his talents would surely lead him to boundless prospects. Miss Chun Lianer's eyes glimmered slightly as she sighed. The ire within Madame Hua was palpable. Miss, it is truly fortuitous that esteemed Miss Murong will not be joining our family. Yet it is that concubine's daughter who will. Now, Madame wishes she could devour her whole. There will be no sweet fruits for her upon entering. The maid whispered with a chuckle. No matter how formidable she is, once she enters the Hua household, there will be no favorable outcomes for her. The maid added. Chun Lianer let out a light laugh, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Chapter 48. The lowest of the low. Initially, Madame Hua held the marriage to the Prime Minister's household in high regard, having commenced preparations for the proposal long ago. In truth, she had intended to formalize the engagement sooner, fearing that delays might lead to unforeseen complications. Securing the marriage would prevent any further upheaval. However, the unfortunate timing of her father-in-law's funeral caused delays, leaving her with no choice but to wait. It is said that what one fears often comes to pass. And indeed, complications arose. Yet, despite this, Madame Hua could only suppress her indignation and resort to an intermediary to convey her sentiments. The betrothal gifts were all prepared in advance, intended for Miss Murong Yu. The sheer quantity of the gifts listed on the marriage proposal caused Qin Lianer considerable distress. To be able to serve as a daughter-in-law to her aunt was a fortunate blessing that Miss Murong Yu had earned in her past life. Once she married into the family, failing to show proper filial piety would be a grave act of disrespect. Qin Lianer, stifling her jealousy, spoke up. Madame Hua remained silent, her expression stern. In truth, she was extremely reluctant, yet there was no alternative. The other party belonged to the Chancellor's residence, and to demonstrate the significance of this union, she had no choice but to swallow her pride for the time being. Once the marriage was finalized, she would have ample means to deal with that lowly maid. After a few days of preparation, she selected a date to visit the Murong residence for the formal proposal. Upon learning that Hui Yuan was of such character, Lady Li initially hesitated to accept the marriage, but her daughter wished to support them. Thus, she had no further objections. She was also curious to see how the marriage arranged by concubine Shui and Murong Yu would unfold. Consequently, the engagement was confirmed. The outside world was astounded to hear that the son of the Hua family had been betrothed. With the marriage scheduled to take place 2 months after his mourning period for his father concluded, with Miss Murong Yu as his bride, everyone was well aware that Hui Yuan had a prior engagement with Miss Murong Da. What engagement? The Duke of Li's residence had dismissed it as mere jest, not to be taken seriously, while Madame Murong had maintained a consistently indifferent attitude, suggesting that it was merely Madame Hua's enthusiasm. However, it was not just a fleeting infatuation. There were even those who had witnessed Miss Murong Da and Hui Yuan enjoying outings together. Indeed, I once believed that young Master Hua would secure his beloved, yet it turned out that he wed Miss Murong Yu. Given the esteemed status of the Hua family, marrying Miss Murong Yu is still commendable. However, to aspire for Miss Murong Da would indeed be an overreach. One cannot help but wonder if there are hidden motives at play. Once the engagement was established between the two families, public speculation was inevitable. Yet, Regardless of the opinions of others, Hui Yuan felt a profound sense of contentment. Rueo had secretly come to meet him, her hands swollen from holding the female principals and female rings, evoking his deep sympathy. Now that the engagement was set, how could the Li family dare to vex her? Nevertheless, there lingered a sense of unexplainable melancholy within him. Concubine Shui and Murong Yu had also resolved their hearts. Ah Yu, our future as mother and daughter hinges upon this marriage. Once you are wed, you must steadfastly secure your husband's affections. Concubine Shui urged. Murong Yu softly replied, Mother, could you impart the knowledge you acquired in the past? Concubine Shui's countenance turned pale. She hailed from a humble background, one known for serving men. Such knowledge was deemed lowly, and it was a part of her life she wished never to revisit, especially after having grown accustomed to the dignified lifestyle of the Murong family. She had never taught her daughter, wishing instead for her to avoid such a path. Yet, who could have foreseen that they would ultimately arrive at this juncture? Chapter 49. A business prodigy mother, whether I marry now or according to the original plan. I must learn these things, otherwise, how can I secure young Master Hu's heart? Murong Yu asserted. Shui Yinyang sighed, reflecting on her inferior maternal lineage. Otherwise, why would her daughter need to learn such things? With little hesitation, she imparted her knowledge generously. Murong Yu, while absorbing the lessons, puzzled over her aunt's words. Is this truly the case? If men are so enamored, why has Annie not won over father? Shui Yinyang choked on her words, responding with a hint of resentment. Your father is beyond conventional reasoning. His heart is wholly consumed by political affairs. Had it not been for the emperor's benevolence, whether your father would take a concubine would be another matter entirely. Initially, Shui Yinyang had struggled against her fate, but her resolve waned, especially after giving birth to a daughter. Thereafter, her husband seldom visited, and she devoted herself entirely to raising her child. Young Master Hua is different from your father. He holds a genuine affection for you. If you can satisfy him in intimacy, his heart will be yours completely. Shui Yinyang encouraged. Murong Yu nodded in agreement. She understood Hui Yuan's character well. He was talented and capable, yet he was also driven by desire. Otherwise, why would he repeatedly seek her out? Thus, she focused intently on learning from her aunt. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight had passed. The nourishing pills were beyond question, as the head of the Qin Institute had personally affirmed that both the emperor and the empress dowager could safely consume them. Furthermore, aside from the nourishing pills at Xinglin Hall, Li Sanxiao had opened a cosmetic shop on Qihua Street. Once this shop was established, all competitors on the street found themselves out of business. Customers flocked to this new establishment for its innovative cosmetics, which not only delivered exceptional results, but were also reasonably priced. Notably, even Princess Anyang had traveled there to purchase them and praised their quality enthusiastically. Moreover, this cosmetic shop also sells a scar-reducing ointment known as Yuyong cream. The efficacy of Yuyong cream is so remarkable that it has garnered praise from the esteemed ladies of the palace. When it comes to the fame of Yuyong cream, Murong Yu cannot help but admire her cousin for his exceptional business acumen. Owing to the reputation of the Yangrong pills, Li Mu arranged for a box to be delivered to the consort in the palace. The consort had once saved the emperor from an assassin during a hunt, resulting in a scar on her face. Despite having tried numerous scar treatments to no avail, the scar remained a painful reminder of her sacrifice. Although she had saved the emperor's life, it had cost her own future. Conversely, her family received significant favor as a result. Yet the scar remained a source of distress for her. At the very moment Yuyong cream was introduced, Li Mu presented it to her, and over the past few days, the scar on the consort's face has completely faded. Although a slight tint remains, it is a marked improvement from before, and with continued application, it is certain to restore her complexion to its former glory. The consort was immensely pleased and even mentioned Li Mu's Yuyong cream to the emperor, subsequently rewarding him with 100 taels of gold. Though the consort had no sons, she did have a daughter, the sixth princess. First, Princess Anyang visited, followed by the sixth princess, making this modest cosmetic shop of significant repute. Consequently, other businesses on this street found themselves facing an uncertain future. Chapter 50. The Rift of Friendship on Qihua Street. There exists a cosmetics shop co-owned by Murong Yu and Murong Yu. In the past, when business thrived, the two would each earn 30 to 50 taels of silver monthly. Although this sum may seem modest, it was indeed quite substantial. After all, the monthly allowance for the young masters and mistresses of a large family amounts to only a few taels of silver. Hui Qingyi was quite content with this income. believing it would continue uninterrupted. Yet, unexpectedly, turmoil ensued. That scoundrel Li Mu, instead of embracing his status as a noble scion, insists on making life difficult for me. Hu Qingyi clenched her teeth in frustration. She was acutely aware of the faade maintained by the Hu, fully cognizant of the dwindling resources within. To uphold the dignity of a lady of the, her daily expenditures were considerable. Now, with her financial lifeline severed, how could she remain calm? Her maid had received the silver sent by Qinli Nr, and with no animosity between the third young masterly and the young mistress. Why would he seek to trouble her? Ultimately, was this not merely a means to avenge Miss Murong? Hu Qingyi paused momentarily, pondering the relevance of this situation. The young mistress is also entangled because of Miss Murong, her maid sighed. She married into our family, yet still brings trouble to you. You have been quite generous to her, and now, just like that, the monthly 50 taels have vanished. She must compensate for this loss. The maid's words stirred a sense of grievance within Hu Qingyi. If not for Murong Yu inadvertently leaving those letters in Murong Yu's possession, how could Murong Yu have been incensed enough to call off the engagement? Speaking of this matter, the maid suspected that Miss Murong had acted with intent. Apart from the heir, she had no better prospect for marriage, yet her arrival brought no benefit or assistance to the young mistress. Should Miss Murong come to marry, although you may not favor her, it would be said that your elder sister-in-law is the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household and the niece of the Duke of Li. In the future, countless noble gentlemen would seek to court you. At this moment, the maid ceased her discourse. Murong Yu was taken aback, for she recalled that the invitations to the poetry and elegant societies had recently diminished significantly. Previously, everyone was aware of her elder sister-in-law, Murong Yu. But now it was Murong Yu. In comparison to Murong Yu, what was Murong Yu? One hailing from the illustrious Duke of Li's lineage, while the other was but a rootless, impoverished wretch. How astute she must be! Murong Yu felt a pang in her heart, and upon this realization, she comprehended why her mother was so enraged. At this moment, she harbored resentment towards Murong Yu, believing it was a deliberate act to showcase those letters to Murong Yu, an intentional ploy to secure her own marriage. How foolish she had been to once perceive her favorably. Clearly, she possessed a profoundly scheming nature, akin to that of a viper, unbeknownst to Murong Yu. In this life, Murong Yu, who once shared a sisterly bond with her, now bore a grudge against Murong Yu. The 100 taels of gold bestowed by the noble consort lay before her, delivered by Li Mu. Murong Jin sat beside her, exclaiming with excitement, "Sister, our cousin's business is thriving beyond measure. The demand for rouge and powder has surpassed supply, necessitating double shifts to produce them. The jade essence cream is also in high demand and has long been out of stock, not to mention the nourishing pills, all of which are fervently sought after." Murong Yu was not surprised by such a scene. Her cousin was exceptionally adept at creating a buzz and conducting business. Thus, profit was assured. In just a single day, the profits soared to an astonishing 800 taels, which indeed took her by surprise. Is a 10% profit still deemed insufficient? Murong Yu cast a sidelong glance at him. Not at all. It's all thanks to my sister's care. Murong Jin chuckled broadly. Chapter 51, Ji Xian, overwhelmed with gratitude? How pretentious. Sister, over at Xihua Street, Murong Yu and Murong Yu's partnership has been completely throttled. Murong Jin continued. Murong Yu had little to say on the matter. To be frank, not only was Murong Yu's business in jeopardy, but the entire street of competitors would soon find themselves rendered obsolete. However, Murong Yu would undoubtedly have to bear the brunt of Murong Yu's wrath, especially since her maid had long been bribed by Chun Lianer, who would not miss this opportunity. Given Chun Lianer's cunning, she would certainly exploit every chance to isolate Murong Yu once she was wed. While Hui Yuan may indeed harbor genuine affection for her, could he possibly oversee the affairs of the household tirelessly, without concern for the future of the Marquisate? In a pleasant mood, Murong Yu instructed, "A man. Summon that canine servant here." With the passage of time, Ji Qingshuan's injuries had nearly healed. Upon receiving the summons from the young lady, Ji Qingshian made his way over. "Have you recovered from your injuries?" Murong Jin, still seated beside her sister, munched on a snack while gazing at the canine servant. "I have fully healed, my lady." Ji Qingshian knelt on the ground, embodying utmost humility. Observing his subservient demeanor, Murong Yu felt a sense of pride. Contemplating that she too had secured a favor from the king of Hedong, ensuring her proverbial eggs were not all nestled in one basket. Ji Qingshian, with his head bowed, concealed his expression, merely uttering, "This servant understands. I am deeply grateful to the young lady." Ji Qingxian lifted his gaze towards the young lady in the pavilion, who resembled a radiant moon. In his deep, dark eyes, no other emotions were discernible, yet Murong Yu, who was well acquainted with him, could perceive a fleeting trace of mockery and indifference. This caused Murong Yu's heart to tremble slightly as she said, "All right, you may rise." "Thank you, miss," Ji Qingxian replied, lowering his gaze once more and standing up. "Indeed, the young lady has also bestowed upon you 2 boxes of nourishing pills. Do you realize the value of those pills? They are consumed by the Empress Dowager herself, and a single box costs 30 taels of silver." A man remarked, "I shall devote myself entirely to repaying the young lady's kindness." Ji Qingxian knelt again. Both Murong Jin and a man were quite satisfied. But Murong Yu felt her heart quiver. This person was truly capable of bending and yielding. Indeed, a formidable character. "Rise. There's no need to kneel before me at every turn." Murong Yu gestured dismissively. Ji Qingxian obediently complied, getting up once more and even offering a smile. "What are you smiling about?" Murong Jin inquired. "I have found fortune amidst misfortune. I am grateful to the young master and the young lady for this opportunity." Ji Qingxian replied, attempting to kneel again. Murong Jin chuckled. "Enough with the kneeling, just knowing is sufficient. From now on, while you are by my sister's side, you must carry out your duties diligently. Otherwise, should you squander this hard-earned opportunity, I shall not be lenient." "I understand," Ji Qingxian said, lowering his gaze. However, Murong Yu remained silent. She knew him too well. This facade of overwhelming gratitude for being favored was nothing but an act. Chapter 52. Allowing Ji Qingxian to learn martial arts from now on. "Let him serve as your groom," Murong Jin remarked with satisfaction. Murong Yu gazed at her naive younger brother, sighing inwardly. "Dear brother, you are no match for him, even with just a finger." Nonetheless, she understood her brother's disposition. It was best to let him live carefree as a young noble. "What is your name?" Murong Yu inquired, directing her attention to him. "I have no name. I beseech the young lady to bestow one upon me," Ji Qingxian replied, bowing respectfully. Murong Yu cast a glance at him. Ji Qingxian was taken aback, unable to suppress the urge to lift his gaze towards the young lady, yet she averted her eyes, ignoring him. "Young lady, why bestow such a fine name upon a servant?" Ji Qingxian lowered his head once more, as if the astonishment that had graced his face moments ago was merely an illusion. "It is yours to use," Murong Yu stated succinctly, then turned to Murong Jin. "Go find a martial arts master to teach Ji Qingxian the ways of combat." Murong Jin hesitated. "A martial arts master to teach him? He came here to be a groom, not a bodyguard." "My groom must possess martial skills," Murong Yu replied, referencing a previous incident where they had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt. "The eldest master is unaware, but it frightened us terribly." A dagger was held against the young lady's throat. A man chimed in hastily. Murong Jin broke into a cold sweat. That indeed happened. The assailant has since recovered and departed, but I believe it is essential to have someone skilled in martial arts nearby. I find Ji Qingxian quite suitable. The physician has stated that he possesses a robust constitution, capable of enduring the rigors of martial training. As she spoke, Murong Yu turned her gaze towards Ji Qingxian. "What do you think?" Ji Qingxian was certainly unwilling to miss this opportunity. He knelt down once more, vowing to protect the young lady. Murong Yu then turned to her brother. "Ajin, I entrust this matter to you." "Sister, rest assured." Murong Jin responded without hesitation. With no further business at hand, Murong Yu instructed Murong Jin to escort Ji Qingxian away. Before they departed, she gifted him a box of nourishing pills, stating, "You are now under my care. Should you encounter any needs or difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to come to me." "Thank you, young lady." Ji Qingxian expressed his gratitude before following Murong Jin. As they arrived at the guard's quarters, Murong Jin remarked, "The young lady holds you in high regard, so do not let her efforts and training go to waste." "I will certainly dedicate myself to the young lady," Ji Qingxian replied, his face reflecting deep appreciation. While he feigned indifference to this frivolous youth, his mind could not help but recall his own name, which he had heard in dreams, softly called by the young lady. Murong Jin was unaware of the peculiarities his sister had encountered, and he held no objections to her proposal. He brought Ji Qingxian to meet the captain of the guards, who would teach him martial arts. Given Ji Qingxuan's humble origins, he understood the rarity of this opportunity and cherished it immensely. When Murong Yu called Overguard Lin to inquire about Ji Qingxuan's diligence, she remained silent upon learning of his earnest efforts. As the legitimate daughter of the Murong family, she could not afford to pay too much attention to a servant. However, from time to time, she would ask Amon to deliver a box of medicinal pills that she had personally crafted. These pills were specifically designed to strengthen the body, providing him with assistance during his martial training. After consuming these pills, Ji Qingxian could evidently sense his physique becoming increasingly robust. The young lady was indeed kind to him. Yet her benevolence came with the expectation that he would repay her with unwavering loyalty, compelling him to serve her faithfully. This fiercely loyal servant of the canine Rong tribe swallowed a pill, his gaze filled with derision and coldness. Chapter 53. Ji Qingxian is a madman. Murong Yu was acutely aware of Ji Qingxuan's temperament. He was utterly unhinged, the kind of madness that instilled fear. Initially, she believed the situation was not so dire. But upon his visit after his recovery, she could glean the truth from the well-concealed madness lurking in his eyes. His insanity had become ingrained, rendering any hope of reversal an impossibility. The only course of action she could take was to bestow kindness upon him, allowing him to diligently pursue martial arts. With skills at his disposal, he might be able to evade the calamities that lay ahead. Having ascended to the position of King of the North, he bore countless scars, including one on his back that he had once recounted to her, a mark that nearly cleaved him in two. The scar was particularly grotesque, a chilling reminder of his vulnerability in a time when he lacked martial prowess. Later, he had acquired his skills through relentless effort and toil. Now, with her foresight, she had a greater chance to help him avoid impending misfortunes. "Miss, the sixth princess has sent you an invitation." A.M. entered with a joyful expression, holding an invitation, and exclaimed, "In a few days, the sixth princess's residence will host a plum blossom banquet, and she has specifically invited you, Mississippi." The sixth princess is known for her modesty, making this a rare occasion. The sixth princess is the offspring of the noble consort Shu. Recently, consort Shu's influence has been notably strong, as the emperor has visited her several days in a row, likely due to the disappearance of his facial scar. Although Li Mu has already been bestowed with 100 taels of gold, the miraculous jade complexion ointment has indeed proven its worth. The sixth princess. Murong Yu narrowed her eyes. Though the sixth princess is married, she has had no news of joy in the 2 years since her marriage. In her previous life, she had heard whispers of some ailment afflicting the sixth princess. Many have been discreetly discussing this matter. If a royal princess faces such circumstances, one can only imagine the plight she endured when she married Hui Yuan, remaining silent for years. However, that possibility is no longer relevant in this lifetime. "Will you attend the banquet?" A.M. inquired. "Of course, if the sixth princess has extended her invitation, how could I refuse?" Murong Yu replied, rising to say, "Bring me my cloak. I shall go check on mother." A.M. hurriedly fetched the snow fox fur-lined cloak for her. Murong Yu then proceeded to the main courtyard, where Lady Li was instructing a group of stewards from the estate. Upon seeing her daughter, Lady Li invited her to sit and listen. After reconciling accounts and asking a few questions, she dismissed the stewards. "The snow has been falling increasingly heavily these past few days. Has mother remembered to keep warm?" Murong Yu asked. Lady Li smiled. "With Su Mama and the others here, you need not worry about me." Murong Yu smiled and said, "We must instruct the kitchen to prepare delectable dishes for father, as the blessing ceremony forbids the consumption of any meat for an entire month. How could we neglect father?" Li Shi chuckled softly. Murong Yu then turned to Su Mama and a man, saying, "You may all leave now. I wish to converse with mother." Once Su Mama and a man departed, Murong Yu focused her attention on Li Shi. "Mother, have you communicated with the Duke of Li's residence?" Li Shi nodded and replied, "Yes, your uncle has already dispatched someone with great urgency. Your eldest cousin should have received the message and is on his way to assist your second cousin." She could not suppress her worry. "I just hope they arrive in time. That batch of grain and coal must not encounter any mishaps. The snowfall this year is quite heavy, and if something were to go awry, the emperor would undoubtedly be enraged. There is no need for concern, mother. They will arrive in time," Murong Yu reassured her gently. This month, a shipment of grain and coal destined for the frontier was intercepted, and the individual tasked with escorting these supplies was none other than her second cousin, Li Yu. Chapter 54. Interceptions and support. Li Yu personally undertook a mission at the emperor's behest, as he too feared that this shipment of grain might encounter problems, especially given the inclement weather. What would happen to his elder brother in such a situation? He had indeed been exceedingly cautious, yet unforeseen complications arose, resulting in the complete loss of that shipment of grain and coal. intercepted cleanly along the way. As her mother had predicted, the emperor was infuriated. Consequently, Li Yu was stripped of his official position, and it was not until the following year that her maternal uncle managed to secure him a chance for reassignment, sending him to Lianzhou. Yet fortune was not on their side, for they encountered Lianzhou's rare flood season, a phenomenon that occurs only once in a century. The local government was rife with corruption, and the water dams were less sturdy than mere paper. One could easily envision the tragic fate awaiting my cousin Li Yu, who would inevitably become a scapegoat. However, it must be noted that Li Yu had only recently assumed office. How could this calamity be attributed to him? Yet, the imperial envoy fortuitously unearthed a sum of 100,000 taels of silver, specifically allocated for the construction of the dams, hidden within my cousin's residence. How could he possibly absolve himself of such accusations? Although later investigations by the Duke of Li's household revealed Li Yu's innocence, indicating that it was his wife, Lady Yi, who received the funds, it was too late. Li Yu had already lost his life. Meanwhile, my grandmother, aged and unable to withstand the shock, fell gravely ill overnight and soon passed away. Murong Yu closed her eyes and, after a deep sigh, declared, "My cousin will surely be safe." At that very moment, Li Yu was locked in a fierce battle with a band of robbers. As the clash intensified, the number of assailants had more than doubled. Fight for your lives. Li Yu's pupils contracted, yet he felt no fear. As a scholar, he was also skilled in martial arts. In such dire circumstances, how could he retreat? Leading his guards, he charged once more into the fray. "Master, we must flee. We cannot protect you any longer." However, it was not long before his guards began to withdraw, their faces etched with despair. Li Yu's gaze reflected disbelief. He had personally taken charge of the grain transport, worried about entrusting it to others, and had gathered sufficient men for the task. Yet this was the outcome? "If you do not escape now, your life may be at stake," the guards urged, deflecting incoming arrows as they hastily advised him. However, Li Yu was utterly unwilling to flee. How could he escape? He could not escape, absolutely could not escape. Even if it meant battling until the very last moment, he would hold his ground. More adversaries were approaching. The guards despaired. With a sudden thud, Li Yu withdrew his blade from the belly of the bandit before him, commanding fiercely, "Protect this batch of supplies and charcoal with your lives. If this task fails, your families will bear the consequences. None shall evade. Do you wish to save your own lives, or those of your parents and wives?" "Second master, it is the Duke's household. It is indeed the Duke's men, led by Lord Li," the guards exclaimed with excitement. Li Yu turned to look ahead. At the forefront was none other than the Duke's chief bodyguard, Li Kuei. Li Kuei charged his horse to Li Yu's side, effortlessly dispatching several bandits with a mere flick of his wrist. "Second master, are you unharmed? Can my men still make it in time?" "We can make it." Li Yu's eyes brightened. "Kill them," Li Kuei bellowed. This contingent from the Duke's household comprised elite assassins, their martial prowess unparalleled, rendering the enemy utterly outmatched. Yet, alas, the sheer number of adversaries proved overwhelming, resulting in significant losses among the Duke's assassins as well. "Second master, the enemy has reinforcements," a guard exclaimed in terror upon witnessing the bandits encircling from all directions. "Even with reinforcements, we need not fear. The master must have brought aid. We simply need to hold out until his forces arrive," Li Kuei declared resolutely. Chapter 55, The Supernatural. Such were the circumstances. Yet as Li Kuei beheld the bandits surging from all directions, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. Had it not been for the unexpected mission dispatched by the Duke, how could the second master have safeguarded this batch of grain and charcoal? Would the eldest brother arrive as well? A surge of spirit coursed through Li Yu. "He will. The Duke has received prior intelligence, and the eldest brother has been informed," Li Kuei affirmed. Indeed, the guards and soldiers echoed in a resounding chorus. Due to the overwhelming number of adversaries, both Li Yu and Li Kuei sustained injuries. It was only at the last moment that Li Han and his men arrived. Witnessing the dire scene, Li Han's countenance turned icy. "Attack!" With a commanding shout, he galloped forth on his steed, the soldiers following suit, charging into the fray. "Eldest brother, eldest uncle," Li Yu and Li Kuei exclaimed, their hearts alight with fervor as they turned their gazes towards Li Han. "Are you unharmed?" Li Han replied while cleaving through the bandits with his blade, stealing a moment to inquire. "I'm fine," Li Han responded, and under his relentless assault, the bandit horde finally crumbled, with several captured alive, while the remainder were vanquished without mercy. "Eldest brother, what brings you and Uncle Kuei here? Did father receive some news?" Li Yu inquired, the weight upon his heart beginning to lift. Indeed, it was a dream of the cousin, Li Kuei stated with solemnity. If it were any other matter, it might be disregarded, but the cousin's dream regarding this incident is of great significance. The Duke did not dare to underestimate it, sending a secret missive to the eldest brother and dispatching him forthwith. The timing was fortuitous, otherwise, the second master might not have endured until the eldest brother's assistance arrived. Rest assured, second master. Li Kuei nodded. Fortunately, the timely rescue averted any grave misfortune. Despite this, Lady Li, the aunt, still collapsed into her seat, her entire body trembling with cold. Madam, thankfully the second master is unharmed. Truly, it is the blessings of the heavens. The maid quickly consoled her. Sister-in-law, did you not say that it was our cousin's reckless actions that invoked the wrath of the spirits? If it were not for her, my brother would have been in grave danger. Li Han's wife, Shun, was the first to cast a scornful glance at her sister-in-law. Elder sister, how can I be blamed for this matter? I never anticipated it to be true. Yi, the wife of Li Yu, stammered in response. May the Bodhisattva bless our Li Gugong mansion. Lady Li clasped her hands together and uttered a prayer. Chapter 56. The gratitude of the grandmother Li Gugong was also drenched in cold sweat, having initially taken precautions, as his second son had enough attendance with him. Who could have foreseen such an occurrence? Hearing his wife's words, he remarked, This time, it is you who are married, had it not been for my niece. We truly would not know what to do. Lady Li nodded in agreement, saying, I shall visit the Murong residence tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lady Li set out with gifts in hand. Murong Yu had slept soundly the previous night. Given the frigid weather, her bed was exceedingly comfortable, allowing her to indulge in a rare lie-in. When her aunt arrived, Murong Yu had just risen and partaken in breakfast. Upon hearing from Aman, she quickly changed her clothes. Yua. Upon seeing her, Lady Li rose to her feet. Aunt, how do you do? Murong Yu greeted her respectfully. Lady Li stepped forward to assist her, saying, What need is there for such formality? Come, sit down. It must be quite chilly on your journey here. Murong Yu could not help but smile, saying, It is not cold, it is merely a few steps. Lady Li chuckled, replying, Sister-in-law, please take a seat. There is no need to be so agitated. She then turned to her daughter. Look at these gifts. They are all carefully selected by your aunt. Lady Li cast a playful glance at her before addressing her niece. Yuer, we are truly indebted to you this time. Otherwise, your second cousin would have been in grave danger. Indeed, he is blessed by fate. Murong Yu concurred while sitting on the side. However, she harbored doubts about the simplicity of the matter. The sudden appearance of so many bandits seemed too orchestrated, as if they had long been lying in wait, clearly targeting this shipment of grain and charcoal. Yet, such concerns were not for her to dwell upon. After all, she was merely a young lady of the inner chambers. Lady Li expressed her gratitude for the narrow escape. Murong Yu shook her head, saying, Aunt, there is no need for thanks. It was the Bodhisattva who revealed it to me in a dream. Lady Li explained, This child vowed to eat vegetarian for half a year to pray for her mother's well-being. Very well, Lady Li nodded. The events of this incident undoubtedly confirmed that everything her daughter dreamt was indeed true. It was precisely because of this that her daughter could assist her cousin in averting this calamity. Yet, what of the future of the Murong family and the Duke Li's household? A shadow of worry lingered in Lady Li's eyes. Li Mu, in place of his elder brother, comforted the guards and families of the Li household before coming to express his gratitude to Murong Yu. Cousin, my brother's injuries are quite severe, so I did not bring him. He will come once he has recovered, Li Mu stated. Let him recuperate well, Murong Yu replied, shaking her head. Li Mu produced a box and said, Cousin, this is a treasured collection sent by grandmother. Murong Yu did not hesitate and smiled as she instructed a man to receive it. How is our grandmother faring? Grandmother is well, just a bit startled this time. But fortunately, second brother is safe, Li Mu replied. He did not linger, for he had numerous matters to attend to. Whether concerning the rouge and powder shop or the apricot grove hall, his business had evolved significantly. In addition to these, he had engaged in several ventures himself. Thus he was indeed quite busy. Miss, look, the old lady has sent you many delightful gifts. A man opened the box, revealing exquisite jade bracelets and stunning gemstones, including rubies and sapphires. A smile graced Murong Yu's face. Second cousin was the only one raised under grandmother's care. Among the three cousins, she favored him the most, which explained why she could hardly bear the blows of the past life. This time, as second cousin turned peril into safety, grandmother too had weathered her tribulations. Murong Xing was well aware of the events transpiring in the capital, He glanced at the crown prince and the Ming Wang, his gaze profound. It was uncertain which of the two was behind this incident, but regardless, both were utterly despicable. That batch of grain and coal was destined for the borders, meant to sustain the soldiers through winter. Without provisions, how could the soldiers endure the harsh season? Should the borders be attacked, the soldiers would be left helpless. "Thank you for your hard work these days, sir," the crown prince said gracefully. The Ming king remarked, "My lord, do take care." He then directed a frosty gaze towards the crown prince, inquiring, "Was this incident truly orchestrated by you?" The crown prince scoffed, "How audacious of you, fifth brother, to casually cast such baseless accusations upon me. Do you not perceive the irony in your own words?" The brothers parted on unsatisfactory terms. Once they had departed from the Hulong temple, the crown prince sat in the carriage, his countenance icy. How did the Duke of Li's residence acquire this information? He pondered, narrowing his eyes. "Your Highness, it is said that Miss Murong had a dream foretelling an incident involving Liu, which prompted this alert," a subordinate whispered. "Having conducted an investigation, Miss Murong," the crown prince frowned, "is she not the one betrothed to Hui Yuan? Your Highness may be unaware, but the engagement between Miss Murong and young Master Hua has been annulled," the attendant explained, recounting the matter in full. Unbeknownst to Murong Yu, she had caught the attention of the crown prince, as she was currently at the entrance, welcoming her father alongside her brother and mother. "Father, it has been such a long time," Murong Yu exclaimed joyfully, gazing at her father, who radiated an aura of righteousness. Their family was finally reunited once more. The Li family scrutinized their patriarch with a playful reproach. "Indeed, it has been an entire month. Surely, father must be longing for a feast? The kitchen has prepared a lavish spread, allowing you to indulge today." Murong Jin grinned broadly. In Chapter 58, titled "The Man Outside, the Woman Inside," Madame Li personally attended to her husband's bathing and changing of garments, gently drying his hair with a cloth while discussing matters concerning the household. Aside from the matters concerning Aunt Shui and Murong Rue, there have been no significant events in the Murong residence. Murong Sheng's expression darkened. How could Rue be so devoid of propriety and shame? "When I first learned of this incident, I was indeed furious. Does she not comprehend how much you cherishes her half-sister? Throughout these years, has she ever wronged her in the slightest? Even at this juncture, Yu continues to care for the second young lady. Upon discovering her affection for Hui Yuan, Yu not only chose to withdraw but also wished to facilitate their union, with Aunt Shui and the second young lady interceding. It was for this reason that I acquiesced to the marriage proposal," Li stated. Murong Sheng, visibly displeased, remarked, "How can such character be deemed worthy of a lifelong commitment?" Li sighed, "I too harbor reservations, yet what can be done? I learned through the maidservants around the second young lady that she frequently rendezvoused with Hui Yuan, often hiding in the carriage. I find it difficult to articulate. This is outrageous." Murong Sheng straightened his posture and continued, "The situation has reached this point. Even if I were to refuse, what could be done? Shall we truly confine the second young lady to a monastery for a lifetime? After all, she is also the daughter of the master. How could I be so heartless? In truth, it is my inadequacy. I have only borne one pair of children for the master, resulting in a lack of heirs in the Murong household. Nevertheless, the upbringing of the second young lady over the years has been modeled after you, a fact you are well aware of, my lord." Though Lady Li appears to be offering an apology, her words are imbued with considerable finesse. The upbringing of a concubine's daughter, akin to that of a legitimate daughter, ultimately reveals that it is not merely a matter of education but rather an issue rooted deeply within. "Do not speak so, my lady," Murong Sheng interjected, eager to provide comfort. He had observed over the years the care bestowed upon this illegitimate daughter. She had indeed been taken to numerous prominent gatherings, ensuring she was not treated unjustly. Yet, despite such nurturing, her actions have betrayed the teachings she received, rendering them futile. Having led a life of integrity, Murong Sheng could hardly suppress his indignation. "Pray, do calm your spirit, my lord. I have already reprimanded concubine Shui. She has acknowledged her faults, admitting her influence on the second young lady. The young lady has transcribed the Nze and Njia. She merely awaits preparations for her marriage now." Lady Li seemed appeased, reaching a definitive conclusion. Murong Sheng sighed, lamenting, "Ultimately, this is an injustice to Yu. This marriage should rightfully have been hers." Lady Li chuckled softly, remarking that it was indeed a stroke of fortune that a person of Hui Yuan's ilk was outmaneuvered by Murong Rue, the illegitimate daughter. "You govern the external affairs. While I shall oversee the internal matters, you need only entrust everything to me. Chapter 59. Feigning illness. Regarding this matter, Lady Li pondered thoughtfully. My lord, you must have heard, have you not? I understand that Yu had a dream in which she foresaw a calamity befalling you during his escort of provisions and coal. It was this that prompted my elder brother to dispatch aid. Murong Yu inquired. Lady Li nodded in affirmation. Yu is a dutiful child. When our mother fell gravely ill and lingered in suffering, she secretly made a vow before the Bodhisattva, promising to adhere to a vegetarian diet for half a year. The Bodhisattva, perhaps moved by her filial piety, granted her a prophetic dream. My lord, you are aware that Yu was raised in front of my mother. If something were to happen to him now, given my mother's advanced age, she might not be able to bear it. As for the truth, Lady Li currently dares not disclose it to you. She is also concerned about the future of the Murong and Li families. However, for now, we can only take one step at a time. Murong Yu nodded, acknowledging Yu's filial piety is commendable. Yet, he furrowed his brow. This matter should not have been made public. How did it become known outside? Upon hearing this, Lady Li could not help but feel anxious. Such supernatural occurrences were something she had cautioned against spreading, yet it still leaked out privately. She wondered who in the Li family had divulged it, for it seemed to place Yu in a precarious position. Who could tell which of the two was responsible for this incident? Regardless of who it was, the matter has now come to an untimely halt. Do they not harbor resentment towards the daughter who dared to give warnings in her dreams? Murong Yu reassured her, Madam, there is no need for excessive worry. In this capital city, no one would dare to act recklessly, especially given the emperor's particular anger this time. Lady Li nodded, and then shifted the conversation to lighter topics. After a while, the couple finally retired to bed, as they had not seen each other for some time, and naturally wished to be close. At this moment, however, Murong Yu was still awake, engrossed in reading in her own chamber. She had often asked Murong Jin and Li Mu to gather various books on this subject. Fortunately, during this time, she had come into possession of a rare herbal compendium, which documented exceedingly rare herbs. Murong Yu considered it a treasure, and for the past few days, she had been diligently studying this collection of herbs. Miss, the news has spread outside, claiming that the second master's ability to turn peril into safety is due to your blessings. A man said with a worried expression as she brought in a plate of milk cake. Li Han and Li Yu, tasked with duties, referred to the elder and the second master. Murong Yu's eyes flickered. She was uncertain who had disseminated such information, but the situation was indeed disadvantageous for her. Aside from the sixth princess's plum appreciation banquet, cancel all other gatherings. Announce tomorrow that I am unwell. Murong Yu spoke softly. A man nodded in agreement. Miss, would you like to have some milk cake? The Bodhisattva will not be displeased. You only had a bit of porridge for dinner. How can that suffice? Murong Yu shook her head. I have vowed to eat vegetarian for half a year. Not a single day can be omitted. A man suggested. Then shall I prepare osmanthus cake and date paste cake for you tomorrow? Very well. Murong Yu did not decline her kind offer. After a night of pleasant dreams, the following day, Murong Yu proclaimed herself ill. Upon hearing this, the Li matriarch initially believed it to be true. After sending her husband off to court, she hurried to visit her daughter, only to discover that her illness was feigned. Mother, I am quite well. It is all an act, Murong Yu said, observing the glistening charm in her mother's eyes. In her previous life, after Ji Qingxian left her chamber, she would also see such allure in her own reflection, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, she was glad to see her parents in love. Chapter 60. The Yi family daughter. Mother, I do need to feign illness. Murong Yu whispered. This time, I fear the crown prince or his highness the Ming Wang has taken note of me. Murong Yu harbored a particular individual in her heart, and it was precisely because of this person that her second cousin met his untimely demise in the previous life, leading to her grandmother's swift departure from this world and leaving the Li Guogong residence in a state of profound disarray. Her second cousin's wife, Yi Shi, hailed from a family of merchants. Although their business was substantial, they were, after all, merely traders prior to their connection with the Li Guogong residence. They were vulnerable to the whims of any official who might seek to exploit them. However, the transformation of the Yi family occurred 3 years prior. At that time, Li Yu, brimming with youthful audacity, took it upon himself to eradicate several corrupt officials, only to find himself the target of an assassination attempt. Fortuitously, he was rescued by none other than the daughter of the Yi family, who is now married to him, Yi Shan. This union was vehemently opposed by the aunt of the Li Guogong residence, yet Li Yu insisted. recalling how a certain woman had offered him warmth during a snow-laden day with her frail form. But who is Yishan? In her previous life, Murong Yu was oblivious. Yet in this life, the truth was abundantly clear. Yishan was the kind of person who would not act unless the outcome was assured. It was inconceivable that she would risk herself to save him when her cousin had fallen into such despair, given that no one could discern his noble lineage. It is worth noting that after the downfall of the Li Guogong residence, Yishan was the first to seek a divorce, promptly becoming a concubine in a family opposed to the Li Guogong. At that time, her mother-in-law was nearly driven to the brink of illness from rage. Later, upon discovering that she had aligned herself with Ji Qingxian, who even came to plead for her return, it became evident that her life as a concubine was fraught with hardship. Lacking the splendor she once enjoyed as the wife of the second young master of the Li family. Although she sought Murong Yu's assistance based on their past, how could Murong Yu, filled with disdain, possibly entertain her pleas? Let us momentarily set aside the past and focus on the present. Within the entirety of the Li Guogong residence, Murong Yu harbors suspicions solely towards Yishan, unable to fathom how such a person could selflessly rescue her cousin. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Li Shi was taken aback and quickly inquired, "What do you know?" She was well aware of the complexities between her nephew and this niece-in-law. Her daughter's dream had seemingly granted her insight into hidden truths. "I cannot be certain. Yet if this matter were to leak, her culpability would be most pronounced," Murong Yu articulated. "It is known that grandmother dotes on her, having previously entertained thoughts of marrying her to my second cousin. However, their bond is purely fraternal. Yishan is also privy to this situation since her marriage. And although she has not overtly expressed her sentiments, there lies a subtle animosity towards her." "Pray, let my aunt investigate discreetly," Murong Yu whispered. "The calamity befalling my second cousin is a consequence of her actions." The fortunes of the Li Guogong residence began to wane with her entrance. Li Shi's countenance darkened considerably. How much benefit had the Yi family reaped since their ascendance to the Li Guogong residence? They were no longer victims of oppression. And now there were even ambitions to align with the imperial merchants. To think that the daughter of the Yi family was the harbinger of the Li Guogong residence's decline was unfathomable. Murong Yu's gaze was contemplative. The Yi family was not devoid of merit. She recalled a certain Yi Zhu, a daughter of the Yi family's branch. The connections between the Yi family and the Li Guogong residence were indeed intricate. The decline of the Duke Li's residence was inextricably linked to Yishan. However, in the aftermath of the downfall, Li Mu was able to thrive in the business world, largely thanks to the assistance of a woman named Yi Zhu from the Yi family. Yi Zhu later ascended to become the helm of the Yi family, and as Li Mu stated, it was she who rescued him, providing him with both financial support and vital connections, enabling him to rise once more. Up until her reincarnation, this Yi Zhu, the matriarch of the Yi family, remained unmarried and solitary. Where Lady Li could not help but grasp her daughter's hand, feeling her heart race at the sight of her. Yet, it was essential to temper the brilliance. "Do not worry excessively. These matters will be handled well by me. If it truly is the Yi family that spreads this news, neither the Murong family nor the Duke Li's residence will spare her. Additionally, regarding the incident where your brother was saved, I will ensure that your elder aunt investigates thoroughly in private," Lady Li assured. These matters were indeed family affairs, and as she was now a married daughter, it was best to leave them to her sister-in-law to manage. Moreover, given the implications for the future of the Duke Li's residence, her sister-in-law would undoubtedly take the matter seriously. Lady Li received a letter sent by Su Mama on behalf of Li Shi, and her expression darkened upon reading it. The letter also mentioned the incident concerning her son's rescue, which plunged Lady Li into deep contemplation. Yes, Su Mama responded affirmatively. Although Lady Li did not make a grand spectacle of this situation, while Yishan was tending to her son, she discreetly summoned a personal maid named Tao Sai to inquire further. Madame Li ordered 2 instruments of torture to be brought forth. One was a sharpened bamboo stick, specifically designed to be inserted beneath the fingernails, and the other was a clamp, a device used to grip all 10 fingers, commonly referred to as the finger clamp. Upon seeing these implements, the maid Tao Sai turned pale, her complexion drained of color, and she hastily bowed before Madame Li, pleading, "Madam, please spare me. Grant this wretched servant a chance." The matron commanded that Tao Sai be restrained and, brandishing the bamboo stick ominously, gazed intently at her while saying, "I beseech you, madam, grant this servant an opportunity." Tears streamed down Tao Sai's face as she implored, "I will confess everything. I shall reveal all." Madame Li's heart chilled at her words. She had not yet disclosed the matter at hand, yet she immediately cast a knowing glance at the matron. You wretched servant. Do not hesitate to confess how you have tarnished the reputation of the young lady. The matron struck her with a resounding slap, her voice sharp and accusatory. Taosai, how dare you? Madame Li slammed her hand upon the table, her expression icy. The matron, understanding the madame's intent, swiftly added, how dare you slander the second young mistress? The second young mistress harbors no grievances against the young lady, and in fact, it was the young lady who saved the second young master this time. There is no reason for the second young mistress to bear ill will towards her. It is undoubtedly your own mischief. Upon realizing that she was being set up to take the blame, Taosai trembled with fear, her trousers dampening, and with tears and sobs, she exclaimed, how could this servant dare to do such a thing? The servant merely occupies a subordinate position, were it not for the instructions of the second young madam. Even with the courage of several leopards, she would not dare to harm the young lady, especially since there is no enmity between them. It is the second young madam who harbors resentment towards the young lady. What grievance exists between the second young madam and the young lady? Inquired the old woman. The face yen lantern incident? That was 2 years ago, wasn't it? Lady Li responded in disbelief. Indeed, and furthermore, the second young madam is aware that the matriarch once wished for the second young master and the young lady to be childhood sweethearts, said Taosai. This is sheer nonsense. Lady Li felt a surge of anger within her. Yuer and Yuer are indeed cousins, but their bond is merely one of sibling affection. If it were otherwise, does Yishan truly believe this match could ever come to fruition? She harbors resentment towards Yuer because of this. If it were not for Yuer, would my son still have his life? This is a matter of saving her husband's life and preserving the family's honor. Yet, she could so easily turn around and propagate this information, placing Yuer in peril. Such intentions are truly malicious. Over the years, the second young master has not shared a bed with the second young madam, leading her to believe that he is preserving his virtue for the young lady. What? Lady Li suddenly stood up, her expression one of incredulity as she stared at Taosai. A few other maids were equally astonished. Had they misheard? The second young master and the second young madam had not yet shared a bed? Taosai, realizing the truth could no longer be concealed, confessed entirely, madam. I did not speak in error. The second young madam and the second young master have, until now, never shared a bed. Lady Li was left utterly astonished. Originally, I came to investigate the case involving my daughter-in-law and niece, yet unexpectedly, this matter has surfaced. The old woman recounted. On the second day of the wedding, a tribute of a yuanpa was indeed made. That single yuanpa was merely a means for the second young master to appease his wife after he had pierced his shoulder. Taosai remarked. On the night of their wedding, the second young mistress had her monthly cycle, and thus, the consummation did not take place. However, out of consideration for her background, the second young master forbade its disclosure to prevent anyone from looking down upon her. Was it not because the second young mistress had saved the second young master that she had fallen victim to a chill in her health, resulting in this predicament? The old woman of Lady Li stated. A visit from Master Qin was indeed sought at that time, and it was confirmed that she had indeed succumbed to a chill. Chapter 63. A growing distance while the chill existed, Master Qin was an esteemed physician. After 3 years of care, what ailment could remain unhealed? The reason she has not conceived thus far is simply because the second young master has never shared a chamber with the second young mistress. Taosai asserted. Lady Li felt a wave of dizziness. The chill that Lady Yi acquired while saving her son was the reason why, after 3 years of marriage, she had not conceived. Yet she had never voiced her concerns. To think that the reason for her continued barrenness lay here. Was it truly your young miss, Yishan, who saved the second young master? Lady Li fixed her gaze upon Taosai. Taosai was taken aback and shook her head. I am unaware. After that incident, everyone around the second young mistress was replaced. Both I and Xiangsai came to serve her only thereafter. I assure you, I will not divulge a single word. Taosai quickly nodded in affirmation. The old servant inquired, Madam, shall we seek out the second young master for an inquiry? Indeed, the servant promptly replied. However, Yishan remained oblivious to the fact that Taosai had thoroughly betrayed her. When Xiangsai came to inform her that Taosai was unwell and had taken a sick leave, she paid it no mind, even commending Taosai for her diligent efforts. Thus, she prepared a bowl of soup and took it to Liu. Liu was recuperating from his injuries, yet he did not appear feeble. He was simultaneously nursing his wounds while engrossed in a book. My husband, you ought to rest, even in your current state. You insist on reading, Yishan playfully chided. Li Yu glanced at her and replied, it is you who should not overexert yourself. Setting down the bowl of soup. Yishan's expression darkened with a hint of sorrow. Must we remain so distant from one another, my husband? A flicker of shame crossed Li Yu's features. He could not comprehend why he felt such estrangement towards his wife, yet he found himself unable to bridge the gap. During their days in the cave, when he was temporarily blinded and injured, they had shared meals and shelter, and he had felt that she was indeed his destined partner. Thus, despite his mother's disapproval, he had sought the approval of his grandmother and brought her into his home. Yet, after their marriage, something felt amiss. My husband, it has been nearly 3 years since our union, yet you have not once shown me any affection. Do you truly harbor such disdain for me? In that cave? You promised to care for me for a lifetime. I entered this marriage with a heart full of joy, and yet, as Yishan spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. It is my fault, Li Yu said gently, taking her hand in his. If you were truly unlikable, then why would I have wed you? Yet Yishan broke free from his grasp, turning away to wipe her tears. How about giving me a divorce decree, allowing me to leave? Thus sparing me from this life of solitary mourning? Chapter 64. No seeking of courtesans, no taking of concubines, it is I who have wronged you, Li Yu sighed. Yishan's tears flowed even more fiercely. I do not seek your apologies. You have nothing to apologize for. I understand that I have sought to repay kindness. As a mere merchant's daughter marrying into a noble family, it is entirely natural for you to look down upon me. That was not my intention, Li Yu hastily replied. Yishan lifted her tear-streaked face, revealing her considerable beauty, fair-skinned, lovely, with willow-like brows and apricot-shaped eyes. Before marrying into the Li Duke's household, she had been the pride of the Yi family. They aspired to place her within a prestigious family's inner chambers, thereby securing their own protection and deterring outsiders from coveting their fortunes. Yet, unexpectedly, she wed into the Li Duke's estate, bringing unparalleled wealth and honor to her family, elevating the Yi family's status to heights previously unimagined. Who would dare to look down upon the Yi family now? This marriage had seemingly no faults. Li Yu neither frequented brothels nor took concubines. However, there was one issue. She had been in his home for nearly 3 years. Yet Li Yu had not consummated their marriage. In the initial days of their union, they shared the same bed, but unfortunate timing coincided with her monthly cycle, preventing any intimacy. Subsequently, he chose to sleep in the study. Although she had broached the topic, he always claimed fatigue. Initially, Yishan suspected he might have been ensnared by some seductive temptress, but ultimately, she discovered there was no such affair. It seemed as though he was deliberately avoiding her. Was there something wrong with Li Yu? There is nothing wrong at all. During the initial days of their marriage, he slept beside her. Was she unaware of his health? During that time, he treated her exceptionally well. If it weren't for his physical condition, he would have undoubtedly desired her fervently. Originally, she had ample time to gradually win him over, but this recent incident made Yishan realize that she could not continue in this manner. If similar occurrences were to happen again, and he faced an unforeseen mishap outside, what would she do without even a child to her name? How could she establish herself in the Li Guogong residence? Thus, at this moment, Yishan collapsed in Li Yu's embrace, weeping inconsolably. My dear husband, I was truly terrified this time. Do you have any idea how worried I was? I have yet to bear you a child, and you nearly faced danger. What am I to do alone? Li Yu sighed and held her tightly, offering comfort. If my husband does not favor me, I shall grant a countenance to the maidens in my courtyard, allowing them to serve you. In the future, should we have children, I shall raise them at my side. Regardless of the circumstances, I am your wife, and it is my duty to assist you in expanding our family. Yishan wept helplessly. I will not take a concubine, Li Yu declared, shaking his head. He genuinely wished to marry her and had no intention of taking any concubines. Are you serious about this, my husband? Yishan inquired, gazing at him. Indeed, Li Yu nodded. Upon hearing this, Yishan's tears transformed into laughter. Chapter 65. The appearance of Ji Chengxian in recent days. The snowfall outside has been quite substantial. Murong Yu, who publicly claimed to be recuperating, has been living in great ease. With nothing much to do, she peruses medical texts, spends time conversing with her parents, and occasionally scolds her younger brother. Life has been quite splendid. Today, Murong Yu, feeling unoccupied, instructed a man to summon Ji Chengxian. A man promptly fetched him, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a month had elapsed. Time, though not excessively lengthy, had undeniably wrought significant changes in Ji Chengxian. Once a mere slave, emaciated like a slender bamboo, his ribs starkly visible through tattered garments. He now stood tall and resolute in the attire of a guard, resembling a pine or cypress, utterly transformed from his former self. A man observed with delight, "Miss, look at him. If he were to walk outside, no one would suspect he was a slave. He bears no resemblance to that past at all." Murong Yu's gaze appraised Ji Qingxian, who knelt submissively before her. "Lift your face," she commanded. Obediently, Ji Qingxian raised his visage, meeting her eyes. His appearance, however, did not conform to the prevailing aesthetic of the dynasty, which favored refined and handsome men, such as Hui Yuan or Hidong Wang Guji Han, who were regarded as paragon of beauty. Ji Qingxuan's looks diverged from this norm. At merely 16 or 17, his eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to stars and moons. And Murong Yu was well aware of the allure within his gaze. Further scrutiny revealed a pair of sharply defined brows arching above his eyes, resembling drawn swords piercing through his hair. His nose was high and straight, and his lips were broad and full, though still in the bloom of youth. Lacking the inherent authority he would later possess, he nonetheless exuded a commanding presence that compelled one to instinctively submit before him, radiating the nascent aura of a sovereign. Their eyes met, and Murong Yu, reclining in a beguiling posture upon the concubine couch, felt her legs weaken slightly. "What, Murong Yu, are you truly contemplating? In such moments, how could one still dwell upon the indignity suffered? Should one not wield a sharp blade and bestow a swift resolution, avenging the humiliation endured in a past life?" "Preposterous," Murong Yu reprimanded, her voice laced with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. Ji Qingxian lowered his head once more, acknowledging his faults as a servant, pleading for the young lady's forgiveness. His bowed demeanor concealed the flicker of self-mockery and coldness that crossed his eyes. Indeed, the young lady regarded him merely as a servant to summon at will. A man, perplexed, cast a glance towards the young lady, wondering at the sudden outburst of her ire. It was she who commanded the servant to lift his face. "You must practice what you have learned," she insisted. Descending from her luxurious couch, Murong Yu donned the fur coat that a man had brought her. The collar of snow fox fur accentuated her exquisite beauty, rendering her visage utterly captivating, impossible to look away from. Ji Qingxian dared not gaze further, performing before the young lady as if a mere warrior. Observing his display, Murong Yu felt he had mastered the art well. Yet, with merely half a month past, it seemed the chief guard would soon have little left to teach him. Ji Qingxian, having concluded his performance, humbly knelt on one knee. Murong Yu regarded him, stating, "I have told you before. There is no need for you to kneel so frequently in my presence." Ji Qingxian appeared profoundly grateful, expressing, "I am indebted to you, young lady. Were it not for your favor, I would remain but a slave. It is your regard for me that has allowed me to attain my current standing." Chapter 66, A Facade of Nobility. The naive man felt satisfied upon hearing this, understanding well that the young lady had granted him a chance at rebirth. However, as Murong Yu observed Ji Qingxuan's submissive demeanor, a shiver ran down her spine. He must have taken her earlier reprimand to heart. Though he possessed an appearance of elegance, his cunning was rivaled only by that of women. It was merely a momentary lapse in her composure that led to her admonishment, and now he seemed displeased. "Come in. I shall take your pulse," Murong Yu stated, taking a deep breath. Ji Qingxian obediently followed the young lady inside. Murong Yu removed her outer garment and seated herself. "Please, sit," she urged. "I dare not. Standing is sufficient for me," Ji Qingxian quickly replied, shaking his head. Murong Yu shot him a glance. "When I tell you to sit, you shall sit. At that time, when your condition was dire and you hovered between life and death, I personally cleansed your wounds." What she meant was, "Remember that I have shown you kindness. Do not harbor resentment against me for a mere few words." A man also chimed in, "Indeed. Young lady has instructed you to sit. You should comply. How can the young lady take your pulse if you do not sit?" "I am most grateful to the young lady," Ji Qingxian replied, appearing pitiful. Murong Yu, observing his pathetic demeanor, felt a twinge of disdain. Yet she could not act contrary to his nature. Having lived with him for 5 years, she was all too familiar with his obstinate temperament. It was best to acquiesce. Defiance was not an option. As he extended his wrist, a man provided a handkerchief, and Murong Yu commenced her examination. Soon, her brow furrowed as she gazed at Ji Qingxian, who was bowing his head submissively. "Do you experience a dull ache in your heart region at night?" Ji Qingxian, who had not anticipated the young lady to discern anything, paused momentarily. "Yes, there is a slight throbbing pain. That is due to congealed blood. Murong Yu released his pulse and said, I shall prepare a potion for you, which will be delivered to you by someone. You are to consume it for 3 consecutive days, during which you must refrain from practicing martial arts. You may resume your training after this period. Thank you, miss. Ji Chengxian promptly knelt again. This time, Murong Yu did not hasten to bid him rise. Instead, she inquired, How is your daily fare? All is well, Ji Chengxian replied, lowering his gaze. Murong Yu continued, I have heard that your people, the Chong, have a fondness for milk. Ji Chengxian appeared somewhat embarrassed. Forgive me for the laughter, Mississippi. There is no cause for mirth. Murong Yu waved her hand dismissively. I enjoy it as well. It is quite delightful. On. Please ensure that the kitchen sends a pot of boiled milk to Ji Chengxian each day henceforth. Thank you, miss. Ji Chengxian expressed his gratitude wholeheartedly. Murong Yu, wishing to end the charade, gestured for him to depart. Amon escorted him out, assuring him that Zhuangzi would deliver the medicine shortly. Ji Chengxian nodded and remarked, A servant who escapes great peril is surely destined for good fortune. Amon chuckled, You seem to possess considerable wisdom, knowing that those who survive calamity are often rewarded. Miss, I wonder if there is any task I might assist you with? Ji Chengxian asked earnestly. My health is quite sound. I overheard Zhuangzi mentioning that you will be attending the Plum Blossom Banquet tomorrow, he continued. I can drive the carriage. If you are fit, then you may accompany Zhuangzi. Amon responded with satisfaction at his eagerness to be of service. I shall join Zhuangzi at dawn, Ji Chengxian replied promptly. Murong Yu completed the prescription, inwardly amused. While outwardly expressing, Is that so? He seems quite loyal. Chapter 67. Flattery and fawning. Casting a glance at the innocent Amon, Murong Yu mused that he was woefully ignorant of the temperament of this dog-like servant. No one understood better than herself how obstinate and erratic he could be. Loyalty? It was all a facade. Had he not been so obsequious, it might have been somewhat better. His humility only served to bury him deeper in the dust, compelling her to reflect on how she might have offended him. Though his heart was not particularly expansive, he possessed one commendable trait, ambition. Having lingered in the dust for too long, he would seize any opportunity to ascend. Now, she had provided him with a ladder, elevating his starting point beyond measure compared to his previous life. Moreover, she had taken the initiative to nurture his health and attend to his daily needs. He had no reason to harbor resentment towards the Murong residents. In the future, when he reached his zenith, she would undoubtedly seek to collect on her favors. After allowing the prepared prescription to dry, she handed it to Amon, instructing, Send Zhuangzi to the Apricot Grove Hall to fetch the medicine, and inform him that he need not accompany you tomorrow. He should rest well. Zhuangzi fetched the medicine and conveyed to Ji Chengxian the news that he was not required to follow the next day. The young lady does not want me to accompany her? Ji Chengxian inquired, lowering his gaze. Not at all. The young lady mentioned you still have some discomfort and advised you to recuperate properly until you are fully recovered, Zhuangzi replied, pleased with Ji Chengxian's intention to express gratitude to the young lady. It was a relief to see him shed that grim demeanor. Although I feel a bit unwell, I can still manage to drive the carriage, Ji Chengxian stated. Just heed the young lady's advice and rest. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Ji Chengxian then cast his gaze upon the medicinal packages, his dark eyes reflecting an unusual glimmer. However, recalling the disdain of the young lady towards him, the flicker of hope that had begun to ignite within him was swiftly extinguished once more. He was not mistaken when he observed the young lady lost in thought. A trace of humiliation flickered across her brow. How deeply must her disdain for him run? With a blank expression, Ji Chengxian prepared the medicine for himself, only to find himself kneeling in the courtyard outside the young lady's residence. Murong Yu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the news. What was he up to now? My lady, Ji Chengxian is indeed loyal. He expressed his desire to prepare a carriage for you tomorrow, said Aim with a smile. Should we give him a chance? Suggested Amon. Murong Yu replied, Since he wishes to serve, let him do so. She could surmise his intentions. He clearly sought to ingratiate himself with her, a true sycophant. Yet, the determination he exhibited to achieve his goals evoked a sense of admiration in Murong Yu. There are indeed reasons why certain individuals succeed. His ability to ascend to such heights is undoubtedly attributed to his own character and capability. Not to mention, his extraordinary patience surpasses that of many. Though she recognized his motives, Murong Yu felt a twinge of pride. You, a mere servant of the Dogrong, may one day transform from fish to dragon, but for now, you must seek my favor. That night, as she drifted into slumber, Murong Yu dreamt of Ji Chengxian gently assisting her down from the carriage, leading her into an endless orchard of peach trees. Amidst the resplendent blossoms and the fruitful harvests of spring and autumn, do you admire this expanse of peach orchard? I had it cultivated for you, and now the peach blossoms are in full bloom. Aren't they exquisite? He spoke with a smile. This marked the 4th year she had followed him, and he had brought her to this enchanting peach grove. Murong Yu was equally captivated by the scenery, walking alongside him. Yet, as they strolled further, fatigue overcame her, prompting him to crouch down and carry her on his back as he continued onward. Chapter 68. The concubine of the new emperor. His body stiffened, and he uttered not a word, merely bearing her upon his back, step by step, as they progressed forward. The following morning, Murong Yu awoke in a daze. Today, the eldest young lady would undoubtedly overshadow all others, rendering the other maidens pale in comparison. Su Mama, who had come to assist the eldest young lady with her grooming, spoke with a smile. Murong Yu gazed into the mirror at her own reflection. Her features were exquisite. Her lips like petals kissed by crimson, and the gentle curve of her chin was impeccably perfect. Yet, her eyes, once merely cool and proud, now bore an unexpected hint of weariness. Why has mother summoned you, Su Mama? Murong Yu inquired. The 6th princess seldom hosts banquets, making this occasion quite rare. She even specially instructed her maidservants to deliver an invitation to the eldest young lady, underscoring her regard for you. Thus, the madam requested this old servant to attend to you. Su Mama replied with a smile. It is indeed rare, but there is no need for such elaborate adornments. A single jade hairpin will suffice, Murong Yu stated. Su Mama, poised to showcase her skills, hesitated. But, young lady, how can this be acceptable? Amon and Ame chimed in. Yes, young lady, in such a setting, how can you dress so simply? I recently attended the plum appreciation banquet hosted by the 6th princess. Not to engage in a beauty contest, which is of no concern, Su Mama, just follow my instructions, Murong Yu stated. Su Mama hesitated, my lady. It would be difficult for me to explain this to the madam. She expressly instructed me to ensure that you shine brilliantly at this event. Murong Yu sighed, fully aware of her mother's intentions. This banquet would indeed see the presence of other young ladies, and although her relationship with Hui Yuan had not been officially recognized, the details of their family's affairs were well known. Ultimately, it was Murong Rue who secured the engagement with Hui Yuan. Although she had willingly stepped aside for Murong Rue's sake, the outside world remained oblivious to the intricacies of the situation. To them, it appeared that Murong Rue had triumphed and won Hui Yuan's heart, leaving her, the legitimate eldest daughter, overshadowed by a mere concubine. Her husband had been taken away. At this banquet, it was inevitable that she would become the target of ridicule and scorn as the esteemed Miss Murong. The invitation from the 6th princess was not something she could decline, which is precisely why her mother wished for her to outshine the others and reveal who was truly blind to the truth. However, Murong Yu had little interest in the petty rivalries among the young ladies. She was primarily eager to meet the 6th princess. Although the latter would eventually become a deposed princess, and her fiancé would divorce her, she seemed to have transformed into the favored consort of the new emperor. Strangely, she had managed to secure a prescription from Murong Yu's master, which led to her pregnancy with the new emperor's heir, thus ascending to the rank of a noble lady within the palace. At last, Murong Yu changed her attire, adorning herself with a jade hairpin before stepping out. Upon hearing Su Mama's report, Madame Li could not suppress a sigh. Her daughter had indeed been hurt. At the tender age of 15, when one is at their most vibrant, it is also a time when the desire to compete in beauty flourishes. In the past, attending such gatherings necessitated elaborate preparations. How could she now venture out in such a plain manner? What news have the mother and daughter been up to lately? Madame Li remarked with a cold huff. Rest assured, they are behaving themselves in the courtyard, Su Mama replied. The legitimate daughter is indeed fortunate. Yet does she truly believe the Hall Marquise is a desirable place? The young master's future wife, does she think she is fit for the role? I shall wait and see how it unfolds for her, Madame Li retorted, her expression frosty. Unbeknownst to Murong Yu, her mother had directed her ire towards concubine Shui and Murong Rue. Upon exiting, she spotted Ji Chengxian and Xuanzi standing by the carriage. Were you told to rest? Are you dressed warmly enough on this frigid day? Murong Yu stood before him, supported by Aman. Ji Chengxian lowered his gaze to the hem of the young lady's gown. I am warmly attired, he replied. Murong Yu cast him a glance and said no more, as Aman and Ame assisted her into the carriage. Ji Chengxian, and Xuanzi then proceeded to drive the horses. It is indeed quite cold, a man remarked inside the carriage. Indeed. But the plum blossoms thrive in this weather, a May added. I have heard that the plum garden of the sixth princess's residence is quite splendid. Yes. It is said that the sixth duke had them transplanted from elsewhere. Listening to their conversation, Murong Yu couldn't help but think that, had she not known the future outcome of the sixth prince's impending separation from the sixth princess, one might indeed believe in his profound devotion. Before long, they arrived at the residence of the sixth princess. Please take care to keep warm, Murong Yu remarked as she alighted from the carriage. Her gaze primarily fixed upon Ji Chengxian. Indeed, Ji Chengxian and the carriage driver both responded in unison. Has Princess Anyang arrived? Murong Yu inquired, glancing at the maidservants waiting at the entrance of the sixth princess's residence. Nodding in acknowledgement, Murong Yu thought to herself that she must visit the Wang residence the following day to see Anyang, and thus she followed the maidservants inside. As they proceeded, Murong Yu sensed something amiss and paused, asking, "Where are you taking me?" The maidservant explained, "All the young ladies attending the plum appreciation banquet are gathered in the plum garden." However, the sixth princess instructed that if Miss Murong were to arrive, she should be invited to the main courtyard for a conversation, after which she would join the sixth princess in the plum garden. With this clarification, Murong Yu refrained from further questioning. Upon reaching the main courtyard, the maidservant awaited Murong Yu's consent before entering to deliver the message. Shortly thereafter, Murong Yu was granted permission to enter. Yet, the moment she stepped into the courtyard, a bitter scent of medicinal herbs assailed her senses. Murong Yu discreetly inhaled deeply, realizing that the sixth princess had not borne any offspring since her marriage, indicating a possible health issue. She recalled hearing from Anyang about a palace intrigue. When the sixth princess was a child, she had consumed a piece of poisoned pastry meant for the emperor. Although she had received timely medical attention, her constitution had indeed been compromised. It was precisely due to that incident with the pastry that the sixth princess had not been sent off in marriage like her elder sisters, allowing her to wed within the capital instead. Although incapable of bearing children, her fate is far more favorable compared to those princesses sent to forge political marriages, for none of them have survived beyond a year. In fact, the second princess tragically succumbed to the unfamiliar environment just 3 months after her wedding. Such is the destiny of the royal princesses, who have been nurtured in luxury since childhood. Murong Yu entered silently, accompanied by a maid. Upon her arrival, the sixth princess reclined on the favored couch, and Murong Yu respectfully performed a greeting. The sixth princess urged her to forego excessive formalities and, once she was seated, remarked, "It is said that Miss Murong possesses the beauty of a celestial being, and indeed, such praise is not unfounded." The sixth princess's compliment was unwarranted. Murong Yu lowered her gaze and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." After settling into her seat, she turned her attention to the sixth princess. Chapter 70. The former sister-in-law, perhaps due to the medication she had taken, the sixth princess's complexion was less than ideal, even somewhat pallid. However, the inherent nobility in her brows and eyes remained unaffected. The recent removal of her mother's facial scar was entirely attributed to Li Mu's miraculous ointment. Since there were no young ladies in the Duke of Li's household, they had sent an invitation specifically for you to come, the sixth princess explained. Murong Yu, of course, would not claim credit for the favor, recognizing that the empress had already rewarded her third cousin, and the sixth princess had also tended to his business affairs, leaving no need for such formality. The residence of Duke Li indeed has a young lady. Her uncle possesses 2 concubines, who have borne 2 illegitimate daughters and 1 illegitimate son. However, the daughters born out of wedlock naturally lack the qualifications to receive an invitation from the sixth princess. Thus this honor fell upon her, the niece. The sixth princess was quite pleased with this arrangement, and she held a favorable impression of Murong Yu. Observing her modest attire, she inquired, "Though this occasion may be modest, why have you chosen to attend in such a manner?" "My health has been rather poor of late, only improving today. This morning, my mother even sent our devoted servant Su Mama to assist me in my grooming. However, I find jewelry cumbersome and did not intend to show any disrespect towards the sixth princess's plum appreciation banquet," Murong Yu explained. "Presenting yourself in such a manner is indeed commendable. Even if Miss Murong were to simply gather her tresses with a jade hairpin, she would still shine with unparalleled elegance." The sixth princess remarked appreciatively. "Your flattery is excessive," Murong Yu replied with a smile. "Truly, the only one in the capital who can rival that girl from Anyang is you." Indeed, you are both equally remarkable, the sixth princess stated with satisfaction. Beautiful individuals are a delight to behold. Who wouldn't enjoy such sights? Murong Yu deftly shifted the conversation to inquire about the happenings in the plum garden. The time is nearly upon us. Come along with me. Your former sister-in-law will be attending this time as well, the sixth princess announced. Former sister-in-law? Murong Yu immediately discerned to whom she referred. The gathering for the sixth princess's plum appreciation banquet this time is filled with distinguished young ladies from reputable families. To be frank, given the standing of the Hua family, Murong Yu hardly merits an invitation. Nevertheless, Duke Li's residence has made notable contributions, and the sixth princess intends to assist Murong Yu in regaining her dignity. Thus, Murong Yu was summoned. Clearly taken aback, she was completely unaware of the sixth princess's intentions. Miss Zhou, the only individual present with whom she shared a cordial relationship, had previously accompanied Murong Yu to attend her poetry society. As for the others, their interactions with Murong Yu were rather mundane, particularly Miss Shinjinjin from the Shin residence, with whom Murong Yu had a notable discord. The onlookers cast curious glances at Murong Yu. At that moment, she could hardly bear the gossip, nearly bursting forth to chastise them for their idle chatter. However, given the occasion, the sixth princess's plum appreciation banquet, such a breach of decorum would undoubtedly result in her expulsion from the gathering. What would remain of her reputation then? Initially, it was merely a matter discussed between the elders of both families. Her elder brother had never had any dealings with Miss Murong. Though inwardly vexed, Murong Yu could only voice her thoughts in a restrained manner. As the days passed, she increasingly lamented her decisions. While her rapport with Murong Yu was indeed amicable, her strained relationship with Murong Yu was a different matter. Yet, what did it matter? The latter's marriage would ultimately serve her interests far more significantly. The contrast between a legitimate daughter and a mere secondary daughter entering the family was indeed striking. Chapter 71. Mockery and ridicule. How could there be no connection? We are not blind, remarked Miss Chun from the Chun Guogong residence, smiling as she spoke of the poor rapport between Miss Chun and Murong Yu. I recall that young master who had even invited Miss Murong to dine, which was witnessed by others. Another young lady beside Miss Chen eagerly affirmed. Miss Shin also regarded Murong Yu with a smile, deliberately exposing her shortcomings. Indeed, I remember, you were closest to second Miss Murong, were you not? It seems you would prefer Miss Murong to marry into the family. Now that Miss Murong has been replaced by her, this is indeed as you wished. The legitimate daughter has been supplanted by the illegitimate one. The eldest Miss hails from the esteemed Li Guogong residence, while the second Mrs. Birth Mother is merely of humble origins, leaving one to wonder about the reasoning behind this. Perhaps you are unaware, but there is certainly the assistance of Murong Yu in weaving the threads of fate. Is this not madness? The exchange of words between them is quite lively. Murong Yu's face flushed crimson with anger. Many among them had previously sought her favor, fully aware that her future sister-in-law was the eldest miss of the Murong family. Those who once elevated her are now inclined to trample upon her. This has led Murong Yu to harbor resentment towards Murong Yu. After all, what are mere letters? Even if her elder brother penned correspondence to Murong Yu, does it truly matter? Does she not have feelings for her elder brother? If those letters were the reason for her to abandon him, it seems her affections are not as profound as one might presume. Otherwise, upon learning of this, she should have unhesitatingly accepted the marriage. With these thoughts, Murong Yu could not help but direct her ire towards Murong Yu. How dare they band together to mock and deride her in such a manner? The expression of Miss Zhou Wu, who had previously maintained a cordial relationship with her, grew rigid, wishing to distance herself to avoid being caught in the crossfire. At that moment, one young lady remarked, "When I arrived, I saw the Murong family's carriage outside. Surely Miss Murong will be attending this banquet?" Upon hearing this, Murong Yu felt an involuntary surge of anticipation, although she herself could not quite discern what it was she was yearning for. As Miss Zhou turned, she caught sight of the expression on her face and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. How she had once scorned Miss Murong's pretentiousness, only to realize now that she was indeed admirable. With the marriage proposal now in ruins, did she still expect Miss Murong to lend her support? What a fanciful notion. Just as she contemplated shifting her position to distance herself from Murong Yu, a voice echoed nearby. "Sixth Princess, is this the Mei Yuan ahead?" It seems quite lively. Murong Yu was thoroughly familiar with that voice, which used to gently inquire, "Hong Yu, do you find this jade bracelet beautiful?" "It is for you, Hong Yu. This hairpin is the latest style of the year. I believe it complements your grace perfectly." You would look stunning wearing it. Hong Yu. These gem earrings are exquisite yet not ostentatious, crafted with remarkable skill. Please wear them. Unable to resist, Hong Yu stood to gaze outside. The strikingly beautiful woman accompanying the sixth princess was none other than Murong Yu. The crowd also recognized the charm of Miss Murong, even beside a royal princess. The elegance of the Murong family's eldest daughter was undeniable. Though adorned with no extravagant jewelry, a simple jade hairpin sufficed. The hairpin, a vibrant green hue, though unpretentious, possessed a distinct charm, exuding a sense of tranquility and simplicity that harmonized beautifully with Miss Murong's demeanor, further accentuating her clarity and refreshing elegance. Chapter 72. A Punch Against Cotton. Upon entering, both the sixth princess and Miss Murong Yu prompted the assembly of noble young ladies to rise and pay their respects. What had they been discussing so animatedly just moments prior? After the sixth princess and Murong Yu took their seats, she inquired about the commotion. Just now, they were discussing Hong Yu, who shares a bond with Miss Murong akin to that of sworn sisters. The eldest daughter of the Chun Guogong mansion, Chun Finfin, remarked with a smile. As she observed Murong Yu seated beside the sixth princess, she couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, for she had always been overshadowed by Murong Yu since childhood. Now that Murong Yu's marriage had been altered, how could she let such an opportunity slip away? The onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes inevitably drawn to Murong Yu and Hong Yu, eager for the unfolding drama. Hong Yu cast a hopeful glance at Murong Yu, yearning for a few words from her to alleviate her own awkward predicament, yet disappointment was destined to be her companion. Murong Yu remained composed, her expression unaltered, not even deigning to glance at Hong Yu. This prompted many to snicker and mock Hong Yu, questioning her audacity in seeking familial ties when it was clear the other party was unresponsive. Murong Yu turned to the sixth princess, exclaiming, "This tea is delightful, Your Highness. May I inquire as to its origin? I shall not stand on ceremony. Thank you, Your Highness." With a bright smile, Murong Yu engaged solely with the sixth princess, completely ignoring Qin Finfin's earlier remarks, treating her as if she were invisible. Qin Finfin felt as though she had struck a blow against a cushion, her countenance darkening. Yet out of respect for the sixth princess, she refrained from further comment. Following Murong Yu's words, others chimed in enthusiastically. Murong Yu, seated beside the sixth princess, caught a glimpse of the mockery that flickered in her eyes. Initially, she had no intention of succumbing to the collective praise, and her resolve only strengthened in the current moment. "Let us proceed to admire the plum blossoms," the sixth princess finally remarked after sipping her tea. Thus, the group ventured forth to enjoy the blossoms, an occasion that naturally called for poetry and verse, activities favored by the young ladies. Among them, Chun Finfin stood out for her remarkable talent and reputation, effortlessly composing a poem celebrating the plum blossoms that drew forth an avalanche of compliments from the assembly, even earning a nod of approval from the sixth princess herself. Chun Finfin could not resist casting a triumphant glance at Murong Yu. "Why the pride?" a man whispered. "Your beauty pales in comparison to the young ladies. You can only exert yourself in this regard." Chastened by her mistress's gaze, she quickly fell silent. What could the group of young ladies do but acquiesce? They formed clusters, baskets in hand, eager to gather the plum blossoms. Once able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Miss Shouwu, Murong Yu now found herself in a subordinate position, akin to that of a follower. "Red Jade, come gather blossoms with me over there." Miss Shouwu noted Murong Yu's demeanor and, wishing to distance herself from Hong Yu, made her intention subtly clear. "Very well." Hong Yu replied quietly, casting furtive glances at the derisive stares surrounding her, her heart a tumult of indignation and shame. She harbored resentment towards both Murong Yu and Murong Rue, as well as these superficial individuals. As Murong Yu accompanied the sixth princess back to the main courtyard, she ventured, "Your Highness intends to brew plum blossom wine. Why not enlist others to gather the blossoms outside? Are you concerned that the flowers in the plum garden might be stripped bare?" The sixth princess responded. Murong Yu was taken aback, indeed. Though it was referred to as the plum garden, there were hardly any plum blossoms, merely a handful of trees. The insincerity of it all was quite irksome to her. The sixth princess spoke with indifference. Murong Yu was momentarily speechless, for the implications of her words were profound, and she was reluctant to hear more. However, the sixth princess, having found a rare confidant, continued, "Surely, everyone outside believes that I share a deep bond with the sixth duke, do they not?" Murong Yu was unsure how to respond, yet it was indeed the prevailing rumor, so she nodded slightly. Initially, I shared that sentiment, believing I had found someone to entrust my heart to. The sixth princess scoffed. But in reality, while he presents me with plum blossoms, he maintains a dalliance with a slender horse on the side, assuming I am oblivious. Yet, I am fully aware. Recently, that slender horse has borne his offspring, and you cannot imagine how delighted he is. Murong Yu was unaware that such matters existed between the sixth duke and the sixth princess. She hesitated, contemplating whether to offer the sixth princess a pulse diagnosis and prescribe a remedy for her health. She had been present when her master dispensed the formula, having reviewed it herself. The sixth princess later conceived a child with the new emperor, owing her success to that very prescription. If she could benefit from it, how much more essential would it be for a princess of noble lineage? Do you believe I would harm this child? The sixth princess inquired, looking at her. Your servant would not dare, Murong Yu quickly denied. I shall not bear a child. This child will be mine. And it shall also be a blessing for that slender horse, the sixth princess remarked with a light laugh. Murong Yu was taken aback. Was the sixth princess indeed setting her sights on the child of the slender horse? Yet, such a strategy was undeniably astute. For the sixth princess had a genuine need for a child. However, why has there been no news of that child since then? The sixth princess remarked. Murong Yu nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Your Highness. The sixth princess gazed at her and added, though this is your personal matter, I must express my opinion. Hui Yuan is indeed unworthy of you. It would be the wisest course to abandon the engagement. Without him, there are surely better prospects. Are there not ample virtuous men in Tianqing? Murong Yu smiled lightly before responding. Your Highness, I have been discreetly studying medicine, though it remains unknown to others. Ultimately, she voiced her thoughts, fully aware of the profound impact infertility has on a woman, having suffered greatly from it in her past life. The sixth princess understood her intent. I appreciate your kindness, but it is unnecessary. My constitution is such that even Master Qin cannot remedy it. It is what it is. If Master Qin cannot heal her, then even with some medical knowledge, Murong Yu would be powerless to help. Chapter 74. Blinded by grease. Murong Yu meant well. But the sixth princess declined her offer, so she chose not to press further. Should she assert that her medical skills surpassed those of Master Qin, capable of curing her infertility? The previous incident, where she dreamt of her cousin Li Yuyun encountering misfortune while transporting grain, had already stirred considerable gossip. One such bizarre occurrence was sufficient to further spread rumors of her exceptional medical prowess at such a young age would jeopardize her desire for anonymity and self-preservation. Especially with the emperor's advancing age, his health is not to be trifled with. Do visit me often and share your thoughts. The sixth princess said to Murong Yu before her departure. Murong Yu could discern that her invitation was heartfelt, and thus she smiled, saying, If the sixth princess does not mind, I shall come again next time with Anyang to disturb you. The sixth princess, who shared a cordial relationship with her cousin, Princess Anyang, nodded in agreement. I shall await your visit. Upon departing from the sixth princess's residence, Murong Yu was gifted not only with peach blossom wine, but also a delicately crafted box of exquisite pastries, all of imperial quality, along with a pound of fine Junshan silver needle tea. In contrast, the other young ladies received merely a bottle of the peach blossom wine. Yet, they were all content, for it was the sixth princess's plum appreciation banquet, and how could they not be delighted to be invited? However, one person's spirits had plummeted to the depths of despair. Hua Hongyu's expression was, of course, sour, her seething anger barely contained. Once the carriage had left the sixth princess's estate, she exclaimed fiercely, I shall remember these wretches. Just wait. When my elder brother rises to prominence, they will be the ones vying for my favor. One of her maids, unable to restrain herself, remarked, Indeed. Miss Murong showed no regard for past affections, despite how well she treated you before. The jewelry she gifted you amounted to nearly a box full, worth 1,000 taels of silver. Hua Hongyu possessed a box specifically designated for the gifts from Murong Yu, and although she had initially accepted them with great reluctance, the jewelry within that box was her most cherished collection. In comparison, her own trinkets paled in significance. However, it was clear to her that Murong Yu's attitude today had shifted dramatically. Such fine adornments would no longer be forthcoming, and the thought of purchasing them herself was utterly unthinkable. She could neither afford nor bear to spend that money. This thought left Hua Hongyu feeling a wave of heartache. How significant was the loss incurred by Murong Rue's substitution for Murong Yu? It was not merely a matter of reputation, but also of tangible benefits. Murong Yu had always been exceedingly generous to her. How had she been so blinded in the past, thinking favorably of Murong Yu? Murong Yu's kindness was merely superficial. What had she truly offered? Today, as she attended the banquet, what was the attitude of those young ladies from respectable families? Mrs. Hua, appearing somewhat dispirited, gazed at her daughter. This undoubtedly struck a nerve, causing Hua Hongyu's complexion to alternate between pale and ashen, while the maid beside her hastily echoed her words. Unable to restrain herself, Mrs. Hua jabbed her finger at her daughter's forehead. Now you understand why I urged you to distance yourself from that illegitimate daughter and to cultivate a friendship with Miss Murong. Don't you? Yet both you and your brother ignored my counsel, completely entranced by that illegitimate girl. Are you satisfied now? Chapter 75. Regret so deep it turns one's intestines green. Mother, please cease your reproaches. I too am filled with regret now. But with my brother's engagement to Murong Yu already established, what use is regret? Hua Hongyu lamented. Regret so deep it turns one's intestines green, indeed, was an apt description. It was not only the daughter whose status had plummeted. Mrs. Hua felt the same. She no longer had a foothold in the circle of affluent women. Today, at a gathering hosted by Madame Wei, she had waited anxiously, yet after all this time, she received no invitation from Madame Wei. In the past, she had been the first to receive an invitation from Madame Wei. Now, that privilege had vanished. It was not just Madame Wei. Other noble women had also turned their backs. Previously, as a prospective family member of the Li family, who dared to underestimate her, everyone must cater to her. Mrs. Hua has grown accustomed to such adulation. In truth, she was not oblivious to her son's interactions with the illegitimate daughter of the Murong family prior to this. However, ensnared by her own inflated sense of self-importance, she refrained from voicing any objections, convinced of her son's charm, believing both sisters were enamored with him. Allowing her son to bask in the favor of two young ladies was not a matter of concern for her, so she chose to turn a blind eye. While it was indeed correct to forge a union with the Murong family, the treatment received was markedly disparate. Presently, the outside world ridicules her, pointing out that her in-laws hail from humble beginnings. Thus, who would still wish to extend invitations for her to attend gatherings? According to the noble women who disapprove of her demeanor, it would merely tarnish the prestige of such events. At this moment, Mrs. Hua lies in bed, seething with anger, her teeth clenched in frustration. Today, did the young lady encounter Miss Murong at the 6th princess's banquet? Inquired the matron who had accepted silver from Chen Lianer. Yes, she did, replied Hua Hongyu, pursing her lips. What was her demeanor towards you? Mrs. Hua pressed eagerly. Mother, do not hold out hope, Hua Hongyu lamented. She wished to discern any signs of regret from Murong Yu regarding her marriage, yet found none. Even her attempts at self-deception were futile. It was vexing. An ostensibly promising match was slipping away like a cooked duck taking flight. Mrs. Hua cursed. Hua Hongyu shared her mother's distress, both women directing their resentment towards Murong Yu. Meanwhile, as Murong Yu crafted garments for Hua Yuan, her hand trembled, nearly pricking her finger with the needle. Miss, be careful, Chower promptly cautioned. Murong Yu exhaled, steadying her nerves before resuming her work. Trower suggested, Miss, you have been tirelessly sewing for quite some time now. Perhaps it is best to take a break? Almost finished. Once I complete this, you may deliver it to young Master Hua, Murong Yu replied. If the young master receives the garments, he will undoubtedly be delighted. Chower remarked with a smile. Yet, a shadow of concern lingered in Murong Yu's eyes. While she felt assured regarding Hua Yuan, the same could not be said for others. It was evident that Madame Hua would relish the opportunity to exact her vengeance. And with the collapse of her and Hua Hongyu's cosmetics shop, the lack of benefits would likely compel Hua Hongyu to exert considerable effort in fostering alliances anew. As for Chen Lianer, that seductress might deceive others, but not her. It was clear she harbored intentions towards her cousin. After all, at the age of 16, why was she still unmarried? However, once she entered the family, Murong Yu vowed not to permit her continued presence within the Hua residence. Have the letters for the eldest young lady been delivered? Murong Yu sighed, inquiring. Chapter 76. The benefits of appeasing the eldest young lady. Murong Yu scoffed. Has she not always been so benevolent? Yet, after all these days, she has not come to visit her fallen half-sister? The predicament of the mother and daughter duo was utterly dire. Aside from her devoted Xiao everyone else had been replaced, and her mother's side suffered similarly. Their years of hard work nearly obliterated. The frustration within Murong Yu was palpable. At that moment, Murong Yu's carriage had just arrived at the Murong residence. Let the servants accompany you. I am in good health. Ji Qingxian pledged his loyalty. Murong Yu glanced at him and replied, "Then I shall leave you to your own devices. In this frigid winter, is the quilt in your room still warm?" There is no need for the young lady to inquire. The bedding delivered to him consists entirely of this year's newly harvested cotton. "Quite warm indeed," a man replied. "That is good to hear." Murong Yu glanced at Ji Chengxian, stating, "If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform us. Our household is not lacking in provisions for you." Ji Chengxian bowed respectfully, expressing, "I am most grateful, young lady." Shortly thereafter, the kitchen staff brought his meal, still warm despite the bitter cold, accompanied by a steaming pot of fresh milk. As Ji Chengxian savored his meal, he finished with the milk, a flicker of pride and mockery crossing his sharp brows. "Behold, this is the advantage of ingratiating oneself with the young lady." Aizhu then presented a letter from the second young lady. "She dares to send a letter?" Aman scoffed. Murong Yu, having strolled for quite some time, felt fatigued and leaned against the imperial concubine's couch, saying, "Let us see what she has to say." Aman opened the letter, read its contents aloud, and remarked, "Is she conceding to you, young lady, and admitting her fault?" Murong Yu remained impassive. She understood Murong Rui's intentions well. This was her way of apologizing and bowing down. However, this marriage proposal was meticulously orchestrated by Murong Rui, and the Murong household merely acquiesced to her desires. Yet, without her being the first to marry and serve as a vanguard, Murong Rui would likely find it impossible to live as luxuriously as in her past life. A visit is unnecessary, there is little to discuss, and Murong Yu had no desire to see Murong Rui's theatrical face. "Sister, mother has invited us to dinner this evening." Murong Jin had just come from the main courtyard, smiling as he said, "I haven't seen you for days. What have you been up to?" Murong Yu replied irritably, "I haven't been idle. You have no idea how busy I've been." Murong Jin sat down and took a pastry, remarking, "Where did this pastry come from? It's quite delicious." "From the sixth princess," Murong Yu answered, before inquiring, "What have you been busy with these past few days?" Chapter 77, Timeless Grace. You are the legitimate heir of the family, and the future of everything rests upon your shoulders. Father sent you over there to gain experience, which is ultimately for your own benefit. Murong Yu poured him a cup of tea. Murong Jin then asked, "Sister, do you know who has entered the Dali Temple these past few days?" Murong Yu shook her head, unaware. "It's Chao Zong, the son of Lord Chao." Murong Jin exclaimed. Murong Yu was taken aback, suddenly recalling the connection. Lord Chao was the brother of Empress Chao, and Chao Zong was her maternal nephew. This time, sending him to the Dali Temple was the doing of His Highness, the Ming Prince. Moreover, Chao Zong, the sole son of the Chao family, would meet his demise there. The Ming Prince and the Crown Prince had thoroughly torn apart their fade with this incident. This matter had stirred quite a commotion. In her previous life, Murong Yu had also heard of it, though she had not understood why the usually gentle Ming Prince would act with such fury. Now, however, she comprehended the reason. Gu Jihan had nearly perished at the hands of the Crown Prince, and it was only due to her unexpected rescue that he had survived. Murong Yu recognized this as a clash between two hidden dragons and cautioned Murong Jin, "Just observe this matter. Do not involve yourself, understand? Sister, why do you still worry about this? What influence can I possibly exert? I am merely running errands for Lord Chuan, devoid of any authority," Murong Jin remarked. Murong Yu chose not to respond. Before long, the siblings joined their parents for dinner. Lady Li expressed her concerns. Currently, the Ming King and the Crown Prince are locked in fierce contention, and even Chao Zong has been imprisoned. Sending Ah Jin at this juncture could lead to complications. This child is remarkably innocent and naive, which fills me with apprehension. Although Ah Jin is simple-minded, he is not foolish. He is aware of his circumstances. Moreover, he is no longer a child and cannot remain in such a state indefinitely. Look at Chao Zong. He serves as a prime example, apprehended by the Ming King without fail. His transgressions too numerous to count. This time, it seems, he will not escape. Murong Sheng interjected. Lady Li shot him a reproachful glance. Do not compare Ah Jin to someone like Chao Zong. Though he may lack decorum, he has never engaged in any heinous acts. Have you forgotten his childhood? When one of his birds perished, he wept golden tears and personally buried it beneath a peony, claiming it would be reborn as a charming king of birds in its next life. Murong Sheng chuckled softly. Lady Li sighed, with you watching over him. I have no worries for Ah Jin, but I genuinely fret for Yuer. Murong Sheng reassured her. Yuer is intelligent, perceptive, and poised. Though she has faced setbacks, they have not crushed her spirit. In fact, I believe she has grown increasingly insightful and radiant. Lady Li replied, I wish you could remain carefree, unlike her current state. Growing up naturally brings forth more thoughts and worries. She is no longer a child. Murong Yu comforted her. Murong Yu was quite satisfied with his two legitimate children, particularly his daughter. He couldn't help but lament how wonderful it would be if he had a son instead. Surely, entering the cabinet and becoming a minister would be a certainty. It seemed that the siblings had been mistakenly assigned their genders while in the womb. My dear, it is getting late. We should retire, Murong Yu remarked. Upon meeting her husband's gaze, Li's face flushed instantly. Murong Yu chuckled. The nourishing pills you've provided me have been quite effective. I wonder, do we have the fortune to welcome another child? How can you be so frivolous, my lord? I am already of considerable age, Li responded. My dear, you are but 35, still possessing your charm. In the chapter titled Boiling a Frog in Warm Water, Murong Yu paid little attention to the subtle and overt struggles between the Ming Wang and the crown prince. Although she favored the Ming Wang, it was the tyrannical crown prince who ultimately triumphed. Yet, shortly after his ascent, the Tianqing dynasty found itself in turmoil. Having lived a second life, Murong Yu's ambition was quite clear. She wished to bask in the shade of Ji Qingshuan's formidable presence. Should Ji Qingxian prove unreliable, she would turn to Gu Jihan. Though at present, her inclinations leaned more towards Ji Qingxian. Despite his volatile and sinister demeanor, she felt more at ease with him, believing she could pacify him. Additionally, as he resided within the Murong household, proximity was certainly advantageous. She decided to keep the Hedong Wang as a last resort. With 2 aces up her sleeve, Murong Yu was in good spirits, even saying before sleep, have the kitchen prepare an additional meat dish for Ji Qingxian. A man paused, bewildered. Why is the young lady still thinking about that barbarian slave? I owe him a debt of life, and I intend to cultivate him as my trusted guard. Murong Yu's rationale is readily apparent. A man chuckled. Miss not only saved his life but also recognized his potential. He has transformed from a mere canine slave into a distinguished-looking protector, and that is no ordinary favor. Do you not agree? That is certainly the case, a man nodded. Miss, please rest well. I shall inform the kitchen. She too believed that having that former canine slave as the young lady's confidant was a splendid idea, for the gratitude he harbored was immense. Murong Yu felt quite pleased. The following day, as she departed after breakfast, Ji Qingxian, standing by the carriage, expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, miss. That morning, the kitchen had added a meat dish to his meal. It had previously been 1 meat and 1 vegetable, but now it consisted of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. Upon inquiry, he discovered that this change was at the behest of the young lady. You are currently training in martial arts, so it is essential to consume more meat. Otherwise, where would your strength come from? Murong Yu observed him. I also heard that you require 6 steamed buns per meal. At this, a man and a maid were astonished. 6 steamed buns in 1 sitting. Their appetites were modest, usually consuming only 2 buns each meal. Ji Qingxian appeared somewhat embarrassed by his hearty appetite, stating that even 6 buns felt insufficient. Murong Yu looked at him and said, If 6 buns are not enough, why did you not mention it sooner? Is the household lacking in those few buns of yours? Or is it that I can do without a few of yours? Ji Qingxian shook his head repeatedly, feeling deeply embarrassed by the kindness bestowed upon him by the young lady. Murong Yu turned to Amon and instructed, Please inform the kitchen that from now on, Ji Qingshuan's expenses will be covered from my accounts. Amon, aware of her mistress's intentions, naturally had no objections. Once the master and servant boarded the carriage, the unsuspecting Ame remarked, The young lady truly cares for Ji Qingxian. Murong Yu closed her eyes to rest, replying, Do I not care for you all? Ame smiled. The young lady's affection for her maidservants is evident. Amon chimed in with a laugh. Yet you still feel envious? Listening to their playful banter, Murong Yu felt quite pleased. She intended to employ a subtle approach, akin to the gentle simmering of a frog in warm water, to thoroughly win over the eccentric Ji Qingxian. Outside, Ji Qingxian remained focused, diligently assuming the role of coachman, while his companion, Xuanzi, gazed at him with a hint of envy, recognizing the young lady's considerable regard for him, having mentioned his expenses multiple times. Chapter 79. Contemplating the cancellation of the engagement upon their arrival at the Chunwang residence, Murong Yu entered with Amon and Ame. Ji Qingxian and Xuanzi guided the carriage to the side, allowing the horses a moment to graze and rest. Why are you staring at me so intently, Xuanzi? Ji Qingxian inquired once he finished his tasks, noticing Xuanzi's gaze. I was merely observing the remarkable qualities you possess. It seems the young lady holds you in high esteem. Xuanzi replied, brimming with envy. Ji Qingxian, however, dismissed the notion, believing that the young lady's regard was merely a result of his own efforts to curry favor, as she clearly sought his allegiance. The young lady holds you in considerable esteem as well, Xuanzi, he remarked. With such thoughts in her heart, Ji Qingxian smiled and spoke. Although Miss has valued me greatly, I still fall short in comparison to you. The Miss hasn't even allowed me to learn martial arts. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, but be prepared. Mastering martial arts is no easy feat, Ji Qingxian remarked. Xuanzi's eyes brightened. Are you truly willing to teach me? Ji Qingxian chuckled sincerely. Why would I not? Brother Xuanzi has taken good care of me and spoken well of me in front of the Mississippi otherwise. I would not be where I am today. If you wish to learn, feel free to seek me out. No problem, Ji Qingxian replied cheerfully. Xuanzi couldn't help but feel that Ji Qingxian was indeed a remarkable individual, grateful and appreciative, which explained why the Miss held him in high regard. Little did he notice Ji Qingxian turning away, a mocking smirk dancing on his lips. You aspire to catch the Miss's eye? Not a chance. I won't even leave a crack in the door for you. Murong Yu, accompanied by a man and a maid, originally intended to go directly to find Princess Anyang but was first called over by the princess consort. Greetings, Aunt. Murong Yu offered her respects. No need for such formality. The princess consort smiled, inviting her to sit. On such a cold day, I've made you run an errand. I truly apologize for the inconvenience. Aunt, you are too kind. It was merely a short walk, Murong Yu replied, shaking her head. Being on good terms with Princess Anyang, she was also familiar with the princess consort, so their interaction lacked any stiffness. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the princess consort sighed. It is rare for you to visit today. You must do your best to persuade this girl Anyang. I cannot fathom what has possessed her to insist on canceling her engagement with Chang'an. Upon being summoned by the maidservants of the prince's consort, Murong Yu was already aware of the situation at hand. Unlike in Yang, her engagement with Hui Yuan was merely verbal, due to Hui Yuan's obligation to mourn. Their union had yet to be formalized. In contrast, in Yang and Su Chang'an's betrothal was publicly acknowledged, rendering the dissolution of their bond far more complex. Nevertheless, Murong Yu remained steadfast in her support for Anyang. In her previous life, after marrying, Anyang had endured the loss of 2 children, leaving her with profound scars. Such a vibrant and radiant individual was left in a state of utter despair post-marriage. Thus, this union should be reconsidered. However, in the presence of the prince's consort, she would certainly refrain from expressing such sentiments, knowing well that the consort held high hopes for Su Chang'an and genuinely regarded him as a prospective son-in-law. Yet, Su Chang'an had failed to fulfill the expectations of his mother-in-law, proving unable to provide Anyang with a life of happiness. Without lingering in the consort's company, she proceeded to Anyang's quarters, accompanied by a man and a maid, guided by a maidservant. Chapter 80. The hunger strike. In the time they had not seen each other, Anyang's overall demeanor had notably deteriorated. You've finally come. Anyang lay on the bed, her voice weak and lacking energy. What is it? Is your health not well? Murong Yu transferred the hot water bottle to a man and placed her hand on Anyang's forehead. Anyang's maid, Qinger, interjected. My lady has not consumed a single grain of rice for 3 consecutive days. She has only been drinking water. Murong Yu was taken aback and exclaimed, what is the meaning of this? How could it come to such a state? Indeed, Anyang's complexion was far from good, and with a bitter smile, she lamented. If I do not take such measures, my engagement to Su Chang'an will be irrevocably binding. Murong Yu retorted, there are numerous ways to dissolve an engagement. Why resort to such a desperate tactic? Anyang shook her head. There are no alternatives. I must threaten with my life. Only by declaring my unwavering resolve to never marry can this union be undone. Otherwise, it is futile. Her engagement to Su Chang'an had been established nearly 2 years prior, when she was merely 13. This year, at the age of 15, her mother wished to keep her at home a while longer, reluctant to see her wed so soon. Had it not been for this, she would have been preparing for marriage this year. However, if not this year, the next. Murong Yu was aware that in her past life, she and Anyang had both been married in the same year, next year to be precise. Yet in this lifetime, she had no intention of marrying. Conversely, Anyang had experienced profound happiness in her second marriage in her previous life, as her second husband cherished her as if she were his very life. You all may leave now, Murong Yu instructed a man and a maid. Anyang understood that Murong Yu had something significant to discuss and bid Qinger to exit as well. The room was left with just the two of them. And Murong Yu sighed. Why must you torment yourself in such a manner? Surely, there are other means. Just send a letter. And I have plenty of ways to persuade your aunt to annul this engagement. And Yang inquired, you have a method? Murong Yu then fetched some pastries from across the room. First, have something to eat. There is an old saying, man is iron, rice is steel. One meal not eaten leaves one anxious. If you can bear to neglect yourself, know that there are those who care deeply for your well-being. In Anyang, she remarked, do you truly possess a solution? I have endured for 3 days. Do not make my efforts come to naught. Indeed, I have a most excellent remedy. Quickly consume this. And once you have finished, I shall explain, Murong Yu replied. With that, Anyang ceased her restraint, and soon a plate of delicacies had vanished into her stomach. Murong Yu poured her 2 cups of floral tea, which restored some color to her face. Should any matters arise, send word to me, and we shall deliberate together. It is unacceptable for you to resort to such extreme measures. Do you not realize how much Anne is worrying? She urged me to visit with countless reminders. Murong Yu said, even so, my mother is unwilling to let this engagement go. Anyang retorted, somewhat exasperated. That is only natural. You trust me, hence you acted without hesitation. However, Aunt remains oblivious to this. Do you not comprehend that your actions appear baseless? Murong Yu responded with a chuckle. Anyang sighed, indeed, my actions lack justification. You cannot fathom how pleased my mother is with Su Chang'an. My father shares her sentiments, and even my elder brother holds him in high regard. The entire family views him positively. My sudden declaration of refusal has led them to believe I am being unreasonable. She had never doubted Yu's dream, especially given the recent incident involving Li Yu's transport of provisions and coal that nearly met with disaster. Such tales of supernatural occurrences spread like wildfire, prompting Yu to feign illness and remain indoors. Chapter 81. Shifting affections. What immense risk did Yu take to reveal her dream? If it is already known that happiness will elude them in the future, then it is best to avoid commencing such a union altogether and withdraw from the engagement. Murong Yu remarked, do not resort to such means to cause concern for your father and mother. I can see that your aunt is likely considering seeking a shaman to divine your circumstances. With a helpless expression, Anyang responded, Yu, did you not just mention having a solution? Pray, share it with me. Murong Yu suggested. Simply tell your aunt that you have fallen for another and no longer harbor feelings for Su Chang'an. Fallen for another? Anyang was taken aback. Indeed, Murong Yu nodded. If you have truly moved on, would your aunt still insist upon your marriage to him? Compulsion brings no happiness. She would not press you in such a manner. But I have not moved on, Anyang protested. It is merely a ruse, Murong Yu guided. If I were to use such an excuse, where would I find someone to claim? Anyang found the notion unfeasible. Surely my father and mother are well aware of the people surrounding me. If I were to show signs of affection for another, they would undoubtedly notice. The depths of a daughter's heart are inscrutable. It is perfectly normal for them to remain oblivious to your true feelings, Murong Yu chuckled softly. As for a suitable candidate, is not Jiangshan the ideal choice? Why not enlist him for this purpose? Jiangshan, who had promptly sought to propose after Anyang's divorce from Su Chang'an in her previous life, had brought new vitality and hope to Anyang. Later, she learned that Jiang Shun had harbored feelings for her for many years, yet had never dared to voice them. Even after her marriage, he remained unmarried and childless, with not even a maid in his household. The people of the Jiang residence believed their master to be indifferent to women, unaware that it was merely because the woman he wished to marry had already become a wife. It was only after Yang unexpectedly divorced that he promptly sought her out, exhausting every possible connection until he finally won her over. This time, upon marrying, Yang seemed to undergo a transformation akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, regaining her former brilliance and becoming the radiant woman she once was. Truly, marrying the right person is the essence of a woman's latter life. And Yang could hardly believe it. Jiangshan? How could he possibly be willing? I cannot sway that man. How could you not? Murong Yu hesitated to divulge more, fearing her words might backfire. Yet she was certain Jiangshan would be inclined to assist in Yang this time. For at that moment, Jiangshan was already preoccupied with thoughts of her. His father had perished in an effort to save her royal father, and with his mother gone as well, he had grown up in the prince's residence. It was entirely plausible for her to harbor secret affections for him. Do you not find Jiangshan exceedingly handsome? Murong Yu inquired. Indeed. Jiangshan possesses no flaws in his appearance, and Yang replied. He stands tall like a pine and is as resolute as bamboo. However, she furrowed her brow and added, but he is not my type. My mother knew this. It is merely an excuse, Murong Yu reassured her. Jiangshan is ambitious and embodies the qualities of a strong, principled man. Your attraction to his resilience, integrity, and protective nature is not unfounded. Stop, he has shown me no such protection, and Yang interjected hastily. If I were to approach him about this matter, he would undoubtedly ignore me. Murong Yu calmly took a sip of tea and proposed. Would you care to make a wager with me? What kind of wager? Came the reply. What else could there be? Murong Yu smiled. Let us bet on whether Jiangshan will acquiesce to your request. I wager that if you approach Jiangshan, he will certainly agree to assist you in your performance. Chapter 82. Two concubines, how can you be so certain? And Yang replied, casting a doubtful glance at her. You don't know Jiangshan all that well, do you? If I recall correctly, he has lived in your household since he was 8. Murong Yu calmly sipped her tea. You two have grown up together. Surely he would not refuse even this small favor. This is no trivial matter. If my father and mother discover this, I would be in serious trouble, and Yang responded. Murong Yu nodded, acknowledging the concern. That is indeed a valid point. Thus, you must speak to the princess wisely, taking the responsibility upon yourself. Just tell her that Jiangshan is unaware of your intentions and that this is merely your one-sided wish. Are you truly still my good sister? I can't shake the feeling that you are setting a trap for me, and Yang remarked. Murong Yu chuckled. I assure you, I genuinely offer you my counsel. How could it be construed as a snare? Look around. He is the only one who can assist you in this matter. She paused and inquired further. Is your father still pleased with Jiangshan? My father holds Jiangshan in high regard. He has recently even considered adopting him as a son, and Yang replied. What could be more fitting than for someone so esteemed by the prince to capture your heart? Murong Yu asserted. In the previous life, Jiangshan was indeed the adopted son of the king. Uncertain, and Yang wondered whether he would agree. Rest assured, it is merely a small favor. You will acquiesce. Murong Yu assured her, secretly thinking that as long as Yang spoke up, he would not hesitate to act as a shield for her, even if it meant standing out to endure a barrage of arrows. And Yang nodded, then I shall inquire. After speaking, she couldn't help but let out a deep sigh, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. I truly did not anticipate that my connection with Su Chang'an would conclude in this manner. Murong Yu gazed at her with concern. Having endured a purgatory in her past life, she had resolved to sever ties without a trace of hesitation this time. However, Yang had genuinely cared for Su Chang'an, and her decision to part ways stemmed from the trust she placed in Murong Yu's words. And Yang, remember, indecision breeds chaos. You must contemplate this thoroughly. Once severed, do not dwell on it, Murong Yu said, grasping her hand. I understand, and Yang replied. I am merely feeling reflective. I will never regret this decision. And I have come to realize that his mother truly harbors issues. Did you discreetly send someone to investigate? Murong Yu inquired, intrigued. Indeed, and Yang affirmed, her expression revealing a mix of complexity. Had you not mentioned it, I would not have considered it so deeply. But after your words, I commissioned an investigation. And guess what I discovered? What did you find? His mother has already arranged for 2 concubines for Su Chang'an. Murong Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Chang'an already has 2 concubines? Yes. Seeing her astonishment, Anyang felt no surprise, for she had expended considerable silver to commission a thorough investigation, uncovering information that was meticulously concealed. It was precisely this revelation that fortified her belief that everything Yue had witnessed in her dreams was undoubtedly true. The 2 concubines had originally been maids from his mother's courtyard, later assigned to serve Su Chang'an. Currently residing in the Earl's residence, few were privy to this clandestine affair, which was shrouded in secrecy. Anyang continued, Murong Yu, you may have thought this began only after I married into the family, but it appears it has been the case from the very start. Chapter 83. The child conceived. Anyang's gaze bore an icy indifference. Moreover, do you know what else I discovered? What is it? Murong Yu inquired. Su Chang'an's sister, Su Rui, has long been involved with the crown prince. She was discreetly taken away to rendezvous with him and has even borne a child for him. Anyang retrieved a letter from beneath her pillow, filled with details from her investigation, even specifying which pharmacy had provided the medicine. Murong Yu took the letter, glanced at it, and couldn't help but shake her head. Feeling grateful once more for encountering Anyang, she resolutely wished to dissuade Anyang from entertaining thoughts of marrying into the Earl's household. The Earl's residence was far from the straightforward fade it presented. Who could have imagined that at this very moment Su Rui was entangled with the crown prince and had borne his child? It was no wonder that when the crown prince ascended the throne, Su Rui's influence was formidable. Yet, throughout it all, She had never entered the palace but had instead married another official, a union bestowed upon her by the newly crowned prince. Undoubtedly, there would continue to be clandestine dealings between her and the crown prince. Upon contemplating this, Murong Yu felt a shiver run down her spine, disgusted by the duplicity surrounding her. In front of me, they feign innocence and virtue, yet behind my back, they reveal such a sordid side. Lady Su, too, once grasped my hand, promising to cherish me as her daughter, yet this is how she expresses her affection? Even before my marriage, she covertly arranged for Su Chang'an to receive other women. And Yang scoffed. Did Su Chang'an accept them? Murong Yu inquired, showing little concern for Lady Su's actions. Focusing solely on this matter, according to the information I received, he was initially unwilling and resistant, and Yang replied, pursing her lips. However, he could not withstand his mother's insistence, which compelled him to secretly take in those two concubines. Nonetheless, he intends to send them away before I officially enter the household. Murong Yu chuckled derisively. So, he is indeed quite considerate. A hint of disappointment flickered in Yang's eyes. Why didn't you show this to Aunt? Murong Yu asked. If I were to present it to her, she would undoubtedly oppose it and support your decision to withdraw from the engagement. Murong Yu was well aware of the temperamental nature of the princess consort. She understood that if the princess consort learned of these clandestine dealings from the Su family, she would certainly not defend them. After all, it is not the prince's residence at fault, but rather the Su family. Yet, and Yang, ever the noble-hearted, wished to shoulder this burden alone. If you choose to break off the engagement, so be it. After all, I am a princess. It will not significantly affect me. Be prepared, however. While the prince and princess consort may eventually forgive your change of heart, the Su family may not be so accommodating and could very well cause a stir, Murong Yu cautioned. Disturbance? Do they still dare to cause a ruckus? And Yang let out a cold snort. She would slap these letters on Su Chang'an's face and see if the Su family dared to make a fuss. Murong Yu understood her ability to handle the situation and smiled, saying, from now on, focus on enjoying your meals and getting proper rest. Why make things so complicated? You must have suffered needlessly these past 3 days. Why didn't you come sooner? I have been at a loss these past 3 days, and Yang replied immediately. It serves you right. Let's see if you dare to do this again. Murong Yu shot her a glance. Chapter 84. Gu Zhihan invites for tea. As soon as Murong Yu arrived, she urged Princess and Yang to eat, which greatly pleased the Princess of Qing. She removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and offered it to Murong Yu. Naturally, Murong Yu declined, but the princess insisted she accept it. You have no idea how worried I have been about Yang these days. Thankfully, you came to see her today and managed to persuade her. Otherwise, this girl would still be stubborn. Murong Yu accepted the valuable jade bracelet, but refrained from saying anything further. That was for Yang to address. Seeing her daughter dining with a serious expression, she remarked, What is this? Are you finally willing to eat? I thought you intended to starve yourself. And Yang lowered her head, acknowledging that she had caused her mother worry. I have not been well, and it was you who helped me realize this. Is there nothing that can be discussed properly? Must it always come to this? Have you gone without food these days? Are you feeling unwell? The Princess of Qing then sat down, her brows furrowed with concern, and Yang's heart softened, yet she knew the necessity of speaking her mind. Mother, though I acknowledge my own obstinacy, I truly wish to withdraw from this engagement. Why must we still discuss this matter? The Princess of Qing could not help but interject. It is because I have developed feelings for another. I have fallen in love with someone else. And Yang declared, her resolve firm. The Princess of Qing was left speechless. Meanwhile, seated in the carriage, Murong Yu toyed with the exquisite jade bracelet gifted by the Princess of Qing. A man exclaimed with delight, Miss, this bracelet is of exceptional quality. It is evidently quite valuable. Just as Murong Yu was about to respond, a voice from outside the carriage called out, You. The carriage came to a halt. Who is it? Murong Yu inquired, raising an eyebrow. I do not know, but the servant claims his master wishes to invite you for tea. What a farce. Amei retorted, displeased. Upon hearing this, a man's ire was ignited, and she was about to step out to reprimand the intruder, but Murong Yu restrained her. Let us inquire politely about his master's identity. A vague suspicion stirred within her. Recently, her lady had received a jade pendant from a man, the very same who had attempted to abduct her that day, in the capital, to visit Gu Zhihan for tea. Previously, Gu Zhihan had fallen victim to the crown prince's schemes, and this time, the conflict between the Ming king and the crown prince was irreparably severed, undoubtedly implicating Gu Zhihan. She could only imagine how many eyes were upon him now. It would be sheer folly to seek out Gu Jihan for tea, an obvious invitation to trouble. As for the jade pendant, returning it would bear no consequence. The debt of gratitude would remain intact. Chapter 85. The most handsome man of Hedong on that fateful day when he was abducted, Miss Murong displayed an extraordinary composure, exhibiting a remarkable poise that genuinely astonished him. Such a woman was a rarity in his experience. Yet, her kindness shone through as she did not abandon him in his time of need, providing him with the finest healing ointments and broths. His subordinates gazed at their young master in disbelief, for that jade pendant was a cherished heirloom of the Gu family. How could a household like the Hua family be deemed worthy of such a woman? A phoenix does not roost on a non-royal tree. Gu Jihan savored a sip of tea, contemplating that if he could have such a woman by his side for a lifetime, his existence would be well worth it. His subordinates detected the underlying implications in his words, their surprise quickly transforming into delight. It seemed that the once unyielding iron tree of their young master was finally set to blossom. If the old matriarch were to learn of this, her joy would be boundless. One of them remarked, "Do not disclose this to the family just yet," Gu Jihan commanded with a sidelong glance. The subordinate, puzzled, inquired, "Young master, why is that?" "Miss Murong is no ordinary woman. If I were to speak of this to my family without her consent, it would show a lack of respect towards her. This matter requires careful deliberation. I shall seek an opportunity to visit her again," Gu Jihan replied, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, his expression as warm as a spring breeze. The life-saving grace ought to be reciprocated with devotion. How did this person come to know of the young lady's identity? One asked. "Indeed, miss, could this potentially tarnish your reputation?" Another added. Miss Murong chuckled at their concern, noting that the jade pendant he left behind should be ample proof of his identity. What surprise was there in someone knowing the identity of the one who saved his life? Amon and Ame exchanged a bewildered glance, both wearing expressions of confusion. "Miss, what is his identity?" Amon inquired. "Isn't there a character Gu inscribed on that purple jade pendant?" Murong Yu replied calmly, "Consider the palace. Are there any noble individuals with the surname Gu? In the palace, there is only one such person, the esteemed concubine Gu, the birth mother of His Highness the Ming Prince." Upon witnessing the astonishment on the faces of the two maidservants, Murong Yu continued, "If my conjecture is correct, he is none other than Gu Jihan, the young master of the Gu family. With his appearance, he certainly lives up to the praise he receives, being likened to a jade-like gentleman, unparalleled in the world." Amon and Ame were utterly astounded. "Miss, that person was truly the most handsome man in Hedong, young Master Gu Jihan?" Amon exclaimed in disbelief. "You saw him that day. The description of a jade tree and orchid in bloom is hardly an exaggeration, for there could be no one else but Gu Jihan," Murong Yu affirmed. "Indeed, Gu Jihan is renowned as the most handsome man in Hedong. It is said that whenever he ventures into the vibrant streets of Hedong, young ladies and matrons alike shower him with fragrant sachets and handkerchiefs." However, Murong Yu had witnessed more than just the beauty of Hedong. In the entire Tianqing dynasty, it is challenging to find anyone who can rival Gu Jihan's countenance. "That day, I was so frightened that I hardly paid attention to his looks," Amon remarked. Ame nodded in agreement, recalling the traumatic experience of that day, which still left her feeling uneasy. "Since Miss has already deduced his identity, why didn't you accept his invitation for tea as a gesture of gratitude?" Amon asked, her curiosity piqued. She pondered. What a delightful dream it would be if the most handsome man in Hedong were to become her family's son-in-law. Chapter 86. Refugees. Ame could not help but smile. Murong Yu was well aware of her maid's thoughts and shot them a glance, warning them not to entertain such notions. While Ame refrained from voicing her thoughts, a man was more forthright. "Miss, what do you mean by saying we shouldn't think about it? You saved young Master Gu's life. Had it not been for you that day, he would have surely faced dire consequences from his severe injuries." Murong Yu mused that he was now thriving and had indeed become the king of Hedong. That incident was merely an accident, and it was best not to dwell on it, lest one be accused of seeking to repay a favor with ulterior motives. She waved her hand dismissively, adding, moreover, "I have no intention of marrying in this lifetime, having lived once already." She had long resolved to find solace in supporting her parents and enjoying the shade of a great tree. Both a man and Ame exclaimed, "Why do you speak such words, miss? And let us not even mention Gu Jihan. Are you not aware of the current situation outside? The Crown Prince and the Ming King are at odds, and our Prime Minister's residence has always maintained neutrality. If I were to go have tea with him, how could I possibly distance myself from the rumors?" Murong Yu stated. A man in Ame understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from further discussion. Murong Yu remarked, I am feeling a bit hungry. Please bring me some 8 treasure porridge. After enjoying a hearty dinner and a relaxing bath, she finally retired for the night. Early the next morning, Murong Yu joined her mother for breakfast, while her father had already gone to the palace to discuss matters with the emperor. Had he taken breakfast before entering the palace? Murong Yu inquired. Father has had some, though not much, as he was in a hurry, said Mama Su. As Li Shi was assisted out, the charm in her brows and eyes made Murong Yu, as her daughter, feel a touch of shyness. Mother, the vegetarian steamed buns here are delightful. May I come over to indulge? Murong Yu hastily shifted the topic. Li Shi chuckled. Isn't it simple to have the kitchen prepare some vegetarian buns for you? It's rather chilly this early morning. Did you manage to put on an extra cloak for your journey? I did. Mother, you needn't worry, Murong Yu replied with a smile. Li Shi sat down to share breakfast with her daughter and, noticing that Murong Yu was only eating vegetarian food, felt a pang of concern. Perhaps you should just finish this month's commitment and then be done with it? The Bodhisattva will not hold it against you. Why do you speak like a Jin? Mother? Murong Yu said with a mix of laughter and exasperation. I vowed before the Bodhisattva to adhere to a vegetarian diet for half a year. There is no room for negotiation. The sincerity of the young lady is indeed commendable, yet the lady also worries for her, at this age. The young lady is still growing, Mama Su chimed in with a smile. Li Shi gazed affectionately at her daughter, sighed. It is not easy for the common people. Hesitating, Murong Yu said, Mother, may I go set up a shelter to distribute porridge? Li Shi was taken aback. But, Mother, I will not use the household's funds. I have my own. Murong Yu gazed at her mother, Li Shi, and said, Mother, you are aware that the rouge and powder shop recently opened by my third cousin, along with the highly sought-after Yuyong ointment and Yangrong pills, are all products of my own craftsmanship. Just the day before yesterday, my cousin sent me a sum of money, which I currently have no immediate use for. Rather than letting it sit idle, why not take it to purchase grain and provide relief for those suffering refugees? Chapter 87. Do good deeds without questioning the future yet. Despite her contemplation, she could not discern a definitive rationale. However, she felt this inclination might be linked to her previous life when she established a charity hall and an elder care facility. The charity hall was intended to shelter orphan children, offering them a haven from the storms of life, ensuring they could grow up with sustenance and safety. The elder care facility was for those elderly individuals who had lost their children during the turmoil of war and found themselves without support. She was uncertain if her rebirth had any connection to these endeavors, yet her master had once imparted a profound truth. Do good deeds without questioning the future. Li Shi observed the weariness etched in her daughter's features, her heart aching at the thought of the wounds that dream must have inflicted upon her. Murong Yu was certainly aware that setting up a soup kitchen was not a trivial undertaking, especially in these sensitive times. Thus, consulting her father seemed the wisest course of action. Li Shi summoned servants to prepare tea and hot water for foot baths, a series of tasks that left Murong Chung with a sheen of perspiration upon his brow. Yet, he felt considerably more at ease and remarked with a smile, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, my lady. Given that the master is preoccupied with the welfare of the entire household, what I do pales in comparison. Li Shi shot him a playful glare before inquiring about matters within the palace, particularly concerning the emperor's health. This time, Mu'er has also made a significant contribution. After the emperor took the nourishing pill, he felt considerably more comfortable and free from ailments. Today, he even praised Mu'er. Furthermore, news has been conveyed from the Empress Dowager's side, inviting you to bring Yuo to the palace for the banquet next month, Murong Yu remarked with a smile. Li Shi was aware that the formula for the nourishing pill was crafted by her daughter, yet Murong Yu was oblivious to this fact. Li Shi had no intention of revealing it, as explaining would lead to many complications. My lord, today. Mama Su mentioned that there are many more refugees in the Mara Road area, Li Shi inquired. Upon hearing this, Murong Yu sighed. All these individuals had migrated from Yuzhou, where this year's snowfall was unprecedented in a century, making life difficult for the common folk. Li Shi continued. Yuer expressed her desire to use her own money to purchase grain and set up a shelter to distribute porridge when she accompanied me for breakfast. Upon hearing this, a look of appreciation graced Murong Yu's face. Yuer's intentions were commendable, but how much money did she actually possess? If she wished to establish a shelter and distribute porridge, it would be best to draw from the public funds. My lord, you do not oppose this? Li Shi smiled. Why would I oppose Yuer's desire to do good? Murong Yu replied, understanding his wife's concerns. You need not worry. This has nothing to do with the Crown Prince or the Ming Wang. Establishing a shelter and distributing porridge is an initiative from our Murong household and will not incur their expenses. Upon hearing this, Li Shi felt reassured. Then I shall allow Yuer to proceed. It is good for her to have something to occupy her time. Otherwise, I fear she may indulge in unnecessary thoughts. Xiao Mama conveyed a message to Murong Yu. Young miss, the madam has sent this old servant to inform you that the master has consented, and you may summon people to set up the shelter and distribute porridge. Murong Yu smiled and replied, I appreciate your efforts, Xiao Mama. The young miss is too kind. Xiao Mama responded, Do you require assistance? My son, a Wang, has been rather idle lately. If you need him, I can have him come and assist you. Murong Yu chuckled. Please do summon him. I am indeed in need of extra hands. Chapter 88. Entrusted to Ji Qingxian, Murong Yu had ample experience in setting up shelters and distributing porridge from her previous life, as long as there were enough hands. The task could be accomplished swiftly. Sister, allow me to help you, Murong Yu exclaimed. With a sigh, she added, These past few days have been quite hectic. I have been running around like a top under Lord Chuan's orders, and he is most unceremonious. If you find yourself short-staffed, do not hesitate to let me know. However, Murong Yu was not lacking in personnel. Her mother had dispatched numerous aides, and she also had her own household staff, including Xuanzi, Milan, Zhuzhu, and Aji. Ji Qingxian also volunteered to assist, and Murong Yu did not decline his offer. She thought it would be beneficial for him to witness the hardships faced by the common folk, as she was now being quite considerate towards him. Yet thus far, Murong Yu had not discerned any genuine sincerity from him. He continued to put on a facade in her presence. With this in mind, she summoned Ji Qingxian. A man went to fetch him, and upon his arrival, he knelt before Murong Yu, saying, This servant greets the young Mississippi. Murong Yu had previously stated that there was no need to kneel before her, yet he still did so. She, feeling indifferent, instructed him to rise. Ji Qingxian complied, lowering his head slightly and inquiring, Miss, have you summoned me for a specific task? This upcoming charitable event, where we shall distribute porridge. I wish to entrust entirely to your care, Murong Yu replied, observing him closely. Ji Qingxian appeared momentarily taken aback. A man interjected, Miss. Ji Qingxian has likely never undertaken such a task before. I fear he may not be capable. Every endeavor has its first time. Lack of prior experience does not equate to inability, Murong Yu countered, fixing her gaze upon Ji Qingxian. Are you capable of fulfilling this responsibility? Rest assured, whatever the eldest young lady entrusts me with, I will execute flawlessly, Ji Qingxian declared, kneeling on one knee, not wishing to miss such an opportunity. Murong Yu continued, Your rapid progress in martial arts indicates your potential. I believe you can successfully accomplish the task I have assigned. Ji Qingxian lowered his eyes, expressing gratitude. I am honored by your trust, Mississippi. At that moment, a Mei entered with Zhuangzi, Su Mama's son, a Wang, and Lin, the guard who had previously tended to Ji Qingxuan's arrow wound. We pay our respects to the eldest young lady, the trio greeted upon entering. From this day forth, Lin, Zhuangzi, and a Wang, you shall heed Ji Qingxuan's commands. His words are my words. Should I discover that any of you dare to underestimate him due to his humble beginnings and fail to fulfill your duties, you shall find no refuge here. Murong Yu warned, casting a stern glance at the three. Your servant would never dare. Lin, Zhuangzi, and a Wang quickly affirmed. The eldest young lady is benevolent. The thoughts of Ji Qingxian remain a mystery, yet his words are quite pleasant to the ear. Murong Yu does not harbor the expectation that this will fundamentally alter his character. That would be an underestimation of the formidable Northern King, a figure who instills fear in others. With a weary wave of her hand, she dismisses him, urging him to proceed. Chapter 89. Illiterate? Allow me to teach you the task of setting up tents and distributing kanji has been entrusted to Ji Qingxian, with Lin the bodyguard, Xuanzi, and a Wang providing assistance. The three have come to realize the significance of this responsibility, understanding that Miss is genuinely intent on nurturing this captive from the Chong tribe, which explains why such an important duty has been assigned to him. The 3,000 taels of silver notes are also under his management, a mark of trust that indeed elicits envy. I have yet to undertake such duties, Lin Go, and perhaps you, Xuanzi Go, and a Wang Go could offer me some guidance? Upon exiting the courtyard, Ji Qingxian expresses his uncertainty to the trio. Lin the bodyguard, along with Xuanzi and a Wang, are more than willing to lend their support, eager to foster a good rapport with him. Initially, Miss had indeed requested their assistance, and they dared not defy her wishes. Setting up tents and distributing kanji may seem simple, yet it can also pose challenges. However, with sufficient manpower and resources, it should not prove overly difficult. Tasks such as erecting tents, purchasing food, and maintaining accounts are all essential. Lin the bodyguard is tasked with the construction of the kanji distribution tents, while Xuanzi is responsible for procuring the food. Wang, having spent considerable time assisting his father with bookkeeping, will manage the accounts. As a result, Ji Chengxian finds himself with little to do, merely responsible for dispersing funds. This leaves him somewhat dissatisfied, as erecting tents is not a complex endeavor and merely requires labor. Yet, he is unable to keep accounts due to his illiteracy. After some contemplation, he decided to accompany Xuanzi to purchase provisions. Xuanzi remarked, "Although the young lady has provided us with a considerable sum of money, we must refrain from spending it frivolously. Every penny should be utilized wisely." Xuanzi's words were indeed prudent, and Ji Chengxian nodded in agreement. Given the exorbitant price of rice, at 10 won per jin, he contemplated acquiring a larger quantity of coarse grains, which were more affordable at 2 won per jin, ensuring that they had sustenance. Accompanying Xuanzi to the rice shop broadened Ji Chengxian's understanding significantly. They ordered not only rice and coarse grains, but also white flour, which varied in quality. The finest white flour cost 11 won per jin, while the inferior kind was priced at 8 won per jin, often containing bits of chaff and husk. Ji Chengxian conveyed this information to Murong Yu, acknowledging that while the young lady had indeed provided ample funds, he concurred with Xuanzi regarding the high prices of rice and flour. With so many refugees to consider, it would be wise to ration their purchases and buy supplies every few days. Without lifting her gaze, Murong Yu stated, "You can make the decisions regarding these matters. I trust your judgment." Ji Chengxian presented the account book, saying, "Young lady, this is the ledger that Wang has meticulously maintained, detailing the expenses of the past few days. You may review it at your leisure, as I have entrusted it to you. Trust is essential in such matters." Murong Yu glanced at the medical book in her hands and replied. Ji Chengxian felt an inexplicable reluctance to speak, silently chiding the young lady for her probing inquiry. "Young lady, he stammered. Murong Yu then looked at him in confusion, prompting him to lower his head and confess, "I cannot read." Murong Yu was momentarily taken aback, only to recall that, indeed, he was still illiterate at this time. "Let me teach you," she said with a smile, gazing at him. Ji Chengxian, momentarily puzzled, lifted his eyes to look at the young lady, who was smiling at him with her bright eyes and pearly teeth. "From today onward, you shall learn 3 characters each day, and I will personally instruct you." Chapter 90. Learning literature even after leaving the young lady's courtyard, Ji Chengxian felt somewhat dazed, his mind replaying the image of her meticulously writing his name and her beaming face. He glanced down at his heart, perplexed by the sensation. Yet his heartbeat raced with fervor, even when he had been struck by an arrow in the hunting grounds, believing he was on the brink of death. He had displayed little reaction, yet the young lady's words pierced deeper than any arrow. "Isn't the young lady exceedingly kind to Ji Chengxian?" a man remarked as she served the bird's nest and silver fungus soup. "One of my closest confidants cannot even recognize characters. Wouldn't that be a source of ridicule?" Murong Yu responded nonchalantly, having already taught Ji Chengxian martial arts. Why should it matter if he learns a bit of culture? She sipped her soup. A man placed down the soup and added, "Even so, the young lady need not teach him personally. Did I not personally teach you, as well as Mei, Lan, Zhu, and even previously Ali? Each of them learned from me," Murong Yu replied, while enjoying her meal. Despite this, a man still felt that the young lady's kindness towards this canine servant was somewhat excessive. However, given the young lady's consistent temperament, there was little more to say. Murong Yu arrived at the main courtyard after sipping her soup, eager to check on her mother. Li Shi, idly engaged in sewing garments for her husband, looked up with a smile upon seeing her daughter. "How are affairs faring outside?" she inquired. "All is well. Preparations are complete for tomorrow's porridge distribution," Murong Yu replied cheerfully as she settled down, her gaze drifting to the clothing. "Mother, are you making clothes for father? Since I have some free time, I thought to sew a few more outfits for your father to rotate." Li Shi chuckled lightly. "Mother, may I take your pulse?" Murong Yu asked, her tone playful. Li Shi paused, then laughed. "What would you want to check my pulse for?" "To ascertain your well-being," Murong Yu responded with a grin. Before giving birth to the 2 siblings, Li Shi had experienced a pregnancy that ended tragically due to unforeseen circumstances. It was only afterward that she conceived the twins. The delivery was challenging, and perhaps due to the toll it took, she did not bear any more children after them. Concerned about her mother's health, Murong Yu wished to examine her thoroughly. Li Shi, both amused and touched, looked at her daughter. Can you truly take a pulse? Is there any doubt? Murong Yu retorted playfully, then turned to Su Mama. Why don't you let me try on you first? Su Mama smiled, saying, how fortunate I am. With that, she rolled up her sleeves, allowing the young lady to check her pulse, although she believed Murong Yu was merely indulging in a game. However, upon feeling Su Mama's pulse, Murong Yu's expression shifted to one of concern. How long have you been experiencing these troubling symptoms? She asked, referring to the discomfort of constipation. Madame Su was taken aback, and after a moment, she responded, for the past month, I have been feeling this way. Madame Su opened her mouth, extending her tongue for inspection. Murong Yu inquired, and Madame Su complied. After a brief glance, Murong Yu concluded that her tongue was dry and yellow, indicating that Madame Su was suffering from a heat-induced ailment affecting her stomach and intestines, often accompanied by tidal fever and feelings of abdominal distension and pain. This was a case of dryness and stagnation. Madame Su's eyes widened in surprise, and Li Shi was equally astonished. Is that truly accurate? Indeed, completely accurate, Madame Su exclaimed eagerly. Chapter 91. The Art of Qi and Huang. It is merely a minor ailment. I shall prescribe a remedy for Madame Su. You should procure the medicine and take it twice daily, morning and evening, and within approximately 5 days, you should feel much better, Murong Yu advised. I am most grateful, Miss. Madame Su replied joyfully upon hearing this. Please fetch pen and paper for the young lady, Li Shi said with a smile. Madame Su cheerfully went to retrieve them, and Murong Yu wrote out the prescription, advising, in the coming days, consume more fruits and vegetables. I shall remember that, Madame Su said with a grin. Then turned to Li Shi, suggesting, Madam, why not let the young lady examine you? I believe she is quite capable. Li Shi chuckled, then addressed her daughter, why not take a look at your mother? In truth, there was no significant issue with her health, although she did experience considerable discomfort during her monthly cycle. It would only last for a few days and could be endured. Murong Yu, undeterred, took Li Shi's pulse, her delicate brows knitting slightly. What is it? Li Shi asked, observing her. After a moment of further examination, Murong Yu reluctantly looked at her mother and asked, Mother, do you experience excruciating pain during your monthly cycle? Moreover, the menstrual flow is accompanied by a deep brown hue. Lady Li, astonished, was met with the joyful exclamation of Mama Su, who, having developed trust in the young lady, exclaimed, Indeed, indeed. The young lady possesses remarkable medical knowledge. Mother must have consulted with Director Qin, correct? Please present me with the prescription from Director Qin, Murong Yu stated. Lady Li exchanged a glance with Mama Su, who promptly entered to retrieve the prescription. After a brief moment, Murong Yu examined it and acknowledged the brilliance of Director Qin's medical skills. This prescription was indeed commendable, suitable for treating general symptoms. However, given her mother's current constitution, it was not entirely appropriate. After Mother took this prescription, her condition improved considerably, Lady Li remarked. I am aware, Murong Yu nodded. Yet, it is merely an improvement and not a cure. It is likely of no use now, is it? Allow me to prescribe a remedy for you, Mother. Follow my instructions for 10 consecutive days, and when your next menstruation arrives, you shall reassess. With that, she began to write the prescription. In a short while, she produced a valuable remedy, comprising some ingredients identical to those in Director Qin's prescription, yet half of the components differed, tailored more suitably for her mother's consumption. How did the young lady suddenly acquire the skill to prescribe remedies? Mama Su inquired at that moment. I have studied medical texts on my own. Murong Yu replied with a light laugh. Moreover, I have taken on a master whose medical expertise is unparalleled. Please refrain from further questions, Mama Su. This matter is known only to my mother, Murong Yu added with a playful smile. Lady Li, with a resigned glance at her daughter, understood that this was her way of seeking a fallback. Few are privy to the matters of dreams, save for the daughter's confidant, a man, and her childhood friend, Princess Anyang. Beyond these two, no one else is aware. In the past, there was an occasion when you were unable to accompany due to an upset stomach. Leaving Mama Fong to attend, Lady Li remarked to Mama Su, I thought the girl was merely jesting, yet she has genuinely acquired some knowledge. Mama Su, who harbored a poor relationship with Mama Fong, would often feign discomfort whenever the mistress had to travel far or attend to important matters, placing the blame on Mama Fong. Previously, Mama Su had exerted considerable effort in the downfall of Mama Fong's family. Nevertheless, in contrast to Mama Fong, Mama Su was undoubtedly loyal, even in her past life. She remained steadfast until the very end, bowing to her mother before departing. Chapter 92. Such is the world at this moment. Mama Su recalled Mama Fong with a hint of indignation, yet since she was no longer present, there was no need to concern herself with her. Instead, she praised the young lady's medical skills. It is not a matter of great significance. It is best left unspoken outside and shared only among family, ladily instructed. Rest assured, my lady, this old servant possesses a most discreet tongue. Mama Su, understanding the implication, nodded in agreement. However, given that it was intended for the mistress, a measure of caution was warranted. Mama Su first tried the prescription the young lady had provided for herself, and within merely 3 days, she awakened at dawn, experiencing a refreshing vigor that was unparalleled. Having tried numerous other remedies with little effect, Mama Su was utterly astonished. This is a remedy that addresses both the symptoms and the root cause, incomparable to those superficial remedies from outside. Murong Yu chuckled. Li Shi began to consume the prescribed medicine, and the effects were remarkably evident. After just 3 days, she felt a comforting warmth enveloping her. Having a tendency to suffer from cold hands and feet every winter, she was usually reliant on a hot water bottle. To her surprise, the prescription her daughter had provided yielded such results in merely 3 days. This truly astonished Li Shi. Yet, simultaneously, a wave of anxiety washed over her. For all these occurrences undoubtedly confirmed that everything her daughter had experienced in her dreams was indeed real. The future of the Murong family and the Duke of Li's household. Do not worry, mother. The reason I chose to share my dreams with you is to alleviate any concerns that you might think I am merely a wandering spirit possessing your daughter. Murong Yu smiled. What nonsense are you speaking? How could I ever think that? Li Shi retorted, casting her daughter a disapproving glance. Mother, with your daughter by your side, I assure you that I will protect our Murong family and the Duke of Li's household, ensuring we never meet the fate depicted in my dreams. Murong Yu spoke softly. What do you need me to do? Li Shi inquired, gazing at her daughter. All you need to do is remain cheerful each day, and then there will be no issues at all, Murong Yu replied with a smile. Murong Yu then asked, how are you progressing with your lessons in writing? I have memorized everything, Ji Chengxian responded, his head bowed. Murong Yu nodded, casually testing him with a few characters, and upon discovering he had retained them well, she remained silent. She then inscribed 3 new characters for him: heaven, earth, and man. This represents heaven, this signifies earth, and this denotes man. Murong Yu explained as she pointed to each character. Thank you, miss, he expressed his gratitude. Ji Chengxian took the 3 sheets of paper and tucked them into his bosom. He handed the medicinal herbs that needed to be sliced to the mortar and pestle while he began to stoke the fire in the furnace, inquiring about the situation outside. Perhaps due to the solitude of the apothecary, where only he and the young lady were present, Ji Chengxian glanced at her. The refugees outside expressed their gratitude towards the young lady. Murong Yu merely sighed, unable to suppress her sentiments, contemplating the mountains and rivers, their grandeur and fury. The road through Tongwan. Gazing towards the western capital, her thoughts were filled with hesitation. The sorrowful path of the Qin and Han dynasties, where countless palaces have crumbled into dust. Prosperity brings suffering to the populace. Decline brings suffering to the populace. Ji Chengxian stared blankly at the enchanting young lady, unable to comprehend her words, but the last phrase resonated with him. She was grieving for the common people, observing the uncontainable melancholy and gloom in her eyes. He couldn't help but remark, such is the world. Chapter 93. Policy of Conciliation. Murong Yu cast a glance at him, acknowledging, indeed, you are right. This world is indeed merciless. It is a world that consumes its own. Therefore, Ji Chengxian, you must diligently train in martial arts and study hard. This opportunity is hard-earned. If you aspire to rise above others, you must endure the hardships within. Ji Chengxian felt a jolt in his heart. However, Murong Yu had already turned her attention back to stirring the medicinal concoction in the furnace, shifting the topic. Once you have finished cutting, please go outside and summon a man. Understood. Ji Chengxian could not resist stealing another glance at the young lady, and seeing that she had nothing further to say, he finally stepped outside. Just before he departed, the young lady remarked, remember to take the medicinal pills I prepared for you punctually. They not only strengthen the body, but also enhance vitality. Your constitution has suffered greatly in the past, but I shall gradually restore it. ensuring that your longevity remains unaffected. Thank you, my lady, Ji Chengxian said, dropping to one knee. You may go, Murong Yu said without further ado. Once he had left, a sly smile graced Murong Yu's face. No matter how obstinate he may be, akin to a stubborn stone in a latrine, he cannot withstand my gentle persuasion. Shortly thereafter, a man arrived to assist her mistress, preparing a thick medicinal paste from sliced herbs, after which they both set about crafting the pills. These pills were subsequently delivered to the Li family, to be taken before sleep each night. Meanwhile, the number of refugees in Ma Road continued to swell. Concerned for Murong Yu's well-being, Li Mu also got involved, establishing a shelter and distributing porridge in the name of the Duke of Li. This endeavor naturally spread, eventually reaching the ears of Emperor Tianqing, who summoned the Duke of Li to inquire about Li Mu's actions. The Duke felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing his son might falter in his speech. However, Li Mu held his composure well. When the Emperor asked him the reason for his actions, he candidly replied, "It was my cousin's initiative that inspired me to follow suit." "Your cousin is none other than the young lady of the Murong family?" the Emperor inquired. "Indeed," Li Mu responded. Li Mu nodded and said, "The minister went over to inquire how she suddenly began distributing porridge. She replied that the dividends from her shop were merely stagnant funds. It was far better to use them to aid the refugees." While the money left idle evoked no feeling in her, the thought of providing warmth to those in need during this frigid season brought her joy. Upon hearing this, the minister felt a sense of inadequacy, reflecting on how the nourishing pills sold exceptionally well in his pharmacy, earning the emperor's praise and thus gaining notoriety. How could he indulge in such benefits alone? Consequently, he decided to follow his cousin's example and contribute his share, hoping the emperor would not reproach him for this act of seeking recognition. The emperor of Tianqing smiled, saying, "You are performing acts of kindness and accumulating virtue. Who would dare claim you seek fame?" With that, he turned his gaze to Murong Sheng, acknowledging the chancellor's adept guidance of his daughter. "I am unworthy of such praise," Murong Sheng humbly replied. The emperor continued, "I am aware of the plight of the refugees in the Ma region." Sighing, he added, "The common people endure hardships and live in dislocation. My heart aches for them. The actions you two cousins have undertaken are commendable and demonstrate your concern for the populace. Convey my edict. From today onward, all expenditures of the palace shall be halved, and the savings shall be allocated to aid the disaster-stricken. Your Majesty is benevolent. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty's love for the people is indeed a blessing for the populace and the state." Chapter 94. Stepping into the limelight, Murong Yu sighed, acknowledging, "Although our connection is tenuous, we have nonetheless made a mark this time. Given the multitude of refugees, the emperor would have initiated recognition regardless. However, we have still taken the lead." Li Mu was not overly concerned and remarked, "Cousin, there is no need for excessive worry. While we may have garnered attention this time, we have acted in accordance with our conscience." Murong Yu inquired, "Has the emperor said anything to you, cousin?" "No." Li Mu shook his head, "But the emperor does not disapprove." Murong Yu thought to herself that of course he would not oppose, as this endeavor alleviated his troubles without costing him a penny. Nevertheless, this matter had spread, and the reputation of Murong Yu, the benevolent daughter of the Chancellor's residence, had also circulated widely. Regarding Murong Yu's charitable act of setting up a shelter and distributing porridge, opinions varied. Some praised it as a commendable deed, while others accused it of being a mere ploy for fame. Yet, such criticisms were whispered in private, for no one dared to voice them openly. Given that the emperor himself had praised her, who would risk their life by contradicting the emperor's words? Chun Finfen, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Chun, was among those who disapproved of Murong Yu's actions. Though she found them distasteful, she felt a pang of resentment, for this time, Murong Yu had stolen the limelight. Had she herself thought of this initiative first and established the shelter for porridge, it would have been her father receiving the emperor's commendation for raising a virtuous daughter. Originally, Murong Yu's change of betrothal from the Hallmarkiate had tarnished her reputation slightly, but the emperor's praise had restored it, provoking Chun Finfen's jealousy. However, with the emperor's stance already made clear, did the ministers not need to express their own attitudes? Chun Finfen decided to represent the Duke of Chun's residence in establishing a shelter and distributing porridge. Yet she could not shake off the feeling of having missed a prime opportunity, and now her imitation seemed somewhat derivative. As Huahong Yu passed by in her carriage, she witnessed the refugees gathered in front of the Duke Li's residence and the Murong household. She observed the attendants and maidservants of Murong Yu stepping forward to aid the afflicted. For makeshift shelters had been erected, forming a long queue, and the porridge being prepared appeared quite thick and hearty. Murong Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. How much would such an expenditure cost? Only Murong Yu could maintain her composure in the face of such extravagance. Murong Yu lowered the curtain of her carriage, enveloped in silence. As she listened, her mind conjured an image of herself standing before the porridge distribution tent, serving the people while they bowed and hailed her as a great benefactor. The beauty of this imagined scene instinctively drew a smile to Murong Yu's lips, though the biting cold soon rendered her expression somber. Chapter 95. Gloom and disappointment. The maidservant continued with her commentary. Who could forget how kind Miss Murong was to you in the past? Always thinking of you with her every good fortune? How is it now, when you find yourself wanting for everything? Last year at this time, you could use the silver frost coal freely, and once it was exhausted, a simple request would suffice for Miss Murong to send more your way. I'm already quite troubled. Must you add to my distress? Murong Yu retorted, her tone sharp. The maidservant replied, Am I not merely expressing my own lament? How is it that Miss Murong is favored by the heir, when she pales in comparison to Miss Murong in every aspect? Content with her words, the maidservant acknowledged that while she had indeed received favors from Miss Lianer, she too harbored resentment towards Murong Yu for usurping the engagement that rightfully belonged to Miss Murong. Due to the precipitous decline in her family's status, she found herself similarly regarded among the maids. How many of them held her in esteem? Once, they had addressed her as sister and showered her with flattery, but now they scarcely deigned to acknowledge her. All of this was attributable to that illegitimate daughter who usurped the marriage proposal. Otherwise, would those maids dare to look down upon her? Lady Hua was acutely aware that Murong Yu's reputation had soared. Had the engagement not been altered, her own household would have reaped the benefits of that renown. Gaining a favorable reputation without expending a single coin was indeed a tempting prospect. Yet now, that opportunity had vanished, compounded by a series of misfortunes that had taken a toll on her health. She lamented that since the engagement had been reassigned, there had been no moment of ease in her life. It would be better for her to depart this world sooner rather than later, sparing herself the vexation of enduring such treatment. Lady Hua retorted sharply, Mother, why speak such words? Hui Yuan inquired. Why do I utter such words? Lady Hua fixed him with a cold glare. In the past, whenever I felt unwell, the finest offerings from the Murong family would flow to me like a river. But now, should I pass away, they might not even send someone to pay their respects. This is the consequence of your actions, choosing not to marry a virtuous and well-bred legitimate daughter, but instead opting for a pretentious, illegitimate one. Hui Yuan's expression darkened. Mother, Rui is on the verge of marrying in. Please refrain from such talk. Lady Hua, upon perceiving the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, felt a surge of irritation. Even at this juncture, he still held that maid in high regard. After placating his mother, Hui Yuan finally turned to the courtyard, where he received a letter from Murong Yu. Upon opening the letter, the words of longing within brought a semblance of calm to Hui Yuan's demeanor. In the correspondence, Rui even inquired whether he had any regrets. However, he would never admit to the lingering gloom and disappointment in his heart. Upon receiving Hui Yuan's missive, Murong Yu's expression finally relaxed. Why should the young lady worry about young Master Hua's intentions towards you? Xiao remarked as she presented a steaming cup of tea. Murong Yu, tucking the letter away, remarked through gritted teeth, How can I not be concerned when Murong Yu's reputation outside is so impeccable? Chapter 96. Petty concerns. Murong Yu truly left her no room to breathe and only seemed to relish the spotlight more. This incident would undoubtedly give Lady Hua another reason to harbor resentment against her, for if the betrothal were to remain unchanged, it could have been a source of honor for the Hua family. Miss, the shop on Shihua Street has already been sold. Yet Miss Hong Yu has not brought forth the share of silver that belongs to you. Chao frowned once more. Murong Yu replied, Once I am married, I shall demand my share. I cannot let it slip into her pockets without a sound. You must prepare well for your wedding, as next month marks your marriage day. Chao reminded her. Murong Yu narrowed her eyes. The Li family will surely not provide me with a substantial dowry. What shall I do if my marriage turns out to be too shabby? Chao expressed her concern. Madam still holds a grudge against you and will certainly not be generous. However, your aunt has managed to save a little something for you, so you will have some reserves. Do you still dare to visit the master? Chao could not help but shiver at the thought. Time has passed for so long. Father should have calmed down by now. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still his daughter, and this is my maternal home. Murong Yu gritted her teeth as she spoke. Although she was reluctant, she understood that the Murong residents could do without her, but she could not sever ties with the Murong family. Without them, she feared being mistreated by Madame Hua. Daughter has seen father. Murong Yu, now free from confinement, knew that as her marriage approached, she could not remain cooped up indoors indefinitely. Murong Sheng glanced at her, questioning her presence outside when she was supposed to be resting due to her frail condition. Murong Yu's voice trembled with emotion. She dared not hope for her father's forgiveness after her transgressions, yet with her impending marriage, she merely wished to come and acknowledge her mistakes before him. He had always cherished this daughter, yet he was taken aback by her actions, leaving him profoundly disappointed. Murong Yu swallowed hard and said, "Father, my stepmother has not been well these past few days. If you have the time, could you please visit her?" As she saw him preparing to leave, she could no longer contain herself and gently added, "Father, I am to be wed next month. My stepmother's background is humble. Even if we exhaust all efforts, it will not bring her any dignity." Murong Sheng understood her intent and cast her a knowing glance. "Your marriage will be managed by your stepmother. You are well aware of her character. Although you have committed such acts, you shall not be deprived of what is rightfully yours." With that, he departed. Li Shi was quick to learn of Murong Yu's scheming and inquired upon the master's arrival, concerned that he might withhold her dowry. Murong Sheng spoke directly. Li Shi nearly burst into laughter. That concubine truly exemplified the essence of pettiness. With a sigh, she pondered how such a disposition could have developed. Considering both she and Yu had received the same upbringing, how could one be so small-minded? In Chapter 97, one mistake leads to another. While other families bestow 2,000 taels upon their concubines at marriage, we are of the Murong family, and our in-laws are from the Homarkiate. I have the inclination to offer 3,000 taels. Although it may seem unfair to Yu, this is a singular occasion in life. How could I disregard the dignity of the Murong family and skimp on her dowry? Murong Sheng also felt that this second daughter was indeed petty, and this matter ought to be a burden on his wife. There was no harm in the burden, with only the three of them in the household. The absence of one would not matter significantly. However, such thoughts from the second miss were unacceptable. What did she take him for? The dowry issue could have easily been addressed with him, yet she chose to seek out the master instead, Li Shi remarked. Murong Sheng's eyes betrayed his disdain, attributing it all to Shui Yinyang's influence. Observing her husband's evident distaste for Shui Yinyang brought Li Shi a sense of satisfaction. In truth, she had been somewhat apprehensive in earlier years. Shui Yinyang was a gift from the palace, and she had to tread carefully, fearing that her husband might be swayed by this delicate beauty. However, that had not come to pass. Unlike others who favored their concubines over their wives, he had no affinity for Shui Yinyang's beguiling charms. Were it not for the palace's bestowal, he likely would not have taken a concubine at all. Most importantly, since the birth of their second daughter, he hardly visited Shui Yinyang's quarters more than once or twice a year. The position of the legitimate wife of the Li family is as solid as a fortress. Regarding the impending marriage of the second young lady next month, there is no need for the master to worry. I shall ensure she receives her due. The Li matriarch continued. I have complete confidence in your capabilities, madam. Naturally, Murong Sheng would not harbor any doubts. Li instructed someone to inform Murong Yu to prepare adequately for her marriage. Her dowry would not be lacking. Murong Yu understood the implication of this statement. Her dowry would be sufficient, yet it would certainly not be extravagant. A legitimate daughter's dowry is only 2,000 taels, perhaps 3,000 at best, whereas the funds Murong Yu allocated for disaster relief might far exceed that amount. Although it was somewhat humiliating, she could only express her gratitude to the messenger, Madame Su. Once Su departed, Murong Yu clenched her teeth, thinking that it would be best if she did not find her footing. Otherwise, she would ensure this entire family was beneath her heel. Aunt Shui was also aware of this situation. Wiping her tears, she lamented, "It is all due to my shortcomings. If I could win your father's favor, your dowry would not be lacking." Among the group of women in similar circumstances, she fared the worst. Over the years, while others not only had sons by their side, but also successful ones who could curry favor with the master, she had remained dependent on the whims and glances of the Li matriarch for survival. Now that her daughter was to be married, she could hardly provide a substantial dowry. It is well understood that a dowry is the foundation of a daughter's confidence when leaving her family. Murong Yu resented the unfairness of fate. Yet what could be done? Ultimately, it came down to her own carelessness. Had it not been for that careless handwriting, which led to a series of missteps, Murong Yu would merely have served as a stepping stone for her. Although Murong Yu acknowledged Murong Rue's greetings, she chose to disregard them entirely. Her current interest lay in teaching Ji Chengxian how to read. It did not take long for Murong Yu to realize that Ji Chengxian possessed an exceptionally strong capacity for learning, prompting her to gaze at him curiously. Do you have a remarkable memory? The eldest young lady teaches well, Ji Chengxian replied without raising his eyes, his head bowed. Murong Yu took his words to heart, as his talent was so extraordinary that it stirred her desire to be an exemplary teacher. She presented him with the 1,000-character classic. In Chapter 98, the aim was to cultivate Ji Chengxian into a well-rounded individual. I still do not recognize many characters, Ji Chengxian remarked, glancing at the book that had been thrust into his arms, his fingers unconsciously caressing its pages. This was a book previously accessible only to the nobility, one he had never dared to touch. This is just for you. There is no rush. By the time you can read the 1,000-character classic, you will be well prepared, Murong Yu stated, subsequently retrieving additional texts. Once you finish the 1,000-character classic, you may proceed to the book of filial piety, great learning, doctrine of the mean, Analects, and Mencius. You must study filial piety, learning, mean, and then Analects and Mencius in that specific order. She gathered the books together. Amon was left astounded. Miss, do you expect him to read so many books? There are numerous benefits to reading extensively, particularly these essential texts. The book of filial piety, great learning, and doctrine of the mean serve as foundational texts for establishing core values. The latter works, Analects and Mencius, are instrumental in cultivating profound values and life perspectives. Having taken action, Murong Yu also brought out the Book of Songs, Book of Documents, I Ching, and Book of Rites along with Zhuizhuan. These tomes are essential readings for cultivating a profound worldview. Not only those, you must also study these works diligently in the future, Murong Yu declared. Does the young lady wish to bestow all these upon me? Ji Qingshuan's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. It is not a mere gift, it is a bestowal. However, you must ensure you complete your reading, she replied. Young lady, are you intending for him to become a top scholar? A man cast a sympathetic glance at Ji Chengxian. Becoming a top scholar is no simple feat. My father achieved the highest honors, and compared to the volumes in his study, these are but trifles. Murong Yu regarded Ji Chengxian earnestly. These are foundational texts. You must endeavor to finish them swiftly, after which I will provide you with more advanced literature. I fear I may not be able to read them all. Ji Chengxian lowered his head in dismay. It is not required that you complete them in just a few days. Start by memorizing the 1,000-character classic, Murong Yu instructed, then turn to a man, procure some ink, paper, and writing tools for Ji Chengxian. Merely reading is insufficient. He must also learn to write. I have my monthly allowance. I shall purchase them myself, Ji Chengxian replied, though his heart swelled with warmth despite his lowered gaze. Murong Yu, not in need of such funds, asserted, keep your allowance for your own expenses. If I wish for you to study, I shall bear the costs. Just do not disappoint me. Thank you, young lady. Ji Chengxian knelt on one knee in gratitude. I am pleased to do so. Murong Yu raised an eyebrow with a hint of amusement. Very well, let it be as the young lady wishes. A man observed with a light-hearted demeanor. Ji Qingshuan's gaze, once warm, suddenly turned icy. When Xuanzi brought the warmed milk to Ji Chengxian, he found himself alone in the room. I happened to pass by the kitchen and thought to fetch the milk for you, Xuanzi remarked. Ji Chengxian expressed his gratitude and took out a bowl to pour some for him as well. No, I cannot drink milk. It upsets my stomach. Xuanzi waved his hand in refusal. Ji Chengxian then poured himself a bowl, reflecting that Xuanzi had worked hard these days. It's no trouble at all. Running errands for the young lady is quite manageable, Xuanzi replied with a smile. Moreover, the young lady even raised our monthly pay for our efforts. Where did all these books in your room come from? Xuanzi inquired, pointing to the volumes on Ji Qingshuan's bed. I just reported to the young lady about today's matters. She bestowed these upon me, encouraging me to read more. Ji Chengxian thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. In truth, it was not merely a reward but a gift from the young lady. Despite the slight difference in wording, the implications were vastly different. Though he was unsure why this made him so joyful, Xuanzi expressed envy. The young lady has you practicing martial arts and studying literature. She truly intends to utilize your talents. I do not receive such treatment. If Brother Xuanzi wishes to learn, I would gladly teach you, Ji Chengxian offered generously. Xuanzi shook his head. No, it's all right. Ji Chengxian also attempted to instruct him in martial arts, but but Xuanzi found himself nearly unable to rise from bed the following day. As for reading and recognizing characters, he knew a few, albeit not many, but it sufficed for him. However, the expense of books was considerable, and he was saving money to marry a wife, so he decided against spending on that. Not long after, Az delivered brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to Ji Qingxian, saying, Ji Qingxian, dedicate yourself to your studies and do not disappoint the young lady's regard for you. Thank you, Miss Az, Ji Qingxian replied with a respectful bow. Az glanced at him and noticed his tall, handsome figure. Although he hailed from a background of the Dogrong slaves, the passage of time had erased those remnants, replaced instead by a newfound confidence and vigor. Particularly after assisting the young lady in managing the soup kitchen outside, he had become increasingly composed. For reasons unknown, Az's cheeks flushed. If you find yourself lacking in anything, do let me know, and I shall convey it to the young lady, she offered, casting a look his way. Ji Qingxian was puzzled by her demeanor, but nodded in gratitude. Thank you, Mississippi. This person, Az muttered softly, unsure of what to say next. However, from that moment on, whenever there was a matter to attend to, Az would readily volunteer to assist, and due to her straightforwardness, no one suspected her underlying feelings. Madame Li had not been in good spirits these days. The mere thought that the Yi family dared to manipulate her, the lady of the Duke of Li's residence, filled her with uncontainable rage. In this world, nothing remains concealed forever. Having exerted considerable effort, how could the Yi family withstand the private investigations of a duchess? The name Yi Zhuer soon came to Madame Li's attention. Madam, it appears that the one who rescued the second master is indeed someone else, the maid remarked. Chapter 100. The replacement of Li with Peach. The letter reveals that it was a distant, lowly branch of the Yi family, specifically a concubine-born girl named Yi Zhuer, who truly saved the second master. However, this young lady has unfortunately marred her beauty and has since relocated from the Yi family, living with her aunt in a manor under the Yi name. This is undoubtedly a classic case of the Yi family orchestrating a tale of substitution. Summon the second master, Lady Li declared with a darkened expression. Li was summoned by a servant. Previously, he had been injured, but after a period of recuperation, his wounds had healed, and his complexion had improved. What is the matter? Who has angered mother? Li Yu inquired, puzzled by his mother's demeanor. Lady Li, in a huff, slammed the letter onto the table, saying, Read for yourself. The maid delivered the letter to Li Yu, and upon his gaze falling upon it, he was taken aback. Mother, you investigated the Yi family? Why do you think I would investigate the Yi family? Lady Li retorted coldly. It's all because of that venomous woman, Yi Shan. Li Yu was taken aback. Mother, what has happened? Read the letter before asking. Lady Li snapped, taking the tea offered by the maid, visibly flustered and enraged. The thought that the Duke of Li's household had been toyed with by the daughter of a merchant infuriated her greatly. As Li Yu continued to read the correspondence, he was struck as if by lightning, his handsome face betraying his shock. Mother, is what this letter states true? What do you think? Madame Li let out a cold snort and began to recount the series of events that led to her investigation. Yuer had taken considerable risks to inform your father, enabling him to dispatch aid in a timely manner. Yet, the moment Yi Shan turned around, this matter became the talk of the town. You need not be perplexed. I had already inquired about her confidant, Tao Sai, a fortnight ago and obtained her testimony for the second master. Second master, please review this. The servant presented Tao Sai's statement. Li Yu's face was a picture of astonishment as he perused the document. Madame Li remarked scornfully, the reason she disclosed Yuer's affair is precisely because you failed to give her that lantern years ago, instead bestowing it upon Yuer. Hence, she has harbored resentment towards Yuer all this time. Li Yu's gaze fixated on the name Yi Zhuer inscribed in the letter, his breath quickening. Madame Li continued, fueled by suspicion. I dispatched individuals at any cost to unearth the secrets concealed by the Yi family. As expected, I uncovered a remarkable tale of substitution, where the achievements of the illegitimate daughter were usurped by the legitimate daughter, even to the extent of tarnishing the illegitimate daughter's beauty. Unable to contain himself any longer, Li Yu clutched the letter and dashed outside. Madam, where is the second master headed? The servant inquired hastily. Madame Li, well acquainted with her son's temperament, replied, he is undoubtedly off to seek out that Yi Zhuer. Let him be. Yet, her audacity astounds me. How dare that venomous woman, Yi Shan, manipulate the Li Guogong residence so effortlessly? Bring her to me. Chapter 101. Unrepentant when Yi Shan was brought in, She remained oblivious to the fact that her actions had been unequivocally exposed. With a smile, she said, "Mother, today I wish to go to the porridge shelter to lend a hand, so that my elder sister-in-law may have a moment's respite." However, after uttering these words, no one paid her any heed. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she considered saying more, only to be met with her mother-in-law's icy gaze. "Kneel before me." Yishan was taken aback, yet she complied, albeit with a hint of defiance. "Mother, what transgression has your daughter-in-law committed? How dare you question me about your faults?" Lady Li glared at her coldly. The daughter-in-law truly was unaware, yet she was still a daughter-in-law to her mother. And the second master was also her own flesh and blood. Surely, a mother could not perpetually show favoritism towards the eldest brother and sister-in-law. At this juncture, "You still seek to sow discord." Lady Li's expression was frigid. Two maidservants, Tao Sai and Xiang Sai, were promptly brought forward and made to kneel on the ground. Yishan's heart raced with guilt as she witnessed their arrival, her countenance shifting dramatically. "You were the one who leaked the news about Yuer, weren't you?" Lady Li did not mince words, fixing her gaze upon her. Yishan wished to protest, but upon seeing Tao Sai and Xiang Sai, she realized they must have confessed everything. Tears welled in her eyes as she implored, "Mother, your daughter-in-law merely acted impulsively. I humbly beseech you to forgive me this once." "Yi sure, I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you confess, leniency will be shown." Lady Li interrupted her directly. Yishan's heart was truly in turmoil. What did her mother-in-law mean by those words? Yet, how could her mother-in-law possibly know about that matter? They remain oblivious to the peach blossom beauty. "Mother, the daughter-in-law realizes that she has gravely erred this time. She shall go to apologize to Miss Biao and implore her for forgiveness." Yishan choked on her words. "At this juncture, you still refuse to repent, uttering not a single truth?" Lady Li felt a chill in her heart. Such a venomous woman resided within her esteemed residence, the Li Guogong mansion. How could it possibly thrive? It is no wonder that they narrowly escaped a catastrophe this time. Yishan, filled with doubt, took the letter, and her complexion suddenly turned ashen. A singular thought plagued her mind. It is over. Her fate is sealed. Lady Li's gaze was sharp as a dagger. The Yi family truly possessed audacity beyond measure, managing to manipulate the Grand Li Guogong residence as they pleased. "Yishan, do you not feel an overwhelming sense of triumph? Do you believe the Li Guogong family is filled with fools, allowing you to toy with them at will?" "No, mother. I have never thought that way," Yishan hastily replied. "Silence." Lady Li coldly interrupted her. "The one who saved Yuer was not you, but rather you have usurped your half-sister's merit. You were never meant to marry into this family. What right do you have to call me mother?" Yishan's face turned pale and devoid of color. She understood that the truth of the matter had been uncovered, and no words of hers could change it. "Have you nothing left to say?" Lady Li remarked coldly. "Since you have no defense, take her away. Arrange for the nunnery, and send her there first thing tomorrow morning, where she shall remain for the rest of her days." "Mother, you cannot treat me this way. You cannot do this to me." Yishan, terrified, nearly lost her senses. Crawling forward in desperation. Chapter 102. The amulet when you arrogantly usurped credit and marred your half-sister's beauty. Did you ever contemplate that you might one day find yourself in this predicament? Lady Li lowered her gaze upon her. Now that Yuer is also aware and has rushed to confront the matter, do you truly believe there remains a place for you within the Li Duke's household? Not only will Yishan face consequences, but the Yi clan shall not be spared either. Otherwise, would you have them think that the Li Duke's residence can be trifled with by anyone? Mother, even if you refuse to forgive me, the child within me is undeniably a descendant of the Li Duke's lineage, your own grandchild. Would you truly wish for your grandchild to be born in a nunnery? Yishan boldly revealed her trump card. "Madam." The expression of the matron who had been pulling Yishan's strings shifted dramatically. Lady Li faltered for a moment, then fixed her gaze upon Yishan, questioning her audacity to deceive at such a juncture. Tao Sai had previously mentioned that you and Yuer had not shared a bed. From whence comes this child? It is true that there had been no intimacy before, but now that my husband has recuperated, I am indeed his. And this child is conceived during this time. Yishan's eyes blazed with conviction. Having grown accustomed to a life of comfort, how could she endure such torment? She must remain within the Li Duke's residence. As long as this child is a son, she need not fear the absence of opportunities for redemption. Lady Li immediately commanded, "Summon a physician." Yet, indeed, the outcome was that she had conceived. After her body was nurtured back to health, Yishan's menstrual cycle had become remarkably regular. But the period that was due recently had not arrived, and coupled with some bodily symptoms, she knew she was with child, though she had yet to consult a doctor. Upon hearing the doctor declare that, although not yet apparent, there was indeed no doubt about the signs of pregnancy, Yishan sank into her seat, overwhelmed. She realized that she now possessed a talisman of protection. This was her second son's first child, and Madame Li had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. Yet, in the face of such circumstances, Madame Li found herself devoid of any joy, her heart feeling rather constricted instead. Upon learning of Yishan's actions, the expression on Madame Li's face grew cold, but the revelation that Yishan was pregnant with her nephew's child left her utterly flabbergasted. What on earth was happening? As soon as she arrived, Murong Yu noticed the clouds of worry etched across Madame Li's brow and inquired about the matter. Madame Li recounted the events to her daughter and then sighed, saying, "I fear this matter can only come to an end here." Murong Yu frowned slightly. While it did not come as a surprise that Yishan was not the one to save her second cousin, she was all too aware of Yishan's actions in her previous life. Was this truly the kind of deed a virtuous woman would commit? What astonished her was that in her past life, Yishan had no children, nor had she ever heard of her being with child by her second cousin. Yet, it was said that the act of saving him had left her with lasting repercussions, and no one had spoken ill of her. To think that in this life, Yishan was indeed pregnant? Was it possible that her own rebirth had altered her second cousin's fate, thereby shifting the course of destiny? Your aunt is in a dire situation. She was originally to be sent to a nunnery, but for now, she must remain in the household, Madame Li remarked. Murong Yu lifted her gaze and said, "Mother, the child in Yishan's womb cannot be kept." Chapter 103. Disappearance. Madame Li could not help but look at her daughter. In a previous life, Yishan was the sole architect of Li Yu's demise, which gravely wounded the reputation of the Li Duke's residence. Subsequently, she willingly descended into the enemy's domain, becoming a mere concubine, trampling the dignity of the Li Duke's family beneath her feet. In this new existence, the truths once obscured by Yishan have resurfaced, and she aspires to secure her position solely through her pregnancy? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. However, that child is indeed your second cousin's. Lady Li hesitated. Murong Yu, having traversed the depths of hell, understood that one must not yield to compassion. She resolutely declared, "The child of my second cousin should not be born of a woman like Yishan. She lacks the merit." She was infuriated by Yishan's attempt to frame her daughter and somewhat dissatisfied with her sister-in-law's hesitance, yet she could also empathize, as the child within Yishan bore the bloodline of the Li Duke's family. "Mother, I previously warned you that the decline of the Li Duke's residence would begin with her, and it was no jest. Please, let my aunt deliberate on this matter carefully." Murong Yu spoke softly. Upon receiving this confidential letter, Lady Li's brow furrowed in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, she gritted her teeth and commanded, "Prepare the arrangements. Let us proceed as planned. Madam, this is still the bloodline of the second master, and he has no heirs at present." The maid hesitated. "Yu's bloodline shall be ensured by another. That child within her is not meant to be in this world, and for now, it remains oblivious." Lady Li closed her eyes. This Yi woman must never remain within the residence, nor should her unborn child. Yet, just as she was about to give the order, Yishan suddenly vanished without a trace. Where has it gone? It was perfectly fine in the backyard. How could it suddenly disappear? Lady Li exclaimed in frustration. The old servant has already apprehended everyone over there. She must have dismissed the people in the courtyard and disguised herself as a maid to leave the Duke Li's residence through the back door. The old woman replied. "Find her." Lady Li's face darkened. This Yi lady truly possesses audacity. Murong Yu also learned from the Li family that Yishan had managed to escape. Unable to suppress her frown. "I think the same. However, your aunt has come to a realization. If she cannot be found in the next few days, she intends to stop searching and will simply announce that Yishan has fallen gravely ill." Lady Li stated grimly. How could this Yi lady so cunningly betray her maternal family? Murong Yu refrained from elaborating further. In this life, both Li Yu and Li Han had not encountered any misfortune, and the Duke Li's residence would not suffer significantly. Yishan would not be able to stir up any trouble. Chapter 104. The veiled maiden. She thought of Li Yu and Yi Zhuer, the ill-fated pair from the previous life who had never been together. Would they be able to overcome the stumbling block that was Yishan and unite in this life? Li Yu had traveled day and night for 2 days before finally arriving at this remote village amidst the snowstorm. Having not rested along the way, and with his injuries just healed, He succumbed to illness in such harsh weather upon arrival. Second master, you have a fever. We should find a place to borrow for the night, the attendant quickly advised. After assisting his master, he carried him into the village to seek refuge with a local farmer. The farmer accepted the small piece of silver offered by the attendant and inquired, "What illness is this? It won't be contagious, will it? My grandfather merely has a fever. It is not contagious. May I inquire if there is anyone in the village knowledgeable in medicine?" The attendant responded, "Indeed, Miss Yu possesses a modicum of medical knowledge." The farmer nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing the name, the attendant's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly asked, "Pray tell, where might this Miss Yu be found?" The farmer replied, "She has not been here. She moved away 3 months ago." The attendant was momentarily taken aback. 3 months ago? Does that not mean that our young master made a futile trip? Li Yu, having been unconscious for an entire day, awoke to find his attendant by his side. "Young master, you have finally awakened," the attendant exclaimed anxiously. Li Yu surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "I recall that we arrived at the village. Where is this place?" "This is the county town," the attendant explained. "It was I who brought you here, and it was fortuitous that we arrived in time. Otherwise," the old physician warned that a delay might have led to confusion due to the fever. Li Yu cast a glance at him and inquired, "Is she not here?" "Yes. I inquired among the villagers. Just half a month ago, Miss Yu relocated to the county town with her mother, who is unwell. For the sake of her mother's treatment," the attendant replied. Li Yu immediately pressed, "Have you discovered her whereabouts?" "Not yet," the attendant shook his head. "However, we are currently in the county town. Young master, please focus on your recovery. Once you are well, we shall search for Miss Yu. If I were to seek her out, who would care for you?" The attendant paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. "I am not gravely ill. I do not require care," Li Yu stated, only to be interrupted by a fit of coughing. Although he was anxious, his body would not permit him to act hastily. Thus, he had no choice but to prioritize his recovery. On that day, a veiled maiden delivered the fever-reducing patches to the apothecary. The patches had finally arrived, and I had a patient in urgent need of them, the old doctor remarked. The veiled maiden explained, "My mother has been unwell these past few days, which delayed my timely delivery. I hope you will not take offense." "No offense taken," replied the old doctor. "The patient has only just been admitted, suffering from recurrent fevers." He instructed the shop assistant to settle the payment for the patches, which totaled 400 coins. Chapter 105. The Little Grass and the Great Tree thank you for your efforts. Dear maiden, the old doctor nodded. As she departed, he instructed the assistant. Take the patches to that young gentleman, applying one to his navel, morning and evening. Once these patches are used up, he should be nearly well. When Li Yu awakened, his attendant had just finished changing his dressings. He gazed in astonishment at the patch, grasping the attendant's wrist, and exclaimed, "Where did you acquire these patches?" "You are awake, my lord," the attendant replied joyously. "These are the apothecary's patches, said to be the most effective for fevers. Initially, I was skeptical, but after just one application, your fever has subsided significantly. Their efficacy is indeed remarkable, albeit somewhat costly." Li Yu promptly rose to dress himself, requesting his attendant's assistance to emerge. He first expressed his gratitude to the old doctor before directly inquiring, "Pray tell, esteemed doctor, from where do these patches originate?" "My young lord, is there something amiss with these patches?" The old doctor responded. Li Yu merely gazed at him and remarked, "There is nothing amiss. On the contrary, the effect is exceedingly beneficial. After using it, I felt a significant lightness in my body. However, I had never encountered such a medicinal patch, which is why I specifically came to consult the esteemed physician." The old doctor chuckled. "This was brought by Miss Zhou for sale. Her medicinal patches are remarkably effective and perfectly suited to your symptoms. I instructed my assistant to provide you with one." "Miss Zhou?" Li Yu's breath caught momentarily. "Isn't her surname Yi?" "Indeed, it is Miss Zhou. We have been collaborating with her for quite some time," the assistant replied, looking at him in confusion. The vitality in Li Yu's eyes seemed to dissipate, and had it not been for the swift support of his attendant, he might have collapsed. She claims to have learned this method of fever reduction from an ancient text. It is said to be extraordinarily effective. Those who use it know its worth. She also insists it is a unique secret, available solely from her. That little trickster is attempting to deceive him. This is hardly a unique secret, for if it were, how could others replicate it? Do not fret, second master. We are right here and will undoubtedly locate her. I have been inquiring about the total number of pharmacies in the county these past few days, the attendant assured. Li Yu nodded. In the cave? She was but a small grass, while he was a towering tree. As Liu searched for Yizhuer, Amei had brought a group of newcomers into the Murong residence. They were refugees from the Ma-Erlu region, orphans who had lost their parents. Comprising both boys and girls, 6 in total, the eldest being 11 years old and the youngest 9. Miss, all 6 of them willingly sold themselves to enter the Murong residence. Amei stated, "Pray tell, what prompted them to willingly sell themselves to the Murong residence?" Murong Yu gazed at the 6 individuals before her, acutely aware that selling oneself meant becoming a servant, a status scarcely above that of a commoner. In Chapter 106, titled Training the Guards, the eldest boy spoke first. "My mother urged me to sell myself before she passed away. She said that by entering the Murong residence, at the very least, my sister and I could grow up safely." "You have a sister?" Murong Yu inquired, glancing towards the 2 young ladies present. The younger girl, visibly anxious, timidly replied, "I am the sister." Murong Yu nodded and turned her attention to the others. "And what about you? What prompted you to sell yourselves?" "I grew up with my grandfather, but he has since passed away. Before he died, he told me that Miss Murong is a kind-hearted person who would help us refugees by providing shelter and food. He beseeched Sister Amei, and I too wished to sell myself to the Murong residence." The older girl explained. The other 3 children echoed similar sentiments, all yearning to sell themselves to the Murong household, hoping for a semblance of sustenance and security, to avoid being lost or exploited. "Shouldn't you express your gratitude to the young lady?" a man remarked. "Thank you, young lady," the 6 children chorused eagerly. "Amei, please take them below to settle in. They must abide by the house rules and will start by assisting you with minor tasks," Murong Yu instructed, addressing Milan, Juju, and Azu. The maidens nodded in agreement, and with no further matters at hand, Murong Yu permitted them to depart. Yet, this encounter ignited a contemplative spark within her. Murong Yu listened to his account, and upon reflection, she realized that the matter concerning Chao Guojiu's son, Chao Zong, had indeed transpired recently. She contemplated administering a mild laxative to her brother, allowing him to remain home for a while. "Ajin, I have recently sensed a slight reduction in the number of guards at our Murong residence," Murong Yu remarked. "Is it really that diminished?" Murong Jin responded, momentarily taken aback. Murong Yu was aware that while the guards were not particularly few, they could hardly be termed numerous either. With the impending threat of Tianqing's downfall, the residence would require an increased number of guards. As a woman, she found herself unable to take certain actions, thus relying on Murong Jin to address them. If they were to train new guards, it was essential that they had families. Murong Jin was not oblivious to this necessity. "I understand. We need to recruit individuals with families, and the more, the better. In due time, you can instruct the head of the guards to train them diligently. Ideally as rigorously as they trained Ji Qingxian," Murong Yu suggested. Upon the mention of Ji Qingxian, Murong Jin was taken aback. "Sister, the transformation of that canine servant is quite remarkable. I nearly failed to recognize him when I encountered him at the porridge shelter." Murong Yu shot him a glance. "He is now known as Ji Qingxian. Refrain from referring to him as a canine servant. He originally was a canine servant." "All right, sister, as you say. Ji Qingxian it is," Murong Jin conceded under her glare. However, emulating Ji Qingshuan's training will not be an easy feat, given his previous status as a canine servant. He has endured much and is remarkably resilient. The head of the guards could train him rigorously, but such a regimen is not attainable for the average individual. Murong Jin remarked. "You arrived just in time. I was discussing you with the eldest lady," Murong Yu stated with a smile. "Does the young master have any orders?" Ji Qingxian inquired with a visage of utmost respect. Murong Yu cast a glance at him. Although it was apparent that he was feigning loyalty, her efforts were not in vain. He would likely not harbor resentment towards her brother for the remainder of his life. "I intend to recruit a new batch of individuals for training and wish to emulate your methods. However, the young master has remarked that your innate talent is rare, and most individuals would struggle to endure your rigorous training," Murong Yu stated. "I would like to inquire if you possess any secrets pertaining to martial arts." A wave of unease washed over Ji Qingxian. He had believed himself to be irreplaceable in the young lady's eyes. Yet he was taken aback by the notion that she sought to substitute him. How could anyone pose a threat to his standing? He replied, "I have merely learned whatever the captain of the guards has taught me. I have exhausted myself in the process, yet thanks to the young lady's medicinal pills, a single night's rest restores me. If there is any secret to speak of, it surely lies within the young lady's pills." Murong Yu expressed a hint of disappointment. "Is that so? Forgive my boldness, But is the security detail of the estate not sufficient? Ji Chengxian, having mingled with the guards, was well aware that the estate's protection was adequate. My cousin and I engage in a business partnership that yields daily profits. Leaving the funds idle is unwise. Thus I wish to cultivate another group for future security purposes, Murong Yu remarked, fixing her gaze upon Ji Chengxian. When do you anticipate being ready to take on your own students? Ji Chengxian was perplexed by the young lady's inquiry, but responded truthfully. The captain has indicated that after this month, there will be little left to teach me. All that remains is for me to practice diligently until I attain proficiency. So soon? Murong Jin interjected, astonished. Murong Yu frowned. He hasn't withheld any secrets, has he? Ji Chengxian harbored a modicum of pride in his martial talents. Yet he was taken aback by the young lady's remarks, casting a shadow of doubt upon his abilities. Did she look down upon him? However, upon reflection, he realized that her questioning of the captain of the guards was rooted in her support for him, and a flicker of joy ignited within him. The captain, being a long-standing member of the household, understood that Ji Chengxian was there to protect the young lady. How could he possibly harbor any selfish intentions? Murong Jin chuckled softly. Murong Yu generously lavished praise upon Ji Chengxian, stating, "You truly learn quickly." She mused to herself that such rapid progress must surely lead to remarkable accomplishments. Excelling in both literature and martial arts, it seemed he was born for this. All thanks to the young lady's patronage. Ji Chengxian knelt on one knee, acknowledging, "Though I have been promoted, it is ultimately the result of your own diligence." While Murong Yu appreciated his humble demeanor, she maintained a facade of modesty. "The young lady's kindness shall never be forgotten," Ji Chengxian declared. With his head bowed, Murong Yu could not discern his expression, yet she knew he despised the notion of others seeking to repay favors. "Young lady, I have yet to learn any characters today," Ji Chengxian replied, feigning embarrassment. Murong Yu inquired, "How many characters have you memorized from the 1,000-character classic?" The eager Ji Chengxian responded, "Shall I write for the young lady?" Chapter 108. Seeking forgiveness from the eldest sister, Murong Yu summoned a man to fetch the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, but Aziz volunteered for the task instead. Promptly returning with the materials, Ji Chengxian wrote 5 characters, albeit in a rather unrefined hand. Upon seeing his writing, Murong Jin laughed heartily, at last. "I have encountered characters that are even less legible than my own, resembling the scratchings of a chicken. And you dare to speak?" Murong Yu cast a fleeting glance at him, remarking on Ji Chengxian's few days of study compared to his own prolonged efforts, feeling a twinge of embarrassment on his behalf. She then pointed at Ji Chengxian, explaining, "This character represents life, and this one signifies fish." She meticulously guided him through the characters, urging him to memorize them. "Thank you very much, miss," Ji Chengxian responded humbly, embodying the demeanor of an eager student. Murong Jin interjected, "Sister, why are you teaching him to read? The people around me can't even recognize characters. They wouldn't know if they were deceived." Murong Yu maintained her composure, responding, "How embarrassing. Sister, you cannot eat meat, so you must watch me indulge. It's perfectly fine. I don't particularly enjoy meat anyway," she replied. Li Shi expressed her concern, to which Murong Yu reassured her, "It's merely a case of diarrhea, nothing of great consequence. It is likely due to Ah Jin's fatigue from the recent exertions at the Dali Temple. A little rest will suffice. These days are particularly busy," Murong Jin lamented weakly. Murong Yu shot a glance at her troublesome younger brother, thinking to herself that he should take care, as Chao Zong's time was swiftly running out. As anticipated, within 2 days, news of Chao Zong's demise at the Dali Temple spread. He had been poisoned, and many bore grudges against the Chao family. However, in Murong Yu's eyes, the Chao family was merely a group that bullied the weak and feared the strong. Just as Chao Zong seemed on the verge of salvation, who could have the heart to take his life? Surely, only the Ming Wang would dare to do so. Yet, the Chao family harbored resentment against these individuals, which struck her as utterly unreasonable. As time swiftly passes, the day of Murong Rue's marriage draws near. On this particular day, Murong Rue personally came to the courtyard to seek an audience. Previously, whether sending a maid or a message, Murong Yu had chosen to disregard her, but this time, as Murong Rue arrived herself and Murong Yu found herself with little to occupy her time, she said, "Let her in." "Are you truly going to meet her, miss?" A man expressed her reluctance. "She will undoubtedly come in and perform. Just a brief meeting will suffice," Murong Yu replied with a smile. Thus, Murong Rue was ushered inside. Upon entering, she choked back tears, exclaiming, Elder sister finally wishes to see me. Observing the haggardness of her sister's face, Murong Yu reflected. I have been exceedingly busy these past days, managing numerous affairs outside and overseeing the household matters, as you are well aware. Murong Rue immediately knelt before Murong Yu. Tears streaming down her face, elder sister, Rue acknowledges her mistakes and implores for your forgiveness. Chapter 109. The elder sister's concern as Murong Rue knelt. A man was the first to scoff, such a pretense. A man, assist the second young lady to her feet, commanded Murong Yu. Only then did a man step forward to help Murong Rue up, saying, Second young lady, you should rise. My lady does not require even the servants to kneel for her. Supported to her feet, Murong Rue managed to say through her sobs, I understand, but I have erred, and thus I seek my elder sister's forgiveness. Once a man had helped her up, she fell silent and returned to stand beside her lady. Regarding your affair with Hui Yuan, while I initially found it unacceptable and turned my back on you, I have come to terms with it. Murong Yu spoke gently. My relationship with Hui Yuan can be likened to a forcibly twisted fruit that lacks sweetness. Since you and Hui Yuan share mutual affection, it is neither sensible nor reasonable for me to disrupt your union, so you need not burden yourself with guilt. Murong Rue, feeling ashamed, replied, It is all my fault. Your engagement with Hui Yuan is already established, and your marriage is approaching. However, this union seems somewhat rushed. Aware of the preparations you must undertake, I refrained from intruding upon you. Moreover, I have been preoccupied with the household affairs and the charity work outside. Murong Yu continued. I took the liberty to inquire about the recent engagement swap, which has left Madame Ho rather displeased. Once you are wed, you must exercise caution in your service. Most importantly, be wary of Hui Yuan's cousin, Chun Lianer. Her mother is Madame Ho's sister, and having fallen into misfortune, she has been fostered in the Ho residence since childhood. Now 16, she remains unmarried, and from certain behaviors, it seems she harbors feelings for her cousin. Take heed of this. Murong Yu's well-meaning advice caught Murong Rue by surprise. At this moment, it was evident that Murong Yu still cared for her to some extent. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a surge of resentment, thinking, had it not been for your reluctance to marry, I would not have to confront these troubles. Concealing her true feelings, Murong Rue responded softly, Elder sister, your reminders are duly noted. Regarding your dowry, I have inquired with my mother. Typically, a daughter of lesser status receives 2,000 taels upon marriage. My mother was displeased that you seized this marriage opportunity, yet she intended to provide you with 2,000 taels merely to maintain appearances. Murong Yao remarked. Murong Rue's complexion instantly paled. Lady Li is preparing 2,000 taels for her. What would that make of her dowry? Sister, this. Murong Yao gazed at her and said, however, that was the original plan. Upon hearing this, I advised my mother that 2,000 taels were insufficient, and she should prepare 4,000 taels instead. Murong Rue's heart leaped with joy, ready to express her gratitude, but was interrupted by Murong Yao raising her hand. However, my mother did not agree, and ultimately, unable to withstand my pleas, she compromised and prepared 3,000 taels for you. Although 3,000 taels is not an exorbitant sum, upon hearing that Lady Li intended to dismiss her with merely 2,000 taels, 3,000 does not seem insignificant. Thank you, Sister Rue. Between sisters, there is no need for such formalities. Although you are married now, do remember that the Murong residence is your maternal home. If a daughter marries without the backing of a strong maternal family, her husband's family may regard her with disdain. Conversely, if your maternal family is robust and influential, any minor missteps or indiscretions you might encounter in your husband's family will likely be overlooked, provided they are not of a principled nature. Murong Yao observed her. Chapter 110. Indecorous Murong Rue felt a lump in her throat. Though she harbored resentment toward the Murong family, she recognized the truth in Murong Yao's words. Her aunt and Lady Li were the prime examples. Had her aunt been of a higher status, she would not have had to demean herself in such a manner. Murong Rue's eyes flickered as she said, Elder sister is right. But elder brother has grown angry with me, and father does not regard me with much favor either. This evening, I shall accompany you for dinner. It is best for our family to remain harmonious and united. Murong Yu replied gently. Upon hearing this, Murong Rue raised her face to look at her, surprised that her elder sister would take her to the main courtyard to dine with father. With her impending marriage, it was indeed appropriate to share a meal together. After all, there was no insurmountable obstacle among family. Murong Yu nodded. Murong Rue's eyes reddened. Her expression one of heartfelt gratitude, Thank you, elder sister. As soon as Murong Yu departed, a man could no longer contain herself. Miss, why are you so kind to her? She is my only half-sister. Of course, I must treat her kindly, Murong Yu replied with a smile, wishing to envelop her in the warmth of home. After all, she understood that once married into the Hua family, Murong Yu would face a veritable hell with the formidable Lady Hua, the meticulous Chunliener, who had undoubtedly spun her intricate webs, and the short-sighted and discontented Murong Yu, all eager to strip Murong Yu of her very essence. Life after marriage would not be easy for her. If one were to endure an unhappy union, the warmth of home would undoubtedly be missed, serving as a source of strength to help her navigate the trials of the Hua household. Murong Yu was also curious to see if Murong Yu could forge her own path in life. She then approached Li Shi to discuss the dinner plans for the evening. Li Shi responded with irritation. You assist her in mending her relationship with your father after everything she has done? Murong Yu smiled and said, Mother, perhaps you could reconsider your perspective. She is actually helping me avert disaster. Had she not pushed me away, I would have been the one to leap into that inferno. With this thought, wouldn't you feel a bit more at ease, Mother? Upon witnessing her daughter's newfound resilience, Li's expression softened considerably. Very well, if you must come, then let it be. After receiving permission, Murong Yu approached, though she remained somewhat reserved. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to present herself. It was imperative for the household to perceive that she was not disregarded, as this would also reflect on the reputation of the whole marquisate. However, Murong Jin's demeanor was less than amiable. He barely acknowledged her presence, only refraining from being overtly difficult due to his sister's influence. It was Yua who insisted that they must not allow others to think the second miss was uncherished, for such perceptions would lead to her being looked down upon once she married into the Hua family. Li remarked, It troubles me to see such a soft heart. You were just in my arms, weeping so sorrowfully, and now you have put aside past grievances. Yua has always been this way. Murong Sheng felt a sense of pride in his eldest daughter's magnanimity and integrity. I must speak frankly to you, my lord. This is a one-time concession. Should that mother-daughter duo dare to scheme against Yua again, I shall not show them mercy. Both Yua and I have been exceedingly lenient towards them, never treating them with undue harshness. It is unreasonable for honest individuals to suffer. Li huffed lightly. Do not be upset, my lady. Allow me to massage your shoulders. My lord, why have you been so frivolous of late? Yes, a bit harder, please. After only a few moments, the lady remarked, It is getting late. Perhaps you should rest early. Chapter 111. The enchanting handmaiden of the dowry. The following day, Madame Li summoned Murong Yu. Upon meeting the matron, Murong Yu, aware of her inferior position, exhibited a demeanor of utmost humility. What you have done cannot be easily forgiven. Do you aspire for a grand marriage? That is entirely out of the question, Madame Li declared with a disdainful snort. Murong Yu's complexion turned ashen, and she immediately knelt, saying, Madam, whatever punishment you deem appropriate is deserved. I have wronged my elder sister. She continued, I am unaware of the means you employed to win over Yua, but she genuinely regards you as a sister and has fervently pleaded for your cause. I would not wish to disregard her wishes. Therefore, the dowry that is rightfully yours shall not be diminished. Madame Li stated indifferently. Lowering her head, Murong Yu dared not utter a word. It was then that Madame Li turned her gaze to Mama Su, who nodded and exited, returning shortly with two handmaidens. Second miss, take a look, she announced. Murong Yu lifted her face and felt her heart leap, for both handmaidens were indeed quite lovely. You have only one shower by your side, and thus assistance may be lacking. Hence, I have prepared these two handmaidens for you. The contracts of servitude have been entrusted to you today, and how you choose to employ them is entirely at your discretion, Madame Li gestured. Upon hearing that the contracts of servitude were now in her possession, Murong Yu finally exhaled in relief as she accepted the box from Mama Su. Additionally, the contracts for other servants accompanying your dowry are contained within. Madame has entrusted them all to you for safekeeping, Mama Su remarked, before Murong Yu could express her gratitude. Li's gaze fell upon her sharply. I care not for the schemes you and your mother concocted prior to your exposure by Yua. But now that you are on the cusp of marrying into the Hua family, it seems your desires are being fulfilled. The Murong family has nurtured you to this age. And prior to your usurpation of Yua's engagement, every aspect of your sustenance, attire, and even your education and etiquette has been on par with that of a legitimate daughter, a rarity in the capital. Regardless of any discontent you may harbor, this fact cannot be denied, can it? Madam is magnanimous. treating both my mother and I with great kindness, Murong Yu replied, her head bowed. That is well, Li responded coolly. I shall refrain from further idle chatter. I do not expect you to bring glory to the Murong family, but do not bring shame upon us when you marry out. The Murong family is the root from which you, as an outwardly married daughter, draw your support, as long as the root remains. You need not fear losing your standing in your husband's household. However, should the Murong family fall into disrepute, your husband's family will undoubtedly look down upon you. Reflect on this matter thoroughly. As for these individuals, I have entrusted their contracts of servitude to you. How you choose to employ them is your prerogative. It is only fitting that I, as the lady of the house, make the necessary preparations for you. Miss, what is the madam up to? Preparing you with 2 such alluring maidservants? This cannot bode well. Xiao exclaimed. Yet, Murong Yu shook her head. Li has given me their contracts. It is customary to prepare accompanying maidservants. She is merely adhering to the established rules. Xiao remarked. But miss, is that truly necessary? The young master is so fond of you. Murong Yu was not as naive as she appeared. On the contrary, she was well aware that the 2 handmaidens prepared by Li were destined to be of use to her. After meticulously counting the contracts of servitude in the box, she made her way to Shui Yinyang's courtyard. Upon learning that exquisite handmaidens had indeed been arranged for her, Shui Yinyang was taken aback, exclaiming, What does the mistress intend to do? Mother, Li has entrusted me with their contracts, Murong Yu declared. Shui Yinyang's face brightened with joy. Is this truly the case? Indeed. Murong Yu affirmed with a nod. Wonderful. With their contracts in your possession, they shall never escape your grasp. And there is no need to fear any rebellious thoughts from them. Murong Yu nodded, grasping her mother's hand. Mother, I am soon to be wed. After my departure, you shall be the only one remaining in this household. Please take good care of yourself. Do not worry, my child. I am well aware of how formidable Li is. Yet as long as I do not provoke her, she shall not trouble me. But you, once married, must exercise utmost caution. Shui Yinyang replied anxiously. Rest assured, mother. I shall firmly establish my position. Murong Yu's eyes sparkled with ambition. As Murong Yu prepared for her marriage, it became evident that her union with Hui Yuan was the subject of much speculation. Although it was publicly stated that Hui Yuan was hastily marrying to honor his grandfather's 3-year mourning period, whispers of malicious conjecture circulated. Some insinuated that Murong Yu was hastily marrying to escape her elder sister's betrothed, questioning whether she might be carrying the child of the heir. The incessant rumors undoubtedly reached Murong Yu's ears, inciting a profound ire within her. Who could be the source of these malicious whispers? Yet, this was merely the beginning. On the very night of her marriage into the Ho family, a commotion ensued. For instance, the cat owned by Madame Ho met an untimely demise. There was no warning. This seemingly healthy creature simply perished. A harbinger of misfortune, indeed. Madame Ho summoned her son, who was on the verge of consummating his marriage. With a grave expression, Hui Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon commanded that the cat's belly be opened, revealing a rat within, poisoned without a doubt. This cat had evidently ingested the toxin inadvertently. Mother, this was merely an accident, Hui Yuan exclaimed. Madame Hua, gritting her teeth, retorted, the moment she entered my home. My cat died. What does that signify? You dare claim it was an accident? She is a bringer of calamity. You shall sleep in the study tonight and observe what further misfortunes may befall. You cannot allow her to bring you down. Indeed, elder brother, you should heed mother's words. Hua Hongyu chimed in. Chun Lianer softly added, Auntie is only concerned for your well-being, cousin. Unable to defy them, Hui Yuan relented and approached to comfort Murong Yu. Tears welled up in Murong Yu's eyes as she lamented, Husband, tonight is our wedding night, and you intend to sleep in the study? If word of this spreads, how shall I face the world tomorrow? Seething with resentment, she understood that this incident was a deliberate attempt to frame her, to ensnare her in a web of ill repute from the very onset of her arrival. Such malice was truly insidious. Furthermore, with Hui Yuan banished to the study, how would the members of her household perceive her? However, Hui Yuan hesitated. My dear husband, please stay. Tonight is our wedding night, a once-in-a-lifetime occasion. Ru'er is fully prepared, Murong Yu said, her face adorned with a delicate shyness. Hui Yuan, naturally fond of her, found her beauty and bashfulness enchanting, akin to a flower poised to bloom. Moreover, this night of marital bliss was a long-held desire of his. Thus, he extinguished the lamp and chose to remain. Chapter 113. The domestic struggles of Murong Yu news swiftly reached Mrs. Hua. This vixen, Mrs. Hua exclaimed through gritted teeth, her grip tightening on her handkerchief. Her cousin was indeed formidable. Her husband, ever dutiful, would heed his aunt's words, yet when faced with his cousin, he seemed to disregard everything else. Her heart was consumed with an irrepressible blend of bitterness and envy. That illegitimate daughter's mother was nothing more than a frail woman. What merit did she possess? Indeed, was the heir not once exceedingly filial? Yet upon encountering this illegitimate daughter, he no longer regarded his wife. After being subtly prompted by Chun Lianer, the maid immediately concurred. Now that we are within the Hua household, do I need to fear that I cannot manage her? Mrs. Hua had long harbored intense animosity towards Murong Yu and spoke with cold severity. Chun Lianer offered a soothing remark. Aunt, anger is detrimental to your health. You must take care of yourself. What shall we do? Our plans for tonight have failed. A maid furrowed her brow. Chun Lianer replied nonchalantly, though we have not succeeded, we are not far from achieving the outcome I desire. The incident involving her aunt's cat was merely a ploy to tarnish the reputation of Murong Yu, coupled with the rumors of her premarital indiscretions that had been circulated. Furthermore, having her cousin spend the wedding night in the study without touching her only served to validate the whispers of her being pregnant before marriage. A lady of dubious virtue, especially one born of a concubine, would inevitably encounter disdain and neglect from those within the household, rendering her existence fraught with difficulties and obstacles. However, her aunt's disdain for the illegitimate daughter only intensified, which was hardly surprising. When would the young lady confide in her mother? The maid hesitated before responding. The young lady has already turned 16 this year. We truly cannot afford to delay any longer. It is not yet the right moment. We must wait a little longer. Chun Lianer replied with calm assurance. She had noticed that Murong Yu's two maids accompanying her this time were exceptionally beautiful, undoubtedly intended to win over her cousin. In that eventuality, her aunt would find herself in a precarious position and would require assistance. Murong Yu discerned a faint trace of weariness and fatigue etched upon her face. A single glance revealed the hardships that Murong Yu was enduring. This expression was one she recognized all too well from her previous life in the Hua, often reflected in her own visage when gazing into a mirror. Yet, in this lifetime, she vowed not to repeat past mistakes. Having some leisure time in recent days, Murong Yu decided to assess her inventory and discovered a considerable amount of items gathering dust. She instructed the steward to come and liquidate the neglected possessions. Why have you sold the inventory? Li Shi inquired as she arrived with her entourage. They were of no use and rarely saw the light of day. Selling them was merely practical. Murong Yu took Li Shi's arm and settled down, asking, What brings you here today, mother? Tomorrow marks the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, and mother has come to remind you. Murong Yu replied, I remember, mother even made a personal visit. This time, we cannot be as casual as we were at the 6th princess's residence. It is imperative that we adorn ourselves splendidly, or else mother will not be pleased. Lady Li has come to impart this advice to her daughter. Murong Yu felt helpless. The upcoming birthday banquet will see numerous officials and their eligible offspring in attendance, thus earning it another moniker, a matchmaking banquet, an unspoken understanding among all. Chapter 114. The Empress Dowager's birthday banquet with Lady Li personally overseeing the preparations. Although Murong Yu felt little sentiment about it, she had no choice but to attend in full regalia the following day. Upon arriving at the palace gates, they encountered the carriage of the Duke of Li's household. Lady Li, accompanied by Li Mu, had also come to partake in the celebration. After greeting her aunt, Murong Yu turned her gaze to the well-groomed Li Mu and remarked, Cousin, you truly embody elegance and charm, a sight to behold. Not at all, dear cousin. It is you who radiates beauty beyond compare, destined to outshine all present today, Li Mu replied with a smile. The mutual flattery between the two cousins elicited a chuckle from both Lady Li and Mrs. Li. Lady Li, observing her exceptionally talented niece, felt a stir of emotions within her, though she momentarily suppressed such thoughts and inquired, Where is Jean? Why has he not accompanied you? His health has not been well. So I did not bring him, Lady Li responded. In truth, Murong Jean was reluctant to attend and had feigned illness as an excuse, leaving Murong Yu with no option but to participate. At that moment, carriages from other families began to arrive. On Friday, Miss Zhou Yirua disembarked from the carriage alongside Madame Zhou. Today, she had meticulously adorned herself, yet fate had it that she encountered Murong Yu. Clad in a flowing gown of water-like hue, Murong Yu, despite being draped in a cloak and wrapped in mink fur, could not conceal her stunning beauty and grace. Today, she was elegantly made up, her hair ornaments carefully selected, presenting a stark contrast to her simpler appearance during her last visit to the sixth princess's residence. It was precisely this meticulous preparation that accentuated her noble allure. Wherever she stood, everything around her seemed to fade into mere embellishments. Zhou Yurua's expression darkened at this sight. Madame Zhou exchanged pleasantries with Madame Li, who shared a similar standing with the Li family. Observing the young ladies, one could not help but lament the relentless passage of time. Madame Li remarked to the Li family, who responded with a smile, "A new generation replaces the old. We too have traversed this path." Murong Yu, with a smile, listened to her mother and aunt converse, aware that such gatherings were arenas for showcasing talents. Not only did they vie for beauty, but they also competed in various skills, a true test of prowess. Ahead, Madame Zhou was advising her daughter, "Ra, today you must strive to excel. I have heard whispers that the engagement between Princess Anyang and Lord Su may be annulled. If this match were to fall to you." "Mother, I understand." Zhou Yurua's heart raced at the thought. Should this union be hers, she would ascend to the status of a noble lady. "Remember to be wary of that girl from the Murong family. Keep your distance," Madame Zhou cautioned. "I know." Zhou Yuru pressed her lips together. Today, Murong Yu had adorned herself remarkably, and as a woman, she found herself utterly captivated. It seemed unlikely that anyone could rival her beauty, and thus, how could she not feel a sense of concern? Chen Finfin shared in this worry. Had she not always prided herself on disliking such gatherings? Yet today, she found herself here, gazing longingly at Murong Yu, who was seated across the hall. Gritting her teeth, she reflected on the previous engagement with the Hua family. Now that her half-sister was marrying into that clan, it was only natural for her to seek another suitor. Seated at her designated place, Madame Chen glanced at Murong Yu, contemplating that, were it not for the strained relations between their families, such a woman could indeed be a suitable match for her ineffectual son, someone who could potentially keep him in line. With no hope resting on her son, she turned her attention to her daughter, saying, "Funner, you must make a splendid impression today. Your marriage prospects should be advancing." Chen Finfin felt her cheeks flush, her heart fluttering with a mix of shyness and anticipation. This time, Gu Jihan would also be attending. If she could win his affections, she would surely be the happiest woman in the world. Chapter 115. A leap into the lake for love. The Murong residence was conveniently located adjacent to the Li Duke's estate, allowing for a lively conversation between Lady Li and her companions. As their discourse flowed, Lady Li shifted the topic to Princess Anyang and Su Chang'an. "I am not well informed on that matter. It was also mentioned when Madame Zhu visited yesterday," Lady Li remarked. Of course, Murong Yu would not disclose her involvement. Shaking her head in response, "I am unaware." Lord Su was a remarkable young man, renowned for his excellence in the capital. Such a suitor was indeed a rare find. You should take the opportunity to persuade him when you can," Li remarked. Murong Yu smiled and replied, "This is a private matter of Anyang, and I should not intrude. The notion of being one in a million is merely superficial. In reality, it is hardly superior to the Hua family estate." Speaking of the Hua family, today, Madame Hua also brought Hua Hongyu into the palace to attend the birthday banquet, and it was a rare occasion for Hua Yuan's father, Lord Hua, to make an appearance. Although the Hua family has fallen from grace, it is still a noble household, and such an event would undoubtedly include the Hua family. Upon seeing Li, Madame Hua naturally approached to extend her greetings. In such a setting, Li would certainly not lose her manners, though it could not be said that she was particularly warm. Sensing her frigid demeanor, Madame Hua felt a sense of discomfort. After all, Li had previously been quite courteous to her, unlike the current situation where her responses consisted merely of brief acknowledgments. "Mother, I shall go over first," Murong Yu said, offering her respects to Li. The term of endearment sent shivers down Li's spine. However, noticing that Murong Yu had become considerably thinner since her recent marriage, she refrained from uttering any harsh words, merely responding with a subdued acknowledgement. Murong Yu then greeted both Murong Yu and Madame Li before making her way to the Hua family's seating area. "It seems life will be difficult for her," Madame Li remarked, raising an eyebrow. Li maintained her composed expression. After all, this was what she had painstakingly sought after. Whether it be bitter or sweet, she must swallow it herself. She had done enough for that mother-daughter pair, ensuring that they lacked for nothing, whether in terms of food, clothing, or the arrangements for Murong Yu's marriage. She had given without reservation. Murong Yu said nothing further. It was evident from Murong Yu's countenance that life was not treating her well, but such matters were of no concern to her. Currently, Murong Yu is experiencing events reminiscent of her past life. At this moment, a noblewoman arrives with her daughter to engage in conversation with the Li family, particularly with Madame Li. If Lady Gongsun does not mind, would you care to share a table with me? My husband has yet to arrive. Madame Li, perceiving the lady's intentions, smiles and responds, then I shall not be modest. Lady Gongsun chuckles softly and takes a seat with her daughter, casting a glance at Murong Yu. Indeed, Miss Murong is worthy of her reputation as the most beautiful woman in the capital. I find myself utterly captivated by her charm. Murong Yu offers a gentle smile, acknowledging the lady's flattery. She then turns her attention to Lady Gongsun's daughter, Gongsun Su, who is to be her third cousin's fiancée. However, at this juncture, Gongsun Su has already fallen for another, though her parents disapprove, leading her to a tragic fate of leaping into a lake to be with her beloved. Chapter 116. Knowing one's roots. Murong Yu observes as Lady Gongsun enjoys a lively conversation with her mother and Madame Li. Lady Gongsun is known for her loyalty and possesses a commendable reputation among the noble women, while the Gongsun family is of distinguished heritage, renowned for their virtuous conduct. Although Gongsun Su may not possess the ethereal beauty of Murong Yu, she embodies a charming grace typical of a refined young lady, and like Murong Yu, she has just turned 15, 1 year younger than Li Mu. Presently, Li Mu appears a bit shy, yet it is evident that he holds a favorable impression of Gongsun Su. Murong Yu refrains from commenting further. Many matters are not easily altered by her will, and she can only observe the unfolding situation. Her gaze then shifts to the Earl of Chongqing's residence, where today, Madame Su has brought both Su Chang'an and Su Rui into the palace. Madame Su has given birth to 3 children. Her eldest daughter has been married for 2 years, leaving only Su Chang'an and Su Rui. Among them, Su Rui is the most capricious. Murong Yu noticed that Su Chang'an's expression was rather poor. He sat silently at the table, saying nothing, and when others approached him for a drink, he downed it without a second thought, seemingly drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Miss Murong, our princess invites you to join her, a young maid whispered. Murong Yu turned her gaze toward Princess Cheng, who beckoned her over. Mother, I shall go sit with Aunt, Murong Yu said to Li Shi. Go ahead, Li Shi nodded. Murong Yu then brought along Ame and Amon, greeting Princess Cheng respectfully. There is no need for such formality. Come and sit. Princess Cheng smiled, gesturing for her to take a seat. Once settled, Murong Yu inquired, in such a gathering today, has Anyang not come? Princess Cheng sighed lightly. This girl is simply born to bring trouble. Lowering her voice, she added, you are aware of her affair with Jiang Shun, correct? Upon seeing Murong Yu nod, she continued. She said that since Su Chang'an would be present today, she refused to step out. Previously, she was infatuated with Su Chang'an, and their marriage was arranged out of mutual affection. Who would have thought she would so easily change her heart? I do not know what has drawn her to Jiangshan, but she is determined to break off the engagement, even going 3 days without eating for his sake. If it were anyone else, I would have never agreed, deeming her actions as reckless. However, Jiangshan has grown up in the Prince Cheng's residence since childhood and is indeed a remarkable individual. The prince has even entertained the thought of adopting him as a son, which speaks volumes about Jiangshan's exceptional qualities. Thus, when my daughter asserts that Jiangshan is well acquainted with her background and that the Prince Cheng's residence has provided him with nurturing and support, her desire to marry Jiangshan seems plausible. He would certainly be able to support her. There is truth in her words. Therefore, this matter is truly troubling. Murong Yu softly remarked, this is in Yang's private affair, and I should not interfere too much. Nevertheless, Auntie, and Yang is not one to be fickle. If she has affection for Jiangshan, it is undoubtedly because he is worthy of her admiration. However, the Chongqing Marquis's residence is unwilling to withdraw the engagement. The Princess Cheng interjected. They will come around, Murong Yu replied calmly, considering that Yang had already revealed her true feelings. Could the Su family still cling to their position? The Princess Cheng sighed. Madame Su has not been cordial with me lately. This situation indeed places the Prince Cheng's residence at a disadvantage, leaving me to endure her disdain. And Yang is reluctant to bring the uncovered letters to light, and naturally, Murong Yu would not speak of it either, simply stating, a forced union is seldom sweet, much like my willingness to support my half-sister's union with young Master Hua. Lord Su should also possess the noble heart to facilitate such a union. Chapter 117. The Empress Dowager's gift. However, just as they settled down. The voice of the eunuch announcing echoed from outside the main hall. The Empress Dowager has arrived. The Empress has arrived, and noble consort Gu has arrived, as well as consort Shu. A series of esteemed personages made their entrance, including the Crown Princess and the Ming Wangfei, among others. Long live the Empress Dowager. Long live the Empress. The court ladies bowed in unison. The Empress Dowager, smiling, said, "There is no need for excessive formalities. Please take your seats." "Thank you, Your Majesty," the Empress replied. Once all the court ladies were seated, the Empress Dowager inquired, "Empress, has the Emperor yet brought the Crown Prince and the other officials?" "I have dispatched a palace servant to inform them. They should arrive shortly," the dignified Empress Chao replied. The Empress Dowager then turned her gaze towards the Li Gugong residence, her eyes landing on Li Mu. With a smile, she remarked, "Is this not the young Master Li, who shuns the path of a general and the life of a literary figure, dedicating himself solely to commerce?" Though it was evident that the Empress Dowager was merely jesting, her tone devoid of disdain, Li Mu's wife could not help but feel a wave of embarrassment under the scrutiny of those present. "While I may not believe others when they say so, I certainly take your words to heart. The nourishing pills you presented are truly remarkable. They have brought me considerable comfort this winter, alleviating the discomforts I previously endured," the Empress Dowager expressed gratefully. Li Mu cast a shy glance at his cousin, acknowledging that it was indeed her formula, though he had reaped the benefits. "I find myself at a loss as to what reward to bestow upon you. As you have come to the palace today to celebrate my birthday, I shall ask you directly. Speak freely of your desires," the Empress Dowager said with a smile. Li Mu hesitated for a moment, and then, struck by a sudden inspiration, said, "As a humble servant, I lack for nothing, enjoying good food and restful sleep. If it pleases Her Majesty, I would like to request some jewelry for my cousin." Murong Yu, feeling helpless, noticed that Empress Dowager Pei had already turned her attention to her and could only rise to pay her respects. "I, Murong Yu, wish Your Majesty a bright and prosperous future. May you enjoy longevity like the pine tree on the southern mountains and joy that endures through the ages." The Empress Dowager's eyes lit up. Having heard that the Prime Minister had a daughter of exceptional beauty, she was not disappointed upon meeting her today, finding her as captivating as that girl from Anyang, equally admirable. "Your Majesty bestows excessive praise. I am truly humbled," Murong Yu replied, bowing once more. "Your cousin has just mentioned that he wishes to bestow this reward upon you. What do you desire?" asked the Empress Dowager. "I wish for Your Majesty to enjoy blessings as abundant as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountains' ancient pines." Murong Yu spoke earnestly, adding, "Beyond that, I ask for nothing more." The Empress Dowager was greatly moved and satisfied, declaring on the spot, "I have a box of jewelry from my youth in the palace. I shall have someone bring it to you, which includes a phoenix hairpin for you to wear in the future. I am unworthy of such a generous gift." Murong Yu stammered, quickly bowing again. "Your Majesty, this honor is too great." Li Shi also stood to pay her respects. "No matter how grand the gift, it shall be accepted. I have heard of your charitable actions, providing shelter and porridge for the needy, which is a commendable deed. It reflects well on your upbringing of your daughter," the Empress Dowager remarked. Chapter 118, Composed and Poised. With the Empress Dowager's favor bestowed, how could Empress Chao remain idle? She also removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and smiled, saying, "Miss Murong, your noble deed brings me great delight. This bracelet, though it cannot compare to the exquisite box of jewelry gifted by the Empress Dowager, is a modest token of my esteem, and I present it to you today." Naturally, Murong Yu graciously declined at first, but ultimately accepted it. The eyes of those present converged upon Murong Yu, witnessing her radiant composure and poise. They noted that even after receiving praise from both the Empress Dowager and the Empress, she displayed no trace of arrogance. Instead, she exuded grace and tranquility, endearing herself to many noble women. It was perplexing how such a promising engagement had suddenly been altered. Look at Miss Murong's beauty and demeanor. Her half-sister pales in comparison. The Hua family has certainly squandered a great opportunity. Observing Miss Murong's demeanor, it was evident that she was no frivolous person. She possessed a refined elegance that was far from the capricious charm some might exhibit. The abrupt change in the marriage contract hinted at potential hidden intricacies. I have heard a whisper of a rumor. Such discussions circulated among the noble women, reaching the ears of Lady Hua, Lord Hua, and Hua Hongyu. Lord Hua, who was typically concerned with appearances and rarely attended such gatherings, found himself visibly perturbed. Murong Rui's expression was equally strained. Murong Yu's prominence only served to accentuate her own shortcomings. Before long, the emperor arrived with his ministers. After the customary greetings, Murong Qing and the Duke of Li, who had accompanied the emperor, proceeded to their respective tables. Murong Yu also encountered a familiar face, Gu Zhihan, who was seated beside the Ming prince. He glanced in her direction, and their eyes met for a brief moment. With a subtle nod, she acknowledged him before returning her attention to the splendid performance within the grand hall. Gu Zhihan noted her lack of surprise upon seeing him, understanding her recognition of his identity, likely derived from the jade pendant. She was truly an astute woman. Chen Finfen, unable to resist casting her gaze towards Gu Zhihan, found him utterly impeccable. Merely by his presence, everyone around him seemed to fade into the background. Even the Ming prince could not diminish his prominence. It was Chen Finfen's lingering stare that led her to notice Gu Zhihan's focus, which directed her attention to Murong Yu. Instantly, a wave of resentment surged within her. Yet, in such a setting, even with a few more audacious spirits, she dared not provoke a confrontation, especially since the emperor and the empress dowager had both showered her with praise. This year, the plum blossoms in the plum garden are exceptionally splendid. You young ones should venture over there to enjoy the blossoms rather than remain here to accompany this old woman, the empress dowager said with a smile. Such words are unwarranted, Your Highness. You remain eternally youthful, replied consort Gu. Indeed, the empress dowager grows ever more robust, the emperor added, with the empress, the crown prince, and the Ming prince joining in the compliments. The empress dowager, delighted by their praises, turned to her loyal maid, saying, Yao Momo, please take the young masters and maidens over to the plum garden. You are well acquainted with it. At your command, the maid replied. Chapter 119. Jealousy under the guidance of old Madame Yan. A group of young gentlemen and ladies, unwed and free, were led to the royal plum garden to admire the blossoms. Compared to the plum garden at the sixth princess's residence, the royal garden was indeed spacious, adorned with an abundance of plum trees. Murong Yu, accompanied by Aman and Amei, indulged in the beauty of the plums when shortly after, a young servant from Gu Zhihan approached, inviting her to the pavilion for a conversation. Miss, we should go over, Aman urged eagerly. Murong Yu cast a glance at her, and Aman smiled, explaining, I fear you might catch a chill, Mississippi. It would be wise to seek warmth in the pavilion. Having previously declined, Murong Yu pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to join. Miss Murong, Gu Zhihan greeted her, rising to bow respectfully upon her arrival. He continued, I have yet to express my gratitude for the jade pendant from our last encounter. Please keep it. Should there come a time when I can be of service, I shall do so with utmost dedication. Murong Yu felt a sense of satisfaction at his mention of the future Duke of Hedong, which lifted her spirits enough to engage in conversation with Gu Zhihan. However, mindful of propriety, she soon rose to take her leave. Gu Zhihan's attendant expressed surprise. Young master, is Miss Murong departing already? Other ladies would be captivated by their young master, yet Miss Murong had only spent a brief moment conversing before bidding farewell. Had the allure of their young master diminished? Gu Zhihan's eyes held a warm glimmer. He could not help but sigh, for he discerned that Murong Yu harbored no ulterior motives towards him, nor was she swayed by his alluring appearance. This realization only served to heighten his satisfaction. Shortly after Murong Yu emerged from the pavilion, she encountered Chen Finfen. Their relationship had never been particularly amicable, but given their past interactions, it was tolerable. However, Chen Finfen regarded her with the animosity typically reserved for adversaries. Before Murong Yu could utter a word, a man interjected. What offense has my lady committed to provoke Miss Chun into such uncharacteristic spitefulness? Miss Chun, do mind your station. A maid quickly followed suit, echoing a man's sentiments. Mind my station? Who ought to be reminded of their station? Must I be the one to articulate it? Chen Finfen coldly fixed her gaze upon Murong Yu. At that moment, Murong Yu comprehended the sudden outburst of Chen Finfen's ire, and with a light chuckle remarked, Miss Chun, are you envious of me? Chen Finfen, taken aback by the suggestion, paled but hastily denied it. What nonsense are you spouting? Envious of you? What is there about you that could incite my envy? Not envious. Then, Murong Yu nodded thoughtfully. I had assumed it was because young Master Gu invited me to the pavilion for tea, yet did not extend the same courtesy to you, which would understandably incite your anger. Through gritted teeth, Chen Finfen retorted, what do you have to be so pleased about? I possess nothing to boast of. It is merely that young Master Gu has chosen to invite me for tea, Murong Yu replied with a nod. Chen Finfen seethed with frustration. But Murong Yu paid her no further heed, and proceeded with a man and a maid. However, their departure was short-lived as they soon encountered Su Chang'an. Murong Yu mused to herself that her day had been exceedingly eventful, with one encounter following another without respite. Certainly, avoiding confrontation was the sensible choice. Yet the other party approached her directly. Chapter 120. Who is unattractive? Since avoidance was futile, Murong Yu remained still and merely greeted Su Chang'an. Miss Murong. Su Chang'an returned her greeting before getting straight to the point. As Miss Murong is the closest to Anyang, might you have heard her mention our affairs? Not at all. Murong Yu shook her head. However, Su Chang'an seemed unconvinced and insisted, I beseech you, Miss Murong, to candidly disclose if I have erred in some way that prompted Anyang to suddenly call off the engagement. Murong Yu cast him a sidelong glance. Thinking that such inquiries should be directed towards Anyang, she truly had no knowledge of the matter. She had never held Su Chang'an in high regard, and her disdain deepened in that moment. How could it be? You and Anyang share the closest bond. It is impossible for you to be unaware. Su Chang'an asserted. I have indeed heard mention of Anyang's sentiments, thus I advise you, Su Hao, since Anyang has expressed her unwillingness, it is best to sever ties amicably. One cannot force the institution of marriage. Murong Yu replied coolly. I demand an explanation. Su Chang'an grit his teeth. Everything was perfectly well between us. How could she suddenly change her mind? Did you say something in her presence? Is it because you and Hui Yuan have parted ways that you incited Anyang to sever her ties with me as well? Su Hai, please choose your words carefully. A man and a maid both declared in anger. Murong Yu's expression remained unchanged as she calmly remarked, You are well aware of your own actions. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Chang'an attempted to impede her departure, insisting that she clarify her words. Murong Yu cast a cold glance in his direction, stating, Anyang merely refrained from exposing your hypocritical nature to avoid a scandal, yet there exists no wall that does not eventually let the wind through. Su Lord, I trust one have articulated my point clearly enough. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Anyang has severed her affections. Do preserve some dignity for yourself. Should you continue to stir trouble, one cannot predict who will ultimately be left in disgrace. With that, Murong Yu departed, leaving Su Chang'an standing there, his face ashen and teetering on the brink of despair. Did Anyang discover his two concubines, prompting her decision to part ways? It must be so. Aside from that secret, there was nothing else he concealed from her. Su Lord, what troubles you? Inquired Miss Zhou Yuru, emerging softly. I am fine, Su Chang'an replied, shaking his head. No. He needed to seek out Anyang and offer an explanation. He must clarify that it was not his intention to maintain two concubines before her arrival. It was his mother who insisted on foreknowledge of matters of the bedchamber, so that Anyang would not suffer upon marrying him. After all, a girl's first experience can be quite painful, particularly when the man lacks experience. Those two concubines were merely for practice. Upon her marriage, he would not retain them. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol earlier and now reeling from an emotional blow, Su Chang'an stumbled slightly as he walked. Be careful, Su Lord, Zhou Yuru said, quickly supporting him. Su Chang'an immediately pushed her away, exclaiming, Do not touch me. Zhou Yuru was pushed off balance, her complexion pale as she stumbled. After her maid steadied her, she remarked, What is Lord Su thinking? My lady was merely trying to prevent you from falling. Apologies. Su Chang'an replied with a cupped fist salute to Zhou Yuru before departing. Zhou Yuru bit her lip, pondering whether he still harbored intentions toward Princess Anyang. Just moments ago, she had overheard Miss Murong mention that Lord Su seemed to have wronged the proud princess, who was not one to tolerate any slight. Surely, she would not forgive him, leaving my lady with a chance. Her maid hurriedly added. Zhou Yuru breathed a sigh of relief. She was determined to compete for the position of the countess. Chapter 121. Ji Qingshuan's dream. There are countless families desirous of marrying our Yuer, including the Han family of the Duke of Jinghua, the Xing family of the Yongchang Marquisate, and the Gu family of the Ministry of Personnel. Li recounted. Murong Sheng chuckled. A good daughter is sought after by many. Li responded with pride, Indeed. But this time I am unwilling to hastily settle on a match. It requires careful consideration. Murong Sheng nodded, recalling how much thinner Murong Rue had become, and sighed. Is Rue not faring well? Now that she is a new bride, it is only natural for her in-laws to establish rules. Though not every family is as accommodating as ours, Li remarked. Murong Sheng remained silent. This marriage should have been yours, yet it had been claimed by Ru'er. It was already a considerable challenge for his wife to manage her daughter's affairs, and it would be unreasonable to demand too much. My lord, You must diligently take the nourishing pills. Today, I encountered the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, and their vitality was truly astonishing. Lady Li once again shifted the conversation back to the nourishing pills, saying, "What shall the young lady have for dinner?" A man inquired. "Just some plain noodles will suffice," replied Murong Yu. A man felt a twinge of sympathy for her young mistress, who had not indulged in meat for quite some time. However, she refrained from voicing her concerns and instructed the kitchen to prepare the plain noodles. Having just finished her meal and prepared for bed, she heard Ji Qingxian come to report. "Let him in," Murong Yu said, though she was fatigued. Ji Qingxian entered and bowed. "I have come to pay my respects to the young lady. The winds and snow are particularly fierce today. What is the situation outside?" Murong Yu inquired. "How much is left?" She looked at him intently. "Of the 3,000 taels, over half has already been used, leaving just over 1,000 taels. The prices of grain have also risen significantly. Fortunately, we had stockpiled provisions earlier, or the expenses would have been considerable," Ji Qingxian explained. "There is no remedy for rising prices. We must spend as necessary," Murong Yu murmured softly. Ji Qingxian glanced at her and suggested, "Young lady, perhaps we could forego my milk? That expense need not be incurred." "The cost of the milk is but a trifle," Murong Yu replied with a smile. "You may drink it. I am not so impoverished as to miss this small amount." "I have burdened the young lady with unnecessary expenses," Ji Qingxian said, appearing somewhat bashful. Yet for some reason, he felt a surge of joy within him. "This weather is extremely cold. One must take care to keep warm outdoors. The fragrant ointment I had Aziz send you is for protecting your face and hands from the frost. Have you found it useful?" "I have used it," he replied. "Will you be studying characters today?" In the realm of servitude, the young master may pose a question to the young lady. He refrained from revealing to her that, within a brief span, he had memorized the entirety of the 1,000-character classic. However, he cherished her teachings, which is why he reported to her daily. On this particular night, Ji Qingxian found himself unable to resist a dream. Chapter 122. I never liked the young lady in the dream. It was their wedding night. He held the young lady, as precious as jade, in his embrace. Upon awakening, he found the morning light flooding in. For a fleeting moment, he lingered in that secretive reverie, but soon he became aware of another presence in the room. "Does the young master harbor feelings for Miss Murong?" inquired the man in black, kneeling on one knee. Ji Qingxuan's gaze sharpened instantly, and he sat up with a cold demeanor, directing a fierce glare at him. "What did you say?" "Do not deny it, young master. It is evident to me that you have affections for Miss Murong. Just now, you were calling her name in your dream," the kneeling figure asserted with certainty. With a resounding thud, Ji Qingxian delivered a kick that sent the man in black flying, causing him to spit blood despite his own internal strength. "Do you wish to deny it, young master?" The man wiped the blood from his mouth and looked at him. "Miss Murong is the most beautiful woman in the capital, while your identity is merely that of a servant in the Murong household. Yet, you dare to entertain such feelings for her. If Miss Murong were to discover this, it is likely she would not allow you to remain in the Murong residence and would expel you without hesitation. Have your eyes been blinded?" "I have never harbored any feelings for the young lady." Ji Qingxian glared at him ominously. With a somber expression, he declared, "I have told you. I harbor no feelings for the young lady. Is it truly so, young master? Then what transpired in your dreams concerning Miss Murong?" The man in black inquired. "Miss Murong is breathtakingly beautiful and exudes elegance, a paragon of virtue, particularly in her kindness and purity. She treats you exceptionally well, showing no disdain for your humble origins as a servant. She not only promoted you, but also entrusted the captain of the guards to instruct you in martial arts, and personally guided you in literacy. Her care extends to every aspect of your life, so much so that I dare say she holds some affection for you. Am I not speaking the truth? Who else in the manor enjoys such favor from the young lady?" Ji Qingxian remained silent, his lips pressed together. Yet his mind could not help but wander, only to dismiss the notion with a self-deprecating shake of his head. How could the young lady possibly harbor feelings for him? What was his status? From a young age, he had been marked by his mother's disgrace, and after her passing, he had descended into slavery. Given such a background, how could she ever express affection for him? Yet, her kindness was undeniable. She had elevated him, encouraged his studies in literature and martial arts, and advised him that to rise above, he must strive and endure hardships. Chapter 123. Ji Qingxuan's unspeakable thoughts. Why did the young lady treat him with such kindness? Ji Qingxian bellowed, "Silence." The man in black lowered his head, falling into silence. Ji Qingxuan's expression remained dark, his gaze icy as it bore into the man in black, while his thoughts churned relentlessly within. Before being exposed by the man in black, he was indeed reluctant to acknowledge this fact. However, deep down, he was acutely aware of it. He could not pinpoint when it began, but this mere servant had developed secret affections for the young lady. He dared not admit this feeling even to himself, carefully concealing it within. Yet, at this moment, it was brutally laid bare by that insufferable fool, leaving him unable to evade the reality he wished to ignore. Ji Qingxian remained silent, merely casting a cold glance in his direction before proceeding to rise from the bed and tidy up, then stepping outside to practice martial arts. When Aziz brought him breakfast, she witnessed his vigorous punches. Despite the frigid weather, he wore only a thin garment while training, which accentuated his tall and robust physique. His gaze resolute and sharp. A flush crept onto Aziz's cheeks. "What brings you here, miss?" Ji Qingxian inquired after he concluded his routine. "The young lady instructed the kitchen to prepare some milk cakes for you. They mentioned there were leftovers and asked if the young lady would like some. Since she is a vegetarian, she had them sent to you," Aziz explained. "The servant is deeply grateful to the young lady," Ji Qingxian replied, feeling greatly comforted as he accepted the food box. "Will you not invite me in for a moment?" Aziz asked him. "Please, come in," Ji Qingxian gestured. And as she entered the room, he followed but left the door ajar. Aziz immediately noticed the disheveled bed and without uttering another word, began to tidy it up. "Why do you never make your bed? This is not a good habit," she chided gently. "Aziz, I can manage this myself," he replied. Ji Qingxian directly seized the opportunity and folded the bedding himself. Aziz was momentarily taken aback, her complexion paling as she looked at him and remarked, "It is but a trivial matter. I have assisted you merely out of courtesy." "Thank you, Miss Az, for your consideration, but such matters need not trouble you," Ji Qingxian replied with a glance. Aziz could not help but turn pale at his words. Chapter 124. Only her beauty. Upon hearing that Aziz had developed feelings for Ji Qingxian, Murong Yu was quite astonished. This revelation came from a man. When did this happen? Murong Yu pondered, her emotions somewhat tumultuous. A man responded, "I am uncertain when it began, but it likely started after Ji Qingxian was promoted by you, Mississippi. Although he may not possess the handsome features of young Master Gu, his eyes and nose are well defined, and after training in martial arts, he stands tall and straight like the guards of the manor. It is only natural that Aziz would be swayed." Murong Yu, her expression inscrutable, inquired, "What is Ji Qingxuan's perspective on this?" Not at all surprised, Murong Yu noted that despite Ji Qingxuan's humble origins, his standards were undeniably high. In his previous life as the king of the north, despite his notorious reputation, he was pursued by numerous women eager to offer themselves. The new emperor's gifts included beauties of all types, yet he had arranged for them to be housed in another residence, keeping only her as his concubine in his courtyard. He desired offspring, while she endured painful remedies, and thus had once softly suggested, "Why not seek one of the women from that residence?" To which he had mockingly retorted that those ugly creatures were unworthy of bearing his children. Murong Yu's reaction at that moment was one of incredulity, yet deep within, she felt a surge of secret satisfaction. Was he truly captivated solely by her beauty? After all, apart from her, Ji Qingxian had never visited the quarters of another woman. At this juncture, a man let out a cold snort, questioning why Ji Qingxian would refuse Az, who was not only fair of face but also served as a maid to the young lady. Murong Yu replied, "Perhaps it is simply a matter of fate," and then inquired, "Has he gone out on an errand?" Upon nodding, Murong Yu remarked, "Had you not mentioned it, I would not have recalled. Please summon Az." When Az arrived, her cheeks were still flushed, and she immediately knelt, proclaiming, "It is all the servant's fault. I beseech the young lady to punish me. I am already aware of your situation. It is only natural for a man to marry and a woman to wed. There is nothing wrong with that." Murong Yu consoled her before continuing, "I also failed to remember that you are now 16, and time cannot be wasted. I recall that your family visits you twice a year, do they not?" Az bit her lip and affirmed, "Yes, my family still has my father and mother, along with 2 elder brothers and a younger brother." Murong Yu turned to Aman, instructing her to bring Az's contract of servitude. Aman complied and presented the document before Az. In front of her, Murong Yu tore the contract asunder. "Miss." Az's face turned pale. "I am unworthy of the young lady." Az choked back tears, bowing her head in apology. As a maid in the young lady's courtyard, harboring such thoughts only to be rejected left her with no face to remain by the young lady's side. On that day, Az was sent out of the Murong residence. Few in the courtyard were aware of Az's circumstances. Azhu, who shared a room with her, confided only in A-Man, not even mentioning it to A-May. A-Man, in turn, disclosed the matter solely to Murong Yu. This left the maids attending in the courtyard with a clear understanding. Li Shi had also caught wind of the news and, upon her daughter's arrival, inquired about it. She mused to herself about Ji Qingxian, who, despite not being the Prince of the North, seemed to possess remarkable charm. Even as a mere son of a dog-rung slave, Li Shi nodded, satisfied that her daughter was aware of the situation. With a smile, she added that good news had come from her sister-in-law, indicating that her cousin's marriage was nearing confirmation. However, Murong Yu remained skeptical, believing that Gong Sun Su already had someone in her heart, deeming it not a favorable match. Yet, she recalled the tragic day of unrequited love from her previous life, which had caused quite a stir, and thought to bring Li Mu along at that time to help him let go of his feelings. Thus she refrained from voicing her concerns. Li Shi gazed at her daughter and remarked, "With so many noble young men present yesterday, did none catch your eye?" Murong Yu replied with a smile, "I wish to spend a few more years by your side. Mother, please refrain from such talk. You need not accompany me." Li Shi teased, "Jean will soon be marrying, and I shall have a grandchild to tend to, leaving me little time for you." Murong Yu feigned sadness. "Mother, are you beginning to find me a burden? Do not jest. With so many talented young men yesterday, surely there were some who took a liking to you. I do not believe you truly found none appealing. Share with me, and I promise I shall keep it confidential." However, no matter how much Li Shi pressed, Murong Yu persistently shook her head, insisting there was nothing. Li sighed inwardly, yet she did not press the matter too urgently, choosing instead to take things slowly. At that moment, Su Mama brought forth 2 bowls of bird's nest soup. Li remarked, "Let us drink some bird's nest to soothe our hearts and lungs." As bird's nest is a vegetarian delicacy, Murong Yu did not refuse and joined her mother in consuming it. However, halfway through, Li could not help but feel somewhat nauseous, leading her to retch. "Mother, what is wrong?" Murong Yu hastily set down her bowl to pat Li's back and help her breathe easier. Li shook her head and replied, "It is nothing. I have just not had much of an appetite lately. Shall I check your pulse, mother?" Murong Yu offered. Li declined, but Su Mama interjected, "Young miss, perhaps you should examine the madam. This symptom has persisted for several days. She hasn't consumed anything that would cause heat, yet her appetite remains poor." Murong Yu, feeling exasperated, replied, "Mother, there is no need to call someone from outside the residence. If you are unwell, you should at least inform your daughter, right? It is not a grave issue." Li smiled, but did not refuse her daughter's offer to check her pulse. As Murong Yu began to examine Li's pulse, she soon paused, a look of incredulity spreading across her face. "What is it?" Su Mama inquired, noticing the young Mrs. expression. Murong Yu remained silent, once again carefully checking her mother's pulse, and finally confirmed her findings, an array of complex emotions manifesting on her face. Li, puzzled, asked, Is there something wrong with me? Aside from my poor appetite, I do not feel any other ailments." Murong Yu was at a loss for whether to laugh or react otherwise, for the unfolding situation was entirely beyond her expectations. "Do not worry, mother, your health is perfectly fine," Murong Yu reassured, shaking her head. Li Shi sighed in relief. "Then why do you appear so serious?" "Because, mother, your pulse flows smoothly, reminiscent of pearls rolling on a plate, and the indicators are round and supple, which signifies a joyful pulse," Murong Yu explained softly. Li Shi and Su Mama were both taken aback. Su Mama, filled with a mix of astonishment and joy, exclaimed, "Is what the young lady says true? Could it be that the mistress is indeed with child?" She then began to calculate Li Shi's menstrual cycle, exclaiming with delight, Yes, it aligns perfectly. The mistress's monthly visitor should have arrived in the past 2 or 3 days, yet it has not come. Although the time was brief, certainly less than half a month. The pulse was undeniably smooth. Murong Yu was quite certain. Li Shi recalled the tumult of the past month, with the master causing quite a stir, and a hint of embarrassment crept across her face. "At my age, this." Seeing her mother's reaction, Murong Yu couldn't help but laugh. "How can you speak of age, mother? You are merely 35, hardly old. Nonetheless, since you are indeed expecting, we must take care. I will prepare some dietary recommendations for you, and the kitchen will follow them. While 35 is not considered old, it is certainly an age at which one should take good care of oneself. It is essential to pay attention to warmth, especially in this climate, while also ensuring that the house is well ventilated and not overly stuffy." Murong Yu shared numerous daily health tips. "I shall make a note of this," Su Mama replied. Once the daughter departed, Li Shi finally admitted with a hint of embarrassment, "How should I discuss this with the master? At my age, how could such a situation arise? How could the lady utter such words? If the master were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed." Su Mama remarked with a smile. Li Shi truly felt embarrassed. With both her son and daughter at the age of marrying, she found herself unexpectedly pregnant once more. After so many years. How could this happen? Li Shi expressed, "Of course, I am happy, but I cannot deny my embarrassment. This is undoubtedly due to the prescription the young lady provided to the madam. After using it, the madam felt exceptionally well last month. The madam even praised it. And now, once again, she is expecting. Surely this is thanks to the young lady's remedy." Su Mama held the young lady's medical skills in high regard. Having experienced the effects of her prescription, she now felt invigorated. Chapter 127. Servants harbor no ulterior motives. Murong Yu gazed at his beloved wife and inquired, "My lady, is it true that you are expecting again?" Murong Yu was taken aback. "Mother is pregnant again?" Li Shi, meeting the gaze of the two men, shyly confessed, "Yes, it is true." The daughter, having taken her pulse, could not be mistaken. However, due to the significance of this matter, Li Shi summoned the family physician, Dr. Wang, who resided nearby, to confirm the pulse, which without a doubt indicated pregnancy. Murong Xing's face lit up with joy, repeating, "Excellent, excellent." Murong Yu was equally elated. Rushing to inform his sister of the news, "Sister, did you know? Mother is pregnant again." "I am aware," Murong Yu replied with a smile. Murong Yu was quite surprised. After giving birth to us, Mother had not conceived again. Who knows whether this will be a younger brother or sister? Or perhaps, like us, a pair of twins? Such a scenario would be nothing short of delightful. I would suddenly gain younger siblings. Murong Yu remarked with a hint of irritation, Mother is not young anymore. If she were to conceive another pair of twins, it would certainly add to her burdens. A single child would be far more manageable. Murong Yu nodded vigorously, "Sister, you are absolutely correct. A singleton is indeed preferable." Seeing him so pleased, Murong Yu could only shake her head and smile. After all, such matters were not determined by their wishes. The passage of time would reveal whether it would be a single or multiple births. However, this situation was truly unexpected. Considering Li Yu's unfortunate fate, the prospects of the Duke of Li's household, and her mother's current pregnancy, Murong Yu commanded, "Let him in." The destinies of those around her had shifted due to her rebirth, but what of Ji Qingxian? Would his fate also undergo a transformation due to her presence? Upon entering, Ji Qingxian was met with the sight of the young lady reclining on the imperial concubine couch. Her gaze fixed upon him with an evaluative intensity, as though she sought to penetrate the depths of his soul. This caused Ji Qingxian, who harbored unspoken feelings for her, to feel a sudden jolt of anxiety. He feared that she might uncover the dark and obscure thoughts lurking within him. Should his intentions be exposed, he might find himself unable to remain in the Murong household. Ji Qingxian knelt on one knee, bowing his head in a submissive posture. "I have come to pay my respects to the young lady." Murong Yu noted that he was indeed different from his previous incarnation. The most striking contrast was that he no longer radiated the aura of hostility and violence that had once made him nearly untouchable. It is because she saved him, healing the old wounds within him that could drive one to madness, that she dissolved the hatred and rage that resided in his heart. Murong Yu felt it was not that simple. She knew him too well. Although he was different from his past life, much of his current demeanor was merely a facade. "Ji Qingxian, are you aware of Aziz's feelings for you?" Murong Yu spoke directly. "I do not know. My heart is solely dedicated to serving the young lady, with no other intentions." Ji Qingxian replied without hesitation, unable to restrain himself from glancing at the young lady as he spoke. Murong Yu met his gaze momentarily, compelling him to lower his head before she softly said, "Remember, your life was saved by me. I nurture you not to serve another's purpose. Do you understand?" Ji Qingxian uncontrollably lifted his face to meet the young lady's eyes, his breath becoming unsteady. What did the young lady mean by her words? Chapter 128. More pleasing than last time, Ji Qingxian was bewildered as he left the young lady's courtyard. Upon returning to his own quarters, he could not shake off the thought of her remark, that nurturing him was not for the benefit of another. What did the young lady mean? Amon, being her close maid, also found it perplexing and directly asked, "Miss, why do I feel your words were rather strange?" "Which words are strange?" Murong Yu inquired, flipping through a medical book. "The words about nurturing Ji Qingxian not being for someone else's benefit," Amon replied. expressing her confusion. Murong Yu smiled and said, "You need not understand. Simply follow my instructions. I recall that I have a piece of deep blue silk in my storeroom. Take it to the embroideress and ask her to craft 2 new outfits for Ji Qingxian to wear. I have noticed he seems to have grown quite a bit." Amon was taken aback. Did the young lady truly pay such attention to this? Was it merely her imagination? Or did she sense that the young lady harbored an unusual fondness for that canine slave? Since it was merely lying around, why not have 2 outfits made for him? After all, he would only wear those 2 pieces repeatedly, hardly a sight to behold. Murong Yu continued, Ji Qingxian now appears far more agreeable than in his previous life. Perhaps it is due to his newfound skill in disguise, which conceals his once tempestuous and brooding nature. Nonetheless, his willingness to don a fade is already a commendable change. In his past existence, he was known for his volatile temperament, shifting like the winds, leaving one uncertain of what might provoke him. Thus, among the 4 great lords of different surnames, he was the least well-liked. This lifetime has seen significant transformation, likely due to my nurturing, which has taught him the value of disguise and restraint. The once rampant resentment has diminished, and we shall continue this cultivation. The inherent bitterness he has developed will be challenging to dissolve, but any reduction is preferable, as long as he does not remain notorious for his brutality and mercilessness. The Northern King may not be his ultimate destination, for his innate talent truly defies imagination. Amon was unaware of these deeper reflections. The young lady was simply too kind to him. Amon, you must trust your young lady, Murong Yu said. Amon then recalled her mistress's dreams and softly inquired, Young lady, has Ji Qingxian appeared in your dreams? He saved me. Murong Yu softly remarked that during her time at the Huaho residence, her existence could be described as utterly lifeless. When she was first sent to Ji Qingxuan's tent, it was indeed a fate worse than death. However, as time passed, she gradually found a semblance of vitality, particularly as he endeavored to provoke her will to live by taking her to see her parents and younger brother. After acclimating to life at the northern town prince's residence, she began to perceive her days as tolerable, the sole vexation being the necessity to placate him, to stroke his ego, and to consume medicinal concoctions to restore her health. Yet, she yearned for life, a life of longevity. Therefore, in truth, he had salvaged her, bestowing upon her a renewed lease on existence. Amon was taken aback, realizing why the young lady treated him with such kindness, allowing him to practice martial arts and study literature. It was all due to this revelation. You need only to be aware of this matter, Murong Yu admonished. Amon had accompanied her through 2 lifetimes, unwavering in loyalty. This bond of affection was sufficient for her to regard Amon as family. Amon nodded eagerly. Understanding the young lady's previous reticence had led to her confusion. I shall fetch some fabric for the embroideress to craft him garments. Murong Yu chose not to elaborate further. Chapter 129. Branching out, the news of Li's pregnancy spread throughout the residence. Since this was not her first child, there were fewer taboos, and there was no requirement to wait 3 months before announcing it. The master personally decreed that all servants' wages for the month would be increased by 30%, filling the entire Murong residence with a festive spirit. Naturally, Shui Yinyang, who had lived as a mere shadow in the household, also heard of this news. Instantly engulfed in sorrow. Why does Li have such fortune? Shui Yinyang lamented bitterly. With a supportive maternal family, she has given birth to a pair of auspicious twins in her husband's household. Now, at this age, she finds herself unexpectedly nurturing a precious gem. Observing the delight of the master during this recent grand event, one can readily perceive his elation. In comparison to Lady Li, she truly finds herself lacking in all respects. Do not be so despondent, my lady. This may well be your opportunity, remarked the devoted maid, Mama Feng. Shui Yinyang replied with a heavy heart. Opportunity? What opportunity do I have left? Your words are mistaken, my lady. Mama Feng quickly interjected. Consider this. Among the concubines in the Murong household, you are the sole one. With the lady now in a delicate condition, she can no longer attend to the master, which means he must seek solace in your company. Shui Yinyang felt a flicker of intrigue, yet hesitated. But since Ru'er has taken the marriage alliance with the Hua family, the master may harbor resentment towards me. The last time he saw me, it was as though I were invisible. With Ru'er married off, I scarcely dare to step outside. That is in the past. There is no need for you to dwell on it. Focus on the future. I believe this is your chance. Now that the second young lady is wed, do you not wish to follow in the lady's footsteps and bear another child? Mama Feng encouraged. You are all alone in this household. If you could present the master with a young master, it would not only expand his lineage but also serve as your own hope. Undeniably, these words struck a chord with Shuinyang. After her daughter's marriage, she felt an overwhelming solitude, devoid of anyone to confide in within this household. When Lady Li gave birth to the eldest daughter and son, she had suffered considerable hardship. Otherwise, how could the master have remained solely devoted to her without further offspring all these years? When she initially gave birth to her daughter, everything seemed to proceed without incident. However, after the birth, the master had not visited for many years. Had he chosen to come, her chances of conceiving again would have been significantly greater than those of Li. If Li has managed to conceive, why not her? Should the concubine become pregnant again, the second young lady would have a maternal ally in the household. You are absolutely right. Change my attire. I shall pay my respects to the mistress. Shui, the concubine, rallied her spirits. It is indeed wise for the concubine to think this way. Mama Feng was also pleased. Regardless of the mistress's challenges, the concubine must endure. For as long as it brings the master to her side, she shall not be at a loss. Thus, Shui approached Li to pay her respects. And with a single glance, Li discerned her intentions. Nevertheless, Li said nothing, recognizing that as she was pregnant, it was only fitting for the master to visit the concubine. Although there was a slight discomfort in her heart, Li felt a sense of contentment, compared to other men who favored their concubines over their wives. The master was indeed considerate. Therefore, when Murong Yu came to rest that night, Li broached the subject. What is the purpose of these thoughts, my dear? Even if there is nothing to be done, simply lying beside you is a comfort in itself, Murong Yu remarked with resignation. Li felt a sense of fulfillment and softly replied, I merely wish to spare the master any feelings of grievance. There is no cause for grievance, the master reassured. Hearing these words, Li smiled gently. Chapter 130. The 7 Offenses, Jealousy. Li had already offered her counsel, but whether to go or not ultimately depended on the master's own wishes. At present, Murong Yu shows no inclination toward such matters. This is precisely why Aunt Shui visits daily, attending to Lady Li with foot massages and shoulder rubs, fully displaying her intentions. Murong Yu let out a cold snort, remarking on her audacity. It's nothing unusual. Your father has no other concubines, only her. Given that mother is currently unwell, it is only natural for her to seek favor. Lady Li responded. Murong Yu observed her mother's countenance, which bore an unmistakable air of delight, and pursed her lips, asking, Mother, are you truly not displeased? Lady Li understood her daughter's concern and replied gently, My dear Yuer, our lives as women are fraught with challenges. What I can do is to win your father's affection, ensuring his heart remains with us in the main courtyard. However, for the rest, we must turn a blind eye. Perfection is a rare commodity in this world. Murong Yu chose silence, acknowledging the truth in her mother's words, yet she remained unconvinced. If one is to marry, it should be for a union devoid of a third party's interference. Otherwise, peace would be an elusive dream. In her past life at the Ho residence, how fiercely had she contested with Chun Lianer? Although Chun Lianer ultimately faced defeat, the cost to her was significant. Moreover, the Ho residence was not solely occupied by Chun Lianer. There were numerous other women, including the final arrival, Murong Yu. There is a rather coarse saying in the world that rings true. The more chickens and ducks, the more manure. The more women, the more troubles. Thus, upon entering the Prince of Jinbei's estate, she was quite astonished to find herself the sole concubine within the vast palace. Later, it became apparent that Ji Qingxian was not devoid of other women. Rather, he had grown impatient and relegated them all to another residence, leaving only her in his courtyard. However, this individual had particularly fervent desires, and at first, Murong Yu found it utterly overwhelming. It was only after he sought the guidance of an experienced courtesan to instruct her that she began to cope better. Otherwise, her very life might have been at stake. Reflecting on this, Murong Yu felt a sense of disorientation. Ji Qingxian may lack other admirable traits. Yet there was one quality in which he surpassed all other men. He desired no one but her. Li Shi expressed her concerns to Su Mama, saying, I had no idea that you possessed such strong possessiveness. Does she not permit her future husband to have other women in his courtyard? Su Mama also shared her worries, acknowledging that she had noticed the young lady's mindset. If it remained unchanged, it was likely that she would gain a reputation for being excessively jealous. Among the 7 outrageous crimes, jealousy is indeed one of them. Li Shi sighed, remarking that Yuer's marriage would need to be approached with caution. I must keep a watchful eye on families in the capital that have ancestral teachings forbidding concubinage. That may prove difficult, Su Mama replied anxiously. Li sure understood the challenge. Even affluent merchants typically had multiple wives, not to mention the families of officials, where it was rare to find a man like their master who had only one concubine. Nevertheless, Li sure insisted, difficult as it may be, we must search. With the power of the Murong family and the Li Guogong family, we need not leverage Yu's marriage as a bargaining chip. As long as we can find a match that satisfies her desire to avoid concubinage, it matters not if the family's status is somewhat diminished. Chapter 131. Heads will roll. Murong Yu saw no issue with her thoughts. Having endured such dire circumstances in her previous life, she believed she deserved to thrive this time, especially with the advantages she had garnered. With Lady Li's pregnancy and the inclement weather rendering outdoor excursions impossible, Murong Yu frequently visited to keep her company. The news of Lady Li's joyful condition had reached the Duke of Li's residence, which sent an abundance of nourishing supplements. However, a troubling matter had also arisen within the Duke's household. It was unclear how she had persuaded her maternal grandmother to protect Yishan, but at present, even her aunt could do little to sway the situation. Furrowing her brow, Murong Yu contemplated her next steps and ultimately resolved to visit the Duke's residence personally. Lady Li remarked, I understand why your grandmother is so protective of Yishan. She has always been fond of your second cousin, who, despite being of age, has yet to bestow any offspring. Regardless of Yishan's many faults, the child she carries is undoubtedly your second cousin's, and for this reason alone, your grandmother will safeguard her. When you go, speak to her with kindness. Murong Yu nodded, reassuring her mother, do not worry, mother, I shall not anger grandmother. Even if Yishan gives birth to this child, it is of little consequence. It merely serves as an injustice to Yi Zhuer, whose achievements will be overshadowed. The resolution of this matter ultimately lies with the Duke's household. Though I am the daughter of a maternal uncle, this is primarily their affair. I shall express my thoughts, but will not intervene excessively. Accompanied by a man and a maid, Murong Yu proceeded to the Duke of Li's residence. Miss Biao, please come in. The wind and snow outside are quite heavy today, but it is you who must endure the inconvenience. Mama Ge, who serves Madame Li, personally came out to greet her. Murong Yu inquired, Aunt, how is everything? Alas, the madam is quite troubled, yet the old lady shows her favoritism. Leaving the madam uncertain on how to proceed, Murong Yu decided to visit her maternal aunt first. Upon seeing Murong Yu, Madame Li instantly perked up, saying, Everyone, please step outside. I wish to converse with you. Once Mama Ge and the others had exited in succession, Madame Li grasped Murong Yu's hand and said, You are the only one who can assist your aunt in this matter. You must persuade your maternal grandmother. If someone like Yishan remains in the Duke Li's residence, it will certainly lead to trouble for us in the future. Madame Li gasped, Heads will roll. Indeed, replied Murong Yu. In my dream, it was during the recent incident when my second cousin was tasked with escorting military provisions, only to be imprisoned by the Emperor in the Celestial Dungeon. The Duke Li's residence exerted immense effort to rescue him, and next year, my uncle arranged for him to start anew in Lianzhou. However, he encountered an unprecedented flood, which had nothing to do with his new position. Yet, the imperial envoy uncovered 100,000 taels of silver from my second cousin's courtyard, and the mastermind behind this was Yishan. Chapter 132, Maternal Grandmother. Fortunately, my second cousin is safe now, and he will not go to Lianzhou next year. Moreover, the individuals who once rescued him are not Yishan. This matter has been exposed beforehand, so she will be on guard against her, leaving her no opportunity to cause harm. Madame Li was hardly comforted. Her countenance remained quite grim. She firmly believed in the significance of her niece's dream. For had it not been for that vision, her second son's mission to escort military provisions could have encountered dire complications. Yet, she never anticipated that her son's fate would culminate in such a tragic demise. Was this the genesis of the decline of the Li Guogong residence? Indeed, the malevolence of Yishan seemed to be at the heart of it all. Madame Li's resolve to prevent Yishan from remaining was fortified. Murong Yu inquired, What did your grandmother say? Currently, your grandmother has resolved to protect her. Madame Li sighed deeply. I have said all that needed to be said and offered my counsel. Yet she remains unwilling to part with this child, whom she holds in high regard, claiming it to be Yu's firstborn. Understanding the situation, Murong Yu reassured, Aunt, do not be anxious. I have already expressed that even if this child is born, it is of little consequence. Madame Li, particularly averse to Yishan, resolutely objected. How can we allow someone like her to bear the offspring of the Li Guogong residents? Murong Yu replied, with your grandmother's protection, if you persist obstinately. It may displease her, resulting in greater losses. It would be wiser to endure this indignation for now. Do you truly believe she can remain indefinitely in your grandmother's household? Frankly, I sense your grandmother's intention to let her stay, deliberately denying me the chance to take action against her. Otherwise, why would Madame Li be so distressed? Clearly, she possesses the capability to charm your grandmother, Murong Yu remarked. Astonished, she knelt before your grandmother, weeping and pleading, acknowledging her mistakes. Yet, regardless of the multitude of errors, she claimed that the child belonged to you. She was even willing to accept the role of a concubine, happily relinquishing the position of the legitimate wife to her half-sister. What kind of talk is this? Does she regard the Li Guogong residents as a mere bargaining chip? Is there truly room for negotiation in such matters? After committing such a treacherous act, she still wishes to remain. Lady Li's face darkened. Murong Yu, seeking to soothe her aunt, said, Aunt, please do not be upset. I will go to my grandmother and gauge the situation. Your grandmother has only just regained her strength after her recent illness, which had depleted much of her vitality. Although Lady Li was agitated, she still advised caution. Naturally, Murong Yu would not rush her elderly grandmother. Upon her arrival, she heard the sound of laughter emanating from her grandmother's quarters and found Yishan amusing the elderly lady, bringing her immense joy. Murong Yu cast a glance at Yishan, recognizing her skill in discerning whom to rely upon within the household. And thus she had gone to great lengths to entertain their grandmother. When did you arrive, Yu? Lady Li asked, her face brightening at the sight of her niece. After offering her respects, Murong Yu smiled and replied, Yu has come to see grandmother. It has been a long time. Do you still remember me? Of course, I remember. I have always thought of you, Lady Li exclaimed, taking her granddaughter's hand with delight. Murong Yu smiled and said, I have thought of you as well, grandmother. I have missed you greatly. When you were unwell, I was quite worried. The young lady had even vowed to observe a vegetarian diet for half a year in hopes of bringing blessings to the elderly matriarch. The old Lady Li's maid chuckled, commenting on how much hardship Yu had endured. With a face full of affection, the old Lady Li tenderly responded, Chapter 133, Sophistry. Murong Yu smiled, saying, As long as grandmother remains in good health, what is half a year of vegetarian diet to me? I am grateful. The old Lady Li smiled back and inquired about the news of the Li family's pregnancy. She expressed great joy when I first heard. I thought there had been a mistake. Your mother had not conceived since giving birth to you two, and after all these years, I never expected she would be expecting again, just as you two are on the verge of marriage. My mother feels quite embarrassed, Murong Yu replied with a smile. The old Lady Li laughed. What is there to be embarrassed about? This is a joyous occasion that others can only wish for. She added, however, she is indeed not young anymore. She must take great care during this pregnancy and nurture herself well. After exchanging pleasantries with her grandmother for a while, Murong Yu's gaze shifted to Yishan. I have heard from my aunt about your situation. It was your half-sister who saved our second cousin. Yet you claimed her credit and even marred her beauty, sending both mother and daughter to the countryside to fend for themselves? Yishan was taken aback by how swiftly Murong Yu transitioned from laughter to piercingly revealing her wounds. Cousin, you have misunderstood. I did not ruin my half-sister's beauty, nor did I send them to the countryside. It was Aunt Zhou who needed to recuperate due to her frail health. As for claiming my half-sister's credit, that is entirely untrue. Yishan, of course, would not remain silent and immediately began to clarify. Murong Yu gazed at her. Are you still trying to evade responsibility? The one who saved our second cousin is Yi Zhu'er, yet it is you who married into the family. If not for your usurpation of her merit, who else could be blamed? The one our second cousin wishes to marry is indeed the one who rescued him, not you. It is true that the one who should have wed into the family was my half-sister Zhu'er. However, despite her heroism in saving the second master, she was unaware of his true status until after he came to propose. Upon realizing his identity, she felt unworthy of him, believing the entire Yi family was beyond her reach, as she was merely a branch daughter. Thus, she implored me, her legitimate elder sister, to take her place. Initially, I was reluctant, for I was not the one who saved the second master. How could I, with a clear conscience, undertake such a deception? Yet, in her determination, Zhu'er even went so far as to mar her own beauty. But she knew it was not right. Zhu'er, concerning this matter, Our grandmother has already sent someone to inquire at the Yi family. Your second cousin's wife is correct. The branch daughter who saved your second cousin was unwilling to marry, which is why she sought your second cousin's wife to stand in for her, not out of any intention to seize her sister's glory, Lady Li remarked. Chapter 134. A matter unworthy of the stage. Murong Yu came to understand why their grandmother would shield Yishan, and thus refrained from further argument. With a smile, she replied, I am aware of what grandmother has said. I simply did not know the underlying circumstances. I did not wish for the Duke of Li's residence to be so easily manipulated by the Yi family, which is why I pursued the matter to its depths. When this subject was broached, Yishan immediately knelt and said, Cousin, I admit my wrongdoing. I was indeed bewitched by my own folly. I humbly ask for your forgiveness just this once. Murong Yu cast a cold glance at her, then turned to her grandmother and said, Grandmother, this matter came to me in a dream, but fearing I might be mistaken, I only confided in our family. Yet, Yishan turned it into a public spectacle, causing me great distress during those days, as I feared being branded a ghost and burned. Now, Yishan dismisses it lightly with a mere claim of being bewitched? I shall not accept that. Old Madame Li regarded Yishan with a calm demeanor, stating, Indeed, you have acted improperly. A family should unite as one. Yet you have sown discord among yourselves. Grandmother, I acknowledge my mistake, Yishan replied, her voice trembling. I implore your forgiveness. At that time, I truly did not understand my own thoughts. I was swayed by malicious gossip, and now I regret it deeply. Old Madame Li observed her for a moment before continuing. I had initially intended for Yuer to marry her second cousin. However, their relationship consists solely of familial affection, devoid of any romantic feelings. Otherwise, this match would not have fallen to the Yi family. Do not harbor any more doubts in the future. I shall remember this, Yishan replied, then turned to Murong Yu and said, Cousin, I apologize for my wrongs. I humbly seek your forgiveness. Murong Yu calmly remarked, Today, I shall grant your grandmother a favor and refrain from holding this against you. However, should you dare to bring your family's insidious schemes into the residence of the Duke of Li again, do not expect us to show any mercy. Remember, discord among kin is a taboo of prominent families. Take my cousin-in-law, who hails from a distinguished lineage. She would never engage in such self-serving and detrimental actions. It is only the likes of the Yi family that could foster such a disposition in you. Yet, after all these years of entering this household, you have yet to shed that petty demeanor. This tirade effectively reduced Yishan to a state of utter humiliation, leaving her pallid and speechless. Yishan could only rise and say, Grandmother, I shall take my leave now. The old matriarch said nothing, for she understood that her granddaughter needed to vent her frustrations. Why should a mere cousin presume to come to the Duke's residence and dictate terms? What is she, after all? Yishan seethed silently. Second mistress, remember to endure. The maid whispered urgently. Chapter 135. Resentment and Injustice. Yishan took a deep breath, suppressing her seething anger. Is everything in order at home? Will Aunt Zhou and Yi Zhu keep their mouths shut? We are all from the Yi family. Our fortunes rise and fall together. The maid replied softly. At the outset, the madam was merely being cautious, as Miss Zhu herself expressed her reluctance to marry. Rest assured, second mistress. Yishan finally ceased her words, albeit with gritted teeth, as the revelation of this matter took her by surprise. However, she suspected that it was inextricably linked to Murong Yu. What exactly did she dream of? The second young lady ought not to have divulged this information. Otherwise, they would not have been caught off guard. Nor would the Li Guogong residents have grown suspicious enough to investigate. The old woman remarked. Yishan pursed her lips, responding, Isn't it merely because the second master has treated her too well? For many years, he has not so much as touched me, and I thought, thus leading to this unfortunate misstep. The old woman's words struck a chord with Yishan, who touched her abdomen, feeling a lingering sense of bitterness and injustice. Meanwhile, Murong Yu was attending to her maternal grandmother's pulse. When did my Yuer acquire such medical skills? Her grandmother inquired with a smile. I learned it some time ago but was too shy to mention it, as I only grasped the basics, Murong Yu replied, turning to her grandmother's maid, Mama Zhu. Grandmother, do you often awaken at night? Is it true that even the slightest noise disturbs your rest? Mama Zhu nodded eagerly, affirming, Miss, you speak the truth. The old lady has a light sleep. Even the faintest sound can rouse her, which leaves her spirit rather diminished. This is a case of liver and kidney stagnation. Murong Yu diagnosed. I shall prescribe a remedy for my grandmother. If she takes it before bed, She will see results within 3 days, and after another half-month, she should feel much improved. Mama Zhu promptly summoned someone to bring ink, paper, and a writing brush. While Murong Yu was preparing the herbal remedy, she remarked, "This concoction may be somewhat bitter, yet its efficacy is remarkable. Grandmother must remember to take it punctually." "Very well, I shall certainly take it," replied the elderly lady Li with a smile. "Zhu Mama is quite devoted, but should we not have the esteemed Miss examine it once more? If you have any reservations, you may present it to Lord Qin for his opinion, though you need not worry. My prescription is sound," Murong Yu assured her, playfully linking her arm with Lady Li's and adding, "My beloved grandmother, do not hesitate to partake. If I were not competent, would I dare to prescribe for you?" Lady Li relished her granddaughter's affectionate demeanor and replied, "Very well, there is no need to consult Lord Qin. Simply follow the prescription provided by you." Chapter 136. Attentive care upon exiting her grandmother's residence, Murong Yu made her way to her aunt's quarters. "What transpired?" inquired Lady Li eagerly. Murong Yu recounted Yi Shan's narrative, to which Lady Li responded with clenched teeth, "Now I see her true nature. She is certainly not of admirable character. However, grandmother believes her." Murong Yu shook her head. Lady Li sighed. "Your grandmother does not trust her. Rather, she is saddened that your second cousin, at 20, remains without an heir. Thus, even aware of the discrepancies, she wishes for the child to be born. I know my mother-in-law well," Lady Li added. "She has been exceedingly busy of late and is often unavailable." Murong Yu then said, "Mother mentioned that you intend to arrange a marriage between my third cousin and Miss Gongsun." Madame Li actually yearned to secure a union with her niece, Murong Yu, yet she lamented that such an exceptional niece was wholly undeserving of her ineffectual son. After some contemplation, she dismissed the thought. "Miss Gongsun, you've met her. What do you think?" Madame Li inquired with a smile. Murong Yu mused that the young lady was indeed admirable, but her heart belonged to another. Nevertheless, she was aware that both families had exchanged their marriage proposals. At this juncture, what more could be said? As long as her aunt and third cousin were satisfied, that sufficed. Murong Yu smiled gently. Madame Li continued, "At the last palace banquet, did you find anyone to your liking? Many young noblemen had their eyes on you, and numerous inquiries have been made to your aunt in a roundabout manner these past few days." Murong Yu shook her head, opting not to elaborate on the matter, for there was little else to discuss. She then expressed her intention to take her leave. "Are you departing so soon? Your aunt has arranged for your room to be prepared. Do stay for a few days," Madame Li urged. "Speaking of which," she added with a smile, "your mother is quite fortunate. At her age, she is still able to conceive, so she must take extra care." Although she did not retain her niece any longer, she ensured that a generous assortment of gifts was prepared for her to take along. Murong Yu responded, "Aunt, please convey to my third cousin that I wish for him to come visit me on the 15th of the 12th month. I have matters to discuss with him." Ji Chengxian drove the carriage steadily, arriving at the Murong residence without difficulty. "The servants are not overburdened," he remarked humbly. Murong Yu inquired, "Did you receive the garments the embroiderer made for you?" Ji Chengshuan's heart fluttered, and he dared not meet her gaze. "Yes, I have received them." "That is good to hear," Murong Yu replied as she ushered a man and a maid into the estate. Ji Chengxian cast a fleeting glance at him before pouring himself a glass of water and milk. In the residence, the young master truly did not resemble a servant. Miss Murong's care for him was meticulous, extending from his meals to his lodging, and now even his attire was prepared by others. Not to mention, Miss Murong had arranged for someone to instruct the young master in martial arts, as well as personally teaching him to read and write, the cloaked figure remarked. "Have you finished speaking? If so, silence yourself." Ji Chengshuan's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes upon him. The young master must have sensed the peculiar regard Miss Murong holds for him, has he not? The cloaked man, undeterred by Ji Chengshuan's demeanor, understood the young master's inclinations and knew he relished such discourse. Indeed, Ji Chengxian merely stared coldly, offering no objection to the continuation of his words. "From what I have observed, aside from the young master, no one else has garnered Miss Murong's exceptional attention. She is an exceedingly proud and noble individual, yet she exhibits a distinct exception towards the young master. She harbors no disdain for his origins. On the contrary, she seems to hold great faith in his potential. However, it is likely that she remains unaware of the young master's true feelings. If she were to discover them, how would she react? Would she be delighted? Or would she find it repugnant?" These words undoubtedly struck a chord within Ji Chengxian, casting a shadow upon his countenance. If Miss Murong were to learn that someone like him harbored such thoughts in secrecy, she would surely find it utterly distasteful, he mused. Yet, the subordinate appeared unperturbed by this notion. At that moment, the cloaked figure spoke again. Ji Chengxian shot him a frigid glance. It was only now that he revealed his ultimate intent. Ji Chengxian remained silent, finishing his milk before stepping outside to practice his martial arts. However, no matter how hard he tried to shake it off, the image of the young lady remained indelibly etched in his mind, especially the tender moments they shared. Lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Amon arriving with 2 young attendants, who carried a basket filled with fine silver frost charcoal into his room. This is what the young lady asked me to bring you. The snowfall has become increasingly heavy these days. You mustn't catch a chill, Amon remarked. Ji Chengxian bowed his head, expressing his gratitude. I am deeply thankful for the young lady's generosity. Amon continued. The young lady wishes to inquire if you are free tomorrow. Do you need to attend to any matters outside? What are the young lady's instructions? He asked. She intends to visit Hongda Temple to offer incense. If you are available, please take the carriage there. If not, I shall seek others to accompany her. I am free tomorrow. The affairs outside are well managed by Zhuangzi, Guard Lin, and a Wang. Ji Chengxian replied without hesitation. As he gazed upon the basket of premium silver frost charcoal, he pondered the presence of the cloaked figure lurking in the rafters. Did the young master realize how he appeared now? Ji Chengxian shot a glance at the figure, igniting the charcoal before settling down to rest. The cloaked figure remarked, the young master now resembles a kept man, enjoying the young lady's kindness while feigning indifference. Was he truly indifferent? No, the heartbeat in the darkness spoke volumes. Thump, 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 one after another. That night, Ji Chengxian dreamt once more. He envisioned himself planting a grove of peach blossoms for the young lady, leading her through the enchanting blossoms. And in a moment of folly, he found himself entwined with her amidst the sea of flowers, indulging in forbidden acts. In the dream, the young lady did not resist him. She merely called out to a Xian in a soft and delicate manner. The following morning, Ji Chengxian accompanied the young lady to Hongda Temple to offer incense, lacking even the courage to meet her gaze. Murong Yu noticed something different about Ji Chengxian that day, yet she paid it little heed. He was always enigmatic, but she had done all that she could. The rest was nearly sufficient. Chapter 138. The distressed Ji Chengxian, however. Since he had come along, they must enter together to pay their respects. Thus, Murong Yu instructed, when we enter, do not wear a sour expression. One must approach the Buddha and Bodhisattva with reverence. Later, we shall enter together to offer incense. Ji Chengshuan's face stiffened as he replied, I do not. At that moment, Murong Yu realized that she had unconsciously used the tone of her past life while addressing him. In her previous existence, whenever she took him to offer incense, he would invariably display a displeased expression, and it took considerable effort to persuade him to participate. It's good that you don't muster your spirits, for only then will the Buddha and Bodhisattva be inclined to bestow blessings upon us, Murong Yu said. Ji Chengxian adjusted his attire and expression before stepping inside with her. A man brought the incense, which Murong Yu accepted and divided into 3 sticks for Ji Chengxian. He hesitated for a moment before taking them. The divine truly exists, and many matters are intertwined in the unseen. One must not harbor doubts in their heart. Murong Yu glanced at him. I would not dare. Ji Chengxian replied respectfully as he received the incense. Bow with me, Murong Yu instructed. Yes. Following the young lady, he offered incense to the deities of heaven and earth. He indeed held no belief in such matters. However, as he gazed at the sincere silhouette of the young lady, an inexplicable tranquility enveloped his restless heart. Yet, scarcely had he stepped out when someone came to inquire. The servant approached, having seen the young lady, and inquired if she might have a moment to spare. For our young master requests her presence. Miss, it is a retainer of young Master Gu, murmured a man softly. After a moment's contemplation, Murong Yu inquired, where is your master? Just ahead. We happened to pass by and noticed the carriage of the Murong residence, so we stopped. Little did we expect to encounter the young lady herself, which is why the young master sent me to invite you. The retainer replied respectfully. Without further ado, Murong Yu decided to accompany a man, but upon seeing Ji Chengxian pursing his lips, she instructed, you wait here. Must I not accompany you? Ji Chengxian asked, still holding his lips tightly. There's no need, was all Murong Yu said before leading a man forward. From a distance, Ji Chengxian could see the young master of the Gu family alight from his carriage, engaging in spirited conversation with the young lady. He was the scion of the Gu family from Hedong, renowned as the most handsome man in the region, standing alongside the young lady. They appeared to be a truly perfect match, a pair seemingly crafted by fate itself. The voice of the cloaked figure reached Ji Qingshuan's ears, causing him to clench his fists tightly, his gaze fixed intently upon the two ahead. The Gu family of Hedong was far from being as simple as it appeared. Its profound heritage was not in the least inferior to that of his master. The young lady had saved young Master Gu's life, and observing the young master's current demeanor, it seemed he harbored intentions towards her. With such good looks, an extraordinary background, and an air of refined elegance, what could one possibly offer in comparison to young Master Gu? The words of the cloaked figure pierced like a sharp blade. Ji Qingshuan remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead, oblivious to whatever the gentleman surnamed Gu had uttered that prompted the young lady to smile so charmingly, captivating all who beheld her. A pang of jealousy twisted within him, accompanied by a profound sense of powerlessness and defeat. How could it be that the young lady would smile at another? Indeed, what was he in comparison? A mere trifle, and yet when she showed him even a modicum of kindness, he foolishly misinterpreted it. The young lady treated everyone with such warmth. Yet, why did his heart ache so intensely? Chapter 139. A good daughter for every family. It appeared the young lady held a fondness for that handsome gentleman surnamed Gu. Miss, young Master Gu truly deserves the title of the most handsome man in Hedong. I just caught a glimpse of him, and he is stunning from every angle. The voice of the shallow maid, a man, rang out from within the carriage. Do you believe that the reputation of the foremost handsome man is mere flattery? The young lady's tone bore a hint of indifference, yet her admiration was unmistakable. Miss, the red hairpin gifted by young Master Gu is exquisite. Is it the latest design from Baibaoj? Ji Qingshuan felt a sharp pang in his heart. The young lady had accepted a gift from the gentleman surnamed Gu. It is indeed the latest design. Her voice conveyed a note of joy. Miss, young Master Gu has invited you to go for a snowy outing the day after tomorrow. A man exclaimed in anticipation. We shall see. I am uncertain if I shall have the time. The young lady's tone held a trace of eagerness. She was looking forward to a rendezvous with the gentleman surnamed Gu. Ji Qingshuan's fist shot out towards him, and the cloaked figure engaged him in combat. Although Ji Qingshuan possessed formidable skills, he was ultimately no match for the elite assassin before him. The figure clad in black remained indifferent. He believed that the life of his subordinate was of little consequence, as the young master could take it at any moment. Yet, he trusted that the young master would find his subordinate useful. Upon returning to the courtyard, Murong Yu glanced at the Zhu Chai, a decorative hairpin, and hesitated before saying, Amon, please put this Zhu Chai and the jade pendant away together. Amon, puzzled, asked, Miss, are you not going to wear it? This was given to you by young Master Gu. What does it matter if I wear it? Murong Yu replied with a sidelong glance. Amon smiled and complied, before coming over to style her hair. Miss, have you truly considered young Master Gu? I can sense that this Zhu Chai was specifically purchased for you. He even waited at Hongda Temple today, knowing you would be there. It was no mere coincidence. Murong Yu replied coldly, focus on styling my hair, and do not dwell on other matters. It was indeed unavoidable to accept Gu Jihan's hairpin, as he had made his intentions clear, and she did not wish to offend him unnecessarily. However, she harbored no other thoughts. Although the future king of Hedong might serve as a substantial support, that was all it was to her. As for becoming the princess of Hedong, she feared she lacked the fortune for such a fate. Chapter 140. Miss, I must take my leave in recent days. The snow had fallen heavily, particularly during the latter part of the night, blanketing the courtyard in a thick layer by morning. It was amidst such weather that Ji Qingshuan arrived at Murong Yu's residence to seek a favor. I have some personal matters to attend to, and I wonder if you might allow me to leave the Murong residence for a time? Amon led him in, and without hesitation, he knelt before Murong Yu, articulating his request. Murong Yu straightened her posture slightly and gazed at him, inquiring, Are you planning to leave the Murong residence? She was unaware of the nature of his connection to the Dingbeiji family, for he had never disclosed such information to her. However, she understood that his remarkable turnaround was inextricably linked to the assistance he received from the Ji family. It was evident to her that the Dingbeiji family was the foundation upon which he had ascended to the position of the Northtown king. My lady, my contract of servitude resides within the Murong residence. I shall forever be a part of the Murong family, Ji Qingshuan replied, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Murong Yu held his gaze, and after a moment, she declared, Ji Qingshuan, remember this, no matter where you go. You emerged from the Murong residence and were nurtured by me, Murong Yu. I understand, Ji Chengxian said, his eyes fixed intently on her. Murong Yu turned to Amon, instructing, please fetch my small box. Amon promptly brought over the small box, and Murong Yu opened it to reveal 5,000 taels of silver notes. Take this with you. Ji Chengxian accepted the pouch, playfully handling it with a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I do not desire money. This pouch alone suffices. A bittersweet sensation washed over him. He yearned to express something to Murong Yu, yet he knew he was not in a position to speak. Ji Chengxian gazed deeply at her, for the first time openly and unabashedly admiring her. Murong Yu noticed the unmistakable expression in his eyes, a look she was all too familiar with from her past life. This realization caused her cheeks to flush crimson, and she admonished him, you are being outrageous. Ji Chengxian smiled, yet continued to gaze at her for a considerable time before finally speaking. Miss, I am leaving. Murong Yu turned away, seemingly impatient, urging him to depart swiftly. This blend of anger and bashfulness, coupled with her reluctance to chastise him, ignited a warmth within Ji Chengshuan's heart. The young lady harbored no disdain for him, nor any sense of aversion. Chapter 141. Jealousy is a great taboo on the 8th day of the 12th month. Ji Chengxian departed, braving the wind and snow as he exited the Murong residence, his destination unknown. Although Murong Yu had seldom summoned him while he was in the house, his absence left her feeling as though something essential was missing within her. For the next few days, she found herself lacking in spirit. Naturally, she also declined Gu Jihan's invitation for a snow-covered excursion. Observing the snow still falling outside, Murong Yu instructed her guards, Wang and Lin, to brew several pots of ginger soup each day. As for concocting a prescription, she deemed it too conspicuous. A man nodded in agreement. Murong Yu chose not to dwell on Ji Chengxian any longer and turned to join her mother in the main courtyard. Murong Sheng was also present. He had not gone out for business today and remained at home to keep Li Shi company. Upon seeing his daughter arrive, he retreated to his study to attend to his official duties, allowing the mother and daughter to converse freely. Murong Yu sat down with a light laugh, saying, Mother, Father is truly devoted to you. Li Shi appeared radiant lately, being with child, and her husband had shown her exceptional care. With their daughter managing affairs at home and their son recently demonstrating commendable diligence, she found little to worry about. Li chuckled, in this biting cold. You must take care in the courtyard. If the maids feel unwell, let them rest and avoid spreading illness. Mother need not worry about this. I am well aware, replied Murong Yao. As the mother and daughter conversed, Su Mama entered to report that Aunt Shui had arrived. Why is she here again? How tiresome. Murong Yao frowned. Li remained unconcerned. Your father has yet to visit her, so of course, she will come seeking me. With a smile, she continued, last time, she deserved what she got. How dare she scheme against my Yao? I would never let her off lightly. Why should we pay her any mind? Silly Yao. She gently tucked Murong Yao's hair behind her ear, adding, if she were not here, there would be others. Your father, a dignified official, cannot be without a concubine. Otherwise, it would become a source of ridicule. How could father be the subject of mockery? Who would dare laugh at him? Murong Yao furrowed her brow. While others have multiple wives and concubines, your father remains devoted to only your mother. How can that be justified? Li replied, what is known is that your father is unwilling to take a concubine. What is not known is that your mother is rather jealous. If I were to gain such a reputation, you, my dear Yao, would also be implicated. Jealousy is a great taboo among women. Murong Yao internally disagreed. Aunt Shui, being of humble origins, held no substantial power in this household. I could easily manipulate her as I please, and having her serve your father would be quite fitting. If fortune smiled upon her and she conceived, it would not be a misfortune, for the Murong family lacks abundant heirs. Li remarked, unable to suppress a sense of relief. It is fortunate that your grandparents passed away early. Otherwise, the situation would not have been so easily resolved. In this household, there would undoubtedly be 3 or 5 more concubines like Aunt Shui. Contemplating such a life, Li felt disheartened. As it stands, with only Aunt Shui present, she remained indifferent even if the master were to take her as a concubine. Murong Yu, observing her mother's nonchalance, felt a twinge of helplessness, yet understood that her mother's perspective was indeed the right one. It was simply that she herself was unwilling to live in such a manner. Chapter 142. The family of the second uncle. Speaking of the Murong family, a letter arrived from their ancestral home in Suzhou, stating that next year her second uncle's family would come to the capital for official duties. Li stated, Murong Yu was already aware of this news and, knowing it, displayed a cold demeanor. Though referred to as her second uncle, he was technically her second cousin, not her father's full brother. However, in this clan-driven society, the distinction hardly mattered. Next spring, her second uncle, Murong Hai, would arrive in the capital with his wife, Madame Zhou, along with their son and 2 daughters, to take up the position of 4th-rank deputy magistrate of Jingzhou. Setting aside the scandals surrounding her cousin, the 2 female cousins were far from harmless. The elder cousin, Murong Shuang, was a paragon of female virtue, and in her previous life, she frequently visited to check on her, particularly mocking her for failing to conceive after marrying into the Hua family. Murong Shui, the younger cousin, feigned concern while harboring a double agenda. Her expressions of care were nothing but veiled mockery as soon as she turned her back. This duplicity epitomized Murong Shui's character. Murong Yu was utterly perplexed as to what had offended them. During their stay at the Murong residence, she had treated them with genuine kindness, including Murong Rue, whom she had cared for since childhood. Yet, in the end, she became the target of their disdain and animosity. It wasn't until Murong Rue's sarcastic remarks brought her to a startling realization that she understood the root of their behavior: jealousy. They envied her status as the legitimate daughter of the Murong clan and resented her lineage tied to the illustrious Li Guogong family. They perceived her kindness as mere charity, believing she looked down upon them with pity and sympathy. Thus, when she was in a position of power, they flattered and accommodated her, but when her fortunes waned, they trampled upon her without hesitation. These past grievances flitted through Murong Yu's mind, but she dismissed them lightly, for she vowed never to engage in such thankless endeavors again. When she heard her mother's words, she responded, acknowledging that since her second uncle's family was coming, they needed a place to stay, and a courtyard should be prepared for them. What need is there for that? Li replied with a smile. Your second uncle's family can simply reside in the main residence. There is no necessity for an additional courtyard for a family. Observing her mother, Murong Yu began to comprehend the origins of her own temperament, realizing she mirrored her mother in many ways. However, having spent considerable time with Ji Qingxian, she had inevitably adopted some of his habits. In her domain, she permitted no presence that she found intolerable. It is indeed prudent for mother to prepare a separate residence for uncle and aunt, as the Murong Manor is our home. It would be illogical for them to take up residence here. If they were to stay for an extended period, we might no longer recognize this place as ours. Murong Yu spoke with a cold demeanor. She harbored suspicions that her father might have faced retribution from the new emperor, possibly due to Murong Hai's machinations. After her father's downfall, Murong Hai assumed all his positions, including that of the Murong Manor. Li Shi was taken aback by her daughter's strong reaction. Being well acquainted with her daughter, she discerned that this outburst was likely connected to that dream. Given my current frailty, it is indeed inappropriate for your uncle and aunt's family to reside here, Li Shi conceded, addressing Su Mama. Please arrange for the 4-compound residence on Huaid Street to be prepared for my second brother's family next year. Chapter 143. A life without redemption. Seeing her mother acquiesce, Murong Yu refrained from further comment. It was clear that her uncle's family could no longer exploit her family's generosity. Li Shi instructed Su Mama to find someone to tidy the courtyard and inquired about her daughter. Murong Yu offered no elaborate explanation, simply stating, a child is like a wolf in the mountains. Once emboldened, it becomes reckless. Li Shi understood her daughter's sentiment and nodded in acknowledgement without further discussion. Now that the mistress is with child, it is indeed feasible to keep the master occupied for a while. Surely he cannot remain in the main courtyard every day. There will always be opportunities. Feng Mama remarked. Concubine Shui could not suppress her melancholy, lamenting that the master had been excessively indulgent toward Li Shi. For many years, it was as though there was no one else in the rear courtyard aside from herself. Madame Feng remarked, I have never encountered a master quite like him. Such individuals are indeed rare in the world. Concubine Shui, feeling somewhat aggrieved, responded, you see, I am not lacking in beauty, and I possess a gentle disposition. Why then does the master show such disinterest in me? Previously, I could understand, but now, even with Li's pregnancy, he is still reluctant to visit. Madame Feng could only urge her to adopt a more accepting attitude. Although Murong Sheng did not immediately come after Li's pregnancy was announced, he eventually made his way there. Much to Concubine Shui's astonishment, you raised Rue'er in such a manner, sacrificing your legitimate sister's prospects for your own marital ambitions. I initially intended to send you to a convent for atonement, but it was Madame's persuasion that stayed my hand. I refrained from holding it against you. Now that Madame is pregnant, I had no intention of coming, yet it was Madame who encouraged me to do so. You must express gratitude towards her. Should I discover any treachery on your part, this household will no longer tolerate your presence." However, before she could savor the moment, Murong Yu's words rendered her ashen-faced. She immediately knelt and pleaded, "I understand my faults. I beseech the master to forgive my transgressions this once. I am aware of Madame's magnanimity. She has been exceedingly kind to both my daughter and me throughout the years. In retrospect, my actions concerning Reborn were indeed inappropriate." Murong Yu cast a glance at her, stating, "As long as you comprehend this, it suffices. You hail from humble beginnings and possess no foundation here. As long as you remain compliant, Madame will not treat you unjustly. However, should you entertain any misguided thoughts, I shall take it upon myself to expel you from the Murong residence, without needing Madame's intervention. I shall heed the master's counsel." The concubine trembled as she bowed deeply before rising. "Is this truly so?" Madame Shui gazed into the mirror, her brows and eyes reflecting an uncommon radiance. Yesterday, when she was reprimanded, her heart was heavy with sorrow. However, one must admit that the feeling of relief after a long drought was truly refreshing. Indeed, Madame Shui was exceptionally enchanting today, and during breakfast, the master cast several lingering glances in her direction. At these words, a flicker of joy illuminated Madame Shui's features. As long as the master was willing to approach her, nothing else mattered. She had discerned that ever since her daughter's marriage plans fell through, the prospect of rising in status seemed as unattainable as climbing to the heavens. Unless the Li family were to fall from grace. But was that even conceivable? Moreover, even if the Li family were to collapse, the Li matriarch would still retain her position as the head of the Murong household, having borne a pair of legitimate sons and daughters. Her status as solid as a fortress, she would never find a way to elevate herself. Chapter 144. A steady flow of wealth. Rather than inciting the master's aversion or displeasure, it was wiser to maintain a composed demeanor, thus encouraging the master to visit her more often. If only she could conceive a son. Last night, the master had come to her, and the old servant had personally ventured out to procure the necessary ingredients, which were already being prepared. Mama Feng exclaimed with delight. Madame Shui inquired, "Is this recipe truly so remarkably effective?" "Indeed, that household has had 5 sons in a row, all thanks to this ancestral recipe. This time, madam, you shall undoubtedly conceive a young master." Madame Shui caressed her belly, contemplating that if she could bear a son, her future would indeed hold promise. "Do not say such things. Reborn is very dutiful," Madame Shui countered, her disapproval evident. The old servant certainly recognizes the filial piety of the second young lady. However, the concubine is still youthful and ought to exert herself a bit more. If a young master were to be born, the future blessings for the concubine would be abundant. Shui, the concubine, harbored a glimmer of anticipation. If she were to conceive a son, her status would undoubtedly ascend. The prospect of her son remaining in the residence was one of the advantages. Contemplating this, Shui's heart swelled with fervor. "Madam, we should proceed to express our gratitude to the mistress," she said. Yet, Shui did not dare to become overly complacent, and heeding the words of Mama Feng, she made her way to the main courtyard to pay her respects to Lady Li. Today, Lady Li also received her. "The concubine has paid her respects, and I am sincerely grateful to you, madam," Shui said, adopting a humble demeanor. Currently, the management of the Murong household rests with Murong Yu, and she was well aware of the happenings within the inner court. Nevertheless, she chose not to concern herself too much, as many circumstances diverged significantly from the previous life, particularly since Murong Yu was certain that Shui would not rise again in this lifetime. Thus, Murong Yu paid little heed to Shui's recent favor. On this day, it was Murong Yu who informed her maternal uncle's wife about the date for Li Mu's visit. Li Mu was punctual, arriving early in the morning. He first paid his respects to Murong Sheng and Lady Li before seeking out Murong Yu. "Dear cousin, you must be weary from your recent endeavors," Murong Yu remarked, noting his slight weight loss with concern. Despite having run himself thin, Li Mu's spirits were high as he replied with a smile, "Indeed, I am tired. Yet my life has never been more fulfilling. My days are filled with ceaseless activity, but I relish this busy and prosperous existence." He retrieved an account book from his bosom, to which Murong Yu inquired, "Why have you brought the account book?" "It is a rare occasion for me to visit today, so I have brought the account books for you to review, my dear cousin," Li Mu remarked. Murong Yu glanced through them briefly, noting the commendable income. Li Mu, with a thumbs up, expressed his enthusiasm, proclaiming, "Not merely commendable. Our Xinglian Hall is currently the foremost establishment in the capital, and indeed, the only one of its kind." Chapter 145. The icy lake of devotion. Murong Yu was well aware of the flourishing business in the upper echelons of society. No one remained oblivious to the fame of the nourishing pills and the remarkably effective scar removal cream. Their renown had become quite illustrious. In comparison, the profits from her rouge shop seemed somewhat diminished, yet she still garnered several thousand taels in monthly dividends. The 1,000 taels in silver notes she handed to Ji Qingxian were derived from these earnings. Currently, the expenses for the outdoor porridge distribution were also covered by her rouge shop. Aside from an initial expenditure, Murong Yu had since refrained from using the profits from the nourishing pills and scar removal cream. Instead, she had converted them into gold for safekeeping. In times of turmoil, gold remains the most reliable asset, and silver holds value as well. However, silver notes have significantly depreciated, especially after the new emperor issued fresh currency. Old notes could only be exchanged at the government office, where 100 taels of old notes could only yield 10 taels in new currency. Of course, these matters pertain to the future. For now, Murong Yu was simply accustomed to hoarding gold. "Next month, I shall deliver your dividends, dear cousin. And you are certain to be utterly astonished," Li Mu said with a smile. Murong Yu chose to remain reticent for the moment. Li Mu then inquired about Murong Jin. "It has been quite some time since I last saw Jin. What has he been occupied with?" "In Dali Temple. Running errands has only retained some semblance of normalcy today," remarked Murong Yu. Murong Jin was nearly exhausted, having been engaged in early departures and late returns these past few days. Besides ensuring his meals were prepared, Murong Yu had taken little interest in his affairs. Li Mu felt fatigued just hearing about it, yet he understood that embarking on this path necessitated a period of adjustment. It was far from simple. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Murong Yu noted the time and, without further delay, led Li Mu outside, informing the Li family that they were off to enjoy a performance, while in reality, they turned the carriage towards the outskirts. "Where are we headed?" Li Mu inquired. Murong Yu then asked, "Cousin, have you settled your engagement with Miss Gongsun?" "Yes," Li Mu replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his assent. "Then you must accompany me to take a look," Murong Yu insisted. They arrived at a village on the outskirts, where a sizable lake lay at the far end. Under the harsh winter's grasp, this lake ought to have been a vast expanse of ice. However, due to the influx of refugees from Yuzhou, who were desperate and starving, many had taken to breaking the ice in search of fish, resulting in a pockmarked surface and numerous fissures. It was precisely this desperation that had allowed Gongsun Su to unite with her beloved in a tragic farewell. After a mere glance, Murong Yu instructed the carriage driver, Lin, "Direct the carriage into the village and ensure the horses are well fed. Cousin, let us find a place to hide," she added, scanning the surroundings before leading a man behind a dilapidated thatched cottage, likely erected as a temporary refuge from the biting wind and snow. "Miss, what are we to do?" a man asked. "Just wait and see," Murong Yu said. Li Mu remained utterly bewildered throughout, yet out of trust, he chose to follow her into hiding. As noon passed, the sun emerged, but the chill in the air remained biting. Both Li Mu and a man were quite astonished that someone had indeed come to this place. "Hide well," Murong Yu whispered. Chapter 146. A shameful degradation. Casting her gaze toward the carriage ahead, Murong Yu's expression turned cold. Had she not experienced a lifetime of trials? How could she have fathomed that on this day, Gongsun Sun, the legitimate daughter of the Gongsun family, would rather perish with the third young master of the Zhao family than marry Li Mu? In her previous life, the series of calamities that befell her elder and second cousins, coupled with Gongsun Sun's tragic demise, severely tarnished the reputation of the Duke Li's household, causing its prestige to plummet. If it were up to her, Murong Yu would have preferred to ignore Gongsun Sun entirely, allowing her to pursue her tragic love. However, since Li Mu harbored affections for Gongsun Sun, she had no choice but to bring him along, hoping to dissuade him from his infatuation. Two carriages approached in succession, with Zhao Wenji, the third young master of the Zhao family, being the first to alight. Zhao Wenji. Li Mu recognized him, a hint of surprise evident in his demeanor. Murong Yu maintained an impassive expression as she watched Zhao Wenji descend from the carriage and proceed to assist Gongsun Sun, gently taking her delicate hand as she stepped down. Witnessing this scene, Li Mu's complexion turned ashen. Murong Yu felt a pang of sympathy for him. After Zhao Wenji helped Gongsun Sun from the carriage, he instructed the attendants to drive it away, taking her hand as they strolled together through the snow. Gongsun Sun's face radiated warmth and sweetness, clearly indicating that such clandestine meetings were far from a novelty for them. A man could not restrain herself from exclaiming, "How utterly shameless! She is clearly betrothed to cousin Xiao, yet she indulges in such intimate behavior with young Master Zhao. What place does that leave cousin Xiao?" Murong Yu cast a glance at her, prompting A Man to quickly silence herself, though her countenance still bore evident anger. Li Mu remained mute, his gaze fixated on the two individuals wading into the lake. As they walked and conversed, it appeared that Zhao Wenji possessed a remarkable ability to amuse Gongsun Su, whose face radiated with blissful smiles. Suddenly, they halted, embracing one another. Zhao Wenji cradled Gongsun Su's face and kissed her fervently. Gongsun Su struggled momentarily, but soon surrendered to the moment, entwining herself around his waist as their lips danced together. What a scandalous display! A Man could no longer contain her disdain. Murong Yu also felt disheartened by the declining morals of society. She glanced at Li Mu, whose complexion had paled, eyes ablaze with wrath. "Cousin, do not act impulsively," Murong Yu sighed. It was indeed infuriating for a fiancé to engage in such actions before him. "When did you become aware of this?" Li Mu directed a venomous glare at the couple ahead before turning to her. "I dreamed of it," Murong Yu replied. "However, I was uncertain of the accuracy of my dream, so I brought you here to ascertain the truth, and to my astonishment, it turned out to be real." Li Mu ground his teeth. "She has her heart set on another and refuses to marry me. Can the Li Guogong residents truly compel her against her will? This engagement was initiated by her family, who deemed it a suitable match, and now she places me, her betrothed, in such a position. Their bond was as unyielding as gold. Cousin, try to see things more clearly." Murong Yu could only advise, though she herself was perplexed by Gongsun Su's actions. The Zhao family status was not particularly high, yet she had undeniably developed profound feelings for Zhao Wenji. Why, then, would she consent to this marriage? She even leaped into the lake with Zhao Wenji in a show of devotion. Just as she pondered this, cries of alarm echoed from the lake. Both Murong Yu and Li Mu A Man witnessed the thin ice shatter as Zhao Wenji and Gongsun Su, locked in a passionate embrace, plunged into the water. Chapter 147, A Glimmer of Hope? Help! Seeing the two floundering in the icy lake, Murong Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Cousin, should we save them?" Li Mu gritted his teeth. "I'll take A Man and leave. You handle the rest." "Cousin," Murong Yu decisively declared. Using a wooden pole, Li Mu managed to pull the two of them to shore. "Mu! Mu! Ah!" Zhao Wenji, drenched and shivering, could barely utter a word before Li Mu knocked him down with a punch. "You fool!" Li Mu shot him a disdainful and disgusted glance before turning his attention to the pale-faced Gongsun Su, who seemed fragile, as if a single harsh word from him would cause her to faint. In truth, Gongsun Su was already contemplating the possibility of fainting. Since Miss Gongsun has long had her heart set on someone, why then did she agree to an engagement with me? Li Mu seethed. He had genuinely admired Gongsun Su, finding her charming and delightful, yet he could scarcely fathom that she would act in such a manner. Gongsun Su clung to a flicker of hope, believing that no one had witnessed her intimate embrace with Zhao Wenji, merely contemplating that she had chosen to die with him. However, upon being questioned so directly, she fainted. Li Mu had no intention of attending to her. His actions were purely instinctual. In Li Mu's arms, Gongsun Su felt an immense sense of relief, and she endeavored to feign unconsciousness, perhaps genuinely delicate, as she truly succumbed to a faint. When Gongsun Su awakened once more, she found her mother, Lady Gongsun, seated beside her. What a naive thought. Do you truly believe she would casually appear at the location of your clandestine meeting? She was undoubtedly there to catch you in the act, you disgraceful wretch. Lady Gongsun, perceiving her daughter's demeanor, wasted no time in reprimanding her. Gongsun Su was not her biological daughter. She was the offspring of Lady Gongsun's late elder sister, who had tragically passed away shortly after giving birth. Lady Gongsun, a concubine from her family, had married into the household as a secondary wife. Yet, she prided herself on the diligent care she had provided to her sister's daughter over the years, feeling no guilt in her efforts. The alliance with the Duke of Li's family had been a painstaking endeavor, one she had meticulously orchestrated, just as she would for her own flesh and blood. But who could have anticipated that her daughter would engage in such scandalous behavior? Lady Gongsun had already interrogated the maidservants, leaving no stone unturned in her quest for the truth. It was precisely because of this clarity that she understood the union with the Duke of Li's family was now utterly unattainable. Mother, does Li Mu? Does he know? Gongsun Su, unperturbed by the scolding, asked, her complexion paling. Do you still harbor any illusions? Lady Gongsun coldly fixed her gaze upon her. Gongsun Su felt a heaviness in her head. It was true that she harbored affection for Zhao Wenji, yet the man she truly wished to marry was Li Mu. Chapter 148, Dual Roles. Li Mu may lack ambition, merely a merchant at heart, yet his family is the esteemed Gongsun Duke's residence, a family of great stature. Not to be compared with the declining Zhao clan. Do not dwell on other matters. Simply wait for the Zhao family to come to propose. Lady Gongsun scoffed. The Zhao family? How could I possibly enter the Zhao household, mother? That is out of the question. Gongsun Su hurriedly replied. You are aware of the Zhao family's shortcomings? Lady Gongsun regarded her coldly. Do you realize how many eyes are watching as Zhao when she carries you down from the carriage? If you choose not to marry, then perhaps you should consider ending your life in despair. At least that would preserve your reputation for chastity. With that, Lady Gongsun rose and departed. She had calculated everything for her legitimate sister's daughter, yet alas, the girl refused to follow the path she had laid out. What more was there to say? Meanwhile, regarding Murong Yu, upon returning to the estate, a man was still lamenting on behalf of the young master. These two are utterly shameless. This engagement must be called off. And it is truly fortunate for the young lady, for had she entered the Gongsun family, the young master would have found himself in a most embarrassing situation. Murong Yu's expression remained calm. Rest assured, this marriage will certainly not come to fruition. It is fortunate that she had once held Gongsun Su and Zhao Wenji in such high regard. It takes considerable bravery to leap into a lake in such frigid weather. The water is indeed painfully icy. Who would have thought otherwise? In their previous life, they did not perish for love. Rather, they clandestinely met with an unfortunate demise in the lake. This revelation necessitates a complete re-evaluation of the opinions held about Gongsun Su. Despite her evident affection for the third young master of the Zhao family, even sneaking out to rendezvous and share intimate kisses, she nonetheless entered into an engagement with her cousin. What could be the motive behind such duplicity? As our man pointed out, it is indeed fortunate that today her cousin inadvertently stumbled upon this affair. Otherwise, he would have remained blissfully unaware of the betrayal. It is astonishing that this Gongsun young lady is so adept at playing both sides. Such matters are, of course, impossible to conceal, particularly after Zhao Wenji, in a fit of desperation, personally carried the unconscious Gongsun Su from the carriage into the Gongsun residence, an act witnessed by numerous onlookers. On the side of the Li family, Lady Li learned of this incident from her son, who recounted the entire sequence of events, causing her to angrily shatter a teacup in disbelief. However, the situation did not escalate further, as both families valued their reputations. Thus, the engagement was rendered null and void. The abruptness of the affair inevitably led to inquiries from those less informed, to which Lady Li coldly replied that the doors of the Li family are not open to just any young lady. Subsequently, it came to light that Gongsun Su was entangled in a secret affair with the third young master of the Zhao family. Aware of their own shortcomings, the Gongsun family, having been spurned, dared not confront the Li family and hastily arranged a marriage with the Zhao family instead, eliciting widespread astonishment. The Gongsun family, which appeared to be respectable, had unexpectedly engaged in such scandalous behavior. Lady Li, having gained insight into the underlying issues from her daughter, was equally incensed. Murong Yu remarked, if it is not the fate of the third cousin, then let it be lost. There is nothing of value to lament. Given the fickle nature of Gongsun Su, her failure to marry into the Li Guogong residence is indeed a stroke of fortune. Otherwise, one can only speculate about the paternity of her future children. Lady Li let out a cold snort. What kind of family was the Zhao clan? A small temple with a tempestuous spirit. She had forsaken the Li Guogong residence to choose the Zhao family, and she must take utmost care of herself. Chapter 149. The post-marital life of Murong Yu mused that Gongsun Su had not merely forsaken the Li Guogong residence for the Zhao family. Rather, she was clandestinely rendezvousing with her Zhao paramour while feigning shyness before Li Mu, attempting to straddle both worlds. Nevertheless, the Zhao family's reputation was indeed questionable, with even absurd rumors circulating about the first branch consorting with the second branch's daughter-in-law. This lifetime-esque tragic romance may not have succeeded. Yet a plethora of splendid days awaited Gongsun Su and the Gongsun residence ahead. It was impossible to remain unscathed while entangled with the Zhao family. Having resolved the matter concerning her third cousin, Murong Yu found herself relieved, her spirits lifted. Murong Rue had become pregnant, but subsequently suffered a miscarriage. Upon hearing the news of her daughter's pregnancy, concubine Shui was on the verge of elation when she was struck with the devastating tidings of the child's loss, nearly succumbing to dizziness. "Be careful, my lady." Nurse Feng hastily supported her. "The young master and the young mistress are newlywed. It is no surprise that the young mistress conceived after her health was well tended before marriage," Nurse Feng asserted, then turned her gaze to Qiao. "Speak up. How could the young mistress possibly have a miscarriage in such good health?" Wiping her tears, Qiao gritted her teeth and declared, "It was Chun Lianer." Chun Lianu? Upon hearing the name, concubine Shui immediately recognized her, gritting her teeth in anger. "Is she the cousin residing at the Hallmarkiate? Does she dare to trouble Rhea? Madam, not only does she dare to trouble the young mistress, but this time she has caused harm to her," Qiao exclaimed. Xuan Yang's expression immediately reflected a desire to devour Chen Lianer whole. Mama Feng supported her to sit down and said, "You must recount this matter in detail to the madam. If it is indeed her doing, the madam will surely flay that wretched maid alive." Xiao narrated the events. As it was her first pregnancy, and she had not yet passed the first 3 months, Murong Rue had kept the news of her pregnancy to herself, cherishing the life within her and fearing any misfortune. Everything had been going well, but today, feeling stifled in the courtyard, Murong Rue went to the back garden for some fresh air, only to encounter Chun Lianer there, in the icy weather. The impact of Chun Lianer's kick was unexpectedly severe, resulting in Murong Rue losing the child she carried. Xuanyang was consumed with fury, slamming her hand on the table, exclaiming, "This wretched maid, a mere cousin residing in the Huaho residence, dares to harm Rue heir and the legitimate heir of the Ho family. Who grants her such audacity?" Mama Feng, with the wisdom of experience, interjected, "Given the current weather, the second young mistress must be bundled up quite well. Even if an accident occurs and she falls, it should not be so easy to lose the child." Indeed, Mama Feng's words rang true. Xiao wept, stating, "In this weather, the young mistress is well protected. Initially, it was just a fall. How could that possibly lead to losing the child?" However, since her marriage, the young mistress has not had an easy life. Her current frailty is a result of the considerable hardship she has endured, leaving her constitution weakened. "Madam who tormented Rier?" Aunt Shui hurriedly exclaimed. Chapter 150, Degradation. Aunt Shui was utterly astonished to learn of her daughter's dire circumstances. How could she treat Ruer in such a manner? If it were merely this, it might still be bearable. However, there were instances when she criticized the young mistress for her inadequate service, openly reprimanding her before the servants, even stating that the young mistress was raised by a concubine, thus unworthy of respect. Xiao reported the truth. Aunt Shui was aware that Madame Ho harbored resentment towards her daughter. The marriage had shifted from a legitimate daughter of the Xiang family to a concubine's child, and the support that the bride once had from the esteemed Li Guogong's household had vanished into thin air. Anyone would be incensed by such a change. While it was not unexpected that Madame Ho would make things difficult for her daughter, Aunt Shui was still taken aback by the utter humiliation expressed in Madame Ho's words, rendering her speechless for a considerable time. Mother Feng remained clear-headed. What of the young master? Did he not take any action? Would he merely stand by and watch the young mistress suffer? Indeed, there was the young master. Aunt Shui recalled this and hurriedly inquired, "Does the young master treat Rier well?" At the mention of this, Qiao's expression softened. The young master was attentive to the young mistress in every way, as observed by the servants. In the midst of the conflict with Madame Hoa, the young master supported the young mistress. However, he was exceedingly busy, attending to outside affairs daily, leaving little time to constantly protect the young mistress. Aunt Shui gritted her teeth and said, "Has the young master not confronted his mother? Must he allow her to so shamefully mistreat Ruer? Madam, please do not misunderstand the young master. He has indeed sought her out and even had a quarrel with the mistress over this matter." Xiao hastily interjected. Upon hearing this, Xuanyang's expression began to soften. Xuanyang indignantly remarked, "Regardless of the circumstances, the child in Ruer's womb is her own grandchild. How could she possibly be so heartless?" In the eyes of the mistress, it seems that the young lady is not even regarded as a daughter-in-law. She is utterly enraged by the fact that the young lady once snatched away the engagement intended for the eldest daughter, causing the Hua family to lose the favorable alliance with the Li Guogong family. Mama Feng stated, Xuanyang, of course, would not let this matter rest. Her daughter had married into the family only to face such misfortune, Now, even her child has been harmed. This incident cannot simply be overlooked. She rose resolutely and declared, "Come, we shall go find the mistress." However, Lady Li had already retired for the night, her pregnancy rendering her particularly drowsy. With no other recourse, Xuanyang could only seek out Murong Yu. The matriarch had established rules for her daughters-in-law. How could Xuanyang expect the Murong household to manage this? Murong Yu observed her and remarked, "Is it your intent to let the entire capital know that the young ladies of the Murong house are of such high value that their in-laws must cater to them?" Chapter 151. The body is the capital. Xuanyang quickly replied, "My lady, that was not my intention at all. It is simply that the Hua family has gone too far, leaving Rue'er's health in such a weakened state. Otherwise, how could she have lost her child so easily? Especially that cousin of hers who caused her harm. The matriarch merely punished her with 2 volumes of scripture to copy, showing a complete disregard for our Murong family. How could they dare to bully us so brazenly?" Murong Yu spoke lightly. "This is merely your one-sided account. To ascertain the truth, I shall send someone to inquire further. Moreover, given that she is already with child, why has this not been made public? Is it conceivable that Madame Hua would knowingly allow Rue'er's pregnancy to remain unacknowledged?" The concubine, Xue, felt reluctant to retort against the young lady, who had grown increasingly formidable. Her gaze wielded more authority than that of the madam herself. Murong Yu also dispatched inquiries to the Hua residents. The Murong family, having experienced a miscarriage, could not be deprived of the right to question the matter. However, as Murong Yu articulated, the Hua residents maintained that they were unaware of Murong Rue's condition. A matron accompanying Madame Hua sighed, "To be frank, I too was oblivious to Rue'er's pregnancy. Had I known, I would not have summoned her for a courtesy visit. In truth, I do not require her presence. It is the child's filial piety that compels her to come daily without fail. Yet, how could I know of her condition? Did she not realize she was with child? In such frigid weather, why would she venture outside instead of remaining in the courtyard?" The matron continued coldly. "It was merely due to her feeling stifled from the pregnancy that she sought fresh air, only to be inadvertently knocked down by that cousin of hers." Madame Hua immediately interjected, "Who has spread such a rumor? It was not Lianer who pushed her. I am well aware of Lianer's disposition. She would not harm a fly, let alone her cousin's child. This incident occurred because Rue'er slipped accidentally. I have reprimanded Lianer, but this matter is not solely her fault. Upon learning that her sister-in-law had lost the child, she was genuinely heartbroken." These words were then relayed to Murong Yu. Murong Yu glanced at the visibly distressed concubine Xue and inquired, "Did you hear that? Is this matter to be settled so easily?" "The eldest young lady has always been quite fond of Ru," concubine Xue retorted angrily. Murong Yu then asked her, "What course of action does concubine Xue intend to take? Shall we create a scene, or what? If you wish to make a fuss, I grant you permission. You may bring people along. However, are you aware that Rue'er still has to live in the Hua residence? If things become too disgraceful, whose reputation will be tarnished? The Hua residents will suffer embarrassment. And who will bear the brunt of Madame Hua's wrath? Ultimately, it will be Rue'er who endures the consequences." Concubine Xue appeared as if she had been grasped by the throat. Regardless of whose fault it was, the repercussions had already manifested. All that remained was to reflect upon the pain and learn from it. If she were to become pregnant again, would it not be wise to disclose it promptly? Why conceal it? Did my mother not inform my father the moment she was with child? Concubine Xue murmured, "This is different. Rue'er is still carrying her first child. It is only natural to be a bit more cautious." "That is not mere caution, it is overcautiousness," Murong Yu admonished. "Had we known of her pregnancy, would Madame Hua have dared to summon her to set rules? Without such rules, her health would not falter, and she would not so easily lose the child. I feel a sense of loss for Ru. Eldest miss, shall this matter simply be overlooked?" Concubine Xue interjected hastily. "That cousin sister has not faced any punishment. What more do you desire? Are you not aware that Rue'er is now married and must bow her head under another's roof?" Murong Yu remarked, "As for that cousin of mine, I have investigated her previously and suspect she harbors feelings for young Master Hua. This time, I do not doubt her involvement in the matter concerning Rue'er. After all, when a woman is consumed by jealousy, anything becomes possible. Yet, without evidence, I cannot confront her. I can only hope Rue'er is aware of her own situation. Such is the way of things." Mama Feng advised, although the young lady chooses to remain aloof. Her words ring true. In the future, the young mistress must navigate her role in the Hua household. If matters escalate, it will be the young mistress who suffers. Concubine Xue, wiping away her tears, lamented, "In the end, It is my own inadequacy. If only I had captured the Lord's affection. That woman would not dare to claim Reir as a child raised by a concubine. Mama Fong, having exhausted her words of consolation, found little else to say. At the Hor residence, Murong Yu scoffed coldly, yet chose not to elaborate further. Now you choose to defend her? If she truly wished to assist me, would this matter be so easily dismissed? Murong Yu shot her a glance, dismissing her words. Even if I cannot deal with the mistress, what of that wretched Chun Lianer? Should she escape unscathed after causing me to lose my child? This matter certainly could not be settled so lightly. But the young mistress's immediate priority was to recover her health swiftly, so she may attend to young Master Hua. Xiao encouraged. Murong Yu understood that she could not allow Hui Yuan to visit her again following her miscarriage. However, she had already devised a plan for this situation. Closing her eyes momentarily, she opened them again and commanded, "Summon Xiuzhu." Xiuzhu was one of the two maidservants given to her by the Li family as part of her dowry. Thus, Murong Yu had her face revealed. Chapter 153. The abortion soup. Murong Yu did not voice any complaints. Instead, she defended Chun Lianer with a demeanor of fragility, stating that the latter did not intentionally trip her, and it was her own frail constitution that caused her to fall and lose the child. Beside her, Xiao whispered, "It is also because the young lady is summoned daily by the madam to adhere to regulations and transcribe scriptures. Were it not for this, how could the young lady's health be so delicate? Moreover, Miss Biao clearly tripped the young lady on purpose. It was no mere accident. I bear no grievances." "Ru'er, you have suffered unjustly." Hui Yuan was greatly moved. Observing her pale visage, he felt a pang of guilt. He understood that his mother held disdain for Ru'er, as her background was inferior to that of Murong Yu. After this union, it would yield little benefit for the Hua household. Yet, little did his mother know. Ru'er was the one who held his heart. Murong Yu offered a gentle smile. "Young master, from now on, I shall be unable to attend to your needs. I must take care of myself after the miscarriage. Only by restoring my health can I continue to serve you. I have already instructed Xiuzhu to take my place. This evening, you should rest with her." "No need, I shall stay here with you." Murong Yu softly replied, "Young master, please do not disregard my goodwill. As long as you can find peace of mind, I care not for anything else. You should go." Seeing her unwavering resolve, Hui Yuan finally acquiesced with a nod. When Xiuzhu came the following day to express her gratitude to Murong Yu, the allure in her eyes was undeniably captivating. Murong Yu cast a sidelong glance at her, thinking, "Do not presume that by serving the young master you can harbor any ambitions. Your contract of servitude lies in my possession." "Madam, I dare not," Xiuzhu hastily replied. Kneeling on the ground, Murong Yu's tone was indifferent as she consumed the medicinal concoction, stating, "It is not yet your time to bear children. However, as long as you remain obedient, once I give birth to a legitimate heir, you shall not be deprived of your rewards. But should you entertain any misguided thoughts or fail to recognize your position, you are well aware of the consequences." "Understood." Xiuzhu trembled slightly and quickly acquiesced. News of Murong Yu granting permission for the dowry made to attend to Hui Yuan reached Qinling's ears, stirring a tempest of jealousy within her. Without hesitation, she sought out her aunt. As for the tumult surrounding the Hor residence, Murong Yu rose later than usual. By the time she washed up and prepared for breakfast, the hour was quite advanced. "Miss, the madam has summoned you early this morning," a man remarked while attending to her meal. Murong Yu was aware of Li's intentions and planned to visit the main courtyard after her meal. Li had only learned of the matter from Mama Su last night. It was too late to call for her daughter then, and she had only sent for her this morning to inquire. It's truly unfortunate that her pregnancy was so short-lived, only to be marred by such tribulations, Murong Yu commented. Chapter 154. How to repay virtue with virtue. Li, however, showed no sympathy and coldly scoffed. This marriage was one she fiercely pursued. Now she must bear the consequences, and there is nothing pitiable about it. After all, we are sisters. Murong Yu replied with a nod and a smile. Have you forgotten how she plotted against you before? Li lamented. What she endures now is her own doing. She brought this upon herself, and you need not concern yourself with her. They are merely superficial possessions. If given, so be it, Murong Yu stated decisively. Whether labeled as overly benevolent or hypocritical, the actions of Murong Yu in her past life were indeed unworthy of forgiveness or sympathy. Yet, she did not wish to become desensitized or consumed by bitterness. As she remarked, those useless supplements could be given away without any significant consequence. Li sighed, observing, Look at this girl. She possesses a heart as vast as the sky. Despite the scheming against her, she remains so open-hearted. However, Su Mama extolled. The eldest young lady epitomizes the true essence of a distinguished woman. Her breadth of character and vision is unmatched by that of any illegitimate offspring. Moreover, the more she exhibits this quality, the more it signifies her ability to let go. Not entering the prestigious Ho family is indeed a fortunate misfortune, and the madam should rejoice. Encouraged by Su Mama's words, Li also smiled. Murong Yu chuckled. They are merely ordinary supplements, neither ginseng nor reishi mushrooms. Why such distress over them? Amon interjected with a huff. I pity the young lady. What torment did she endure in her dreams? To return virtue for malice seems excessively lenient. Return virtue for malice? Murong Yu laughed softly. If one returns virtue, how does one repay virtue? In her previous life, Murong Rue was a glamorous countess, elegant, fresh, and dignified. Yet, in this life, that may no longer be attainable. In her past, she had cleared the path for the other, always remaining the unattainable white moonlight and vermilion mole in Hua Yuan's heart, untouched by the world's grime. However, without her leading the charge, she must now confront the malevolent spirits ahead on her own. Can she still maintain her former purity and grace? Such a notion is impossible. However, Murong Yu did not elaborate on these matters. Instead, she remarked, Mother intends to assign the residence on Huaid Street to Uncle's family, who is currently overseeing the repairs there. Is Manager Mo present at the estate? Indeed, he is here and was just about to head over to the residence. Would you like me to summon him for inquiries? Murong Yu instructed for him to be brought to her. Chapter 155. She is his medicine. There are numerous candidates. Would you like to review them personally? Manager Mo inquired respectfully. No need, simply bring them over. Additionally, I have a few clever young servants and maids. You may bring them along as well, but do not offer them any special treatment, Murong Yu replied, fixing her gaze upon him. Understanding her implication, Manager Mo promptly acknowledged. The old servant will remember this. He quickly added, No, Miss should keep it for herself. The old servant has no use for it. Having managed the affairs of the Murong residence for a lifetime, he was well aware of its inner workings. Given the significance of this matter, it was entrusted to Manager Mo by her mother. Please accept this ginseng. Just ensure the task is executed well, Murong Yu stated. Old servant is immensely grateful for the young lady's generosity, Manager Mo expressed, bowing in gratitude. Amon interjected, Manager Mo's health is not robust. He requires the ginseng for medicinal preparations. The young lady's gift of ginseng is indeed timely. She then inquired, Does the young lady wish for me to gather all the information regarding the household staff, solely for the purpose of bestowing favor? Regardless, they must perform their duties diligently. Murong Yu took the household accounts and began to peruse them. Performing one's duties well and sincerely attending to my needs are two distinct matters. As the year draws to a close, it becomes imperative to review the various expenditures of the estate, with stewards from the surrounding villages soon expected to report their accounts. For several consecutive days, Murong Yu has been diligently occupied with these matters, leaving her quite fatigued. While immersed in her tasks, she finds solace, yet once she pauses, her thoughts inevitably drift to Ji Chengxian. Has he arrived at the Dingbei Ji family after all these days? Leaning against the favored concubine's couch, memories flood her mind of a winter-long past when he fell ill, enduring the harshness of the icy season, confined within frigid waters. Initially oblivious to his plight, it was only after 3 days of his relentless immersion in ice that she heard a passing mention from those around him. When she visited him in the forbidden grounds, his helpless form lay submerged, eyes closed, his features adorned with frost, resembling a delicate ice sculpture. Murong Yu struggles to articulate the emotions that overcame her upon witnessing his suffering, yet it is undeniable that distress marked her heart. Her master had once remarked that such a method of treatment was fundamentally flawed, merely alleviating the symptoms without addressing the root cause, postponing the inevitable resurgence of his affliction, which would likely manifest with greater ferocity. Her master had expressed astonishment upon first arriving at the Jinbei Wang mansion, incredulous that someone so grievously wounded had not yet succumbed to madness, a rarity indeed. Eventually, after becoming her disciple, her master proposed to take her on journeys to study medicine. While this was the narrative presented, the underlying intention was to distance her from Ji Chengxian, as he believed his descent into madness was inevitable. Having already reached the brink of his endurance, a breaking point that could erupt at any moment. Curiously, however, Whenever his madness confronted her presence, it seemed to abate. He particularly cherished her affectionate gestures, especially when she bestowed kisses upon him. After numerous experiments, Murong Yu discerned a pattern, as long as she tenderly cradled his face. Beginning her kisses at his brow, then tracing along his temples, the tip of his nose, his cheeks, and finally his chin, treating him as if he were a precious treasure. Even without uttering a single word, merely allowing him to perceive the softness and concern in her eyes, he would gradually quell the bloodthirst and ferocity within him. He claimed she was his remedy, asserting that without her, he would be beyond healing. Chapter 156. Longing for the young lady. My lady, what troubles you? Why are you in tears? Amon entered with a bowl of snow fungus soup, only to be greeted by the sight of the young lady's tear-streaked face, which sent a jolt of alarm through her heart. I'm fine. Murong Yu realized, almost in disbelief, how she had shed so many tears without her own awareness. She couldn't comprehend her own feelings. At the beginning, she had loathed Ji Qingxian, having contemplated countless times the notion of ending his life with a hairpin. And then her own, to escape the humiliation he inflicted upon her. Yet, gradually, she found herself feeling compassion for him, even whispering softly to cheer him up. Xian, if you were to die, I wouldn't want to live either. Initially, she expected him to urge her to cherish life, but instead, he embraced her passionately, penetrating her soul with his fervor, declaring, rest assured, my dear Yuer, if I were to die, I would ensure your demise first. In that moment, Murong Yu bit his shoulder in frustration, exclaiming, you heartless madman. Strangely, the bite only deepened Ji Qingxuan's emotions, prompting him to fervently tease her as though he intended to dismantle her entirely. Murong Yu felt she deserved every bit of it. Did this beast truly require her sympathy and compassion? One could hardly comprehend one's own worth. In this lifetime, she has indeed brought him back to health. Fearing that he might conceal the truth, she would periodically check his pulse before he departed. The vigor of his pulse now is incomparable to that of his previous life. Thanks to her diligent care and the unceasing consumption of potent medicinal pills, all meticulously crafted to bolster his vitality. It would be remarkable if he were not robust. Murong Yu discreetly dabbed at the moisture at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and nonchalantly sipped the bird's nest soup. A man watched anxiously, troubled by the sight of her ladyship's tears, which had transformed into an expression of barely contained frustration, only to revert to an air of indifference. This perplexed her immensely. As for Ji Qingxian, he had yet to reach the Bei Dingji family estate. He found himself stranded at an inn along the way due to the heavy snowfall. Ignoring the cloaked figure, he gazed out at the falling snow, his thoughts consumed by his lady. While at the estate, he had the comfort of seeing her daily under the pretense of studying, exchanging a few words with her, which had shielded him from realizing how deeply he missed her. From the very first day of his departure, he began to yearn for her, and as the days passed, this longing intensified to the point where he now experienced fleeting illusions. For a brief moment, he believed he saw a woman whose silhouette bore a striking resemblance to his lady, but upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was not her. Is the young master missing the lady again? The cloaked figure entered with a tray of food, observing him standing alone, gazing at the snow. Yet, he understood that the young master was not merely admiring the snow. He was lost in reverie, longing for the one who was far from him. Ji Qingxian cast a sidelong glance at him. Young master, please have your meal first. Tomorrow, the snowfall should lessen, and we will be able to set off. The man in black remarked. Ji Qingxian then approached to eat, yet his expression remained impassive, as if he were chewing wax. The fare at the post station was incomparable to that of the Murong residence, especially since the eldest young lady had specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal for the young master. The kitchen staff would undoubtedly not dare to be negligent. It was only natural that the young master found it difficult to adapt to the meals here. He could endure this for now, as we have a master chef at our estate, the man in black added. However, Ji Qingxuan's dissatisfaction did not stem from the quality of the food. In the presence of the eldest young lady, he had once occupied the lowest rungs of society, and merely having something to eat was a luxury. How could he possibly complain? His thoughts were solely occupied by the image of the enchanting and delicate Bai Yu. Chapter 157. Secrets abound. Though the man in black offered words of consolation, he was fully aware of the underlying reasons. Curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, Young master, how did the eldest young lady come to name you Ji Qingxian? Does she know your surname is Ji? Ji Qingxian replied coolly. The eldest young lady named me at random. Such coincidence is indeed remarkable. The name she casually chose is identical to the one inscribed in the family tree for you. Young master, the man in black remarked, seemingly without intent. Ji Qingshuan's gaze sharpened suddenly, a glint of suspicion in his eyes. Did the old fool dare to investigate her? Please forgive me, young master, the man in black soothed. It is only natural to be curious, given the remarkable coincidence. How could the master not be perplexed when the eldest young lady happened to select a name from the family tree? Ji Qingxian continued to regard him with a cold glare. Rest assured, young master. Aside from the matter of young Master Gu's rescue, no other findings have come to light. However, I suspect it may be related to the eldest young lady's dreams. The figure cloaked in black inquired, Young master, are you aware that it is precisely due to the young lady's dream that the Duke of Li's residence has averted disaster? Perhaps the young lady treats you with such distinction because she encountered you in her dream? Ultimately, the cloaked figure expressed his thoughts candidly. Ji Qingxian cast a cold glance in his direction. You seek to sow discord between me and the young lady. Do you not consider your own worth? Young master, you misunderstand my intentions. I merely spoke the truth. Aside from the young lady's dream about you, I cannot fathom why she would regard someone as lowly as a mere servant with such favor. Ji Chengxian scoffed, if it were not for the young lady. Do you truly believe I could have survived such grievous injuries? Even if I had, I would never have returned to normalcy. I already bore old wounds within me. And with such an injury, timely treatment was paramount. Otherwise, I would have faced a lifetime of suffering. However, the young lady saved me and healed all my long-standing ailments. Thus, my life belongs to her, without question. You speak rightly. It was indeed the young lady who sent you on this errand, leading to my discovery of you. Otherwise, I shudder to think how much longer it would have taken. Although the young lady harbors many secrets, she is undeniably my savior. Should there come a time when the Ji family can be of service, I trust that they will not neglect the young lady. The figure in black nodded in acknowledgement. Ji Chengxian derisively remarked, Do you think the Ji family is necessary? You are overly sentimental. The young lady has her own means. How do you intend to repay her? With your life? The young lady must be willing as well, he countered, striking a chord. Ji Qingxian, unwilling to engage further, instructed him to tidy the tableware and depart. As the year draws to a close, Murong Yu becomes increasingly occupied, for the Grand Murong residence now rests solely upon her shoulders. The Li matriarch has recently begun to show signs of life, having relinquished her duties. It is time to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. To replace the red paper decorations and to ensure that every corner, including those cobwebs, is meticulously cleaned. Murong Yu instructed. Yes. The servants responded in unison. Murong Yu continued. Convey my message. This year, the monthly wages for everyone will increase by 30%. Thank you, miss. The servants exclaimed with elation. This year has indeed been a prosperous one. In just the past 2 or 3 months, their monthly pay has surged by 30%. Once they departed, a man chuckled. Today, the young master just delivered the funds, and now the miss raises the wages. During the festive season, it's only right to spread some joy among everyone. After all, it's not an exorbitant sum, Murong Yu replied nonchalantly. Is Ajin resting today? Have someone fetch him. I have matters to discuss. Chapter 158. Storing gold. When Murong Jin was summoned, he smiled and said, I was just about to head out when you called. Sister, what do you need? This is a note worth 30,000 taels. Please exchange it for gold discreetly, Murong Yu said as she handed him the prepared box. Murong Jin suddenly remembered, Sister, you haven't given me my share of the profits. Murong Yu laughed softly, as if you could possibly receive less. Young master, this is a total of 3,000 taels prepared for you by the miss. A man presented another box. Murong Jin's face immediately brightened as he accepted it. His lips curling into a smile, my sister truly dotes on me. Do not squander it frivolously outside, she admonished. Murong Yu warned, stating that their mother was already arranging a marriage for him. It is worth mentioning that Murong Jin's engagement was not selected by the Li family. Rather, it was Murong Sheng, his father, who arranged for his son to wed the daughter of a longtime friend. The young lady was indeed commendable, hailing from a reputable family, and despite the circumstances, the family had never considered breaking off the engagement. However, due to the tumultuous events that befell the Murong household in the past, her brother had chosen to withdraw from the engagement to avoid burdening her. Given the passage of time, the two families were indeed poised to formalize the engagement, anticipated for the following year. When the topic of his own marriage arose, Murong Jin felt a twinge of embarrassment, as his mother had mentioned it in his presence before. He quickly shifted the conversation, asking, "Sister, do you intend to exchange all these silver notes for gold?" Murong Yu nodded, confirming that she would first convert 30,000 taels. Li Mu had sent money and informed her that further distributions would continue next month. This month, they were settling half of the profits from the nourishing pills, with the other half yet to be accounted for. The expenses at the Duke of Li's residence had surged significantly, leading to cash flow challenges. Murong Yu understood the reason behind this increase, as she had initially raised the matter. Moreover, her uncle had been alarmed by the near mishap involving her second cousin, which made him realize the merits of maintaining additional personnel and covert guards. Consequently, when Murong Yu suggested increasing their staff, her uncle exhibited no hesitation. Not only the Duke of Li's household, but also the Murong family had recently recruited a new batch of guards, while her father had privately followed her uncle's example by training a contingent of covert guards. The principal expense for the Murong family of late had been allocated towards this endeavor. The expenditures incurred by the Duke of Li's household were primarily contributed by Li Mu, naturally leading to greater consumption. Currently, the 30,000 taels were being converted, but she planned to continue with further exchanges in the future. Murong Jin swiftly completed the task, and 3,000 taels of gold were delivered to Murong Yu. Upon opening the boxes, the brilliance of the gold was truly dazzling. Was it done discreetly? Murong Yu inquired. Indeed, Murong Jin nodded, perplexed. Sister, if you wish to save, why not store silver notes instead? Keeping so much gold takes up space and is rather cumbersome. Murong Yu waved her hand dismissively. I prefer gold. Silver notes do not appeal to me. Murong Jin chuckled. Sister, you have changed. You used to disdain such material possessions. Yet now you speak of money incessantly. Murong Yu sighed. In the past, I lacked understanding, but it is never too late to gain insight. Murong Jin smirked. Sister, are you saving up your dowry? Murong Yu instructed her servants to place the 3,000 taels of gold in her storeroom and seal it. For the time being, it would remain there until spring, when she would transfer it elsewhere. Although her home was secure, it was not an ideal place for storing gold. Miss, you are quite wealthy, a man remarked with a laugh. Murong Yu smiled in response. Is this amount truly considered wealth? This is no trivial sum. 3,000 taels of gold represents substantial wealth, a man replied. In the countryside, a family of 5 would require merely 5 taels of silver for a year's sustenance. This gold could sustain them for generations. Murong Yu did not refute this. She understood the struggles of those at the bottom. 3,000 taels of gold was not her entire fortune. She also had some additional scattered funds, albeit not much, several thousand taels, reserved for unforeseen needs, especially outside. Where a canopy has been erected to distribute porridge, funds are flowing out like water. Presently, her rouge, along with the exquisite beauty balm and nourishing pills, are selling remarkably well. Otherwise, there would be no means to sustain such endeavors. As Gu Jihan and the Ming Wang passed through this area, they witnessed the charitable acts of the Li Duke's residence and the Murong estate. Hui Yuan was also seated in the carriage. After casting a glance, the Ming Wang lowered the carriage curtain and remarked, the benevolence demonstrated by the Li Duke's residence and the Murong estate is commendable, which explains why my father holds them in such high regard and trust. Gu Jihan glanced at Hui Yuan across from him, acknowledging, Your Highness speaks the truth. Why have you chosen to forsake Miss Murong in favor of her half-sister? The Ming Wang directed his gaze at Hui Yuan and stated plainly, if Miss Murong were unremarkable in appearance and haughty, it would be one thing, but I have seen her at the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. Miss Murong truly exhibited grace and poise, outshining all the other young ladies in attendance. How could you possibly let such a woman slip away? Hui Yuan was reluctant to discuss Murong Yu, yet he felt compelled to respond to the Ming Wang's inquiry, saying, matters of fate are elusive. I can only say that I am not destined to be with Miss Murong. The Ming Wang chuckled. With Miss Murong's noble lineage, beauty, and talent, had I been 10 years younger and yet to take a consort, she would undoubtedly have been my ideal choice. Hui Yuan, feeling somewhat mocked, refrained from retorting, though a sense of disappointment lingered within him. Jihan, why do you hesitate to act? Miss Murong has saved your life. You ought to repay her. The Ming Wang turned to his cousin. Gu Jihan shook his head. At present, I have no opportunity. How could there be no opportunity? Now is the most opportune moment. I have already broached this matter with the Empress Dowager, and she is quite pleased with Miss Murong. In the coming days, she is likely to summon her to the palace for a conversation, the Crown Prince remarked. Yu Jihan quickly interjected, Your Highness, this matter requires careful deliberation. Miss Murong has yet to develop any affection for me. The Crown Prince chuckled. If she can find interest in someone like Hui Yuan, how could she possibly overlook you? Your Highness underestimates Miss Murong. Although my acquaintance with her is not extensive, she is far from a frivolous or capricious individual. Upon discovering her half-sister's involvement with Hui Yuan, she decisively abandoned him, demonstrating her steadfastness and resilience. Gu Jihan replied, "That is indeed a protective instinct. It seems enlisting the Empress Dowager's assistance was the right course of action." The Crown Prince smiled. However, Gu Jihan's expression remained grim, for he understood that the Murong family had no desire to become embroiled in the struggle for succession. Currently, Murong Yu's demeanor towards him was marked by cordiality. Yet there was a palpable distance. Should he exert too much pressure, he feared it would yield the opposite effect. "Rest assured, I will not compel her. We merely need a signal that will deter others from pursuing her. Otherwise, your tepid approach will leave the opportunity cold," the Crown Prince reassured. This statement seemed to alleviate Gu Jihan's concerns somewhat. Murong Yu was quite taken aback when she received a summons from concubine Gu. Lady Li called for her and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, what could possibly warrant a summons from concubine Gu? Chapter 160, The Three Great Lies of the World. Murong Yu had never disclosed her connection to Gu Jihan, but now she felt compelled to recount the incident of saving him. Lady Li's heart raced upon hearing this revelation. Such a turn of events was truly unexpected. "Do not fear, my dear. It has all passed, and it is not a matter of great consequence," Murong Yu reassured her. "Not a matter of great consequence?" Lady Li replied, unconvinced. "You, my girl, how could you not mention such an incident? It would have been prudent for you to take guards with you when you ventured out. Even if you encountered trouble, it would have been unthinkable to stand by and do nothing." Murong Yu could only respond, "This time, the esteemed concubine Gu summoned you to the palace. Undoubtedly because of this matter, but..." Lady Li hesitated. "Mother, please speak your mind openly," urged her daughter. Lady Li then disclosed without reservation. "The young master of the Hedong Gu family is renowned for his striking handsomeness. Surely you caught a glimpse of him at the birthday banquet? Such charm and elegance drew the gazes of every young lady present, and even at my age, I could not help but steal a few glances." Murong Yu chuckled. "My father was also famed for his good looks in his youth. How could he possibly compare?" "That may be true, but he surpasses your father in youthful allure," Lady Li remarked, turning her gaze toward her daughter. "He possesses not only a distinguished lineage but also remarkable beauty and talent. Such an outstanding gentleman is indeed a rarity. If he were to become your husband, it would be a treasure hard to find. However, my dear, there is one significant obstacle. He cannot pass your father's scrutiny. He hails from the Gu family, being the beloved nephew of concubine Gu and the direct cousin of Prince Ming. Our esteemed lord is loyal solely to the emperor and has never taken sides, and the Li Gugong residence shares this sentiment, remaining indifferent to the attempts of both the Crown Prince and Prince Ming to win our favor. Yet, if you were to marry Gu Jihan, it would unequivocally align the Murong family and the Li Gugong residence with a faction. She was well aware of her father's temperament, knowing he would not consent. "Mother, the noble consort merely called me in for a conversation. There is no ulterior motive." Murong Yu understood Li's intention and replied, "Truly, you need not worry. I have no intention of marrying in this lifetime." Murong Yu expressed her exasperation. She had never contemplated any romantic development with Gu Jihan. Marriage was simply not in her plans. Li was momentarily taken aback. "So, in the event that you are not to wed young Master Gu, you would use this to silence your mother?" Murong Yu shook her head. "Mother, I speak not in jest. Should the noble consort mention it upon my visit to the palace tomorrow, I will politely decline. There is no need for your concern." Li quickly altered her stance. "In truth, you are still quite young. There is no rush for marriage. It would be prudent to wait and see how things unfold. Perhaps, in time, a victor will emerge, and then your father will undoubtedly have no objections." Murong Yu understood the unspoken implications of her mother's words, reflecting that even if a victor were determined, it would not be the Ming Wang, but rather the Crown Prince. However, she refrained from voicing this thought. "Yuer is quite aware of her own desires. You need not fret excessively," Murong Xing reassured. Li remarked, "Yuer continually professes her disinterest in marriage, which troubles me greatly." Murong Xing chuckled. "There exist three great falsehoods in this world. The elderly do not wish to live, children do not wish to grow up, and young ladies do not wish to marry. This sentiment arises from not having encountered a worthy suitor. Once she does, you shall witness her eagerness to wed." Chapter 161. The noble consort's great disappointment. Li chuckled, playfully scolding, "What kind of father mocks his own daughter in such a manner?" In a lighter mood, She permitted Murong Sheng to visit concubine Shui, yet he chose to remain by Li's side, which genuinely delighted her. Early the next morning, Murong Yu entered the palace accompanied by a man and a maid. Outside the side gate of the palace, two maids from the esteemed Gu Guofei were already waiting. They greeted the ladies, saying they had been waiting for quite some time. Murong Yu nodded in acknowledgement, and a man promptly handed each of the maids a heavy purse. The two maids initially declined, but eventually accepted, smiling as they remarked, "Miss, you are truly too generous. This is merely our duty." Afterward, they led Murong Yu inside, urging her to follow them. As they walked, Murong Yu maintained her composure while casually inquiring about trivial matters, such as the recent well-being of the Guofei. Although the maids had accepted the gifts, they only dared to respond briefly, mentioning that the Guofei had simply invited her in for a casual chat today. Murong Yu understood the underlying situation. Upon arriving at the Guofei's palace, she waited outside, and shortly thereafter, a palace maid announced that she could enter. "Your servant pays her respects to the Guofei," Murong Yu said, performing a deep bow before the seated Guofei, whose opulent attire and commanding presence exuded an air of authority. The Guofei regarded her with an appreciative gaze, saying, "Miss Murong, there is no need for such formalities. Attendants, please offer her a seat." "Your servant thanks the Guofei," Murong Yu replied, adhering to the proper etiquette before being assisted by a man and a maid to take her seat. The Guofei then addressed her. "The snowstorm outside is quite fierce. I have summoned you early this morning, and I apologize for any inconvenience. Although the weather is indeed harsh, I was fortunate to ride in a carriage upon leaving my residence, so it was manageable. To be summoned by the Guofei is a great honor for me." Murong Yu responded with a smile, her face adorned with a touch of flattery. The expression on the face of the esteemed concubine Gu subtly faltered. The warmth and admiration in her eyes diminished by 3 parts in an instant. "Very well. Have you partaken of breakfast?" "The ladies have already dined," came the reply. Concubine Gu regarded her, saying, "I have yet to partake. Might I share a little with you?" Murong Yu, showing no reluctance, joined concubine Gu at the table. While the etiquette at the dining table was commendable, the insidious flattery woven through the conversation left concubine Gu greatly disappointed. "Does Her Highness not hold Miss Murong in high regard?" inquired the personal maid, who understood her mistress well. Concubine Gu, lacking enthusiasm, recounted, "At the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, I observed her graceful demeanor, her ethereal elegance, and her beauty that could rival nations. As the legitimate daughter of a prominent family, and having heard from the Prince of Ming that she rescued Hana, I wished to summon her to discern if there was any affinity between her and Hana. However, upon this encounter, the reality falls short of her reputation. She is indeed beautiful, deserving of the title of one of the 2 beauties of the capital. And her lineage is commendable, but her character leaves much to be desired." This assessment reached Gu Jihan's ears, prompting a helpless smile. He understood well that without his aunt's explicit endorsement, his efforts were futile. It was evident that she would perform splendidly before his aunt, which likely explained his aunt's lack of impression of her. How fare you?" Lady Li scrutinized her daughter before inquiring. "Concubine Gu's demeanor towards me is rather indifferent, however. In light of my saving Gu Jihan, she has bestowed upon me numerous gifts. Yet, mother, concerning the matters you ponder, concubine Gu did not even broach them." Murong Yu reassured her mother with a soothing word. Chapter 162. New Year's Eve. As Li sighed in relief. She found it hard to believe that the esteemed Guofei merely summoned her to bestow some gifts. While she felt no particular disappointment, she thought that Yuer's husband could take his time in selecting. "Why did you deliberately display such a demeanor before the Empress today?" Aiman inquired while gently massaging her arms. Aimee nodded in agreement. If others were oblivious, they certainly were not. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of her. Murong Yu sighed. "If I had not acted in such a manner, it would have been quite challenging to extricate myself unscathed today." Upon seeing Guofei, she could discern admiration in her gaze, which startled her and prompted her to adopt an unflattering guise in an effort to ingratiate herself. She had not anticipated that Guofei would take a liking to her before entering the palace. As a noble consort, Guofei was advocating for a match for her nephew, personally bringing the suitor into the palace. How could she possibly refuse? Thus, it was essential not to disappoint her. It was evident that Guofei was not in want of sycophants, yet Murong Yu chose to curry favor and humbled herself, ensuring that she need not fear being favored unduly. However, following this incident, Murong Yu resolved to feign illness and refrain from public appearances. She sought only the goodwill of the king of Hedong, not the title of his consort, for another was already chosen. To forcibly seize someone's marriage would surely invite calamity. In the blink of an eye, the new year arrived. On the evening of New Year's Eve, Murong Yu and her brother Murong Jin joined Li for a reunion dinner. By next year's celebration, our family will be a household of 5. I wonder if it will be a brother or a sister, Murong Jin remarked cheerfully as he filled his father's cup with wine. Li cast a glance at him, saying, as the eldest brother, you must set an example for your younger siblings. Murong Jin immediately replied, Mother, ever since winter began this year, I have been tirelessly running about. I've lost so much weight. Don't you feel any concern for me? Murong Sheng offered his son a commendable assessment, acknowledging that this year, Jin had indeed made significant progress. Lord Chuan had also remarked that this child is worthy of guidance. Murong Jin proudly straightened his chest, exclaiming, Of course. Do you not realize whose son I am? Just as Li was about to respond, a wave of nausea surged within her, prompting her to turn away and dry heave. Murong Yu quickly rose to support her mother, while both Murong Sheng and Murong Jin looked on with deep concern. I am fine, just experiencing some queasiness. It is nothing serious, Li reassured them. Pregnancy is truly arduous, Murong Jin reflected. From now on, I shall care for you diligently, mother. It must have been even more challenging when you were carrying us siblings. Li had not been pregnant for long and generally, it was difficult to discern whether it was a twin or a singleton pregnancy. However, Murong Yu had already determined that this time it was a single fetus. Li remarked, When I was pregnant with you too, it was rather manageable. I experienced little discomfort, just some swelling in my feet towards the end. But this time, the symptoms are quite pronounced. Chapter 163. The son-in-law's visit after becoming pregnant. Li found herself unusually drowsy, managing to sleep 6 or 7 hours out of a 12-hour day. Her appetite was poor. Whatever she ate, she would promptly throw up, truly a test of endurance. When mother was pregnant with us, she was quite young. And now she is aged, her physical condition varying considerably. However, these are but minor issues. Once the initial 3 months pass, all shall be well, Murong Yu consoled. The reunion dinner continued, with Lady Li eating sparingly, concerned about potential nausea, taking her time with each bite. Yet, the joy of family gathering together brought a sense of delight, particularly to Murong Yu, who indulged in a couple of drinks that evening. While they enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere, concubine Shui found herself alone, having dined on the reunion meal without much flavor. I wonder if the master will return tonight. She pondered. Mama Feng found this rather troubling. How can the master be so indifferent to the charms of women? Concubine Shui continued. She was several years younger than Lady Li. Having just turned 32 after the new year, and with her well-maintained appearance, she looked quite youthful, hardly inferior to the younger maidens. Yet, why did the master not come to her? The master differs from other men. His mind is solely focused on affairs of state. Mama Feng could only respond. What comfort could Mama Feng provide with such words? She resolved to remain silent. Concubine Shui gazed at her reflection, reminiscing about how she had entered the household at 16, captivated by the master, who was exceptionally handsome and of high status. Being brought into the Murong residence had filled her with joy. However, she soon realized that the master rarely visited her. It was only through her daughter that she found solace, but now that her daughter was married, she felt utterly alone. Thus, on the first day of the new year, concubine Shui dutifully came to pay respects to Lady Li. Li was certainly aware of her intentions, yet chose not to intervene, for she had not restrained the master from proceeding. His choices were entirely his own. Shui, the concubine, sat in silence before approaching Murong Yu to pay her respects. Miss, why does Shui come here to curry favor with you? A man inquired. Murong Yu, engrossed in her medical texts, replied without looking up, This is not an act of flattery. Rather, it is a gesture of submission. After all, she and her mother conspired against me previously, and to this day, she has yet to offer me a sincere apology. Murong Yu remained taciturn, aware that in a household fraught with tensions among wives and concubines, should a concubine be caught in such a predicament by the legitimate wife, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Nevertheless, the Murong residence remained relatively tranquil. Furthermore, with Murong Rue now married off, only Shui remained, and aside from a Mama Feng, all others had been replaced. Thus, it was unlikely that any new troubles would arise. Murong Yu comprehended Li's perspective, recognizing the practicality in allowing Shui to retain her status as a concubine, thus sparing her father from the whispers of having no concubines at all. However, unlike her mother, she was resolute in her unwillingness to permit any other woman to inhabit her husband's inner chambers in the future. Men like her father were scarce, and those who met her standards were even rarer. Hence, Murong Yu had resolved never to marry. The second day of the new year was designated for the son-in-law's visit. Chapter 164, Countenance. Murong Sheng and Murong Jin were to host Hui Yuan, yet both father and son displayed a rather frosty demeanor towards him. Murong Jin's disdain stemmed from Hui Yuan's unscrupulousness, having previously attempted to play both sides, wishing to partake in the fortunes of both Yi Huang and Yining. Murong Sheng's indifference towards Hui Yuan is indeed partly due to this reason. However, a greater factor lies in his awareness that Hui Yuan has now allied himself with the Ming Wang. The Murong family remains impartial, and thus he harbors little affection for Hui Yuan as a son-in-law, perceiving him as straying from the righteous path while adeptly navigating the intrigues of factionalism. As for the womenfolk, Murong Rui expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, elder sister, for your concern. I have eaten." Murong Yu scrutinized her, asking, "Have you truly eaten? Then why does your complexion appear so poor? It seems your constitution is weakened." Unwilling to appear discontented in her sister's presence, Murong Rui replied, "My complexion may be somewhat lacking, but my health is not in jeopardy." Murong Yu sighed, "I understand that you blame me for the last incident, for not seeking justice on your behalf. However, Rui, you are now a married woman. If you endure great grievances, your natal family will certainly seek redress for you. Yet, you too were at fault in the previous matter. Upon learning of your pregnancy, a joyous occasion, you should not have concealed it. The uninformed cannot be held culpable. And in severing ties, you risk incurring blame for neglecting your own child, wandering aimlessly in the bitter cold." Murong Rui lowered her gaze, acknowledging, "Elder sister speaks rightly. I have been educated." She then turned to Lady Li, inquiring, "How is the lady now?" "I am well," came the reply. From beginning to end, Lady Li rarely spoke, and only then did she turn to Murong Rui, saying, "Marriage is different from remaining at home as a maiden. You believes it is for your own good. The previous incident was not without justification on your behalf. However, it lacked a proper cause and evidence. Their excuses are merely one-sided claims, and we are powerless against them. You must be more cautious in the future. Pregnancy is a joyous occasion, and you carry the esteemed bloodline of the Hua family. Would they truly harm their own kin?" Murong Rui nodded, acknowledging the lady's words. "This union is one you have tirelessly sought, and the family has graciously granted your wish for a splendid marriage. They have been exceedingly kind to you, and now it is up to you to manage things well." After saying this, Lady Li allowed her to visit her aunt. Murong Rui did not linger. Once she departed, Lady Li remarked, "It seems that life in the Hua residence is indeed quite challenging. Her complexion is far from radiant." Murong Yu also observed this. Even with makeup, the weariness in her eyes could not be concealed, a demeanor unbecoming of a newlywed's supposed happiness. It was evident that with Madame Hua, a formidable mother-in-law who seemed eager to consume her whole, and the cold-hearted sister-in-law Murong Yu, not to mention the cunning rival Chun Lian, her situation was precarious. As for the servants of the Hua family, she had encountered their nature in her previous life. They were the kind who catered to their master's whims, perfectly embodying the adage that a master's character reflects upon their servants. It was clear that they did not hold the new young mistress in high regard. Each one likely harbored a desire to trample over her. In such an environment, it would be nothing short of miraculous for Murong Rui to thrive. Shui Yinyang had long been waiting, and upon seeing her daughter's pallor, she could not help but feel anxious. After the last miscarriage, it was evident that her health had suffered. Surely she had not been cared for properly. Chapter 165, Facade of Strength. Unbeknownst to the lady, the items sent previously had been scarcely utilized by the young mistress. The remainder had been claimed by Miss Hong Yu under the pretense of honoring her mother. Chowa gritted her teeth and spoke. Shui Yinyang was infuriated. How could a lady from a noble family stoop to such behavior? You know the situation of the Ho residence, mother. It is merely a facade of strength. Murong Rui sighed. Although she was not responsible for the household finances after her marriage, she was well aware of the circumstances prior to her union. Were it not for Murong Yu's generosity in gifting clothing and jewelry to Hong Yu, she would have had to resort to last year's attire, as there were no funds for new garments. This clearly illustrated the dire state of the Ho residence, did it not? The tonics the eldest lady had previously sent were quite valuable. Acquiring them independently would indeed require a significant sum. Shui Yinyang could not help but remark. Murong Rui's expression remained indifferent. What can I do? If I withhold my support, I will completely offend her. Presently, she found herself utterly isolated within the Ho residence. For the cosmetic shop had closed down, and Hong Yu, having been misled by Chen Lianer, believed herself to be implicated. The shop had once been a partnership. Yet she had received none of her share of the profits, and she could not voice her grievances. Instead, she felt compelled to cultivate further connections. Each time she reflected on this, Murong Yu inwardly cursed her past carelessness. Had Murong Yu not observed the handwriting, she would never have unearthed those letters. Nor would she have compelled a change in marriage. With Murong Yu at first, how could she endure the hardships she faces now? Murong Yu ceased her reflections. Turning her gaze toward her mother's abdomen, Lady Li was now with child and could no longer attend to her father. In the household, her mother stood alone as a concubine. Mother, do you have any thoughts on this matter? After her marriage, Murong Yu had gained a profound understanding of her family's significance. Had she emerged from Lady Li's womb, she would not have to endure such a plight. Even the servants within the estate dared to feign obedience, neglecting their duties unless repeatedly reminded. Though she bore the title of the heir's wife, she wielded no real authority within the Marquisate. All of this stemmed from her lack of a supportive ally. Murong Yu pondered and said, Mother, please remain calm. Since Lady Li's pregnancy is still in its early stages, once the first 3 months pass, Father will surely visit you more frequently. Concubine Shui was well aware of the situation, and her mother was already following a regimen to enhance her chances of conception. As for you, she continued, you have sustained an injury and have not properly recuperated. How shall we manage this? The heir had summoned the physician to take her pulse. Although somewhat weak, it was ultimately not a grave matter. This was the sole source of relief for Murong Yu. Concubine Shui felt a measure of reassurance as well, grateful that the heir held her in regard. Otherwise, their circumstances would be dire indeed. Chapter 166, particularly cherished Murong Yu said nothing in response, for her previous attempts to win over Hui Yuan had not been in vain. They had yielded some results. These days, nurturing your health, have you granted the maid the privilege to serve the young master? Aunt Shui inquired. Murong Yu retorted with scorn. Granting Xiao Zhu such privilege? That wretched servant indeed knows how to curry favor with the young master. Aunt Shui appeared somewhat concerned. Will the young master no longer care for her? To him, she is merely a source of warmth at night, and besides, her contract of servitude remains in my possession. She cannot stir up any waves, Murong Yu replied indifferently. Aunt Shui felt a slight sense of relief, yet her expression darkened as she broached the subject of Chun Lianer. What about that wretched girl? She will be 17 after the new year, yet she still refuses to marry. Is she truly fixated on the young master? Murong Yu remained silent. Aunt Shui could not contain herself. Ruier, you must not allow that wretched girl to remain. She is the direct niece of Madame Hua. If she stays, you shall never rise in Madame Hua's esteem. With a sigh, Murong Yu replied, I fear this matter is beyond my control. The young master seems particularly fond of that wretched girl. During the last incident, she had used shower to report to him, yet Hui Yuan said nothing, merely comforting her to remain optimistic, assuring her that there would be future opportunities. Just days ago, she suggested that Chun Lianer ought to marry, with the Hua household providing a dowry, but Hui Yuan did not engage, stating that it was his mother who would decide. Murong Yu sensed that Hui Yuan was reluctant to let that wretched girl marry. Aunt Shui's countenance darkened further. If she is allowed to remain, what shall you do? I shall eventually settle the score with her. Murong Yu let out a cold snort. Her animosity towards Chun Lianer was profound. Xuanyang, feeling utterly exhausted, lamented that the timing for this marriage was ill-fated. Ruier, you should not have ended up like this. Truly, one misstep can lead to eternal regret. Now, all she could do was to forge ahead, even if it meant trudging forward with bloodied feet. During lunch, of course, Murong Yu made her entrance, only to collide head-on with Hui Yuan. Murong Yu maintained her composure and nodded, saying, Greetings, brother-in-law. Hui Yuan's expression stiffened, yet he returned the gesture with a bow, addressing her as elder sister. Since you have called me elder sister, I must address you as well. Since Ruier married into your family, her complexion has deteriorated significantly compared to her time at the mansion. This reflects your negligence, brother-in-law, Murong Yu remarked. Hui Yuan's face remained rigid as Murong Yu interjected with a smile, Elder sister, you worry unnecessarily. The young master treats me exceedingly well. I simply have yet to fully recover my health. With a bit more time, I shall be well. That should not be the case. A delicate flower like Ruier should not have suffered such a decline so soon after her marriage, Murong Yu replied. All right. Let us take our seats, Li Shi interjected. Murong Sheng and Murong Jin remained silent, quietly enjoying their meal, while Murong Yu instructed the serving maid to offer Murong Ruier more of the delectable dishes. This sea fish is exceptionally good for nourishment. Ruier, do partake generously. The abalone is also hard to come by now, as it was procured in advance before the new year. And how delightful is this sea cucumber porridge! One bowl may not suffice. Do drink more. At the dining table, Murong Yu was attending to Murong Yu with such warmth that it left Murong Yu feeling somewhat overwhelmed. If one were unaware, they might mistakenly believe she genuinely cared for her. If she truly had concern, why did she not seek justice for her this time? Merely offering her some trinkets to appease her? Was this an attempt to portray her as living a meager life in her marital home, lacking sustenance? In Chapter 167, graceful and elegant, Murong Yu's expression stiffened. She was bewildered as to when Murong Yu had mastered such tactics. Observing those around her, it seemed they had all been convinced. Rest assured, elder sister, Hui Yuan could only bow slightly. There was no choice. She was now the esteemed one. It was common knowledge outside that Murong Yu, the illegitimate second daughter, had usurped the marriage that rightfully belonged to the legitimate eldest daughter. Yet, it appeared that the sisters had not turned against each other. Rather, they remained as close as ever. Pleased with the expressions of passers-by, Murong Yu was adept at such performances. It was merely a matter of whether she chose to act or not. On the way back to the Hor residence, Hui Yuan fell into silence, his mind consumed by the enchanting visage of Murong Yu, her laughter as radiant as a blooming flower. Noticing his demeanor, Murong Yu's heart skipped a beat. She leaned against him and softly inquired, "My lord, do you ever regret marrying me instead of elder sister? Why would you say such a thing, Ru?" Hui Yuan quickly responded, "Are you still unaware of my feelings for you? I have never held any regard for Murong Yu. Is that so? Then why did you appear so dazed just now?" Murong Yu observed that he exhibited no reluctance to part with Xiaozhu, which somewhat satisfied her. She had harbored concerns about him being ensnared by Xiaozhu, especially since ever since he had acknowledged her beauty, he had been visiting her daily. Reports from below indicated that he would request Xiaozhu's company 1 or 2 times each evening. Each morning, Xiaozhu would come to pay her respects, appearing somewhat unsteady on her feet, particularly with that face of hers. How splendidly it had blossomed in such a brief period. It was evident that Xiaozhu pleased him. Nonetheless, this was not the scenario that Murong Yu wished to witness. She promptly ordered her maidservant to investigate. "Miss, the bird's nest is prepared for the young mistress by the Murong residence." Xiao Er's complexion changed drastically as she hurriedly spoke. "Xiao Er," Murong Yu called out. The obstructing Xiao Er halted, only to be pushed aside by Zhen Er, the maidservant of Murong Yu, who produced the bird's nest. It was merely ordinary bird's nest, not the coveted bloodbird's nest. Murong Yu could not help but remark. It had been a long time since she had savored bloodbird's nest. Her first taste was a gift from Murong Yu, and compared to ordinary bird's nest, bloodbird's nest was over twice as expensive. She could scarcely afford even the ordinary variety, often settling for the most inferior kind, which still contained numerous stray feathers. Ever since Murong Yu's engagement with her elder brother had fallen through, she had lost all means of supply. Taking the bird's nest yet expressing disdain for it not being bloodbird's nest, Murong Yu's expression darkened. However, Murong Yu remained unfazed, urging Zhen Er to continue searching until she unearthed sea cucumbers and turtle glue, which finally brought her satisfaction. "The bird's nest is for me, and these are for my mother. You wouldn't harbor any dissatisfaction, would you, sister-in-law?" Murong Yu directed her gaze at Murong Yu. Murong Yu said nothing further, taking Zhen Er along as they departed with the precious gifts in hand. Xiao Er, enraged, felt her face flush crimson. The behavior of this noble lady was nothing short of that of a brigand. How had she not perceived her true nature before? Murong Yu's expression was equally frosty. Yet she could only suppress her indignation for the moment. "Let us gather the remaining items," she instructed with a wave of her hand. Reluctantly, Murong Yu conceded. "I shall procure some additional funds from the meager savings in my room. That will require a substantial sum. A pound of bird's nest costs 80 taels of silver. And the price of turtle glue is even steeper, not to mention those sizable sea cucumbers." Her entire dowry amounted to merely 3,000 taels. And with her own savings and a few gifts from her aunt, it barely reached 5,000. Murong Yu narrowed her eyes, since Murong Yu was unwilling to reconcile. She could no longer remain in the residence. At that moment, Chun Lianer was nearby, massaging her aunt's shoulders. Observing the arrival of these items, she inquired, "Did Hong Yu bring these for you, or did she voluntarily present them as a gesture of respect?" Her words were merely a facade of politeness. Could she truly part with such treasures? How stingy! Murong Yu scoffed. Did she dare to express dissatisfaction? With a scornful smile, Murong Yu reflected that had it not been for her, Murong Yu would have already entered the family. If Murong Yu had married in, her dowry would have been considerable. She had always been generous towards me, allowing me to indulge in blood swallow and providing me with jewelry and garments at will. Yet now, with Murong Rue's arrival, I find myself bereft of all that I desire, and though I harbor no grievances, she dares to be discontented first? Chapter 169. Preparing for confrontation. Murong Yu found herself engulfed in regret each passing day, particularly now that the gatherings she attended had diminished in grandeur compared to those of yore. She often mused that had Murong Yu been her sister-in-law, none would dare treat her with such disdain. Chen Lianer, having achieved her desired outcome, cast a glance at Madame Hua, remarking that her aunt and cousin were indeed showing their respect, as evidenced by the good things her cousin had brought for her. Madame Hua remained silent, her heart heavy with discontent. She coldly replied, I have not forgotten how she carelessly lost Yuan as child, and then had the audacity to cast blame upon others. Respect me? That is too much to hope for. Her daughter's words resonated. Had her legitimate sister married into their family instead, her own status would have been far more illustrious. Now, during this festive season, aside from her husband's boisterous friends, not a single visitor graced their threshold. Even those who did come were of humble means, hardly worth her attention. Lianger, press my forehead again. The pain is quite unbearable, Madame Hua lamented, feeling another wave of discomfort. Chun Lianer, with a face full of filial piety, suggested, Aunt, shall I summon the physician to have a look? Summoning a physician during the new year? That is ill-omened. Madame Hua waved her hand dismissively. Ever since the young mistress had entered their household, Madame Hua had known no peace. I wonder if it's a matter of imbalance. Perhaps after the new year, we should invite a nun to examine the situation? Chun Lianer's maid whispered. Be silent, Chun Lianer rebuked. Yet, the remark did reach Madame Hua's ears. After the new year, she resolved to invite someone to come and take a look. She also sensed a conflict with Murong Rue. If she truly posed a threat, it would be prudent to summon the master to devise a solution. Murong Yu could surmise the events occurring at the Hua residence, yet it was of little consequence, as it pertained to the dignity of the Murong family, which could endure a minor setback. However, it seemed that Murong Yu might thoroughly offend Murong Rue, making it clear to her that Murong Yu was not someone to be trifled with. Consequently, Murong Rue would soon deal with her sister-in-law. In their past life, they had shared a close bond, yet in this lifetime, they were on the verge of conflict. Murong Yu felt an exhilarating sense of ease. Miss, Princess Anyang has sent you a greeting card. She will come to pay her respects tomorrow, Ame announced as she entered with the card. Murong Yu nodded, realizing that it had indeed been a while since she last saw Anyang. Moreover, she knew that Su Chang'an had yet to relinquish his feelings for Anyang, a situation that proved unexpectedly troublesome. On the third day of the new year, early in the morning, Princess Anyang arrived in a carriage, bearing gifts to extend her New Year wishes. The Li family also had guests today, a continuous stream of visitors that kept them quite busy. Murong Yu welcomed Princess Anyang into her courtyard, inquiring, How have you been, my beautiful Chu? With a smile, she took the princess's hand and led her into the room. Quite well, replied Princess Anyang, her expression filled with concern. I heard you have fallen ill again. What seems to be the matter? The mention of her illness referred to the previous occasion when she had visited the palace and met with concubine Gu. Murong Yu responded, I have improved significantly, but I cannot endure the wind, so I could only allow you to come for New Year greetings. Once I regain my strength, I will visit Uncle Chung Wang and Annie to pay my respects. By the way, what was the reason for concubine Gu summoning you to the palace last time? Princess Anyang inquired. Chapter 170. No withdrawal from the engagement in the palace. Secrets are a rare commodity, especially regarding the sudden summons of Murong Yu, the young lady from the minister's residence, by imperial concubine Gu. Many were speculating the reasons behind this unusual occurrence. Could it be that the minister had some clandestine dealings with His Highness the Ming Wang? Murong Yu recounted the incident of saving Gu Jihan, which enlightened Princess Anyang. I thought it odd that imperial concubine Gu would summon you so suddenly. It turns out this is the reason, she remarked, chuckling. The last time you were called to the palace, could it be that imperial concubine Gu intended to propose a match for her nephew? Murong Yu smiled. Imperial concubine Gu has no interest in me. Princess Anyang, with an expression of disbelief, countered, that cannot be. While imperial concubine Gu may have high standards, regardless of how discerning she is, my Murong fairy is certainly worthy. How could she possibly overlook you? Indeed, she has. Princess Anyang scrutinized her with suspicion. So, you little vixen have been playing tricks in front of her. Murong Yu giggled, and Princess Anyang quickly realized her guess was correct. But why? She inquired. Although Gu Jihan seldom visits the capital, I have encountered him twice, each time left in awe. It is truly a rare sight to behold such a man, handsome and graceful. You are not bound by any engagement. What harm would it be to accept? The Gu family's status is certainly on par with the Murong estate. Murong Yu sighed. The Gu family is not merely compatible, they are far too prestigious for the Murong residents. I dare not aspire to the position of future princess of Hedong. Princess Anyang observed her thoughtfully. Is it that your uncle does not approve? She is well aware of the temperament of Prime Minister Murong Sheng, who exhibits no favoritism and is solely devoted to the emperor, diligently fulfilling his duties. Consequently, the emperor holds the prime minister in high regard. And her father also believes him to be a remarkably astute individual. Murong Yu merely remarked that while there are certain factors to consider, the last time she rescued him was purely coincidental. She had not previously encountered him and was unaware of his identity. Thus, there was no need for her to seek to repay such a favor. Princess Anyang, noticing her lack of interest in that matter, chose not to pursue the topic further and shifted the conversation. Murong Yu then inquired about Su Chang'an, asking if he had yet to retract his marriage proposal. Upon mentioning this, Princess Anyang became agitated, recalling that during the last birthday celebration for the Empress Dowager, he had indeed troubled her. Murong Yu acknowledged that she had initially wished to remain silent, but his persistence prompted her to offer him a few pointed remarks, hoping he would recognize the futility of his efforts. Murong Yu nodded in understanding. He wrote to me, stating that he has dismissed both of his concubines and apologized, assuring me that such incidents would not occur again, Princess Anyang explained. Murong Yu candidly expressed her belief that his assurances were meaningless, attributing the situation to his mother's influence. If he could not withstand this time, what guarantee was there that he would endure in the future? And what about subsequent instances? She genuinely did not perceive Su Chang'an as a suitable match, especially considering Princess Anyang's previous losses with 2 children. Such tragedies should be avoided whenever possible, as they are profoundly detrimental to one's health. After her health had been restored by her master, Princess Anyang nearly suffered from severe hemorrhaging after giving birth to her first child, Jiang Shun, due to such reasons. Previously unaware, I now comprehend that no matter his assertions, I shall never acquiesce to cohabiting beneath the same roof as such a mother-in-law and sister-in-law. How could I possibly endure it? The Princess of Anyang shook her head. What shall become of the marriage? For they are reluctant to rescind it. Murong Yu furrowed her brow. The Princess of Anyang retorted with a cold laugh. Let him procrastinate. I am in no haste. I am but 16, yet he is already 19. Let us see how long he can delay. Chapter 171. Such jealousy. Su Chang'an indeed intended to prolong the matter. He was unwilling to relinquish the Princess of Anyang, for his affection for her was genuine. However, his mother, Madame Su, would not consent. After bidding farewell to the guests who had visited that day, Madame Su summoned her son. In previous years, the prince's residence would have already dispatched envoys by this time. Yet this year, there had been no sign of anyone. You were unable to even enter yesterday. Given the circumstances, why do you not withdraw from this engagement? What purpose does it serve to linger? Madame Su gazed at her son with discontent. Yesterday, the second day of the new year, was the day designated for the son-in-law's visit. Though her son had a betrothal with their daughter, they had yet to formally enter the household, yet he was still expected to pay his respects. How embarrassing would it be? Mother, I shall not rescind the engagement. The only one I wish to marry is Anyang, Su Chang'an declared resolutely. Madame Su, exasperated, retorted, You may desire to wed her, but does she wish to marry you? She has already transferred her affections. Such a fickle nature is fortunate not to have crossed the threshold, lest she bestow upon you the burden of infidelity. Mother, do not speak foolishly. I am well aware of Anyang's character. She could never harbor feelings for Jiangshan. If she were truly enamored with him, how could we have entered into a betrothal? She is merely vexed by my prior arrangements before she officially entered the household. As Su Chang'an spoke, a tinge of anguish appeared upon his countenance. He regretted listening to his mother and taking in those 2 concubines. Had it not been for the knowledge of these concubines reaching Anyang, how could she have been so enraged as to seek to dissolve their engagement? Lady Su, however, was incensed. What were merely 2 concubines? At his age, having never even touched a woman, what would that say about him? He was the lord of the Count's household. Was it truly excessive to maintain 2 concubines? Let alone 2, even 4 would elicit no reproach, unlike those disreputable families who bear illegitimate offspring before marriage. In their household, there was not a single heir. They would have to wait for her to bear one before having another, which was already a significant concession. They merely provided him with 2 concubines for warmth. What was there for her to be dissatisfied about? Did she expect to marry him and monopolize him? Forbidding him from taking concubines? That would be utterly preposterous. Lady Su had never held a fondness for Princess Anyang, finding her temperament excessively domineering. However, since she hailed from royal lineage and was undoubtedly a noble woman, Lady Su had chosen to overlook her shortcomings. Nonetheless, she would not allow her son to suffer any indignities. The princess residents wished to delay her marriage until she turned 16, which was acceptable. Thus, she arranged for her son to have 2 attendants. For he was no longer a child. Was it unreasonable for him to have concubines? Such a notion was unfathomable. This matter had been rather discreet. Who could have anticipated that it would come to her attention? Yet, Lady Su did not perceive it as an issue. Rather, she thought it better that her son's actions were transparent. To her astonishment, Princess Anyang disapproved and sought to call off the engagement. Is it truly necessary to call off the engagement simply because my son has taken 2 concubines? Mrs. Su finds this notion utterly absurd. A person so consumed by jealousy surely does not deserve my son. This reflects the genuine sentiments of Mrs. Su. Su Chang'an, in profound anguish, closed his eyes momentarily and implored, "Mother, please refrain from saying more. I had indeed promised Anyang that I would only have her for the rest of my life. It was I who broke my vow first. It is only natural that Anyang cannot forgive me now. I shall seek her forgiveness and will not abandon my love. I will continue to wait for her, no matter how long it takes." His affection for Anyang is sincere, unwaveringly genuine. Chapter 172. An alliance with the crown prince. Look at him, utterly captivated. If she were to enter our household, what chaos would ensue? Mrs. Su shattered her teacup, her anger palpable. Her devoted maid was intent on placing her own daughter as a concubine to the Marquis. She would not miss this opportunity to sow discord. It is not the old servant's intention to speak ill, but the noble birth of a princess does not exempt her from humility before the Marquis. In the hierarchy of men and women, does the earth not have the right to govern the heavens? If this is how she behaves before marriage, how will it be once she is wed? The Marquis would surely be under her thumb. Is it truly necessary for the lady to arrange 2 concubines for the Marquis, leading to such a ruckus? Who can say otherwise? Which household, like Chang'an's, has a son of this age without even a warm bedmate? In truth, it need not be my responsibility to arrange this. If she were magnanimous, she should have taken the initiative to select someone to attend to Chang'an. For that is the duty of a virtuous wife. Yet, look at her. I have made arrangements, and she still dares to be indignant. What right does she have to be angry? Mrs. Su's face darkened. The Marquis consistently adopts a subservient demeanor in the presence of the princess. Having long been overshadowed by her, embodying a dynamic of female dominance and male submission, which does not bode well for prosperity, as the old maid softly remarked. Madame Su shared this sentiment, pondering whether a woman could truly surpass a man in strength. If a woman in the household is excessively assertive, what role remains for the man? Especially since their son is so compliant to her. Should she ever take charge, would there be any room for discourse in the household? The old maid noted that the Zhou family seemed to harbor certain intentions. The old maid gently reminded her. Madame Su recollected, inquiring, "Are you referring to Miss Zhou? Zhou Yuru?" "Indeed," the old maid affirmed. "I believe her visit to see the second young lady is merely a pretext. Her true motive is to meet with the Marquis." Madame Su was aware of Zhou Yuru, who shared a cordial relationship with her daughter, Su Rui, and was indeed a refined and charming young woman. Notably, Zhou Yuru exhibited a particular respect towards her, unlike Anyang, who always maintained an aloof superiority, unwilling to lower herself before Madame Su. However, the lady must consider that the Zhou family cannot possibly compare to the Duke of Cheng's residence in terms of resources and support for the Marquis. The old maid felt compelled to remind her, lest future repercussions befall her. With the Duke of Cheng contemplating the dissolution of the engagement, what further discussion could be warranted? Initially, Madame Su responded with a cold huff before gradually stating, "I find Miss Zhou to be quite commendable. The most vital quality in a woman is to remain composed and dutiful. In this regard, she certainly surpasses Princess Anyang by a considerable margin. Regarding my son's future, there is no need for concern. My daughter has already secured a connection with the Crown Prince, becoming his confidant. Once he ascends the throne, my daughter will be by his side. The prince's residence holds little significance to me. In fact, it would be better to end this engagement. I cannot allow that fickle creature, the Princess Anyang, to disrupt my son's promising path." Observing how my son has been unable to eat or sleep well these past few days due to this matter pains my heart. The lady is correct. Yet I fear that the Marquis may not favor Miss Jill. If the Marquis disapproves, how can anything come of it? The maid felt a surge of joy at this thought. Mrs. Sue, however, was unconvinced. He is already 19. How much longer must we wait? When will I have the pleasure of holding my grandchild? After saying this, she added, "Go fetch Rui." It was then that Mrs. Sue recalled her daughter's earlier mention of attending to the Crown Prince at his villa today. She felt no concern about this. In fact, she was particularly pleased that her daughter had adeptly secured such a position. It is a pity about the last child. That was a true descendant of dragons and phoenixes. How wonderful it would have been if the Crown Prince had granted my daughter the opportunity to bear him a child. Chapter 173. A young man should marry and a young woman should Wednesday. Murong Yu had gifted her many exquisite items, all crafted by her own hands for beauty and skincare, which are not available for purchase outside. Princess Anyang was delighted and encouraged her to take good care of herself before coming to the prince's residence. Murong Yu readily agreed. "Miss, the lady has summoned you to the main courtyard for dinner," announced a servant from the main courtyard. Murong Yu arrived and immediately noticed Li's radiant complexion today. Numerous esteemed ladies had come to visit. Initially concerned that Li might be fatigued due to her condition, it appeared she was managing quite well. "The evening meal is prepared. We can commence as soon as your father arrives. Ewer, come over and take a look at these families," Li beckoned her daughter. Murong Yu glanced at the invitations, feeling somewhat exasperated. Why is mother so enthusiastic? Is this about arranging a marriage for me? She mused. The visitors were all from distinguished families, genuinely interested in forming a union with the Murong estate. Li observed them closely and deemed them quite suitable, yet emphasized that the most crucial factor was Ewer's own perspective. "Which of these families do you fancy? After the new year, perhaps we could arrange a meeting?" Li suggested with a smile. Murong Yu cast a brief glance and replied, "Mother, I am not inclined to discuss this matter right now. Foolish child, you are 16 this year. Even if you plan to wed next year, it is essential to secure a match this year. Otherwise, the best prospects may be claimed by others," Li countered disapprovingly. Typically, families begin considering matches around the age of 12, finalizing arrangements by 13 or 14. And it is most fitting for a girl to marry by 16 after her coming-of-age ceremony. Although an engagement had been arranged with the Ho family for this year, unforeseen circumstances had thwarted those plans. Yet, with their daughter now 16, Li felt a twinge of urgency. While she thought it acceptable for her daughter to marry later, perhaps at 17, it was vital to establish a connection beforehand, as waiting until then to seek suitors would indeed be rather late. Murong Yu's expression was calm, yet she perceived the worry in Li's eyes. Reluctantly, she acquiesced and selected one of the families. "Very well, let it be this one." Li glanced at the selection, choosing the least favorable option, a clear indication of her casual disregard. How perfunctory could that be? Murong Sheng reassured her, "Do not worry so much. Ewer is still young, merely 16. 16 is hardly young. There are those who marry at 15, Li retorted. Ewer is already 16. While a slight delay in marriage is permissible, an engagement should indeed be arranged. It was not that she was eager to see her daughter wed. She would never wish to part with her. However, the age-old adage dictated that men marry and women be given in marriage, a tradition passed down through generations. How could one possibly evade the institution of marriage? Moreover, there was a gene. The siblings were of the same age and both required consideration. It was essential to act while her health permitted. She was still able to endure the inconveniences. She feared that as time progressed, her intentions might remain unfulfilled due to lack of strength. "Is that name Shengnan? What a peculiar choice." Li expressed her discontent upon hearing it. "It's merely a name, yet I have met the girl, and I believe she would complement a Jean perfectly. She is a spirited young woman, and I am certain she would get along well with you," Murong Sheng replied with a smile. Chapter 174. Cherishing life. Seeing that the master was satisfied, Li chose to remain silent, merely stating, "I must see her for myself." After all, this was about marrying a daughter-in-law, the union of the eldest son and daughter-in-law, and Murong Sheng naturally did not oppose her. It was not until the 5th day of the new year that Murong Yu and her brother Murong Jin finally found the time to visit the Li Gugong mansion for New Year's greetings. Murong Sheng initially intended to bring the Li family along, but upon rising early in the morning, Mrs. Li was overcome with nausea and deemed it unsuitable to venture out. Thus only the siblings made their way. They bowed their heads to their uncle and aunt, receiving 2 generous red envelopes in return. Murong Yu was directed to go converse with their grandmother, while Murong Yu was summoned to the study by her uncle, Lord Li Guogong. "My dear niece," he began, "I heard from your aunt that you dreamt of arranging for your second cousin to be sent to Lianzhou after his recent misfortune." Lord Li Guogong regarded his niece with a serious expression. Murong Yu understood the purpose of her summons, nodding in acknowledgement. "In my dream, uncle, you sent my second cousin to Lianzhou, only for him to encounter an unprecedented flood, drawing him into its turmoil." Lord Li Guogong's countenance darkened. "Thanks to your warning, the second has now evaded this calamity and will not go to Lianzhou. However, if your dream holds any truth, the citizens of Lianzhou—" Murong Yu grasped her uncle's implication and spoke softly. "Uncle, you must understand that the supernatural should only be acknowledged once. Should it become known that I can foresee such events, your niece's safety would be compromised." Lord Li Guogong quickly reassured her, "Do not worry, dear Yu. I shall keep this matter confidential and will tread carefully." Murong Yu exhaled with relief but could not dismiss thoughts of the impending calamity in Lianzhou this flood season, which had already led to severe disasters and subsequent outbreaks of plague. Although the contagion had not reached their vicinity, it had caused significant panic locally. If not managed properly, further spread of the plague could ensue. Murong Yu spoke candidly, acknowledging that given the prior incident involving Gong Sun Su, she could not guarantee that the current matter would not reach the capital. Duke Li's expression darkened. "Niece, I grant you a time frame, but beyond that, there is little assistance you can provide." Murong Yu reflected for a moment and responded. Being merely a delicate young woman, she truly could offer little aid. This matter could only be addressed by her uncle. "Uncle, on behalf of the people of Lianzhou, I thank you for your assistance." Duke Li bowed to his niece. "Uncle, you flatter me." Murong Yu quickly evaded, playfully chiding him. After noting the time frame, she added, "Uncle, I shall now proceed to accompany grandmother." As she made her way to the Fusho courtyard, Duke Li gazed intently at the time frame, realizing he needed to hasten preparations. Upon reaching her grandmother's Fusho courtyard, Murong Yu bowed her head in respect and received a generous red envelope from the elder, smiling. "Grandmother, are you feeling much better now? Did my prescription prove effective last time?" Speaking of the prescription, the old matriarch's expression brightened considerably. "Indeed, your remedy was precisely what I needed." Nurse Zhu's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Cousin, your previous prescription was incredibly effective. Following your instructions, within 3 days, the old lady slept soundly through the night, waking refreshed and with a good appetite. Look at her now. Her complexion is significantly improved." "Indeed, it has improved," Murong Yu replied with a smile, then inquired, "Has the Yangrong pill been taken regularly?" "Yes, just look at grandmother's hair. It has darkened considerably," the old matriarch chuckled. Murong Yu scrutinized the situation and remarked, "Indeed, the white hair has significantly diminished." In Chapter 175, "The cuckoo occupies the magpie's nest," she continued. "Grandmother also feels remarkably invigorated lately, almost as if she has regained some youth. No wonder the Empress Dowager has favored your cousin. This nourishing pill is truly remarkable." Lady Li chuckled, blissfully unaware that the formula originated from her granddaughter, Murong Yu. The latter chose not to elaborate, merely nodding with a smile. Lady Li then broached the topic of the engagement with the Gongsun family. "Previously, I believed Mu'er was quite taken with the Gongsun girl, yet suddenly, it seems to have fallen through. I heard that the Gongsun girl has someone else in her heart. If that is the case, why did she not refuse the proposal? I had thought this year would see a wedding." Murong Yu refrained from revealing that she had accompanied her cousin to catch the girl in a compromising situation, instead stating, "If it is meant to be, they will surely enter the Li Guogong residence. If not, it cannot be forced." "That is indeed true." Lady Li nodded in agreement. "By the way, grandmother, where is Yushan?" Murong Yu inquired. "I did not see her upon entering, nor did I encounter her at her aunt's house. Only my elder sister-in-law, the Shun matriarch, was there attending to the visiting guests. She has been quite unwell lately. I advised her to rest in her room, as she has been quite troubled by nausea." Lady Li explained before turning her attention back to the Li family. "How is your mother faring?" "My mother awoke this morning feeling nauseous as well. She could only manage a bowl of lotus seed porridge and could not eat anything else. She had initially planned to come along." Madame Li remarked, "As long as you and Ajin are here, it suffices. Let your mother rest at home. In this icy, wintry weather, there is no need for her to venture outside." Murong Yu smiled lightly, glancing around, and inquired, "Where has Ajin gone? I haven't seen him since I arrived." "He has gone to the Mu'er courtyard." "Then I shall stay here to accompany my grandmother," Murong Yu replied cheerfully. "Very well. Madame Li responded with evident delight. Murong Yu's eloquence and charming wit brought much joy to the elderly lady. When Yishan arrived, she too was greeted by the sound of the old woman's laughter. I knew my cousin had come, only she could bring such happiness to grandmother. Upon entering, Yishan said with a smile. Murong Yu observed her, noting that despite Li's morning sickness and lack of appetite, Yishan appeared radiant and robust. Was this a common occurrence during pregnancy? It was highly probable she was using her condition to evade her uncle's wife. Nevertheless, as grandmother wished for this child to be born, Murong Yu felt no need to voice her concerns. She merely listened as grandmother mentioned her worries about Yishan's appetite, expressing her intention to visit, yet now seeing her cousin in such good spirits. It's all thanks to grandmother's care. Living here, I have nothing to worry about. My child can bond with great-grandmother every day, and the fuss is minimal. Though there are occasional discomforts, Yishan replied with a smile. Madame Li then said, Please, take a seat. No need to stand. Thank you, grandmother. Yishan said with a respectful nod before sitting down. Murong Yu could discern that her grandmother genuinely wished for the child to be born safely, which also constituted Yishan's greatest source of confidence. However, Murong Yu understood that this matter was far from resolved, particularly since her cousin had already learned that Yi Zhuer was the one who saved him. Yishan was merely an intruder in another's nest. Yet, this affair bore little significance for her. It was for the Duke of Li's household to handle, and she would merely observe with detached interest. Not long after Yishan's arrival, the illegitimate daughter and son of the Duke of Li also made their entrance. Chapter 176. The Illegitimate Cousins. They greeted their cousin respectfully. The eldest illegitimate daughter, Li Zhu, aged 14, along with her younger sister Li Qian, who was 13, and the youngest son, Li Chun, merely 10 years old, all bowed courteously to Murong Yu. Do not be overly formal, she replied, her gaze sweeping over them, with particular attention directed at Li Zhu. In her previous life, Li Chun had met a tragic end, brutally beaten to death in the streets, while the fates of the two married daughters were equally grim. The second daughter, Li Qian, had hanged herself, but it was later revealed that she had not taken her own life. Rather, she had been suffocated by her in-laws who wished to evade any repercussions. As for the illegitimate eldest daughter, Li Zhu, she had survived but was cast aside with a letter of divorce. It was Li Mu who had taken her in. In her past life, Li Zhu had visited the Duke of Jinbei's residence once, delivering a sum of silver notes for Li Mu. Murong Yu was aware that after leaving her marital home, she began assisting Li Mu with various tasks. Yet, as years swiftly passed, she noticed that Li Zhu remained unaccompanied and inquired if she had considered remarrying. Li Zhu responded in the negative, expressing contentment with her current life. Later, on one occasion, Li Mu came to visit her. Murong Yu learned from him that Li Zhu was quite capable, serving as a diligent aide to Yi Zhuer, managing numerous affairs. It had been a long time since the young lady had seen Miss Zhu. Did she not think that Miss Zhu had blossomed beautifully? Aunt Zhu chuckled. Murong Yu looked at Li Zhu and Li Qian, saying, Indeed, both have grown into lovely young women. I recall the last time I saw you. You were not much older than Chun Go. Now, you stand gracefully, having developed so splendidly. Li Zhu and her sister Li Qian both sighed with relief. Being scrutinized by their cousin was quite a pressure. It is indeed our cousin who has blossomed beautifully, Li Qian remarked with a playful smile, observing her slightly mischievous demeanor. Murong Yu sighed inwardly, considering how such a radiant girl had been tragically suffocated by her in-laws in her past life. What kind of cruel family could commit such an act? In contrast, Li Zhu exhibited a more reserved disposition, lacking the vivacity of Li Qian. The Duke of Li's household has only the two of you as cousins. If you have leisure time, do come visit the Murong residence, Murong Yu suggested. Li Zhu was taken aback, clearly not anticipating the invitation. However, Li Qian was elated. Cousin, are you serious? Of course, I speak sincerely. Whenever you have time, do come over, and feel free to visit often in the future, Murong Yu responded gently. Cousin, may I join? I have yet to visit the Murong residence. Li Chun expressed with eagerness. Just as she spoke, her sister Li Zhu tugged at her. Li Zhu and Li Chun were born of Wang Yinyang, who descended into madness after the tragic death of her son, Chun Gur, in her previous life. Li Qian, on the other hand, is the offspring of Zhao Yinyang. And together, they are the only two concubines of Li Gugong. Their origins are rather unremarkable, and they lack the fortitude of their elder aunt, thus solidifying Lady Li's esteemed position, unassailable by any. She has always been generous to the illegitimate children beneath her, and, perhaps due to her lack of daughters, Lady Li treats the two concubines' daughters with considerable kindness. Murong Yu also took note of Li Zhu's demeanor and chuckled lightly, saying, Sister Zhu, there is no need to be so reserved. Chunguer can come with your elder and second sister when the time comes. The Murong residence has delightful pastries and treats. I will ensure you have your fill. Thank you, cousin. I shall certainly visit next time. Li Chun replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Murong Yu smiled as she affectionately patted his head. Despite being born of Wang Yinyang, he bore a striking resemblance to his legitimate brothers, Li Han, Li Yu. In Li Mu, Chapter 177, reluctance to break off engagement. Li Zhu felt a twinge of hesitation. Perhaps her cousin's invitation was merely casual banter. Prior to this day, Murong Yu had maintained a rather indifferent stance towards them, neither overtly difficult nor particularly close. However, Li Qian did not perceive it as mere pleasantry. What status does our cousin hold? There is no need for her to be courteous to us. Her words carried genuine invitation. And did you not notice how fond she is of Chunguer? She even promised him a sunflower parrot if he visits. Li Zhu had indeed observed this. Noting how her cousin had affectionately ruffled Chunguer's hair, a gesture of intimacy that had never occurred before, she resolved to consult with her aunt. Li Zhu remarked that there were only 2 concubine daughters in the household, and their daily provisions were identical, devoid of any rivalry for favor. Thus, their relationship was genuinely amicable, unlike the bitter conflicts often observed among sisters in other households. Lady Li grasped Murong Yu's hand and said, Today has been exceedingly busy. Even your aunt has not had the opportunity to entertain you and Jean. Murong Yu smiled and replied, There is no need for aunt to mention such things. I am well aware. The Duke of Li's residence has welcomed numerous guests today, and it is customary for this time of year to be quite hectic. Lady Li expressed her concern, noting that Murong Yu had indeed lost some weight, considering she had been on a vegetarian diet for half a year. Murong Yu chuckled as she and Murong Jin took their leave from the Duke's residence. As he was a male, he had to accompany his father for New Year visits. Once the New Year festivities were over, the days would become relatively more leisurely, although customary social interactions would still persist. In the biting cold, she truly had no desire to engage in petty rivalries with young maidens. She would rather dedicate her time to composing more formulas. Recently, she had created a few new recipes for perfumes, named Pearl Balm, Flower Beauty Balm, and Spring Arrival Balm, all suitable for use in the spring season. They had already garnered the approval and affection of Princess Anyang. She had also submitted these formulas to Li Mu. Has cousin recovered? Murong Yu inquired. Li Mu had come today to settle the profits with his cousin, and upon hearing her question, he chuckled softly. It is not a matter of great consequence. To be frank, Gong Sun Su's recent actions have indeed been somewhat disheartening for me, as I do not believe I am inferior to Zhao Wenji in any regard. In terms of family background, appearance, and talent, Zhao Wenji cannot compare to me. The fact that Gong Sun Su would rather favor Zhao Wenji than him is indeed a blow to one's ego. However, what transpired subsequently made him feel fortunate that this union could not come to fruition. Gong Sun Su engaged in an act that diminished her worth, and then sent him 2 letters expressing her unwillingness to withdraw from the engagement. In Chapter 178, titled Mutual Affection, she had already been intimately embracing and kissing Zhao Wenji. Yet she could still pen such letters to him. Was he truly blind to this? Or did she possess such confidence in herself, believing he could simply overlook her indiscretions? This also led Li Mu to revise his previous impression of Gong Sun Su. He felt an overwhelming relief that the marriage had not materialized. Otherwise, he could only imagine how green his head would have turned. Seeing him so relieved, Murong Yu felt reassured. As far as she knew, Gong Sun Su was set to marry into the Zhao family next month, a matter already settled. After handing over the formulas for pearl cream, floral face cream, and spring cream to her cousin, Murong Yu summoned Murong Jin again, instructing him to exchange for gold. Dear sister, how much gold do you intend to accumulate? He asked, astonished as he received the box. Never mind, just convert it for me, came her calm reply. He thought to himself that his sister was truly wealthy, resembling a female magnate, with several large chests filled with gleaming gold. Murong Yu also possessed several thousand taels of silver notes in her possession. Contemplating that she should acquire more estates, for in the future, grain would be as precious as oil. After a moment of thought, she said, Go fetch Aju. Once Ali was tidied up, Mylan, Zhu, and Aju were brought in, with a maid being appointed as her personal maid, her status only subordinate to a man. The remaining 3, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, were all second-tier maids. Alan and Aju were responsible for the affairs of her courtyard, while Aju had been running errands regarding the recent soup distribution outside. It was precisely for this reason that Murong Yu had heard about Aju's situation from Aimei. When Aju entered and greeted her, Murong Yu, without any preamble, addressed her directly. I have heard about your connection with A Wang. At this remark, Aju's complexion paled slightly, and she quickly knelt down, saying, Miss, I have no such intentions. I wish to continue serving you. Murong Yu smiled, remarking, Why are you so anxious? I did not say I wish to dismiss you. In fact, I believe A Wang is quite admirable. A Wang was the youngest son of Su Mama, who had been assisting with the bookkeeping and errands since the soup distribution began. Over the past few days, Murong Yu had decided to cultivate him as her confidant. Given that A Wang and Aju had developed a mutual affection due to their shared responsibilities, Murong Yu called Aju in to inquire further. Aju's face alternated between crimson and pallor, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Aimee, observing her distress, interjected, Can you not see? The young lady wishes to support your connection with A Wang. She has no intention of separating you. If you have feelings for A Wang, you should be honest with her. Aju raised her face to meet the young lady's gaze, and upon seeing her stare, she blushed deeply and stammered, I cannot face the young lady. With that, she knelt down once more. Murong Yu understood and inquired, What is A Wang's attitude towards you? Is this unreciprocated affection, or do you share a genuine bond? You must clarify your intentions before I can take charge, for a misstep in this delicate matter would be regrettable, Aju said, her cheeks flushed. Unable to meet the gaze of the lady, Miss, A Wang mentioned that once the external affairs are settled, he wishes to seek your favor. Murong Yu replied, At this hour, A Wang should be present in the residence. Summon him. Shortly thereafter, A Wang was brought forth. This humble servant greets the esteemed Mississippi. Upon noticing Aju kneeling nearby, A Wang understood the gravity of the situation and respectfully bowed to the lady. Chapter 179. The Chuan Valley region recently, Yu, Xuanzi, and the guards, including Lin, have managed the external affairs commendably, Murong Yu remarked. A Wang responded with utmost respect. All credit is due to the generous support from the esteemed Miss. It is only through your financial backing that we have been able to act with such freedom. This statement bore truth, as insufficient funds would render even the most skilled hands powerless. Do you harbor feelings for Aju? Murong Yu inquired. A Wang's face flushed as he knelt and said, Miss, I indeed hold affection for Aju, yet our interactions have remained honorable, devoid of any impropriety. To pursue Aju as a wife is no simple endeavor, currently. She is among the few I can rely upon, Murong Yu stated. A Wang's expression turned anxious, and Aju's complexion paled slightly. However, lovebirds should ultimately unite. I am not so heartless as to forcibly separate you two, Murong Yu chuckled lightly. At her words, both A Wang and Aju exhaled in relief, their faces warming further upon hearing the laughter of Aimee, and others standing nearby. This year, Aju is 15 years old. I intend to keep her for another year, allowing her to marry next year when she turns 16. At that time, I shall prepare a dowry for her, ensuring she weds a Wang with great pomp and circumstance. Murong Yu said, Thank you, Miss. Aju exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she bowed deeply. A Wang, you stay, the rest of you may leave, Murong Yu instructed. Yes. Amon and Aimee led Aju outside, observing the redness on her forehead. Why such fervor? Has the Miss ever mistreated anyone in our household? She is simply overwhelmed with joy. Aimee teased. Aju's face flushed with embarrassment, though her happiness was evident. Nearby, Alung, Azu, and Ajong looked on with envy, for a Wang was indeed a commendable match. Inside, Murong Yu was discussing matters with a Wang, referencing a map and indicating specific locations. Is the Miss serious? A Wang pondered. Gazing at the desolate areas on the map, she pointed out. Murong Yu shot him a glance. Do you think I jest? A Wang quickly shook his head, yet could only speak truthfully. If the Miss wishes to acquire land, that is feasible. However, the valley you mentioned, as marked on the map, appears to be an undeveloped area. This may prove to be quite challenging, raising the level of difficulty considerably. The Chuan Valley remains untamed, a desolate expanse devoid of human presence. Yet, as the saying goes, fortunes shift with the passage of time. Who can truly predict the outcomes of this world? You need only to select capable individuals to venture forth and establish agricultural estates. The region is not as dire as you might envision. It would be prudent to bring along seasoned farmers with ample experience. However, Murong Yu is resolute in her ambitions. In the future, the Chuan Valley will be transformed under her guidance into a crucial grain-producing region, particularly suited for the cultivation of crops, an idea that had previously never crossed anyone's mind. Ji Qingxian once expressed his astonishment, questioning how such an inhospitable area could yield sustenance, and inquired how she had stumbled upon this revelation. Murong Yu's discovery was serendipitous. She had accompanied her master to cultivate medicinal herbs in that secluded environment, which felt akin to a hidden paradise. She successfully grew a variety of precious herbs there, and later, on a whim, decided to experiment with grain cultivation. The scarcity of food at the time compelled her to assist Ji Qingxian in finding a solution. To her astonishment, the harvest from the Chuan Valley produced an exceptionally high yield, exceeding all expectations. Chapter 180. Bitterer than Huanglian, my lady. I have never undertaken a task of this nature. Wang hesitated, apprehensive about the possibility of failure and the subsequent accountability to the young lady. Murong Yu reassured him, saying, Guard Lin will accompany you, and I shall provide additional assistance as well. Then I shall give it a try, Wang replied, steeling himself. Murong Yu gazed at him, stating, Handle this matter discreetly. The tenants from Chuan Valley must be carefully selected. I cannot allow even the slightest leak. Rest assured, miss, I have already identified suitable candidates, all of whom are honest and upright, Alwan replied with a nod. This time, the young lady had provided aid to numerous refugees from Yuzhou, many of whom are available for this purpose. He was well aware of the situation there. Murong Yu further instructed, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone, not even to the master, madam, or the eldest young master. I understand, Alwan affirmed with a nod. Once the task is accomplished, I shall arrange the wedding for you and Aju. Murong Yu then softened her tone, saying, Aju is close to me. Once she is married, it will be her choice whether to continue serving by my side. I am deeply grateful to you, miss, Alwan expressed. Madame Su even came personally to convey her thanks regarding this matter. Murong Yu smiled, saying, There is no need for excessive formality, Madame Su. Alwan is quite capable, and I feel assured in trusting Aju to him. The old servant must thank you once more, miss, for permitting Aju to marry this young man, Madame Su joyfully remarked. She was quite pleased with Aju, but since Aju was close to the young lady, she had not thought much of it. To her surprise, the two young people had developed feelings for each other, and the young lady had agreed, making it undoubtedly a joyful occasion. Madame Li had also heard Madame Su mention this briefly, but considering it a trivial matter, she did not pay much attention, as she was preoccupied with her daughter's marriage. However, her daughter remained indifferent to the prospect of marriage, which was indeed a classic case of the emperor being anxious while the eunuchs were not. Murong Yu felt quite helpless about the situation. She truly did not see the merits of marriage. The life of a woman is fraught with challenges. Must one marry to find a sense of worth? Her mother should simply focus on maintaining her health, for she herself was well aware of her own feelings. Murong Yu could only reply, You always speak of being aware, but what do you truly know? Do you perhaps have someone you secretly admire? Li Shi suddenly inquired. Recalling something, Murong Yu was taken aback, as Ji Qingshuan's face flashed through her mind, and she quickly shook her head in fear. What are you saying, mother? I do not have anyone I like. Then why are you so unconcerned? Li Shi pressed. Isn't Inyang also untroubled? We have no worries about marriage. So why should we fret over such matters? Speaking of Inyang, Li Shi continued. When you last visited, did you persuade her? She has a good relationship with Lord Su. She must not let her whims lead her to break off the engagement. If she does, she will surely regret it. For many are watching Lord Su. Murong Yu replied, That is Inyang's affair. I cannot involve myself in her decisions. Moreover, what you deem good may not necessarily align with my own views. Li Shi shot her a glare, exclaiming, You never let your mother rest easy. Madam, Lady Shui has arrived, a maid announced as she entered. Let her in, Li Shi instructed. Lady Shui entered, bowing respectfully to both Li Shi and Murong Yu. Li Shi cast her a sidelong glance. I heard from the master yesterday that you have not been well. Lady Shui's heart felt heavier than if she had consumed bitter herbs. This servant has been unwell these past few days, but once this period passes, I shall be able to attend to the master again. Chapter 181. Tao Hong. It is indeed a rare occurrence for the master to visit last night. Yet it was unfortunate that it coincided with her physical discomfort. Shui Yinyang had eagerly awaited the master's arrival for so long, only to find herself unable to serve him upon his arrival. After the master departed last night, she tossed and turned, unable to find rest throughout the night. When she came to pay her respects today, she appeared far from spirited. However, Li Shi paid no heed to her state. She had never forgotten the ambitions harbored by Shui Yinyang and her daughter. Had it not been for her daughter's interruption, they might have been scheming further. Yet, Shui Yinyang had a daughter married off who relied on the Murong family, and her own capabilities were quite limited. given that the courtyard was filled with her supporters. She was easily managed, which is why Li Sher chose to overlook her, nothing more. She allowed Shui Yinyang to pay her respects before dismissing her. Li Sher remarked, ultimately, having just this one concubine seems insufficient. It would be more appropriate to select another for the master. Murong Yu felt she had no place in this discussion. The affairs of her father's chamber were not for her, as a daughter, to comment on. Beside her, Mama Su interjected, in truth, it may not be necessary. The master does not seem to mind these matters. Just because the master is indifferent does not mean I should feign ignorance. I cannot be so selfish. The master has treated me with great kindness, Li Sher replied. Murong Yu listened, feeling a profound sense of bewilderment. Her father treated her mother well. Thus her mother showed understanding towards her father, leading to the arrangement of a concubine? She could not comprehend this logic. I think we should grant Tao Hong a proper status, Li Sher contemplated before coming to a decision. Peach Blossom is a second-tier maid in the Li household. 17 years of age, characterized by her earnest and unpretentious nature. Her appearance is rather ordinary, lacking any striking beauty. Upon entering, she kneels to express her gratitude, evidently feeling a measure of joy. Originally, Murong Yu intended to inquire about Peach Blossom's thoughts, but upon observing her demeanor, she refrained from speaking further. It is evident that Peach Blossom is willing. After all, the master is only 37 this year, not yet approaching 40, and he is far from being an old curmudgeon. Moreover, he holds a position of considerable power and influence, exuding both elegance and charm. For Peach Blossom to gain the favor of becoming the master's concubine is indeed a significant elevation in her status, granting her a semblance of authority within the household. With the current stability of the Li family's position, she is permitted to bear illegitimate offspring, and should she be fortunate enough to give birth to a son or daughter, her future would be secure. Thus, it is only natural for her to feel elated. Lady Li gestures for her to leave, then turns to her daughter, Do you believe my actions are right or wrong? Murong Yu responds, there is certainly a reasoning behind your actions, mother. Yet, a sigh escapes her heart. In this life, due to her efforts to restore her health, her mother has unexpectedly become pregnant again. In her previous life, there were only she and Jean as children. Consequently, no new faces grace the courtyard, save for Aunt Shui. However, this life is markedly different, and she is uncertain whether this change is a blessing or a curse. Lady Li gazes at her daughter. Peach Blossom has been by my side since she was 10, growing up in this household. While she may harbor some thoughts, she remains fundamentally honest and straightforward, and I do not fear that she will give rise to any discontent while serving the master. Murong Yu understood that. Whether it was Aunt Shui or Tao Hong, they could not escape the control of the Li family, which is why the Li family maintains such a stable position. The plight of women in this life is indeed such. While it is essential to live well oneself, one must also exhibit an open heart, especially when one's status remains unshaken, for one cannot afford to leave too many vulnerabilities for others to exploit. Chapter 182. Aunt Tao Murong Yu comprehended these truths. However, knowing and being able to act upon them are two entirely different matters. Yu's thoughts were increasingly burdensome, and at times, I found myself perplexed by what she was contemplating. Li expressed with concern. Madame Su reassured her, saying, Madam, there is no need for excessive worry. The eldest young lady possesses a clever disposition. Whatever is unclear to her now, she will ultimately come to understand. Li remarked, to understand later may come at a considerable cost. Her daughter had not always been this way. Ever since she had that peculiar dream, she had changed significantly. When she had feelings for that young man from the Hua family, she had contemplated such matters. Yet now she seemed rather dismissive of the idea of her husband taking a concubine. Life is challenging for women, and achieving a satisfactory existence is no easy feat. One must adopt a broad-minded perspective and seek clarity in all matters to truly thrive. The notion of a husband taking a concubine to serve him is hardly a significant issue, which household does not operate in such a manner. In comparison to the outside world, the Murong family is indeed a rare sanctuary of tranquility. It is thus imperative to find a suitable match for you. She is ill-suited for a life filled with deceit and treachery. Li reached her conclusion. The lady's words resonated with the old servant, who also felt that the young lady was ill-suited for a life akin to that of the second young lady. There was a demanding mother-in-law to contend with, a sister-in-law who was not easy to get along with, and troublesome servants below. It was all a source of distress. The lady should indeed take her time to consider the young lady's future. Without haste, Miss Su remarked. Though she professed there was no rush, the daughter was already 16. How could there be no urgency? Nevertheless, the Li family matriarch chose to remain silent. The lady had granted a face to Tao Hong, and word of her becoming a concubine spread throughout the inner courtyard. Many envied Tao Hong, believing her fortune was exceptional, as she would soon become a significant figure within the household. If she were to bear a son or daughter for the master, she would truly have nothing to worry about for the rest of her life. The news of Tao Hong's elevation to concubine status stirred the greatest reaction from Aunt Shui. Could it be that the lady was genuinely willing to present someone to the master? Aunt Shui found herself restless. Ms. Feng commented, "This is not an extraordinary matter. It is only fitting for the lady to select someone for the master. Last night, the master encountered difficulties with the concubines, so it is imperative that he is presented with another today. Otherwise, the reputation of the lady as the head of the household may be tarnished, as outsiders would say that the master has no one to attend to him in the inner chambers." Aunt Shui, feeling bewildered, pondered, "What am I to do? That Tao Hong is merely 17. What role is left for me in the master's service?" Though she was confident, she could not ignore that she was a woman in her 30s who had borne children and could hardly be compared to a girl of 16 or 17. Previously, there had been only one maid in the backyard, which left little room for competition. However, with the arrival of Tao Hong, who was half her age, Shui Yinyang's sense of crisis was suddenly heightened. "Do not be anxious, my lady. Worrying will not change the situation, especially since you are currently unwell," Feng Mama advised. Yet, how could Shui Yinyang not feel anxious? It seemed almost a cruel twist of fate that just when the master came to visit, she found herself indisposed. Feng Mama struggled to offer comfort, recognizing the inevitability of the situation. "Though Tao Hong is youthful, she cannot compare to your beauty, my lady. Do not trouble yourself too much. Men do not concern themselves with appearances. After all, when the lights are dimmed, all are the same." Shui Yinyang lamented, genuinely feeling a sense of urgency, fearing that she might be overshadowed and that the master would never again visit her. In no time, all her thoughts were consumed with observing whether Tao Hong was favored by the master. Chapter 183. Heartache. Murong Yu did not disappoint Shui Yinyang, spending several consecutive days with Tao Hong. To her, this was the epitome of favoritism. After all these years, the master had never once visited her courtyard consecutively, yet here he was, staying with that wretched girl. Indeed, men are always drawn to the young. Shui Yinyang sank into her seat, feeling utterly despondent. Feng Mama quickly encouraged her, saying, "Do not lose heart, my lady. Now that you are feeling better, it would be wise to stroll through the garden in the back courtyard. If the master passes by, you can engage him in conversation. It is said that familiarity breeds affection. Only through meeting can bonds be formed." Shui Yinyang, undeterred by setbacks, swiftly gathered her resolve once more. In the main quarters, Tao Hong was diligently massaging Li's shoulders. She had reported for duty daily, and although she had become a concubine, she dared not grow complacent, for she understood that all she possessed was granted by the madam. "It is a privilege for you to serve the master, should you bear him offspring. Your status will surely be elevated, but that entirely depends on your own fortune," Li stated. The maid promptly expressed her gratitude, kneeling deeply in reverence. Shui Yinyang, taken aback by her arrival, observed her with a glimmer of disdain as she strutted in, her complexion glowing with an air of superiority. "How audacious of you to flaunt your recent favor after only a few days," she thought to herself. "Good day, Yinyang," Tao Hong greeted, accompanied by her maid with a smile. Shui Yinyang cast a sidelong glance at her. "I have heard that you have become the master's concubine. It is indeed surprising, considering you are the least remarkable among the madam's maids." Tao Hong replied with a smile. "Indeed, as you say, my looks may be the most ordinary, yet my fortune is the finest. The madam even encouraged me this morning to strive for the master as progeny, promising that should luck be on my side, she would elevate my position." Shui Yinyang's expression remained indifferent as she replied, "Is that so? Well, that is indeed joyous news, and I extend my congratulations to you." Tao Hong beamed with delight, pondering whether Shui Yinyang's congratulations were genuine or merely feigned. Could it be jealousy? She mused. Yet, jealousy was only natural, for the master had visited her for several consecutive days, granting her more in this short span than Shui Yinyang had received over the years. Shui Yinyang was struck by a sudden surge of anger, nearly leaping to tear apart the visage of that audacious wretch. What a farcical scene it was when Tao Hong led her away. This vile creature, having merely attended to the master for a few days, now displayed such rampant arrogance. Shui Yinyang's face was contorted with a desire to devour Tao Hong alive. Mama Feng sighed, Observing, one can clearly see that the master truly favors her. Without delving into other matters, Tao Hong's remark about how the master has spent more time resting with her in recent days than he has with Shui Yinyang over the years was indeed piercingly painful. Shui Yinyang felt an acute sense of grievance. After all, she had borne the master a daughter, rare, and had long been a part of the household. How could the master allow this brazen Tao Hong to belittle her so? Mama Feng replied, "This has nothing to do with the master. He is unaware of such matters. Previously, you were the only concubine in the courtyard, which spared you from such rivalries. Now that Tao Hong has joined, it is only natural for her to trample upon your dignity. Moreover, she is still young. Should she conceive and bear a son, you may find yourself further marginalized." As Shui Yinyang pondered Tao Hong's current haughtiness, she was filled with dread at the thought of the latter giving birth to a son for the master. After many years, the courtyard of the Murong residence was stirred by a belated tempest of jealousy and rivalry. Under Murong Yu's careful management, she was well aware of the happenings within the courtyard, and she too was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Tao Hong would rouse Shui Yinyang to compete for affection so fervently. It was unexpected to discover this side of Tao Hong, a Mei remarked. A man responded, "You are unaware. When Tao Hong first entered, she was assigned to serve concubine Shui. However, after a mishap where the tea was scalding hot, concubine Shui slapped her, and she knelt outside the courtyard. It was the madam who, upon hearing of this, ordered Tao Hong to be brought into the main hall to serve." A Mei was astonished. "Is that so? It happened before you entered the manor." A man nodded. "I wondered why Tao Hong had suddenly become so arrogant after going to concubine Shui's side." A Mei chuckled. "It appears that concubine Shui has met her match this time." "Sister, did you hear? The crown prince was attacked." Murong Jin whispered. Murong Yu remained composed, but inquiring, "Was it at the Zhuke Tower?" Murong Jin exclaimed, "Sister, you already knew?" Murong Yu remained silent, recalling that in her past life, the crown prince had been attacked at Zhuke Tower, and this incident marked the beginning of the decline of the Ming Wang faction. "What is the current situation outside?" Murong Yu asked, not elaborating further. Murong Jin replied, "Tension is palpable. The common people dare not venture into the streets." Murong Yu looked at him, advising, "You should refrain from going out. It would be best to stay within the manor for now." Although Murong Jin had a restless disposition, he managed to endure the next month. In this brief span, the faction of the Ming Wang had been nearly eradicated by the Empress and the Crown Prince. The attack at Zhuke Tower had been meticulously planned, and the Crown Prince, enduring severe injuries, would not easily let the Ming Wang faction escape unscathed. However, Murong Yu was acutely aware that this assassination attempt was not the most perilous. The true danger lay in the imminent demise of the Ming Prince, which was destined to occur this July. His Highness had long been afflicted by a treacherous poison known as Xianji, a lethal toxin that was both colorless and tasteless, with no antidote available. In her previous life, the Ming Prince had succumbed to this very poison. His favored concubine, the Li consort, would later be chosen by the ascendant Crown Prince to join his harem, ultimately becoming the Li consort of the Crown Prince. In this fierce contention among royal brothers, the triumphant one was ultimately the Crown Prince. In this rebirth, Murong Yu had never contemplated altering the course of events, for many matters were not as straightforward as they seemed, nor could a mere individual, powerless as she was, effect such changes at will. Especially in matters of the royal family, the best course for survival was to maintain a safe distance. Chapter 185. The successful annulment of engagement in the balmy spring of March, as winter's snow began to melt away. The atmosphere in the capital had transformed following a tumultuous month. The faction loyal to the Ming Prince adopted a low profile, while the Crown Prince's supporters surged forth like the rising sun. It was during this period that the news emerged from the residence of the Earl Su that the engagement with the Cheng Prince's estate had been dissolved. Lord Su Chang'an, after fruitlessly entangling himself with Princess Anyang, had no choice but to annul the betrothal. However, there were additional developments that transpired, which Murong Yu did not closely monitor. These were disclosed to her by Princess Anyang herself. It was said that Zhou Yuru and Su Rui, while indulging in honeyed wine, inadvertently found themselves in Lord Su Chang'an's chamber, leading to a fortuitous union. Of course, this remained a secret, unbeknownst to the outside world. Princess Anyang had her own informants strategically placed within the Earl's household, thus acquiring such intimate knowledge. Upon hearing this, Murong Yu was left utterly astonished. How could Zhou Yuru possess such audacity to scheme against Su Chaman? Did she not fear incurring his wrath and ending up with nothing but a futile endeavor? Furthermore, Was Su Chang'an truly so easily manipulated? Princess Anyang remarked, "This affair is not solely the doing of Miss Zhou. Su Ruoyi and Madame Su have also been stirring the pot." Murong Yu replied, "Madame Su is indeed quite capable to orchestrate such a scheme against her own son." Princess Anyang continued, "She cannot bear to see her son bowing to me. With the crown prince rising to prominence, her daughter is poised to ascend to greatness. So she hardly regards my royal house with any respect. She is eager for this engagement to be annulled, yet Su Chang'an obstinately refuses, leading her to resort to such underhanded tactics, to have him entangled with Miss Zhou, and then she would catch them in the act, leaving him with no room for argument, compelling him to accept Miss Zhou and completely dissolve our engagement." Murong Yu pondered, "But how could Madame Su possibly favor Zhou Yuru? Hasn't she always held very high standards, believing that ordinary women are unworthy of her son?" This mindset bears a striking resemblance to that of Lady Hua, who believes any woman marrying her son must have accumulated several lifetimes of fortune. "I am at a loss as to where this confidence stems from," Princess Anyang remarked. "It is not entirely unexpected, for ever since the news of my engagement annulment with Su Chang'an spread, the Zhou family has been scheming. You are aware of the fifth Miss Zhou, who has always been subservient in front of Madame Su. Given Madame Su's overwhelming desire for control, she yearns for such a daughter-in-law. Moreover, with the crown prince's rising influence, the Earl and Marquis families no longer require the support of the Wang family through marriage. It is only natural for them to consider a family like the Zhou's. With Zhou Yuru as her daughter-in-law, Madame Su can manipulate her at will, far easier than she could with me." Murong Yu looked at her, realizing that once this marriage proposal was retracted, there would be no turning back. "Let there be no regrets," Princess Anyang exclaimed instantly. "Do you not know my temperament? I recognize that his mother possesses such a character. Su Chang'an is unable to withstand her demands. I knew that if I truly married into that family, I would undoubtedly regret it, especially since you were dreamt that the Wang family would be far inferior to its former glory. How could I hope for a favorable position in front of Madame Su? You were dreamed of losing 2 children after marrying Su Chang'an and living an unhappy life. She does not doubt the truth of these visions. I can foresee that if I were to marry, I would end up as a resentful wife. Such a life is simply unfathomable, utterly terrifying." Chapter 186. Unabashed, seeing her as if she had cast off a heavy burden, Murong Yu smiled. Indeed, Princess Anyang's decision not to marry Su Chang'an has spared her from a calamity. A beauty like her should never endure such tribulations. Su Ruoyi even sent me a letter, Princess Anyang said with a smile. Murong Yu mocked. "Is she implying that you will regret not marrying her elder brother?" Princess Anyang scoffed, "Indeed. She claims that I will eventually rue my decision and insists that my opportunity to marry into the Earl's family is a fortune accrued over generations. A fortune I certainly do not desire. Moreover, who does she think she is? Engaged to the crown prince before even making her debut. She is utterly shameless and takes pride in it. Her mother is no better. They truly believe that their daughter will ascend to greatness. But does Su Rui possess such fortune?" Murong Yu mused to herself that Su Rui indeed lacked that destiny. In her previous life, Su Rui did not enter the palace and was instead betrothed to another noble by the newly ascended crown prince. However, she lived quite splendidly, later being conferred the title of Lady Gua, and maintained a clandestine rapport with the crown prince. It was truly nauseating. The dissolution of the engagement between the King's manor and the Earl's family had finally reached its conclusion. This not only alleviated the concerns of Murong Yu and Princess Anyang, but also resolved a significant matter for Madame Su. What expression is that? Can you not survive without her? How can a single woman cause you such turmoil? Do you still have any aspirations? Madame Su cast a cold glance at her son across the room, snorting dismissively. Su Chang'an's face was ashen, devoid of color, and his spirit appeared rather diminished. Madame Su could hardly bear to see her spirited son, Su Chang'an, so dejected over a woman from outside. However, she softened her tone, saying, "You and Chu Anyang are simply not fated. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Now that Yu is already yours, you must redirect your affections towards her. This engagement ought to be formalized. We cannot allow a virtuous young lady to be compromised without due consideration. Such behavior is utterly unreasonable." Su Chang'an's complexion turned even paler. He recalled that fateful day when he had been intoxicated, only to awaken in his bed and realize the presence of someone else. In his haze, he mistook the voice for that of Anyang's, and under the influence of alcohol, he had acted upon it. It was only upon regaining consciousness that he discovered it was the fifth Miss Zhou Yu. Let my mother handle this matter, Su Chang'an lamented, closing his eyes in distress. Madame Su, however, was quite pleased. She did not wish for her son to develop any genuine affection for his future wife. Seeing that he evidently harbored little fondness for Zhou Yu brought her joy. Rest assured, once the young lady from the Zhou family enters our household, I will ensure you are well taken care of. You shall not endure any hardship. Marrying her will undoubtedly be more advantageous than uniting with Chu Anyang, she reassured him. A servant remarked, the Lord seems utterly lost. It is indeed fortunate that Princess Anyang did not enter the family, otherwise, would there be room for another in his heart? Madame Su wholeheartedly agreed. That woman was intent on bewitching her son, and had she been allowed to enter the family, it would have been disastrous. Thankfully, the marriage proposal had been completely abandoned. With the crown prince flourishing in power and our fortunes aligned with his favor, how could a bright future elude us? Why would she need to marry in to enhance her fortune, especially when she is so envious and petty? Only misfortune would lead to such a daughter-in-law being welcomed into a family, remarked Madame Su. Chapter 187. Both bitter and jealous, the marriage between the Earl's residence and the Zhou family was swiftly arranged, surprising many outside who had not anticipated that such a prestigious match would befall the fifth young lady of the Zhou family. As for the Hua family, who could argue otherwise? A noble house like the Earl's is a fitting match for us, while the Zhou family is merely a fourth-rank household. Yet, inexplicably, this advantageous union has fallen to her. Henceforth, Miss Zhou will be the countess, and anyone she encounters will regard her with heightened esteem, declared Chun Lianer. Hua Hongyu felt a pang of jealousy and bitterness, as her own marriage prospects remained uncertain, while Zhou Yuru had secured such a splendid match. Cousin, you must contemplate your own future more seriously. You are already 15, and while there were many suitors previously, ever since your sister-in-law came, those prospects have vanished entirely. This is not a favorable sign. Chun Lianer continued, observing Hua Hongyu's expression darken further. For us women, the paramount concern is marriage, as it significantly impacts our lives. Look at Miss Zhou. What distinguished accomplishments did she have before? Nothing remarkable at all. Yet now, with her engagement to Lord Su, she will step into the role of countess. Who would dare to disrespect her? This exemplifies the importance of securing a good marriage for us women. Hua Hongyu approached Murong Yu, twisting her handkerchief, and violently tore the garment Murong Yu was crafting for Hui Yuan, throwing it to the ground and trampling it underfoot. Miss Hongyu, what on earth are you doing? How has my young mistress offended you? Chao gritted her teeth in protest. Murong Yu cast a cold glance at Hua Hongyu, yet maintained a smile as she said, why the sudden outburst, Hongyu? If I have inadvertently upset you, simply express it, and I shall offer my apologies. There is no need for such anger. You dare to speak. Hua Hongyu shot her a fierce glare. If Murong Yu were to marry into the family, I would not be here, relegated to a position of insignificance, with suitors knocking at my door. Upon hearing this, Murong Yu comprehended the underlying issue. But I heard the Earl's residence is in discussions regarding a marriage with the Zhou family. She replied with a knowing smile. Hua Hongyu clenched her teeth. How can you still smile? What is my shortcoming compared to Zhou Yuru? She can secure such a fine match, while I remained empty-handed. All because of you. Very well. It is all my fault, my oversight. However, I am already wed. Blaming me further will not change that. How about I accompany you to the Zhou family to inquire about how Yuru secured her engagement? We were once the best of friends. She ought to share some insights with us, Murong Yu suggested with a smile. Turning to Chao, she instructed, please deliver a visiting card to Miss Zhou, and see if she is available tomorrow. If she is, Hongyu and I shall pay her a visit. As soon as the person departed, Murong Yu's countenance turned icy. Chao, filled with indignation, remarked, it took the young mistress a considerable effort to prepare the garments, and now they have been ruined. This was all the young mistress's heartfelt intention. With a cold smile, Murong Yu retorted, it matters not if intentions are squandered, as long as no one is harmed in the process. Chapter 188. High aspirations yet low abilities. Upon witnessing her mistress's demeanor, Chao discerned the underlying sentiment and softly inquired, is the young mistress planning to deal with Miss Hongyu? Murong Yu's gaze turned frigid. Is she not eager to marry? I am merely facilitating her desires. I believe that Zhou Senshao, Zhou Qiguang, is a commendable choice. A union with the Zhou family would be exceedingly suitable for the Huaho residence. In solidarity, Chao exclaimed, Hastening Miss Hong Yu's marriage would certainly alleviate numerous troubles. She frequently appears to create disturbances and vents her frustrations upon the young mistress, treating her as a mere outlet for her grievances. However, a tinge of hesitation lingered. How could Miss Hong Yu be wed to Zhou Senshao? After all, he is not particularly distinguished, and Miss Hong Yu has always held lofty standards. Although the Zhou family status is rather ordinary, Zhou Yuro has now allied herself with the esteemed Earl's residence, and she is destined to become a countess. Furthermore, Su Rui has clandestine dealings with the crown prince. Murong Yu spoke softly, prompting Qiao to pause in surprise. How does the young mistress know this? I was completely unaware. It is merely a matter from last year, Murong Yu replied, narrowing her eyes. During a gathering among young ladies, Su Rui attended alongside them. However, she mysteriously vanished midway through the event. It was only as the gathering drew to a close that she reappeared, supported by a maid as she emerged from a secluded courtyard. On that occasion, Murong Yu happened to be hiding behind a rockery and observed that shortly after Su Rui's departure, the crown prince, clad in casual attire, also exited that same courtyard. The rosy complexion she bore was indicative of a recent intimate encounter, and the allure in her expression was unmistakable, perhaps emboldened by the prince's affection. Su Rui did not feel the need to conceal her state. Murong Yu never spoke of this incident, which had transpired only the previous year. Now, with the crown prince having eliminated numerous followers of the Ming Wang, it was a significant display of power. She had overheard Hui Yuan's lamentations. He had chosen the wrong side and aligned himself with the Ming Wang. This marriage must be facilitated, Murong Yu pondered. It may prove challenging, especially since Miss Hong Yu has lofty aspirations, desiring a husband of unparalleled distinction. Moreover, the reputation of Zhou Senshao in public is far from favorable. Qiao hesitated to express. Murong Yu scoffed, stating that was the past. The current circumstances were beyond her control. She then chuckled lightly, adding that Zhou Qiguang, while lacking in many respects, possessed a remarkable audacity. With that alone, he could win Hong Yu's hand, and she believed he was quite suitable for her. From that day forth, Murong Yu frequently took Hong Yu to visit the Zhou family, and before long, Hong Yu was indeed seen wandering the lakeside with Zhou Senshao, Zhou Qiguang. Was it truly Hong Yu with Zhou Qiguang? Murong Yu inquired. Chapter 189. A grudge fulfilled, my lady. I assure you, I am not mistaken. The third young master of the Zhou family has indeed visited our estate to seek out the eldest young master. As for Hua Hong Yu, I would recognize her even if she were reduced to ashes. It is undoubtedly them, a man affirmed confidently. Murong Yu chuckled softly, surprised that the two of them had ended up together. Zhou Qiguang had indeed come to the Murong estate. But due to her disdain for him, she found him to be shifty and untrustworthy. She commanded her brother never to allow him back. A man's recognition was not unexpected. Rather, she was astonished that Hua Hong Yu would take an interest in Zhou Qiguang in this lifetime. In her previous life, suitors flocked to the Huaho residence, nearly wearing down the thresholds with their visits, yet Hua Hong Yu, with her lofty standards, had turned away every one of them, ultimately marrying into the Pei family. The Pei family was the maternal home of the empress, a vast and intricate clan. Murong Yu mused that even she would find it challenging to navigate such a family. Yet the indulged and spoiled Hua Hong Yu had plunged headlong into it. Indeed, it was a prestigious match, yet after several years of marriage, she had yet to bear a child. She had been pregnant 3 times, but none had survived. It was said that she engaged in fierce rivalries with the concubines in the household, and she was not well regarded by her husband. The 6th young master of the Pei family. The 6th young master was a figure of great renown, celebrated for his talents in both scholarly and martial pursuits. And he was exceptionally handsome. It was this very allure that had captured Hua Hong Yu's attention. Yet, in this lifetime, she had not secured a place in the Huaho residence. Her standards had evidently diminished from the likes of Pei Lu Xiao to someone like Zhou Qiguang. It is not that she casually comments on others' appearances. Indeed, Zhou Qiguang's looks leave much to be desired. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The focus lies on Zhou Qiguang's reputation. Seeking fleeting pleasures is a common affair. Previously, rumors circulated regarding his clandestine interactions with a certain young lady of a prominent family. This rumor does not seem to be unfounded, as that lady has since been divorced, and the Zhou family expended considerable wealth to quell the ensuing scandal. Although his talents may be limited, Zhou Qiguang excels in this particular domain. Additionally, it is worth noting that he has yet to face retribution from Ji Chengxian for a past grievance. In a previous life, the Zhou family met with utter destruction, and Zhou Qiguang was subjected to a horrific fate, left as a human monstrosity beside the servant's latrine, with orders for his care to ensure he did not perish. It remains uncertain how Ji Qingxian will exact vengeance upon him and the Zhou family in this lifetime, but should he fall into Ji Qingshuan's hands, death would be the least of his punishments. Murong Yu silently mourned for Huahong Yu in her heart. Miss, do you believe they can succeed? A man was equally intrigued. Murong Yu, savoring a delicious steamed cake, replied with a smile, they can indeed. It is merely uncertain whether this is the handiwork of Murong Yu, the second Miss's involvement. A man had not considered this and was taken aback. Zhou Qiguang's sister had only recently become engaged to the Count's family. Yet he and Huahong Yu crossed paths with us. Moreover, you are well aware of Huahong Yu's disposition. Her standards are remarkably high. If no one were to persuade her, she would certainly maintain her pride. Those who advocate for her would undoubtedly analyze the Zhou family's potential from various perspectives, which is why Huahong Yu would acquiesce. It is likely that only Murong Yu could accomplish this, Murong Yu concluded. As she spoke, Murong Yu furrowed her brows. For Hui Yuan was aligned with the Ming Wang faction, while the Zhou family supported the crown prince. How could Hui Yuan possibly acquiesce to this matter? Even if he now realized he had chosen the wrong side, there was little recourse, as the Ming Wang had yet to be completely overthrown. Waffling was a grave error. Murong Yu soon came to a realization. Indeed, Murong Yu was aware of Su Rui's connection to the crown prince. In her previous life, why did Hui Yuan dote on Murong Yu so? It was because she was exceptionally auspicious for her husband. Her relationship with Su Rui was remarkably close. Once, when Su Rui encountered bandits while out paying her respects, Murong Yu boldly stepped forward to protect her. This incident solidified Murong Yu's position as Su Rui's most trusted friend. Later, when Murong Yu married into the Hua family, Hui Yuan's fortunes flourished. From a position of having chosen the wrong side and being sidelined, he subsequently enjoyed untroubled success. With no one daring to impede him, Murong Yu had confided this matter to her. If the second young lady were to facilitate this marriage, it would indeed thrust Huahong Yu into a veritable pit of flames. A man remarked. Murong Yu chuckled lightly. Huahong Yu's temperament easily alienates others. And with Chun Lianer nearby to incite and provoke, Murong Yu must have suffered considerably at Huahong Yu's hands. It was entirely reasonable for her to seek retribution. She then offered some steamed cake to a man. A man took a piece and smiled. It is no wonder the young lady favors the steamed cakes from this place. After having tasted those from many locales, these are the most authentic. Having said this, she continued the previous topic. Yet, if the second young lady arranges for Huahong Yu to marry Zhou Qiguang, does she not fear that Huahong Yu's subsequent unhappiness will lead her to seek retribution? How would she seek retribution? Murong Yu scoffed, asserting, what kind of status does the Hua family hold now? It would not be an exaggeration to call them a fallen household. They are merely faade, hollow at their core. In such circumstances, what kind of family does Huahong Yu expect to attract? The Zhou family may not be particularly distinguished, only holding a fourth-rank title. Yet Zhou Qiguang's sister is on the verge of marrying into a countess household. Once she is wed, she will assume the title of countess. Moreover, the Zhou family has aligned themselves with the crown prince, who is currently in an ascendant position, which likewise elevates the Zhou family. In contrast to the empty shell that is the Hua family, marrying into the Zhou family represents the best match Huahong Yu can hope for at present. Should this union prove unsatisfactory, it would be due to Huahong Yu's inability to manage her affairs, and not something that can be blamed on Murong Yu. Amon, upon hearing this, came to understand and exclaimed, the second miss is truly formidable. She is pushing Huahong Yu into a pit while expecting gratitude in return. It is utterly imperceptible that she is setting a trap. Murong Yu did not deny the prowess of Murong Yu. She had always been adept, otherwise. How could she have been duped like a fool in her previous life until she wed into the family, only to discover her true nature? However, without the advantageous stepping stone that Murong Yu provided in the past, this lifetime would not afford her the same ease. This recent maneuver against Huahong Yu indicates that life in the Hua family is likely fraught with difficulties. Otherwise, they would not be so eager to marry Huahong Yu off. Allowing Huahong Yu to accompany Zhou Qiguang on outings inevitably leads to overnight stays. Given Zhou Qiguang's temperament, how could he remain compliant? He is bound to charm Huahong Yu with his guile. Other talents may be lacking, but Zhou Qiguang possesses an exceptional skill in charming young ladies. a talent honed in the brothels. Murong Yu, being of a tender disposition, finds herself utterly defenseless in his presence. It appears that Zhou Qiguang aims to seduce Murong Yu into losing her virtue before marriage, thus condemning her to a life of shame. This situation underscores the depth of animosity Murong Yu must have cultivated towards Murong Yu to incite such hatred. However, these matters hold little relevance to Murong Yu. After finishing her steamed cake, Murong Yu felt quite cheerful and declared, "Let us fetch the account books from the estate. I wish to take a look." Chapter 191. The seller Murong Yu possesses 5 estates akin to Shiyan Manor, each yielding an annual income exceeding 10,000 taels. In addition to these estates, she also owns several shops that sell fabric and various other goods, collectively earning her over 10,000 taels per year. Combined with the revenue from her estates, her annual income consistently surpasses several tens of thousands of taels. This substantial income explains the lavishness of Murong Yu's lifestyle and highlights the stark contrast faced by Murong Yu, who finds herself compelled to trouble Murong Yu. This is particularly true considering that even without the business she began with her cousin last year, her life would still be exceedingly comfortable, not to mention the additional dividends from her cousin's enterprises. It is no wonder that Murong Jin feels envious. His sister is indeed a wealthy woman. "Miss, the tenants are very grateful to you. Look, they have sent this jar of homemade sour plums," Amei said with a smile, presenting a jar of sour plums. "Is it from old Granny Zhou's sour plums?" a man inquired eagerly. "Indeed," Amei replied with a smile. "Miss, may I prepare a cup of sour plum soup for you?" "You favor the one from Granny Zhou's house the most," said a man. Murong Yu nodded, and when a man brought the sour plum soup, she took a sip and found it delightful. "Have the fabrics from the estate been distributed?" Murong Yu inquired. "They have all been distributed, and everyone is quite pleased. You won't find another master as generous as you outside," replied Amei. This time, when they came with the young lady, they brought a considerable amount of cloth and satin. Every household from the estate received a piece of fabric for free. Although it was merely ordinary cloth, it was worth 2 taels of silver, a reward for them. The daily labor they put in is arduous. "This is nothing compared to their efforts," Murong Yu remarked. "The estate is managed by native-born individuals, and her expectations are modest. However, the first principle is that the tenants must not be treated harshly. It is precisely for this reason that the tenants on her estate live quite well, with particularly high yields." "Miss, Zhuangzi has brought the people over," announced a Jew as she entered. Murong Yu nodded and led a man and a Mei outside. "Greetings, miss," under Zhuangzi's guidance. 4 robust tenants bowed respectfully to Murong Yu. These individuals were from the estate. "I wish to construct an ice cellar specifically for storing ice. Do you have any experience in this area?" Murong Yu asked them. "Miss, I can dig and understand the intricacies involved," replied the leading man. "What is your name?" Murong Yu inquired, observing him to be around 30 years of age, with a simple appearance. "My name is Wu Gang." "Very well, you shall lead the excavation. Once completed, there will be rewards for you." Murong Yu gazed at them and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, miss." She then instructed the kitchen to prepare meals for those who were digging the cellar. Since she mentioned it was for an ice cellar, there was no need to excavate a large space. In less than 3 days, the modest cellar was completed. After personally inspecting it, Murong Yu found it quite satisfactory and rewarded each worker with a coin. She then discreetly summoned Wu Gang and his father, instructing his father to wait outside while only Wu Gang entered. "Your family resides on the estate. Your parents are in good health, and your 2 sons are charming. I have observed your wife's pregnancy, and it appears you shall be blessed with a daughter, achieving the perfect balance of children," Murong Yu remarked. Chapter 192. The use of hoarded gold. Initially, Wu Gang was unaware of why the young lady had called for him and his father, but upon hearing these words, his face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out as he fell to his knees, pleading, "Miss, I know nothing. I beseech you to spare my family. We are but simple tenants on the estate. I am aware of that, which is why I intend to place great trust in you," Murong Yu replied, nodding. "I have seen the cellar you oversaw digging. It was exceptional. I wish to excavate another elsewhere of similar size, but it shall be solely you and your father doing the work. Upon completion, I will reward you handsomely, provided you keep your lips sealed. Your family's way of life will remain unchanged as it has been, but should you fail to guard your tongue, do not blame me for the consequences." "I shall keep my silence." Wu Gang earnestly bowed multiple times. "Very well." His father felt a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, yet he acquiesced. "You borrowed the secret guards from your uncle merely To excavate a cellar? The Duke of Li inquired, glancing at his niece. Uncle, you are well aware of my financial abundance. My cousin's nourishing pills sell like hotcakes, and with my own shops and estates, I am inundated with a steady influx of funds each month. I must secure a place to store my wealth, for leaving it in the residence is rather perilous. Murong Yu replied with a smile. The Duke of Li found the situation amusing yet perplexing. His niece's need for a cellar stemmed from her surplus of money with nowhere to allocate it. You possess such wealth with no means to expend it. Would you care to lend some to your uncle? I could calculate interest for you, he jested. Nay, uncle. If you require funds, seek out my third cousin. His coffers are certainly no less than mine. Murong Yu shook her head. The money she could lend her uncle would likely be spent on his military endeavors, where he personally funded his soldiers. However, she was confident that Li Mu's earnings sufficed, and she preferred to keep her own wealth intact. The Duke of Li, understanding her stance, was not inclined to press the matter further. Why not convert your wealth into silver notes? They are far easier to store. Unlike gold and silver, which occupy considerable space, Murong Yu expressed her preference for tangible gold and silver, dismissing the notion of silver notes. As for other matters, let us refrain from discussing them for now. Thank you, uncle. Murong Yu promptly expressed her gratitude. It is I who should be thanking you. Your nourishing pills are indeed quite lucrative, the Duke of Li chuckled. Chapter 193, The Worldly Demon King. After meeting her uncle, Murong Yu proceeded to the Fusho courtyard to pay her respects to her grandmother. In the Fusho courtyard, Li Qian's eyes sparkled as she approached. Cousin, do you have time tomorrow? If so, shall we visit? Murong Yu nodded with a smile. Certainly, you may come tomorrow. Li Qian was elated, and Li Zhu, observing that Murong Yu, her cousin, felt no reluctance, quietly breathed a sigh of relief, her face illuminated with a hint of joy. After spending some time with her grandmother, Murong Yu finally took her leave, with Li Qian and Li Zhu accompanying her to the door. She felt that there were numerous matters to attend to at the Duke Li's residence. Upon returning to the Murong Manor, Murong Yu went to see Madame Li. As she arrived, a maid was holding a spittoon, while Madame Li was retching. Mother, are you unwell again? Murong Yu approached to soothe her back. Su Mama made space for her, expressing her concerns. Indeed, the lady could hardly bear a small bowl of lotus seed and lean meat porridge. But now, being with child, how can she not eat anything? Last month was manageable, yet this month she vomits everything, and instead of gaining weight, she has lost quite a bit. After finishing her bout of vomiting, Madame Li accepted the warm water handed to her by the maid, taking a sip that brought her some relief. Despite consuming a fair amount of sour plums and drinking sour plum soup, the nausea persisted. At this moment, Madame Li's condition was truly dire. Had someone else reacted so severely, she might have doubted its authenticity. After all, she had previously been pregnant with twins, and the symptoms had not been so intense. Just yesterday, I dreamed of Neza causing havoc in the sea. Do you think my child might become a mischievous spirit in the future? Madame Li fretted, contemplating the turmoil within her, wondering if the child would one day bring chaos upon the heavens. Murong Yu found herself both amused and exasperated. Her mother was already growing anxious about this late-arriving child, having even dreamt of Neza stirring up the sea. Yet, truth be told, while she had some inkling of the futures of others, she remained entirely in the dark regarding this unknown sibling. Children born to parents of their age were often viewed as a means of repaying kindness, so her mother need not worry. Murong Yu chuckled softly. Su Mama, too, found it amusing. Her mistress had a penchant for overthinking. Though it caused a bit of turmoil, it was hardly uncommon. Just the other day, the matriarch of the Duke of Zhengguo's household, upon receiving a diagnosis, had been ill throughout her labor, ultimately giving birth to the Duke himself. The Duke, renowned for his filial piety, had turned gray overnight after his mother's passing. Upon hearing this, Li Shi's face brightened with a smile. I do not expect him to be particularly dutiful. I only wish he could cause me less distress while he is still in my womb. I wonder if I might lack nourishment? I can hardly eat anything. Murong Yu took her pulse and inquired, Su Mama, how much can my mother manage to eat? Not much, but it's manageable, Su Mama replied. She can still manage some bird's nest porridge, albeit in small quantities. Once the seasonal fruits become available, the mistress will be able to indulge a bit more. Murong Yu released her hold on the pulse, offering reassurance. Mother, do not fret. Everything is proceeding normally. And your pulse is steady. It was only then that Li Shi instructed, bring forth the soup. Though she could not eat much, she could still manage some broth. Chapter 194. He deserves my kindness, Murong Yu observed as Li Shi cautiously sipped the chicken soup. noting that there were moments when her mother nearly succumbed to discomfort. But ultimately, it was a matter of peril without harm. It is impossible not to feel a twinge of sympathy. Indeed, a woman's life is fraught with challenges. The inability to conceive can lead one to the depths of despair, resorting to medication that clouds the mind. Conversely, even when pregnant, the journey may not be smooth, as one could experience debilitating morning sickness. Yet, she has yet to endure this sensation, remaining unaware of its trials. In her previous life, she earnestly wished to experience this sensation. Even a mere hint of nausea would send Ji Qingxian into a jubilant frenzy, mistakenly believing she was with child. Alas, time and again, such hopes were dashed, leaving him in a fit of rage. Next, preparations must be made for the reclamation of land in Chuan Valley. Amon, when you procured the medicinal herbs for Wang and the others last time, did you mention to the young master that he should continue to arrange the herbs listed in my prescription? Murong Yu inquired as she tucked away her correspondence. Amon nodded. I did inform the young master, and he duly noted it. That is reassuring, Murong Yu replied with a nod. Currently, Chuan Valley is not particularly habitable. Residing there necessitates the periodic consumption of herbal remedies to dispel dampness, for the humidity is indeed oppressive. However, this time, Murong Yu has ensured that Wang and the guard Lin are well prepared for their journey, equipped not only with herbs, but also with various pills and ointments for unforeseen circumstances. Nonetheless, further shipments of medicinal supplies are still required. Amon brought forth a cup of chrysanthemum tea. Miss, Ji Chengxian has been gone for quite some time without any word. Leaning languidly against the imperial sofa, Murong Yu remarked, it has indeed been a few days. She turned to Amon and asked, do you think he feels I treat him well while he is in the manor? Absolutely. Amon replied without hesitation. Without a doubt, Aman stated. He was originally a servant of the Xianrong, elevated by the young lady herself. Not only did the captain of the guards teach him martial arts, but the young lady also personally taught him to read and write. Furthermore, the medicinal pills crafted by her are incredibly valuable, composed entirely of high-quality ingredients. I have witnessed her efforts, and she generously offers them to him. If they were ineffective, what then? He deserves my kindness. Murong Yu responded thoughtfully. Aman nodded, recalling how Ji Qingxian had once rescued the young lady in her dreams, indeed warranting her benevolence. However, the prolonged silence raised concerns. Could something have happened? Murong Yu remained composed, assuring, what could possibly happen? Do not worry. She was aware that Ji Qingxian was likely at the Ji family in Dingbei, a colossal and venerable clan, far more formidable than the Li Guogong mansion. Although Ji Qingxian was the only heir apparent of the Ji family, gaining recognition was no simple task, as commanding the Ji family army was no easy feat at that moment. Ji Qingxian was undergoing rigorous training, the kind that only a select few could endure. Nevertheless, he persevered until the very last moment before he finally ceased his exertions. Chapter 195. The art of seduction in a wheelchair sat a venerable elder, appearing weary and aged, yet his piercing gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, exuding an imposing presence. He was none other than the formidable Dingbei Marquis, Ji Yuqing. Ji Yuqing cast a scrutinizing glance at him, inquiring, I tasked you with thoroughly investigating Murong Sheng's daughter. Have you completed your investigation? Heiyin remarked. I have thoroughly investigated and found that there have been no other occurrences aside from that one incident. I have also observed Miss Murong at the Murong residence. Aside from her exceptional beauty, there is nothing else noteworthy. Are you aware of the consequences of deceiving me? Ji Yuqing's words echoed ominously. At that moment, Heiyin knelt, exclaiming, I would never dare to deceive my master. Should I ever do so, you may dispose of me at your discretion. The name she casually chose is identical to that inscribed in my family registry. I cannot believe that her dream was merely as simple as that. Moreover, the esteemed Miss Murong, a lady of the Murong household, has shown undue kindness towards a mere canine slave. Ji Yuqing's eyes gleamed with mockery. At that time, the elderly matriarch of the Li Duke's residence, her maternal grandmother, had fallen gravely ill. Just after she had made a vow before the Bodhisattva, such calamities befell her household, prompting her to rescue the young master. Heiyin explained that Miss Murong is not only talented and beautiful, but also aided the young master during his lowest moments, thus securing a unique place in his heart. Heiyin continued, regardless of her intentions, she remains just a fragile woman, incapable of stirring significant troubles. Never underestimate a woman. Those who do seldom meet with favorable outcomes, especially when faced with a beautiful and cunning one. Ji Yuqing retorted with a disdainful glance. He concluded with a firm directive to keep watch over her. Understood, Hein replied, noticing that his master had no further commands. He then exited and proceeded directly to Ji Qingshuan's chamber. As he stepped through the door, the unconscious Ji Qingxian immediately opened his eyes. Upon recognizing him, the wariness and murderous intent in his gaze gradually dissipated. Young master, Hein nearly had his skin flayed by the Lord in order to protect Miss Murong. Hein sighed. The old wretch has set his sights on you again. Ji Qingxian sat cross-legged, his expression icy. That is the young master's father. Hein remarked before continuing. The young master is mistaken. The Lord has never relaxed his vigilance towards Miss Murong. He believes that she is both beautiful and cunning, and it seems he suspects that Miss Murong has glimpsed some celestial secret in her dreams. Therefore, he is employing a beauty trap against you, young master. Chapter 196. Love in the Heart. Hard to express a beauty trap? Ji Qingxian scoffed. He would welcome such a ploy from you, but she has never attempted to use it on him. Even a mere glance in her direction would prompt her to frown. In daily life, he had to exhaust every effort to find excuses just to see her, and even then, their meetings were often brief, with her dismissing him with only a few words. He longed to linger, to inhale the fragrance of her boudoir, yet that was not permitted. What else did the old wretch say? Ji Qingxian inquired blandly. His gaze remained indifferent. After all, did he not have that precious legitimate son? As a mere side branch, born of a canine Rome woman, what was he worth? Do not belittle yourself, young master. In the past, Lady Wu was of noble birth, not an ordinary woman of the Chang tribe. It was merely due to her credulousness towards slander that she concealed herself while carrying you, resulting in your unexpected separation from her. Had my mother not hidden away, could she have survived to give birth to me? Ji Qingshuan's gaze was frigid. He leaped from the bed, intent on writing a letter, yet upon grasping the pen, he found himself at a loss for words. Although his heart brimmed with sentiments he wished to convey to Yu, he longed to express that he would soon possess the strength to protect her, that he was no longer the subjugated slave of the Chang tribe who could be bullied at will. Even more, he wished to declare his affections for her, imploring her to wait for him, insisting that no other man was worthy of her. Yet, when the words reached his lips, they coalesced into a singular plea. Wait for me. He then carefully sealed the letter within an envelope. Hein took it, filled with emotion. Young master. This is love held deep within, yet difficult to articulate. The once formidable and ruthless young master finds himself at a loss before Miss Murong. If you wish to avoid becoming mute, then silence yourself. Ji Qingxian shot him a glance. Very well, I shall remain silent. At that moment, an elder entered, announcing, Third master, the heir has summoned you for tea. That wretch truly lacks respect. How could the eldest son, as heir, fail to command his presence? The fifth miss of the Ji family scoffed. The man lying on the sickbed bore a striking resemblance to Ji Qingxian, sharing the same sinister aura inherited from his father. Ji Yuqing. His complexion was as pale as snow, and his gaze was piercingly cold. Who would regard a setting sun with any reverence? Ultimately, the position of heir must be passed on to him. Dear brother, do not underestimate yourself. As long as you find a skilled physician, you shall surely recover. Miss Ji Wu hastily remarked. Chapter 197. The emotions that strike like a breeze. Miss, it would be wise not to offend the third young master. The maid whispered upon exiting the young master's residence. Miss Ji Wu scoffed coldly. He is merely a bastard. Why should I fear him? The maid hesitated, her words unspoken, ultimately deciding against voicing her thoughts. Murong Yu did not anticipate receiving a letter from Ji Qingxian so swiftly. Just as she was musing on the matter, the letter arrived. A man entered with 2 pouches for her to choose from, and upon noticing the letter on the table, she asked, Miss, where did this letter come from? It is from Ji Qingxian. A man leaned closer to inspect it, discovering the 2 words, Wait for me. Is that all? She inquired. Indeed, that is all, Murong Yu replied with a smile. Those 2 words were sufficient. A trace of mirth danced in her eyes. When it comes to understanding the fierce tiger of the north, she would claim the second place, with no one daring to assert the first. Undoubtedly, her nurturing of this tiger had proven successful, as he seemed to exhibit a hint of homecoming timidity. Though it appeared to be merely 2 words, they were laden with a suppressed emotion that surged forth. Reflecting on this, Murong Yu frowned slightly. No, he must not harbor such feelings. She had no desire for him to develop any affection for her. The thought of entering the perilous den of the Northern King once was already too much. Must she endure it again in this lifetime? Bring me those 2 words, Murong Yu commanded. A man handed her the paper, questioning, is there some hidden meaning in these words? Murong Yu meticulously scrutinized the 2 characters, from the stroke of the brush to the strength behind it, and then to the profound meaning they conveyed. She felt an unmistakable awareness of Ji Qingshuan's sentiments toward her. This realization caused Murong Yu to swallow hard. Had she perhaps exerted too much effort, leading this man to become so preoccupied with her? However, as she observed the situation, it seemed to be veering in an unexpected direction. A man, her maid, looked on in confusion, wondering what had befallen her mistress, who appeared deeply troubled. Murong Yu was indeed on the verge of despair. When had Ji Qingxian ever been so easily swayed by emotion? At his core, he was a formidable figure, both adaptable and ruthless, having faced harsh treatment from society. Such a man would not easily succumb to genuine feelings. Yet, the current circumstances were glaringly evident. My lady, is there something remarkable about these 2 characters that I fail to perceive? A man inquired, puzzled. Murong Yu remained silent, carefully storing the letter away, and leaned back upon the imperial couch, contemplating her next course of action. Throughout her life, the Murong family had not mistreated him. His grievances were far outweighed by their kindness. Surely, when he rose to power, he would not seek to trouble the Murong family. Yet, she understood his temperament well. If he were to fixate on her, it would pose a formidable challenge. Having ventured into his private quarters once, she had no desire to repeat the experience. He was an insufferable individual, utterly lacking in respect and exceedingly domineering, particularly in intimate matters. Chapter 198. The tiger's fur is caressed. A man observed her mistress, who, since gazing upon Ji Qingshuan's 2 characters, had reclined on the imperial couch, oscillating between furious indignation and bashful embarrassment, her expressions shifting like the weather. The rapid changes in her countenance left a man utterly entranced. Were those 2 characters truly so intricate and profound? How could she be utterly oblivious to their significance? Could it be that her scholarly pursuits had been insufficient? Murong Yu pondered that perhaps she was overthinking matters, and thus, that night, she found herself enveloped in dreams. Behold, this is the exquisite sable fur coat I procured from a merchant of foreign lands. There exists but this singular piece in the world, Ji Qingxian proclaimed, entering with an air of triumph. Murong Yu cast a fleeting glance at the sable coat, and, regarding him with a discerning look, inquired, is it truly purchased? Or did you seize it from someone? Ji Qingxian faltered slightly, realizing she had seen through his ruse. He ceased his pretense, stating, it is indeed fortuitous that I desired this sable coat. Must I then expend my own coin? I would not mind spending, but would he dare to accept? Murong Yu recognized the man's thieving nature and chose to ignore him, addressing him, man, go to my private treasury and retrieve 200 gold to send to that foreign merchant. What is the purpose of this? That is merely his toll. Having received the sable coat, I could invite him for future dealings. Ji Qingxian protested, clearly dissatisfied. Unfazed by his objections, Murong Yu instructed A Man to proceed. However, A Man's attempt to deliver the funds was unsuccessful. The merchant insisted, this is a gift for the king of the north. No payment is required. Ji Qingxian scoffed, you see, I told you it was a gift. Why must you complicate matters? With that, Murong Yu refrained from further comment, gesturing with the almost finished garment in her hands against him. He stood still, yet his expression softened significantly, akin to a fierce tiger being gently stroked. The words he uttered, though coarse, carried a certain rough charm. This sable coat should suffice for me to enjoy a restful night with you, no? Then came the indescribable events. Murong Yu awoke in the morning and sat before her vanity, still somewhat dazed. The occurrences of her dreams were not mere fantasies. They were genuine events from a past life, and that singular snow-white marten fur coat truly existed. Yet how could she dream of such things when she had been so resolutely opposed to them? Today Miss Zhu, Miss Qian, and young Master Chun are coming over. Besides asking the kitchen to prepare some refreshments, is there anything else that needs to be arranged? Amon inquired as she styled the young lady's hair. The eldest master's parrot is quite cherished, Amon chuckled. Murong Yu smiled in return, recalling that he had raised 17 or 18 parrots in his courtyard, nearly transforming it into a birdcage. Bestowing one upon Chun was hardly a matter of consequence. Indeed, Amon nodded with a smile, then glanced at the young lady's complexion. Miss, you slept well last night. Your complexion is rosy and vibrant. Murong Yu blushed slightly, peering into the mirror at her reflection, and indeed, Her complexion was quite commendable. However, at the tender age of 16, she was in the prime of her youth, her health intact, her family flourishing, her career progressing smoothly, and everything aligning harmoniously. Thus, it was no wonder her appearance was radiant. After finishing her morning grooming and breakfast, she welcomed her three half-cousins, Li Zhu, Li Qian, and Li Chan. Chapter 199. The gift of a jade bracelet. Upon their first arrival at the Murong residence, both Li Zhu and Li Qian exhibited a sense of restraint and caution, while Li Chan displayed a bolder demeanor, eagerly surveying his surroundings as he stepped into the estate. "Mind your manners, be decorous," Li Zhu admonished him softly, prompting Li Chan to temper his exuberance. The guide, Zhu, smiled and said, "Miss Zhu, there is no need to be so reserved. It is quite normal for a young man of the fourth master's age to be lively and spirited." Li Zhu, with a resigned smile, acknowledged that she had grown accustomed to the lack of rules in her household. Li Chan interjected, "I am not without decorum. It's merely that I have never visited the Murong residence, which piques my curiosity." Li Qian, suppressing a smile, added, "Not to mention, I feel the same way as you." Brother Chan, noticing Zhu's absence of disdain or mockery, Li Zhu thought to herself that since her cousin was gracious enough to invite them, they ought to remain mindful of their manners. Zhu led them to the courtyard. Upon arrival, Murong Yu was seated in the pavilion, smiling as she observed them. "Greetings, cousin." The three offered their respects. Murong Yu responded with a smile, "There is no need for such formalities at home. Come and sit." "Thank you, cousin," Li Zhu, along with Li Qian and Li Chan, finally took their seats. "What brings you with a food box? Have you brought me some treats?" Murong Yu inquired, glancing at the box that Li Qian carried. Li Qian placed the food box on the stone table and said, "Cousin, this is the plum cake that I made with my elder sister. Would you care to try some? You can make pastries as well?" Murong Yu asked. Li Qian nodded, a bit shyly. "Yes, not only plum cake, but various other pastries as well. My elder sister and I can make them." She continued, "We thought we had nothing special to offer today, so we decided to prepare some pastries ourselves." "Then I must taste them," Murong Yu replied with a smile. "Let me serve it to you, cousin," Li Qian exclaimed cheerfully as she retrieved the pastries from the food box. There were not just plum cakes, but also raisin cakes, cloud cakes, and bowl cakes. Murong Yu graciously sampled the delicacy and bestowed high praise upon it, remarking that it was not only visually appealing but also delightful to the palate. "If my cousin enjoys it, we shall prepare some for her on our leisurely days and have someone deliver it," Li Qian chuckled. Beside her, Li Zhu smiled knowingly. She realized that their cousin did not harbor any disdain for their presence nor considered them a nuisance, but rather welcomed them wholeheartedly. "You may simply bring it to me next time you come," Murong Yu replied, turning to Amei. "This plate of plum cake is quite to my liking and should appeal to my mother as well. Please take it to the main courtyard and inform my mother that it was made by Miss Zhu and Miss Qian." "Certainly," Amei responded, promptly delivering the confection to the lady of the house. Mrs. Li found it genuinely delightful, consuming 2 pieces in quick succession, and remarked, "Bring me those 2 jade bracelets. I shall gift them to Miss Zhu and Miss Qian." The 2 jade bracelets were soon presented to Li Zhu and Li Qian. "How can we accept this? It is merely a plate of cake," Li Zhu protested hastily. "Indeed, if Aunt wishes for plum cake, it is no trouble at all. There is no need for us to receive bracelets," Li Qian added, shaking her head vehemently. "It is customary for you to accept a gift from my mother, especially since this is your first visit. It is only fitting for her to offer you a token of welcome," Murong Yu insisted, adorning each of their wrists with a jade bracelet. "They complement your complexions beautifully." Both Li Zhu and Li Qian were pleased yet felt a twinge of embarrassment. "What of Chungu? Does he not feel left out without a jade bracelet?" Murong Yu inquired playfully, casting a glance at her cousin. Upon seeing Li Chan, she could not help but recall a previous life, where this child had ventured out to deliver a message to her legitimate brother, Li Mu, only to be tragically beaten to death. Chapter 200. 2 Marriages. "I am not saddened. I do not wear bracelets," Li Chun declared, shaking her head. Murong Yu turned to a man and instructed, "Please fetch the jade pendant that I have placed in the compartment of my room." "Miss, do you mean the jade pendant that has been blessed?" a man inquired. "Indeed." A man then retrieved the jade pendant, which was a brilliant emerald green, obviously a piece of exceptional quality. Its monetary value was secondary. What mattered was that it had been placed before the Buddha for 3 months, imbued with a spiritual aura that promised safety. Murong Yu wished for Li Chun's health and well-being, hoping that as she matured, she would contribute to the prosperity of the Li Guogong mansion alongside her brothers. Murong Yu threaded a red string through it, and personally adorned Li Chun with the pendant. Li Chun beamed, exclaiming, "Thank you, cousin. I shall certainly strive to do my best when I grow up." Li Zhu and Li Qian also smiled, particularly Li Zhu, who felt a genuine sense of relief. Their cousin had always treated them well and cared deeply for Li Chun, though they had previously interacted infrequently, leading to a sense of unfamiliarity. Take Li Chun to a Jin's courtyard. Aside from a Jin's most cherished bird king, she may choose any other bird she fancies. Murong Yu said with a smile. "Really, I can choose freely?" Li Chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Cousin's words are always true," Murong Yu affirmed. "Except for your cousin's most beloved bird king." With that, Li Chun was escorted away by Xuanzi. "Cousin, you should not indulge him too much. He has already been unruly at the residence of the Duke Li, and now you continue to coddle him here." "This is truly outrageous," Li Zhu remarked. Knowing that her cousin welcomed them, Li Zhu became more talkative, shedding the initial restraint she had upon entering. Murong Yu did not mind. After all, Chun Gu'er was the youngest, and a bit of indulgence was harmless. Besides, his nature was not ill, so excessive pampering would not lead him astray. However, he would no longer be the youngest once aunt gives birth to little cousins. Li Qian chuckled. Both Murong Yu and Li Zhu smiled in response. "I heard from aunt that both of your betrothals have been arranged?" Murong Yu inquired. When it came to the topic of marriage, both Li Zhu and Li Qian felt a touch of shyness, their cheeks flushing as they nodded. Murong Yu was aware that Li Zhu was promised to the Huang family, a lineage of noble standing. Although the family had seen a decline in recent generations, their heritage remained intact, making this union advantageous for Li Zhu. Given her status as a concubine's daughter, Li Qian, on the other hand, was engaged to the Gong family, which represented a rising force. Lady Li, as their legitimate mother, had not treated them poorly. Both the Huang and Gong families enjoyed a commendable reputation in society. In truth, Murong Yu understood the motives of the Huang and Gong families to safeguard their interests following the downfall of the Duke Li's residence. However, understanding did not absolve them of the burden they placed upon Li Zhu and Li Qian, particularly concerning Li Qian, who in her previous life had met a tragic end at the hands of the Gong family, her demise cloaked in the guise of a sudden illness. Less than 3 days after her death, the husband welcomed a new bride into their home, seemingly wishing that the marriage to Lady Li Guogong and the existence of his first wife, Li Qian, had never occurred. However, this did not faze Murong Yu, who smiled and remarked that they were all commendable unions. Li Zhu and Li Qian, being unmarried young ladies, were somewhat reserved, and knowing that their cousin had severed her engagement with the Ho family, they swiftly changed the subject. Chapter 201. Petty grudges and resentments. She harbored no concerns for her daughter, as she was composed and prudent. Her worries lay with her son. "Aunt, there is no need for such concern. Cousin does not bite, and she treats us well," Spring Gu'er stated. "Look, this is what cousin asked me to choose from brother's courtyard. It's called White Moon. Isn't it lovely?" Once her son departed, Aunt Wang inquired about her daughter's visit to the Murong residence. "Aunt, there is no need to worry. Cousin welcomed us warmly," Li Zhu replied with a smile, revealing the jade bracelet on her wrist. "Aunt, look, this was given to us by our aunt. My second sister and I each received one." She recounted the tale of the plum cake, noting its exquisite quality. Aunt Wang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, cousin also gifted Spring Gu'er a jade pendant, which I heard from a man was offered in devotion before the Buddha for protection." Li Zhu expressed her surprise at how smoothly their visit to the Murong family had gone. However, seeing that there were no further matters to discuss, Aunt Wang did not dwell on it. "Since our great aunt enjoys the plum cake, has a recipe been left for the kitchen to prepare it for her?" "Yes," Li Zhu affirmed with a nod. "But let us not visit too frequently," Zhao An advised. "Visits will not be frequent, perhaps once a month. And my cousin is quite welcoming of us," Li Qian remarked with a smile. Aunt Zhao interjected, stating, "You may visit, but in the future, you must maintain some distance from the second young mistress. I can see that Miss Biao does not hold her in high regard. It is quite reasonable for her to feel that way. After all, it was she who spread the news about my cousin's dream concerning the second brother's misfortune. Moreover, it was not she who saved him, yet she is the one who has married into the family. If there isn't something amiss here, I would find it hard to believe," Li Qian retorted with a smirk. "Do not speak so recklessly," Aunt Zhao admonished. "It is indeed the case. She is merely relying on her pregnancy as a shield before grandmother. Otherwise, given the incident where she betrayed your cousin, she would never be able to pass muster with the madam and aunt. You silly girl, are these matters truly yours to fret over?" The second young mistress is particularly petty and holds grudges. Do not provoke her unnecessarily. Aunt Zhao cautioned. Li Qian remained silent, though she harbored a disdain for Yishan. The young lady even sent you fine silk. This fabric is just right for making you 2 new outfits, so there is no need to spend extra money. Aunt Zhao continued, admiring the exquisite brocade. Today we certainly benefited greatly. Aunt sent us bracelets, and my cousin treated us to bird's nest soup, and on our way out, she gifted us this silk, Li Qian said, feeling a bit shy. Aunt Zhao chuckled. Miss Biao is indifferent to such things. You should make an effort to visit the young lady more often. In such a vast Murong residence, she is the only young lady, and it is only natural for her to feel a bit lonely. Yes, I understand, Li Qian replied eagerly. Meanwhile, Murong Yu, having seen off Li Zhu and the others, was now awaiting Murong Jin. Chapter 202. The matter of destroying family. It is noteworthy that in this lifetime, Murong Jin, the younger twin brother, has shown considerable growth. In his previous life, he did not behave in such a manner. Perhaps it is due to the arrival of the Li family's child, which has instilled in him a sense of responsibility as the elder brother, prompting this transformation. Murong Yu feels this is open to discussion. Sister, are you still eating vegetarian? Murong Jin inquired, having come to dine with her. Observing her consuming only congee and vegetables, he could not help but question. It is indeed nearing half a year, Murong Yu nodded. That's good, Murong Jin replied, for he relished meat. He could manage a day without it, perhaps 2 or 3, but half a year would be utterly unbearable. Murong Yu, using serving chopsticks, placed a piece of chicken before him. From last year to this, Murong Jin had grown significantly, now towering over her. After they finished their dinner, they settled down to enjoy tea. Murong Yu spoke directly. Jin, I need you to assist me in investigating 2 individuals. Sister, who are you looking into? Murong Jin asked, sipping his tea. Huang Yao Kai and Gong Chongqing, Murong Yu replied. Instantly, Murong Jin recognized the names. They were the betrothed of his cousins from the Duke of Li's residence. Indeed, they are, Murong Yu affirmed. Why are you investigating them? Murong Jin asked, puzzled. They seem quite decent, and Aunt has chosen these 2 marriages for our cousins without any grievance. One may know a person's face, but not their heart, Murong Yu stated, devoid of any admiration. Murong Jin was taken aback. Are they truly unworthy? Murong Yu, with an indifferent demeanor, instructed. Go investigate and see if they possess any compromising secrets. If they do, it will save us the trouble. If not, just let me know, and I shall create some. Murong Jin was taken aback. Was his sister truly intent on sabotaging these 2 engagements? Murong Yu continued, neither suitor is worthy. We shall seek other matches for Zhu Jie and Qian Jie. Reluctantly, Murong Jin set out to investigate Huang Yaokai and Gong Chongqing, but surprisingly, he found no significant blemishes on their reputations. Murong Yu, unfazed, arranged for a delicate beauty to be discreetly placed by Huang Yaocai's side. Murong Jin hesitated. Sister, are we really going through with this? It is often said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. And they have done nothing wrong. Might this not be a bit excessive? Excessive? I am merely dissolving an engagement. That is already a considerable act of kindness. You need only follow my instructions, Murong Yu replied, casting him a sidelong glance. As for Gong Chongqing, take your time to handle him. Do not let them become suspicious. After all, Qian Jie is only 14. There is no rush. Let us resolve Zhu Jie's matter first. She then looked at Murong Jin and gently added, Jin, I would never harm our cousins. Do you recall what transpired with our second cousin? Understood. Murong Jin's expression turned serious. His sister must have had some unsettling dream. Without a moment's hesitation, he set about the task. Only then did Murong Yu summon her 2 hidden guards, inquiring, have the Ji family's hidden guards been warned? They have been warned, and our people have withdrawn, one of the guards affirmed. Murong Yu waved her hand, prompting the 2 guards to vanish without a word. She turned around and busied herself with the new medicine in the pharmacy. As for the Ji family's surveillance over her, Murong Yu paid it little mind. She was well aware of who was watching her, none other than the illustrious Duke of Dingbei. After all, the name she had given to Ji Qingxian was inscribed in the family genealogy by that venerable duke himself. However, as long as Ji Qingxian stood by her side, the Ji family posed no threat to her, and she held no fear of them. Chapter 203. Taking her as a secondary wife. Speaking of this, Li Mu sighed. His second brother intended to take Yi Zhuer as a secondary wife, but their father deemed it absurd, stating that only merchant families entertained such notions. while those of officialdom had no such precedent. Precedents are forged by the actions of individuals. Granting Yi Zhuer a position as a secondary wife was not unreasonable, for Yi Shan's position rightfully belonged to her. Murong Yu remarked coolly, expressing her disbelief in Yi Shan's narrative, which claimed that Yi Zhuer, upon discovering Li Yu's noble lineage, felt unworthy as a concubine, and thus marred her own beauty to have her legitimate sister take her place. Such fabrications were nothing but nonsensical tales. The truth was that they had usurped Yi Zhuer's engagement and forced the two women to leave the Yi family. Father's intention was to take her as a concubine. Li Mu said, though his cousin was a scholar, it was precisely this scholarly disposition that rendered him proud. Even if Yi Shan were to bear his child, he would not show her favor and would extend that disdain to the child as well. He was not one to be swayed by such matters. The sole flaw in handling the situation with Yi Shan was her maternal grandmother, yet one could understand the elder's perspective. For her, it was inconsequential who bore the child. As long as it was her grandson's offspring, she would protect it. Currently, I find myself in a state of uncertainty. However, this time, my elder brother has asked me to inquire about the matter. Yi Zhuer bears a long and prominent scar upon her visage. I wonder if the Yurong ointment might be of use. Li Mu replied. Murong Yu inquired further, how large is it? Li Mu, having never seen it, replied. She wears a veil, so I am not certain. Nonetheless, it must be considerable. Otherwise, my elder brother would not have specifically asked me about it. Is that truly so? Li Mu exclaimed in astonishment. No matter how significant the scar may be, she possesses the ability to eliminate it entirely. Moreover, if necessary, she could even facilitate a change of countenance for someone. However, the risks involved are substantial. She has only learned this from her master and has yet to attempt it herself. Li Mu conveyed this encouraging news to Li Yu, who responded with delight. Zhuer, did you hear? My cousin claims she can restore you to your former self, leaving no trace behind. Li Mu turned his gaze toward Yi Zhuer, whose face was obscured by a veil. Yi Zhuer did not display overt joy. Rather, she appeared somewhat hesitant and anxious. It seemed this cousin, who had never before met her, was unaware of the true extent and length of the scar upon her face. Chapter 204. Confrontation of Sisters. Yi Zhuer then directed her attention to Li Yu. Do not fret. My cousin is naturally reserved and never prone to exaggeration. If she asserts she can heal, then indeed she can. Li Yu grasped her hand and smiled. In truth, no matter how my little grass changes, she shall always remain my little grass, ever the small sapling to the towering tree. A glimmer of amusement graced Yi Zhuer's eyes. Do not worry, and have faith in me, Li Yu insisted earnestly. Yi Zhuer merely nodded softly, while he harbored no disdain for her. The scar upon her face was so pronounced that she herself hesitated to gaze into the mirror. If there were a remedy, she would indeed wish to rid herself of it. Second master, the young master of the Yang family has arrived. I shall escort him to the study, announced a servant as he entered. Very well, Yi Zhuer nodded. At this point, Aunt Zhou's condition had stabilized. With proper care, she would gradually recover. After glancing over the situation, Yi Zhuer quietly exited, only to encounter Yi Shan outside. It was evident that Yi Shan had been waiting for her. Zhuer, it has been quite some time. Would you allow me to visit your room? Yi Shan inquired, gazing at her. Yi Zhuer's eyes fell upon Yi Shan's slightly protruding belly, and a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed her gaze. However, she quickly masked her feelings, adopting a frosty demeanor. There's no need. I have nothing to discuss with you. With a tone laced with mockery, Yi Zhuer retorted, Yi Shan, after all these years, you still only know this one trick. Is there truly nothing else of merit in you? Yi Shan gritted her teeth inwardly, yet maintained a smile on her face. Zhuer, please, let me sit with you. Yi Zhuer chose not to respond further and led her into her courtyard. This place is the closest to your husband's quarters. It seems he truly dotes on you, Yi Shan remarked, surveying the courtyard's decor, which was adorned with the finest items. Yi Zhuer paid little heed to such details, her gaze fixed on Yi Shan. If you have something to say, then speak. Yi Shan understood that playing the emotional card was futile. After ensuring that only her close maid and an old servant were present, she said, I am aware of your resentment towards me for usurping this marriage proposal. However, Zhuer, do not forget that to the Duke of Li's household, you and I are indistinguishable. We are both daughters of the Yi family. The Yi family has already deceived the Duke of Li once. Should they discover that the daughters of the Yi family repeatedly toy with them, you are well aware of the consequences. The Yi family cannot withstand the wrath of the Duke of Li. Upon observing Yi Zhuer's expression, which remained impassive. Yishan continued, I also recognize the grievances the Yi family has caused you. You may not regard the rise and fall of the Yi family. But what of your grandmother? Do you not care for her? When you were a child, you nearly succumbed to illness. Yet it was your grandmother who saved you and raised you with care. Though you may be a concubine's daughter, the upbringing you received from her is no less than that of a legitimate child, all thanks to your grandmother. Yu Zhu'er shot her a cold glance. Yishan sensed that her words had struck a chord. Their grandmother was aging, and it was high time for her to enjoy her twilight years. If the Yi family were to be thrown into turmoil, how could she possibly find peace? Could you truly bear to see this? With a blissful expression, she gently caressed her abdomen, which had begun to show signs of pregnancy, though not yet prominently. Yu Zhu'er felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Yet she understood that Li Yu was not to blame in this matter, for he was the one deceived. Yishan, having achieved her aim, did not linger, as she had finally persuaded her not to provoke further turmoil. This wretched woman, does she not consider her own origins? Born of a courtesan, does she truly believe herself superior? Although Aunt Yu once hailed from the brothel, during her time with the head of the Yi family, she remained untainted. It was precisely for this reason that she was redeemed and became a concubine of the Yi family. However, the head of the Yi family has long since passed, and now the family is led by the second branch. Yishan is the legitimate eldest daughter of the first branch. Her maid remarked, regardless of the circumstances, this turmoil has finally subsided. The pressing matter now is for the second young mistress to safely deliver her child, for this is the second master's legitimate heir. Yishan inquired, can they truly ascertain that this child is a son? Without a doubt, absolutely certain, the maid asserted. A smile graced Yishan's face as she caressed her belly. This pregnancy had been confirmed by numerous experienced midwives, all declaring that she was indeed carrying a son. As for that wretched Yu Zhu'er, she was undeterred before and is even less so now. Given the current unfavorable circumstances for her, it is prudent to bow her head and endure this indignity. There will be ample opportunities to settle the score with that wretched woman in the future. Meanwhile, Yu Zhu'er's maid, Xiu'er, remarked, Miss, how shameless the second young mistress is. Even now, she dares to use the old matriarch to threaten you. Let us not forget, she is also her own grandmother. Yu Zhu'er responded softly, it is not merely a matter of grandmother. She carries the second master's child. Even if something were to occur, she would remain untouchable. However, should turmoil arise within the Yi family, considering grandmother's advanced age, she may truly be unable to withstand it. Once, her mother was favored, but following the death of my father and the ascendance of my uncle, their status has plummeted. If it were not for her grandmother during her childhood, she might not have survived to adulthood. Thus, she was cautious and circumspect. Chapter 206. The face is a second life, miss. Can that cousin truly heal your face? Asked Xiu'er. Yu Zhu'er pursed her lips and shook her head. I am uncertain. I have yet to meet her. However, I know she possesses a kind heart. The matters of the supernatural are not to be taken lightly. Yet her willingness to speak for the sake of saving her second cousin speaks volumes about the character of this cousin. Furthermore, she was indeed the one who saved Li Yu, the one who secretly pledged her life to him in the cave. And this revelation was the catalyst for uncovering the truth. It is a situation of Yishan's own making. Nevertheless, there is no cause for concern. Even if the lady's facial injuries remain unhealed, the second master cherishes her dearly. He is not one to judge by appearances, remarked Xiu'er. Yu Zhu'er's gaze softened. This statement rings true. Had he not genuinely cared for her, he would not have refrained from approaching Yishan for many years. Despite Yishan having borrowed her name, she was never the one with whom he shared that intimate bond, thus failing to evoke any feelings within him. It was only until the recent incident, which narrowly escaped disaster, that Yishan seized the opportunity. Yet, it was precisely because of that harrowing experience that the truth came to light. Her towering tree journeyed from afar, fearing that their father might disapprove. What would become of her if she could not marry the second master as a legitimate wife? Xiu'er fretted. Yu Zhu'er shook her head. Let us not dwell on such matters. For now, we must focus on my mother's health. Xiu'er chuckled, remarking that the lady still valued the young miss, willing to offer the precious blood ginseng for the benefit of her aunt's health. Yu Zhu'er nodded, noting the gentle gaze of the second master's mother, who appeared quite pleased with her. However, the matter of a concubine indeed lacked precedent. At the Murong residence, Murong Yu approached Li Shi to inform her that she would be visiting the Duke of Li's residence the following day and would not be accompanying them to Hongda Temple to pay respects. Yishan and her mother were leveraging Aunt Zhou to coerce Yizhuer. With Yishan's ruthless disposition, it was unlikely they would let her off lightly without thoroughly ruining her. Allowing such a venomous woman to continue residing in the Duke of Li's household was, in Li Shi's view, a sign of her grandmother's folly. Li Shi scoffed, noting that her grandmother only valued her for the bloodline linked to the Duke of Li's family, which had nothing to do with her. Murong Yu smiled, acknowledging this. She presented a beautiful warm jade bracelet for her to give to her, as a gift from her aunt, wishing her well in her future with Yuer. Li Shi offered another jade bracelet. Murong Yu accepted it with a smile. Her mother enjoyed gifting jade bracelets, which were not only exquisite, but also symbolized unity and harmony.